language spoken by the other. Felt a surge of fury and disbelief. Who are you calling a brat? We're the new residents. The middle-aged man, startled by the heated response, quickly attempted to explain. New residents? What do you mean? The other man, feeling increasingly agitated, couldn't understand why he was feeling this way. I know if there are new residents in the community. Now tell me, what are you here for? Panic set in for the two as they exchanged worried glances, especially when they noticed the man's furious eyes. Even if they had climbed over the wall to come in, there was no need for such hostility, right? We're just here visiting a friend. We just had some drinks, and we're about to leave. They stammered, regretting their earlier decision to flaunt their cultural customs. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a group was closely monitoring the situation from behind some nearby greenery. Captain, isn't that Zhao? Why is he out here at this hour with those two? One of the observers asked. Who knows? Just keep an eye on the residents' safety. As for those two, the team will handle them, came the response. Suddenly, several young security guards in uniforms burst out from the bushes, wielding electric batons with lights. They made a loud commotion, deliberately slowing down their pace. Oh, we've been spotted. One of the newcomers gasped, turning pale as he saw the guards. The middle-aged man, however, remained calm and quickly pulled his companion towards the greenery nearby. Thieves! Zhao, clutching a birdcage, was already agitated and, seeing the two run from the guards, threw the cage at them in pursuit. Stop, Zhao! Shouted the leading security guard, trying to intervene. But with the adrenaline pumping, Zhao was beyond reason. The two newcomers, feeling the pressure, glanced back and saw not only the furious Zhao, but also several security guards following closely behind with their batons. These community guards are terrifying, one of them thought, now only focused on escaping the area. Just as the two were about to reach the community wall, victory in sight, the middle-aged man in the lead suddenly slammed to a stop. Before Kinzawa and Aguri could understand the situation, they felt themselves being pulled and dragged in another direction. I said. As he began to speak, a low voice rang out, trying to run? It was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but the streetlights around the community had mysteriously gone out. The voice came from the darkness ahead of them. Startled, the two instinctively stopped and looked at the dimly lit path, unease flashing in their eyes. Who is that? Kinzawa finally couldn't help but ask. This was a reflexive question, and they hadn't truly expected an answer. To their surprise, a figure in the shadows responded while walking, security. For some reason, hearing the word security made them both breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. Just moments ago, the shadowy figure claiming to be security suddenly produced a bright light and a crackling sound. The figure with the flickering electrical baton was getting closer. Damn, an electric baton. Both felt a chill run down their spines. This guy has bad intentions. Damn it, let's go. The leader, trying to compose himself, urged his companion. Kinzawa looked at him in horror. Big brother. That guy has an electric baton. What are you afraid of? He*s alone. The leader steeled himself and charged toward the approaching shadow. Seeing this, Kinzawa could only grit his teeth and follow. In their youth, they had been members of a fierce organization. Fighting and brawling was commonplace. However, as they aged, their innate bravery had gradually turned into mere posturing. As they charged toward the shadow, they both shouted fierce cries, attempting to intimidate their opponent. But they did not expect that their show of force had no effect on the shadow in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they were engaged in close combat. Crack, bang, In just one encounter, both of them stiffened, foam at the mouth. Their bodies rigid like they were having seizures, collapsing to the ground. What the hell? Is that it? As they fell, another shadow slowly emerged. Looking at the two rigid figures on the ground with surprise. Maoyang, are you sure these two are spies? Yes, that's what the information says. Another shadow replied. Just then, the streetlights flickered back on, illuminating the two shadows. It was Lin Fei and Maoyang. Lin Fei looked in disbelief at the two middle-aged men on the ground, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. To be honest, he felt quite disappointed. Initially, when Maoyang mentioned spies infiltrating the community, he had been somewhat excited. But now seeing this, is that it? They were taken down by Maoyang in just one encounter? Can this really be called espionage? It's so different from what I see in movies. Lin Fei expressed his confusion. How are spies usually dealt with? In normal circumstances, the punishment would depend on the severity of the situation. However, since they are commercial spies, I'm not too sure about the specifics, Maoyang replied, glancing at the two individuals on the ground. But I imagine it won't be a light punishment. Captain Ma. At that moment, a group of security personnel approached, greeting Maoyang. He nodded and immediately instructed a few of them to take the two away for further handling. It seems like things won't be calm for a while, Lin Fei remarked on their way back. Today alone, we've encountered several groups of people, but tonight's sneaky activities are truly one of a kind. Hearing this, Maoyang casually reassured him, Brother Lin, don't worry. As long as you don't leave this community, even mercenaries wouldn't be able to do anything. Although it may seem like there are only these security guards on the surface, there are actually quite a few hidden watchers arranged by the higher-ups. News of the commercial espionage incident at the community quickly reached the military bigwigs in another city. Soon, these leaders compiled all the information and sent it overnight to an elder who was recuperating in the capital. Chapter 156. Good things come in pairs. Visiting the official television station, no one expected that a small studio would cause such a huge uproar. The next day, upon receiving the news, Elder Zheng was furious. Enraged, Elder Zheng directly sought out a powerful figure at the same rehabilitation center. When this prominent individual learned that a certain country was using such underhanded tactics, along with exorbitant conditions proposed by another nation, he was equally outraged. On the surface, Lin Fei was merely the founder of a gaming studio. However, his influence within the military had reached a level that could not be overlooked. The game in question was no longer just a simple game. After a period of trials and practice, they discovered that the content within the game was far more complex. Following an assessment by academicians from the Academy of Sciences, all the technologies featured in the game were thoroughly documented. Although they could not immediately grasp all the technological insights from the game, the academicians believed that with continuous experimentation within the game, within 2 years, the technological level of the country would undoubtedly surpass that of another nation. Everyone has their own secrets. After confirming the situation within the game, high-level officials convened several discussion meetings on this issue. This was also why Elder Zheng returned to the capital. Ultimately, the senior officials decided to remain silent on the matter. The protection of Lin Fei had escalated to a level equivalent to that of a vice-state official. Simultaneously, the senior officials unanimously decided to conduct a thorough cleansing of the gaming industry and community in the country, expelling those foreign-funded tumors from the market. Initially, some official agencies began to release statements. Upon investigation, companies like XX Entertainment, XX Games, have used improper means to harm minors and induce them into consumption. According to the latest guidelines issued by the Ministry of Culture, any game content that harms individuals or national interests will not be tolerated. Well, once this news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire gaming community in the country and even the global media. In no time, the movements within the gaming market of the country became the focus of worldwide attention. Anyone who saw this news wore a shocked expression, even raising questions. What was this country trying to do? Did they want to return the gaming industry to primitive times? However, at that moment, observant individuals noticed that the announced list did not include several major companies and players from the country. It could be said that the companies and studios being dealt with were all joint ventures or companies under foreign control. Once the news was released, the authorities quickly sprang into action, with several departments conducting joint law enforcement. In an instant, the gaming community in the country faced the most terrifying purge in history. Strangely, there was no sympathy from players for the downfall of these gaming companies. Everyone knew that behind the glamorous facade of these companies lay countless dark secrets. It could be said that the hands of these individuals were already stained with blood, especially those who induce while promoting rational consumption. It's truly hypocritical. How many teenagers have been led into consumer traps through gaming, ending up on the irreversible path of online debt? How many families have been torn apart because of this? At this moment, all gaming companies are in a frenzy. They never expected that the authorities would act so decisively this time, leaving no room for retreat. Initially, these companies tried to struggle, but in the face of the state's power, they appeared powerless. Meanwhile, on social media, countless netizens expressed their opinions on the incident. So refreshing. Really refreshing. Just like saying, if you're my brother, then go ahead and dig a pit for me. I still haven't paid back the $20,000. If you ask me, all gaming companies in the country should be shut down, leaving only one for the players. To the guy upstairs, are you inciting hatred against that company? Haha. Would that company be afraid of such hatred? With all their resources, they wouldn't care about this little attack. Although it's satisfying, I still want to see that company fall. Yes, compared to these smaller companies, that company deserves to fall the most. They just dig pits for players all day long and specifically make trash games. That company, I just laugh. Watching the show. For a moment, comments online seemed to be led by someone. All netizens directed their anger at that company. Suddenly, the internet was flooded with insults, and everyone began to tag that company on social media. Of course, even if the online outcry was loud, relevant departments had to consider it carefully. Sometimes, taking too big a step can lead to trouble. However, although that company did not face direct punishment, due to public opinion, its stocks plummeted dramatically in the market. The CEO probably never imagined they would be caught in the crossfire. And it was somewhat fatal. Who am I? Where am I? When the CEO saw their company's stock market crash, they were completely stunned. Looking at the cliff-like data, they even doubted if they had time traveled. Watching their wealth shrink and devalue, they felt they were no longer that wealthy person. Just as the gaming circle and stock market were shaken, the official website released another unbelievable message. At 8 p.m. on Sunday, we will invite the founder of the gaming company, Mr. Lin, for an interview. A game developer, actually receiving an official invitation. and even appearing on a television program. Is this for real? Upon seeing this news, the internet erupted again. Initially, everyone thought this news must be fake. But after repeated confirmations from the verified account, netizens had to accept a reality. That is, Mr. Lin is really going to be on TV. This is truly insane. Yes, Mr. Lin is a role model for us. I have to say, this is incredibly realistic. It's the first time I've seen someone from the gaming industry appear on television. Meanwhile, Lin Fei felt completely stunned, standing frozen in place with his phone that only emitted a busy signal. He never expected that an official television station would call him, and they had even arranged his schedule. After a while, a flicker of surprise or excitement suddenly shone in his eyes. Although the official invitation was a bit unexpected, it was an indescribable honor for him. They say fortune comes in waves, and today, Lin Fei truly understood this saying. Just then, his phone rang again. In a good mood, he didn't mind that the caller was an unfamiliar number and answered it directly. Hello, Mr. Lin, please forgive my bold interruption. My name is Kylina, and I am an invitation officer for GESCOM. On behalf of the organizers, I sincerely invite you to attend our exhibition. The organizers will reserve a space for you in the exhibition hall, and we hope you. GESCOM. At first, Lin Fei was a bit confused upon hearing this name, but soon, he recalled that there was indeed a gaming exhibition aimed at audiences from certain European countries. Okay, I will go, and I will bring my new game. Thinking that there was still nearly a month before the exhibition, Lin Fei pondered for a moment and then agreed. This opportunity for free publicity was more than welcome for him. Chapter 157. Just coming to the airport to vent frustration soon, the interview date arrived. Due to the location being in the capital, Lin Fei had to head there ahead of time. In recent days, the gaming market in the country felt like it had experienced a massive earthquake. Many once well-known gaming companies had vanished from the market. Even the renowned giant faced a significant decline in stock prices during this crisis, entering its worst winter ever. As the person at the center of this turmoil, Lin Fei, accompanied by Ma Liang and others, boarded the flight to the capital. At the international airport, which is the largest and most important gateway in the country, the arrival hall was crowded. This scene inevitably led people to wonder if an international star was arriving. Are you here to pick someone up? No, I'm not. Not picking anyone up? What are you doing then? I'm just here to vent about a few people I can't stand. Hearing this, a young man in the arrival hall looked shocked at the stylishly dressed youth. Coming to the airport not to pick someone up, but to vent? What kind of operation is this? Just as the young man was puzzled, the fashionable youth suddenly asked, Aren't you here for the same reason? The young man paused, then instinctively raised his phone and said, I'm not here to pick anyone up. I'm here to catch a glimpse of a star. A star? Yes. A member of a popular girl group, Mary. Oh, I don't know her. Okay. The young man was somewhat speechless, seeing that the stylish youth didn't even know who Mary was. Just as he was about to say something, someone in the arrival hall shouted loudly, The plane has landed. Brothers, get ready to boo that old thief Lin. The young man was taken aback and turned to see who was causing a scene in the hall. However, before he could react, a crowd of young people surged towards the arrival gate. Goodness, the energy of the crowd was overwhelming. If this were on the street, one might be scared enough to run away. Meanwhile, Lin Fei instinctively stood up to disembark the plane, but halfway down the aisle, he was stopped by a hand. A woman with black-framed glasses and long golden hair blocked his way, saying, Please wait, let Miss Mary go first. Miss Mary? Who is she to be so arrogant? Lin Fei furrowed his brow at the woman who was obstructing him. The woman ultimately did not pay any attention to the man, but rather pushed aside the arm that was blocking her and walked forward. The woman was taken aback, just as she was about to call out to him. A group following closely behind him passed by. Watching them leave, she felt an irritation in her teeth. However, since they had already moved on, she couldn't just chase after them to stop them. She could only once again block the passengers disembarking from the plane. Before turning to the woman in the seat wearing glasses and a mask, Sister Molly, you can get off the plane now? As soon as she finished speaking, several strong men in suits stood up around her, escorting her off the plane. The man had lived in the bustling city all his life and had never left it. Now, for the first time, as he walked through the tunnel leading to the exit, he paused to gaze through the floor-to-ceiling glass at the vibrant metropolis. Unable to help but exclaim, No wonder it's the capital. It's so prosperous. The three behind him nearly stumbled upon hearing this. They thought, Big brother, you stood here for so long just to make this one remark. We almost thought you were going to recite a poem. TSK. Such a bumpkin. Just then, a light-hearted mockery caught their attention. They instinctively turned to look. Two women, escorted by a group of well-dressed bodyguards, walked past them. Seeing the women, he was momentarily taken aback, a displeased expression flashing in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to deal with such women after they passed. He blandly continued toward the exit with his companions. Unexpectedly, right after disembarking, he encountered a peculiar situation. As they approached the reception hall, he was surprised and thought, No wonder it's the capital airport. It's many times more prosperous than the bustling city. These people must be here to welcome some star. Understanding his thoughts, one of his companions explained, I've been here a few times for missions, and usually, the reception hall isn't this crowded. Hearing this, he felt relieved and instinctively looked up toward the two women surrounded by bodyguards ahead. At the same time, the woman in front noticed the situation in the reception area and suddenly stopped, looking surprised as she said, Sister Molly, your popularity is really on fire. You actually have so many fans welcoming you. Saying this, she hurriedly stepped forward to help the woman with glasses. The first thing she did was to take off the mask, then she pulled out various cosmetics and skincare products from her bag to tidy her up. The man, watching everything unfold from behind, found it quite interesting. He had never been in contact with celebrities before, and he didn't expect them to be like this. Before long, they had arrived at the exit. To avoid a repeat of the earlier incident outside the airport, he deliberately slowed his pace, preparing to wait for the women and the fans to leave. The group slowly walked out of the exit, and looking at the throngs of people outside, they instinctively paused. Are these people here to welcome us? Looking at the crowd in front of her, which consisted of people of varying ages, Mary couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. It's true that she is a star, but her popularity is mainly among teenagers. Yet, at the arrival gate, there were clearly middle-aged individuals who looked to be around 40. Could they really be her fans? Haha, this just proves that Mary has a wide appeal, attracting both young and old. Her assistant, who is affectionately called Swallow, knew very well that there were no other celebrities on this flight aside from Mary. The excitement in the eyes of this group of people clearly indicated that they were there to welcome her. If they weren't there to greet her, then who else could it be? With this thought, a smile appeared on Swallow's face as she positioned herself in front of Mary to ensure they would be seen in the cameras. She also signaled to the bodyguards nearby. As soon as they stepped out of the exit, Swallow immediately took on her role, standing protectively beside Mary and loudly saying, No photos, please. Everyone step back. Don't disturb the other travelers. Chapter 158. Don't think about leaving until you finish signing, please. Fans, step back and don't disrupt other travelers. Who is this? The fans standing on either side of the exit were momentarily stunned by the woman who was talking to herself with quite a flair for performance. Just now, she referred to fans. Could this woman be the companion of that infamous figure? But it seems there hasn't been any mention of him having a companion. Fans, could you please make way and not add to the airport's burden? If you want autographs, we can go outside. Just don't disrupt the order here. The woman was completely oblivious to the expressions of those around her, continuing to talk to herself. She even stood in front of the woman in the middle, blocking the way, seemingly trying to clear a path for her. But, aside from your own group, no one else is paying attention to you. Don't you feel embarrassed? Ingzi? At this moment, Mary, who was being shielded in the middle, sensed that something was off and wanted to call her assistant. However, the assistant didn't feel anything was wrong at all, and while clearing a path, she shouted back, Sister Mary, it's okay. I'm here for you. She even turned back to the crowd and shouted, Everyone, please make way for our Sister Mary to go out first. Upon hearing the name Mary, some in the crowd recalled who she was. They remembered that she was a traffic star who relied on her looks, with no acting skills and no real talent, just a manufactured face. Watching the self-important assistant rambling on, someone finally couldn't hold back. Can you all move a bit faster? The road is so wide. Is it not enough for you to walk through? Who do you think you are, hogging the space here, trying to ride the coattails of that infamous figure's fame? An 18th-tier little star, who even knows you? Hurry up and get lost. Don't discuss people here. You all. The assistant Ingzi, who was enjoying the performance, froze at those words. Seeing the hostile expressions around her, her face turned extremely ugly. What a bunch of losers. What are you blocking the way for? Furious, Ingzi lost all composure and yelled, Security, where's security? So many people are causing trouble here. Isn't anyone going to manage this? Seeing the woman suddenly act like a shrew, the fans of that infamous figure wouldn't let it slide. After all, cursing isn't illegal, and they immediately started to retaliate with insults. In an instant, the entire arrival hall became chaotic. The airport staff, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. Such scenes of fans and stars hurling insults at each other were quite rare. And those who came to greet Mary felt utterly disgusted by her assistant's lack of decorum. This is the beautiful star they admired? Forget it. In no time, even Mary's original fans joined in the shouting match. What the heck? Ma Liang, just now. It seems I heard that group of people calling my name. Lin Fei, who was following the crowd, looked at the chaos at the exit and felt a sense of worry in his heart. Brother Lin didn't hear wrong. I heard it too. Ma Liang nodded calmly. What the? Is it really? Looking at the throng of people at the exit, Lin Fei couldn't help but think of the scene outside the airport in the metropolis. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart. Damn, why are these people so idle? Watching the enthusiastic fans outside arguing with the fans of a popular celebrity, Lin Fei was at a loss for what to do. As the verbal conflict escalated, with the risk of it turning physical at any moment. He felt increasingly uneasy. If these fans really clashed with the celebrity because of him, he would probably be implicated. Damn, it's just a celebrity support. What is the big deal? Who says it's not? They're rehearsing here and blaming us for delaying them. People with no manners like this should just get out of the entertainment industry. Damn, who are you cursing at? Security, catch those who are yelling and send them to the police station later. Do they really think I can't deal with them? The female assistant, Yanzi, was so furious she felt like she might explode, losing her cool and speaking recklessly. Upon hearing Yanzi's words, the fans of the gaming company immediately got angry, glaring, and ready to charge forward. The airport staff hurriedly intervened to stop them. The entire hall was in chaos. Mary and Yanzi, looking at the agitated crowd around them, were also frightened, their faces turning pale. Seeing that the emotions of the crowd were spiraling out of control, Mary, who was blaming Yanzi in her heart, began to tremble uncontrollably. Not only was Mary scared, but her supporters and security personnel were also getting tense. Faced with so many people, if the other side truly lost control and did something, it would ultimately be them who suffered. Just when everyone was at a loss for what to do, a voice suddenly came from behind them. I'm saying, everyone, if we really have nothing to do, wouldn't it be better to go deliver some takeout or something? Why must we be here causing trouble? Wow, upon hearing this voice, the whole place was in an uproar. The fans who were originally furious suddenly fell silent. The next moment, damn, Lin old thief, are you even speaking human language? Who says it's not? Does brother care about that little bit of money? Damn, the delivery industry is tough right now. It's all taken over by women. And just being late? It takes half an hour to deliver? In an instant, the chaos at the airport exit erupted again. However, this time, the chaos was different from the earlier verbal conflict. The previously furious fans now wore smiles, as if they were meeting old friends after many years. The airport staff, Mary, and the supporters and security personnel stood frozen, staring at the suddenly changed atmosphere. What is going on? How could the crowd, who were previously furious, suddenly turn friendly and start joking? It's you. Yanzi turned around and saw Lin Fei standing behind them, her eyes clearly showing a hint of surprise, and she opened her mouth to retort. However, before she could speak, Lin Fei took the initiative to say, "What's wrong? Are you not planning to leave?" Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Yanzi suddenly recalled the terrifying scene from earlier and froze in place. Looking at the change in the crowd, and then at the young man accompanied by 3 bodyguards, she realized there was no point in pretending anymore. Although she understood the situation, knowing that this group was here to pick up the young man behind her made Yanzi feel quite displeased. Seeing the obvious displeasure on her face, Lin Fei shook his head with a smile, thinking that women like her would eventually suffer due to their arrogance. He felt no particular emotion towards her, or even the young star named Mary, not sparing her a glance. As he walked past the group, he naturally raised his hand to wave at the fans, jokingly saying, "Looks like I need to hire more bodyguards when I go out in the future. Otherwise, who knows when I might get beaten up by you all." Haha, Lin Laozhai, since you're scared, just obediently sign for us. Yes, yes. If you don't finish signing, don't even think about leaving. What the heck? Are you sure you're speaking human language? Do you really think I'm a printing machine? Chapter 159. Suspecting he is showboating, but no evidence. Do you really think I'm a printing machine? This phrase echoed in Lin Fei's mind. He did not choose to evade the enthusiasm of his fans. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but there were just too many people. He simply couldn't escape. If there was even a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't want to sign autographs for anyone. But there was no way out. The crowd was too large, and he was being watched closely. He feared even a quick getaway wouldn't work. Fortunately, at that moment, Ma Liang noticed his predicament and whispered in his ear, "Brother Lin, just hold on a bit longer. I've already informed the higher-ups." Hearing Ma Liang's words, Lin Fei finally felt at ease. He trusted that the organization would not leave him to fight alone. Not long after, a peculiar scene emerged in the arrival hall. A diverse group of fans, spanning various age groups, formed a long line, waiting for a young man who was not a celebrity to sign autographs. The items in their hands were an eclectic mix, but they all shared one common feature. They were all printed with an apocalyptic image titled Biohazard. Yanzi, check on that young man when we get back. After exiting the hall, Mary glanced back at the line that had formed outside, feeling a mix of emotions. TCH. Maybe he's just some unknown internet celebrity who paid a bunch of fools. Enough. Without waiting for her assistant to finish, Mary furrowed her brows and said, "I haven't forgotten about today's incident. When we get back to the company, I'll report to Sister 1 about replacing my assistant." With that, Mary ignored Yanzi and left directly under the escort of her bodyguards. What a joke. Does she really think she's a star? She's just a minor character. Yanzi spat as she watched Mary walk away. "I say, old Lin, could you sign one more for me? My dad is a fan of Biohazard too." "All right, since you're so persistent, I'll write one more." Even though his wrist was sore, Lin Fei endured and signed another autograph for a fan. To be honest, he never imagined he would be signing autographs like this. In the past, he used to envy those big stars who signed for fans. But now, let's not even mention it. Looking at the long line of fans, Lin Fei felt a bit overwhelmed. What a hassle. When will this end? He turned to glance at Ma Liang, unsure of when the support would arrive. Here it comes. At that moment, Ma Liang's eyes lit up as he looked toward the entrance and whispered to him. Lin Fei's heart lifted, and he turned to look. What the heck? Unable to hold back, Lin Fei exclaimed in surprise. Hearing his exclamation, the fans in line instinctively turned to look at the entrance. What the heck? Why is the military here? Yeah, could it be that some big shot is arriving? Are you serious? This is the arrival hall. Maybe some VIP is getting off the plane. But wait, even if it's a big shot, shouldn't they be on a private flight? As a group of soldiers suddenly appeared in the arrival hall, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. It's quite rare to witness such a scene at an international airport. Normally, even if an important figure arrives in the capital, they would be greeted directly inside the airport. It's truly uncommon to see a situation like this in the arrival hall. Watching the soldiers, the expressions of the crowd shifted from astonishment to curiosity. They were eager to see which notable figure had arrived at the international airport. However, in the next moment, their curiosity gradually turned into shock and horror. They never expected that this group of soldiers was, in fact, related to them. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the soldiers quickly approached Lin Fei. They saluted Lin Fei and Ma Liang, saying, "Comrade Lin Fei, we have been ordered by our superiors to pick you up. Please come with us." As the soldiers stood before him, the hall fell silent. Everyone quietly watched Lin Fei. Much like the saying goes, watching you show off in silence. No one could have imagined that these soldiers had come specifically for Lin Fei. Suddenly, the previously quiet hall erupted in whispers. What is the true identity of this old rogue? Could he be the illegitimate child of a military bigwig? Is Lin Fei a member of a prominent family? For a moment, speculation spread throughout the hall. Lin Fei, equally stunned, finally reacted. He turned to Ma Liang beside him, and his expression seemed to say, "Is this the solution you were talking about? But seriously, isn't this a bit too ostentatious?" The unusual gazes around him made Lin Fei, who preferred to keep a low profile while achieving high results, feel quite uncomfortable. At that moment, he felt as if he was glowing. Especially under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he felt as though he was floating. This was not what he wanted. But there was no turning back. He could only accept it with a smile. Sorry everyone. It seems our signing session has come to an end. Lin Fei looked up, awkwardly addressing the crowd. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Lin Fei's faint smile, momentarily at a loss for words. They couldn't shake the feeling that this guy seemed to be showing off. However, no matter what, they could no longer continue to linger and ultimately had to let this show-off leave in style. Wow, how impressive. A game developer actually gets an escort by military vehicles. I seriously suspect Lin Fei has a significant background, regardless of his background. As long as it's about the game from Player Nation, I will support it all the way. What do you think about what's been happening in the gaming industry here lately? Wow, I must say, it's really possible. I have to watch tonight's TV interview. There might be some new information. Yes, I definitely need to see it. Oh no, what should I do if my home doesn't have a TV? Wait, it seems like my home doesn't have a TV either. I wonder if my phone can receive the broadcast. Sitting in the military vehicle, Lin Fei suddenly felt tense. He didn't know where the vehicle would take him, and the uncertainty made him a bit anxious. He feared he might encounter some significant figures. But when the military vehicle arrived at its destination, he was completely stunned inside the car. On the way, he had tried to think of all possible destinations. Yet he never imagined he would end up in such a place. The South Sea Sanatorium. Seeing this name, anyone from this region would not think of it as an ordinary sanatorium. The legends surrounding this name are countless. Lin Fei never expected that right after getting off the plane, he would be brought to such a place. "Mr. Lin, we have arrived. The senior officials are waiting for you inside." Oh, it wasn't until the car door was opened that Lin Fei snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding and quickly getting out of the vehicle. "Ma Liang, do you know what kind of people are inside?" After getting out of the car, Lin Fei quickly walked over to Ma Liang, asking as if he had found a savior. "Boss, it's rare to see you so nervous," Ma Liang couldn't help but tease. But the next moment, his smile disappeared, and he stood up straight. Just as Lin Fei was puzzled, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Haha, after waiting for ages, we finally have you here." Chapter 160. Oh no, there's an assassin. "Ah, Mr. Zheng." Lin Fei turned around and saw the elder who had clearly come out to greet him, instantly feeling flattered and surprised. Although he possessed a system and had limitless potential in the future, he still lowered his stance in front of this revolutionary predecessor. This was the respect a citizen should show to their forebears. "Hee, Lin boy, it's been a while since we last met. Come on, I'll introduce you to a few old folks." Mr. Zheng patted Lin Fei's shoulder heavily and then led him into the wellness center. To be honest, Lin Fei was quite curious about this wellness institute that had been the subject of numerous folk legends. He took out his phone and instinctively snapped a photo of the sign at the entrance, Nanhai Wellness Institute. A soldier following Mr. Zheng instinctively opened his mouth to speak. However, Mr. Zheng was quicker. Shaolin, it's fine to take photos, but don't include us old folks. Hearing Mr. Zheng's warning, Lin Fei suddenly came to his senses, breaking out in a cold sweat. He had been a bit carried away by excitement. Now he realized that this wellness center was not an ordinary place. Any of the elderly here held a prominent position in the country. If he inadvertently exposed this, wouldn't it be? Just thinking about it made him feel uneasy. Lin Fei hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Zheng. I'll delete the photo right away and won't share it recklessly." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Mr. Zheng was about to shake his head and smile. "As long as you don't take pictures of us old guys, everything else is fine. If you like, you can share it on your social media." Share it on social media? What does that mean? Why can't I understand? Lin Fei's mind briefly went blank at Mr. Zheng's words. Can photos of the Nanhai Wellness Institute be shared online freely? He was puzzled but nodded in agreement. Curious as he followed Mr. Zheng. At this moment, Ma Yang, who was beside him, suddenly leaned in and whispered, "You fool, Mr. Zheng is hinting for you to establish your identity." Establish my identity? Hearing Ma Yang's words, Lin Fei was jolted awake, finally understanding Mr. Zheng's intention. It turned out that he wanted Lin Fei to share on social media to indirectly indicate his connection to the country. Otherwise, he wouldn't be appearing at the Nanhai Wellness Institute. As for the nature of that connection, it was up to others to speculate. In short, this was a way of indicating that his backing was the state. Lin Fei never imagined that he would receive Mr. Zheng's tacit approval for such a matter. Since that was the case, why should he be polite? Thinking of this, he immediately took a few more photos of the empty scenery. To be honest, the entire environment of the wellness center was truly commendable. Whether it was the green pines and plants in the courtyard or the lawn and rockeries, all blended seamlessly with the surrounding architecture, giving people a tranquil and elegant feeling. Mr. Zheng, walking ahead, smiled slightly upon hearing the sound of the camera shutter behind him. Without saying anything, the guard standing nearby, seeing the situation, decided not to interfere. Soon, a set of elegant landscape photos was uploaded by Lin Fei to his personal social media. After the upload was complete, Lin Fei began to curiously look around. To be honest, if possible, he would love to stay here. Of course, this place is considered a restricted area in the country. He could only think about it. Without the guidance of Elder Zheng, he probably wouldn't even reach the entrance. The people inside, well, it's definitely not a place for ordinary folks. Following Elder Zheng, they passed through an archway and officially entered the sanatorium. However, just as they stepped inside, Lin Fei saw a balding man with bottle-bottom glasses rushing toward them. Oh no, an assassin. Lin Fei was startled, and, before he could dodge, the man grabbed his hand. Haha, you must be Lin Fei, my little brother. Who is this guy? Lin Fei was shocked, looking at the middle-aged man who clearly resembled a tech enthusiast, feeling a bit uneasy. Fortunately, at that moment, Elder Zheng intervened and said, "Tao Kai, quickly let go of Lin Fei, don't scare the kid." Hearing Elder Zheng's words, the tech enthusiast named Tao Kai realized he had been a bit too enthusiastic. He immediately released Lin Fei and awkwardly smiled. "Little brother, don't be afraid. I'm just excited." It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Lin Fei rolled his eyes internally. What kind of person gets so excited to see me? I'm a man. Looking at the other party, Lin Fei still felt a bit uneasy and instinctively took a step back, saying, "Hee, it's okay." Being in the sanatorium, his status was definitely not low. So Lin Fei didn't foolishly show a displeased expression. Although Tao Kai looked like a middle-aged tech enthusiast, his actual identity was incredibly significant. He was the director of the military technology department. This title may not seem to hold much power, but in reality, when it comes to the military equipment replacement throughout the country, who wouldn't want to maintain a good relationship with him? However, despite being a person of authority, he was wholly dedicated to research, often working long hours without rest, which recently led to insomnia and nervous exhaustion. The country cherished talents like him immensely, so they directly sent him to the sanatorium. Restless, Tao Kai unexpectedly got a hold of Lin Fei's Pacific Rim through Elder Zheng. Driven by curiosity, he entered the world of Pacific Rim, and upon doing so, it was as if he had discovered a new continent, leading him to become completely engrossed in it. So, hearing that Lin Fei was coming today, that is how the earlier scene unfolded. Having a general understanding of the situation, Lin Fei had to take another look at the tech enthusiast, Tao Kai. To be honest, if it weren't for Elder Zheng confirming his identity, he would never have guessed this guy was a military big shot. After a brief conversation, Tao Kai couldn't wait to get to the point. "Little brother, do you understand mecha technology?" Lin Fei was taken aback. The more he feared something, the more it seemed to come true. Initially, the establishment of the Pacific Rim aimed to utilize high emotional values to manifest all the technology within it, with the goal of strengthening the nation. This is also why he chose to exchange it for the Pacific Rim instead of a simple military confrontation game. Although he could use the game to look up mecha manufacturing techniques, those were merely theoretical concepts within the game. Even if he could recite them, understanding them was another matter. Creating mechas is a highly advanced skill. Director Tao, I believe you can send a large number of personnel to act as engineers in the game's base. This way, you can understand these technologies while repairing the mechas. No one can achieve everything at once. All technological development requires gradual progress. Just like now, Tao Kai is eager to start building mechas. But the core energy for the entire mecha is something that requires extensive research. Yes, I think so too. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Tao Kai expressed his excitement, saying he would gather engineers immediately and that, aside from eating and sleeping, they should all play the game. Watching the overly excited Tao Kai, Lin Fei felt a hint of concern. This guy, could he really be a madman? Chapter 161. Has the system been exposed? What the heck? Where is this old thief? Am I seeing things? Aren't you supposed to go to the capital? How? Is this a certain rehabilitation center? The old thief actually came to the capital and went to a rehabilitation center? What the? This is insane. The old thief actually made it to the rehabilitation center. Brothers, it's confirmed. The old thief must have connections. That place is not for ordinary people. I heard that it's full of big shots from a certain country. Can someone clarify if this is true or not? I really didn't expect it. The old thief actually has someone in the inner circle. Brothers, I live in the capital. I really want to go send him a message. Go ahead. I support you. What the heck? Who can get in there? To be honest, the old thief is impressive. That place has always been legendary, and there are very few photos online. You really dare to post it? Right. Hurry up and delete the photo. Otherwise, the security agency will come looking for you. Come on, you guys don't understand. The old thief is just showing off. Can't you see that? Everyone, let us leave. Someone is just showing off here. There is nothing to see. Due to time constraints, the big shot meeting Lin Fei was undergoing therapy. While waiting, Lin Fei opened his phone. Unexpectedly, his recent post was flooded with comments. Looking at the replies, Lin Fei felt speechless. He thought it was really unfair. He never intended to show off. He just wanted to prove his connection with the authorities. As per Mr. Zheng's suggestion, he really wasn't trying to flaunt. Why can't these people understand? Thinking this way, he felt the need to clarify and immediately replied under his post. Brothers, do you think this photo needs some editing? My phone has camera isn't that great. As soon as this message was posted, his feed exploded again. Seriously, do you have no shame? Is flaunting done so openly now? Who agrees? Old thief. Is this really interesting? Well said. The old thief honestly admitted it. Are you a certain big shot-ass illegitimate child? Old thief, I'll give you an address. Come find me, and I promise not to beat you to death. Oh no. Lin Fei was completely stunned. There were actually people inviting him offline for a duel. No way, I need to run. Thinking this, Lin Fei quickly exited the app and stopped browsing. Just as he turned off his phone, Mr. Zheng's guard informed Lin Fei that the leader's therapy had concluded and he could go in. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei immediately put away his phone, stood up, and followed the guard into a separate courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw a gazebo by a pond where 3 elderly men were sitting. One of them was the familiar Mr. Zheng. As the guard approached the gazebo and Lin Fei saw the other 2 men, he was utterly shocked. Although the 2 elderly men had long retired from the public eye, Lin Fei immediately recognized them as descendants of founding figures. Compared to the status of Elder Zheng, it is hardly any less. The young man Lin Fei has met 2 marshals. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, one of them waved his hand and said, "Let's drop the title of marshal. We are just 2 old men now." As the elder finished speaking, the other elder chimed in, "Yes. Just consider us as ordinary old folks." Hearing their words, Lin Fei was both surprised and a bit apprehensive. The elders before him, regardless of their identity and status, even if they had stepped back from the forefront, still possessed extraordinary power. He certainly would not take their words at face value. Bowing respectfully to the 2 elders, he said, "You 2 have made it difficult for me. Elder Hua, it's a great fortune for me to meet you both." Observing Lin Fei's astonishment and how well he carried himself, the 2 elders showed satisfaction in their eyes. At their invitation, Lin Fei cautiously took a seat and began to chat with the 3 elders. As they became more familiar with each other, the atmosphere gradually shifted from tense and awkward to relaxed, and eventually harmonious. Lin Fei responded carefully, but it was evident that the pressure he initially felt in front of the 3 elders had dissipated. He understood that this was due, on one hand, to his growing familiarity with the elders and the amicable relationship they had developed. On the other hand, the 3 elders intentionally restrained their aura, even going so far as to present themselves as ordinary old men. In this friendly atmosphere, Lin Fei shared a simple and nutritious meal with the 3 elders. After the meal, the guards cleared the dishes, and Elder Li and Elder Hua suddenly became serious. Seeing this, Lin Fei's heart sank. He knew this was the moment to discuss the main topic of his visit. As he had guessed, the eldest, Elder Hua, spoke first. Shaolin, we invited you here not only to see you, but also to discuss some matters with you. Although Elder Hua's tone was gentle and kind, Lin Fei could still detect an undertone that suggested refusal was not an option. Perhaps this was what it meant to be in a position of authority. Lin Fei, however, did not take it too seriously. He felt that he was aligned with the National Front, and the Chinese blood flowing in his veins made him wish for a prosperous nation. Please, Elder Hua, whatever you need, just let me know. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse, Lin Fei reiterated in front of the three elders. At that moment, Elder Zheng suddenly burst into laughter and said, see, what did I tell you? Xiao Lin has a high level of awareness. As Elder Zheng finished speaking, Elders Li and Hua also smiled in response. Elderly then added, Xiao Lin, it's actually not a big deal. After taking a sip of health tea, Elderly continued. You know the draft is coming up soon. Although our nation does not have mandatory conscription, you should be aware that over the years, our country has seen a decline in each generation. This situation is evident to all, and I believe you can see some of it too. Due to these factors, recruitment in various regions has declined year by year. If this continues, it won't be long before our country has no soldiers available for enlistment. At this point, the three elders shook their heads and sighed simultaneously. Seeing this, Lin Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, you three aren't thinking of having me. Before he could finish, Elder Hua eagerly interjected, yes, just as you thought. We learned about your abilities from Elder Zheng, and we want you to create a recruitment game. It should be able to inspire the fighting spirit of our youth. Lin Fei was somewhat at a loss for words upon hearing Elder Hua's statement. He had indeed guessed it right. These three elders wanted him to make a recruitment game. To be honest, there are many such games, and it wouldn't be a difficult task for him. What concerned him was the earlier statement about knowing his abilities. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but upon closer consideration, it made him break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that he had been exposed? Chapter 162. I won't pretend anymore. I'm coming clean. I have a system something feels off, very off. Lin Fei looked at the three elderly men in front of him and seemed to have realized something. From the moment he first interacted with the military, he knew that his secret could be exposed to the authorities at any time. At the same time, he understood that even if he hadn't cooperated with them back then, the exposure would have been inevitable sooner or later. However, he never expected that things would be revealed so quickly. So, should he come clean or deny everything? For a moment, Lin Fei found himself in a dilemma. In fact, regarding Lin Fei's situation, a discussion had already taken place a few days ago when Elder Zheng arrived in the capital. Seeing Lin Fei's silence, the three of them could easily guess his thoughts. At this moment, Elder Zheng, who was most familiar with Lin Fei, smiled kindly and said, Hee. It seems this matter has put little Lin in a bit of a tough spot. Looking at the smile on the other's face, Lin Fei felt a cold sweat break out. Could it be that they really guessed it? Would he have to come clean? Lin Fei could already imagine that scene. He had initially planned to conduct his own game as an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, what he received was the attention of military bigwigs. Did that mean, I won't pretend anymore? I'm coming clean. I have a system. Thinking of this, Lin Fei quickly shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought from his mind. This was not appropriate. It was even a bit too arrogant. There was no problem pretending to be an ordinary person, but these three elderly men were not something an ordinary person could compare to. If he really impulsively said that, it was highly likely he would be taken away for dissection. Seeing him remain silent, Elder Hua also spoke up. Little Lin, I'm speaking to you on behalf of the authorities this time. If there is anything difficult, feel free to bring it up. We trust you with your abilities. You can definitely handle it, right? What? Lin Fei was startled upon hearing this. Why was this old man so certain that he could manage it? Elderly noticed that Lin Fei looked confused and added, Little Lin, do you know how much technological advancement that one game has brought to our country? Now that there are no outsiders, I'm not afraid to tell you, as long as our Academy of Sciences successfully completes its preliminary research. At this point, Elderly raised 3 fingers. If the research is successful, our technological level will be ahead of the world by these years. 3 years. Lin Fei instinctively responded when he saw the 3 frail fingers. What 3 years? It's 30 years. We could be 30 years ahead of the entire world. Elderly was somewhat excited. 30 years? Is it really that amazing? Lin Fei was completely stunned. He had considered that the technology from the Pacific Rim could boost the country, but he never imagined that just through existing technology research, it could bring such technological power to the nation. It seems he had underestimated the strength of his homeland. However, Li Lao became increasingly excited as he spoke, even a flush appearing on his face. Moreover, this is just some ordinary technology inside. If we can successfully research mechs, then I can responsibly tell you here. Once the mechs are successful, forget about any foreign entities. From now on, anyone who dares to provoke our nation internationally, we will be able to suppress them all. Seeing Li Lao getting more and more excited, even a bit out of breath, Lin Fei was genuinely worried that the other party might have an incident in his excitement. If something were to happen, he would become a historical sinner. I promise you, after this interview, I'll go back and form a team to develop the game. Please don't get too worked up. Lin Fei quickly reassured the elderly man in front of him. At the same time, he understood that Li Lao's excitement stemmed from the late start of their nation. Even though there had been rapid development in recent years, facing foreign technology blockades, they could only develop bit by bit. In this era of advanced manufacturing, such a development model, constrained by foreign powers, left all the big shots in their nation feeling stifled. However, just then, Lin Fei's game emerged. After research and uncovering its secrets, how could these big shots not be thrilled? To put it bluntly, if the technology research within the Pacific Rim were understood, from now on, it would be their nation that held the reins on the world. Once the patents were applied for, those foreign entities would have to look to them for permission to use the technology. The three elderly men had all come from impoverished times. They could better appreciate how exhilarating it would be if everything succeeded. Now, hearing Lin Fei's promise, Li Lao could no longer contain his excitement. Standing up to shake his hand, saying fervently, "Xiao Lin, thank you so much. Your contribution to the nation will be remembered by all of us. No, it will all be documented." Lin Fei nodded in confusion, not quite understanding what the other party meant. "Rest assured, the nation will not shortchange anyone, especially talents like you. In the future, we just ask that you don't make the games too good. Of course, any games required by the nation, you must give it your all." Wow. Hearing this, if he still didn't understand what was going on, he would really be a fool. Lin Fei suddenly realized. No wonder the other party was being so vague. It turned out they were hinting at him. Hee, I'm just someone who makes games. However, the three elders could be assured that he would do his best in game development. Yes, just do your best. Lin Fei said humbly, explaining, "I'm just a game developer. There's no need for such flattery. No, the games you create are a symbol of our nation. You don't need to explain. Just go ahead and create boldly." The three elderly men, all of a certain age, could easily see through things. Seeing Lin Fei's demeanor only confirmed their suspicions. However, despite their guesses, they had no intention of breaking the silence. How games are made, and why the technology inside them is so advanced, has nothing to do with Lin Fei. As long as these things ultimately benefit the country, Lin Fei can create any game he likes. With this in mind, Mr. Hua immediately spoke up. "Xiao Lin, you can rest assured to make games. As long as you dedicate yourself to creating games for the country will not treat you unfairly." At this moment, Mr. Li added from the side, "Yes, just focus on making games. The country will support you with everything else. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just bring them to the authorities. You just need to focus on making games. We will take care of everything else." Lin Fei listened, feeling somewhat speechless. Wow. The implication here was clearly for him to concentrate on making games. At this moment, Lin Fei didn't know whether to be happy or not. He could only keep nodding vigorously. Chapter 163. Not just a little liking, but more liking. Here it comes. Here it comes. Brothers, hurry up and tell me. How many are glued to the TV? Haha, sorry, I'm not in front of the TV. I'm watching the live stream on my phone while on the toilet. Do you really respect that old man? Does he need our respect? Where is everyone? Why aren't they out yet? Can they stop airing commercials? Who says that's not ridiculous? The official channel is actually running ads right now. Before the TV interview even starts, netizens have already opened their devices early, chatting to pass the time. At this moment, Lin Fei has arrived backstage with the staff, preparing for the interview. To be honest, this is the first time in his life he is being interviewed, and it's on television. It's no exaggeration to say he is nervous. The host and the staff can see that the young man in front of them is a bit tense. To ensure the show goes well, the director and host try to comfort Lin Fei. "Little Lin, don't be nervous. Just treat it like a casual chat. Yes, just perform normally when the time comes." Looking at the two, Lin Fei rolls his eyes inwardly. It's easy for them to say, although he hasn't been on a TV show before. He has seen enough related segments, especially the host, who might throw him a tricky question. If he can't answer, wouldn't he embarrass himself? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, do we have a script or something for the interview? I've seen online that they usually have a script. Haha. The beautiful host awkwardly smiled, glanced at the director beside her, and said to Lin Fei, "According to the normal process, there would be a script. However, your situation is a bit special, and we haven't prepared a script at all." Seeing Lin Fei's worried expression, she added, "Don't worry. Your situation has already been communicated above. We won't mention any off-topic subjects in the show, and most of the questions will revolve around the game. This is our question booklet. You can take a look in advance." As she spoke, the beautiful host handed Lin Fei the question booklet. Not one to be polite, he took the booklet and started looking through it. There weren't many questions, just a handful. And as the host said, the questions didn't involve anything else. Seeing this, he finally felt relieved. Just then, another young woman rushed over backstage, asking the director if makeup was needed. Seeing the curious gazes of the others, Lin Fei, being a straightforward guy, immediately refused without a second thought. Although he usually doesn't pay much attention to grooming, he made an effort on the way to the TV station. As for makeup, forget it. He doesn't like it. He believes a man should just be clean and doesn't need any excessive grooming. Upon hearing his response, the others did not insist further. They believed that even without any special grooming, Lin Fei, dressed in casual attire, possessed an honor that would make all men envious. His physique was even remarkably perfect. Just like the saying goes, if a person is handsome, even a burlap sack cannot conceal their striking appeal. At this moment, wearing a pre-prepared black suit, he showcased his figure and temperament perfectly. His calm yet piercing gaze highlighted the rebellious aura he exuded. This sunny, handsome young man was simply flawless, even comparable to any popular celebrity. Mr. Lin, the interview is about to start. Just relax. As the broadcast time approached, the beautiful host comforted him again. Lin Fei nodded slightly and revealed a confident smile. Seeing this, the host smiled back and walked towards the front stage with her question card in hand. As the time arrived, the live broadcast began. Under the gaze of countless players nationwide, the elegantly dressed host, wearing a light blue long dress, gracefully stepped onto the stage in front of the camera. Hello, dear audience. I'm your host, Xiaohe. After a brief self-introduction, the beautiful host got straight to the point. I believe everyone in front of the television already knows who our guest is this episode. So, without further ado, let us welcome the founder of the gaming community from our nation. As the host's voice rose, Lin Fei, dressed in a black suit, walked out from backstage. When he reached the camera, he showed no signs of nervousness, calmly waving his hand. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Fei. After a brief introduction, he walked to the set and, at the host's invitation, took a seat on the sofa. The beautiful host, Xiaohe, sat opposite him. Seeing Lin Fei's performance, Xiaohe's eyes flashed with surprise. She did not expect Lin Fei to perform so well. A television interview broadcast is quite different from an online influencer's live stream. It not only reaches the entire nation but also touches thousands of households. This was a national television interview, which could even attract the attention of foreign friends. Having interviewed countless personalities, Xiaohe knew that even some big-name stars could appear somewhat awkward in this setting. Yet, the young man before her remained composed, showing no signs of discomfort. Considering the recent rumors and trending news surrounding Lin Fei, Xiaohe quickly came to terms with it. Perhaps this was what people referred to as a true talent among men. Watching Lin Fei, who seemed confident and unflustered, Xiaohe felt a slight tension for some reason. Wow, am I seeing things? Why do I feel like Lin Fei is interviewing the host? Yeah, just look at Lin Fei's calm demeanor. I have to say, he is really nailing this act. Haha, I agree with the opinion above. It must be said that this time, the gaming brand has truly become famous. From now on, it will be the pride of our country. In fact, I used to like this brand a bit, but now, I like it even more. I can guarantee that from now on, this brand will be a symbol of our country. Wow, I can't believe I'm witnessing this historic moment. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch TV. Hey, don't you all care about the person behind the brand? He is so impressive. It's frustrating. We can't see it, we're blind. The person is so cool. Watching it once a day is a must. No dating allowed. Watching the calm demeanor of the person on the TV show, the online viewers completely erupted with excitement. Compared to the slightly flustered host, he seemed more like a professional TV presenter. Chapter 164. With hair all over, calling others monkeys. Mr. Lin, we won't discuss your game for now. I believe the national audience must be curious about one question. What prompted you to enter the gaming industry? After collecting her emotions and stabilizing her mind, Xiaohe smiled slightly at the camera and then turned to look at Lin Fei. Wow, and yet you say it's not beyond the scope. This is clearly a setup. Upon hearing the question that wasn't on the card, Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. After a brief moment of thought, you probably won't believe it if I tell you. What led me into the gaming industry was not some dream. At the time, I thought this industry was very simple and made money quickly. As he said this, he shook his head, adding that he didn't expect the industry to be so deep. He exaggeratedly gestured with his hands, saying, it's the kind of depth that you can't see the bottom of, do you understand? Looking at Lin Fei, the host he momentarily didn't know how to respond, but as a quick-thinking host, she immediately joked. Mr. Lin is quite humorous. Now the whole internet knows that before you founded Player Kingdom, you had a failed experience. So, I think there is no such thing as a simple success in this world. I believe Mr. Lin's entrepreneurial journey must be very bittersweet. Upon hearing the host's words, the gaming audience in front of the TV immediately felt displeased. What? He calls that bittersweet? He is the one scaring people right from the start. We're the ones who are bittersweet, okay? Who doesn't remember, when I first played I Am Legend? I was so scared I didn't dare to sleep alone for a week. What's that compared to our dorm buddies who were scared for 3 days straight? What about that? My best friend still hugs Lin's doll to sleep every night. As the audience discussed, the conversation between Lin Fei and the host had already gotten to the point. Mr. Lin, many people online say that your predecessor company, Player Kingdom, had disputes with a large enterprise in the industry. What are your thoughts on this? Hearing this question, Lin Fei couldn't help but grumble. Damn, another out-of-scope question. However, regarding this issue, Lin Fei smiled subtly and replied, "What can I say? I can only sit back and watch. I generally don't like to respond to rumors like this. However, I want to make it very clear here. No company will have disputes with Player Kingdom because I want to give them that opportunity." Just after finishing, before the host he could speak, he shifted his tone, saying, "However, I still want to give a piece of advice to my peers. I don't resist competition in the industry. After all, only through healthy competition can good works emerge. Companies that operate under the guise of gaming while actually extracting players' wealth should be dealt with severely by the authorities." Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone in the television studio and viewers nationwide gasped in shock. This guy? He is really bold. He dares to say anything. Doesn't he fear offending anyone? While people were astonished, Lin Fei's words resonated with countless players, who all started to applaud him. Well said. Support a clean internet. Yes, support. Right now, the entire gaming circle in the country is just a money-grabbing pigsty. Who says otherwise? They talk about rational spending while plotting to take money from players' pockets. Such companies should be driven out of the domestic market. Free is the most expensive. I support a buyout model. Yes, I believe games should be a one-time purchase. Or a monthly card system, with no in-game store. As the audience discussed, Lin Fei's speech echoed again on the screen. Although the current gaming market is chaotic, I believe that soon, a new era will rise in the gaming industry. Here, I solemnly assure all players and viewers nationwide that all games from our company will adopt a buyout model. No secondary purchases. I want to tell the world that our gaming industry has entered an era of resurgence, and we are going to create a brilliant and colorful gaming world. Lin Fei smiled as he spoke, each word striking directly into the hearts of the audience. Hearing this, viewers in front of their screens suddenly felt a surge of excitement coursing through their veins. Goosebumps covered their bodies. Their scalps tingled. Wow, that was so well said. No doubt about it. Those unscrupulous companies should exit the market. From now on, we only support our own company, no exceptions. Oh, I can't believe I've finally waited for this day. Who says otherwise? Previously, I was forced to play foreign games, but not anymore, because we have our own. Long live our company. This is a conscientious enterprise. You know, I have already achieved financial freedom thanks to this game. I really can't take it anymore. I'm so excited all over. After hearing Lin Fei's words, the viewers were completely captivated. Even those who had never played our games felt a rush of adrenaline upon hearing this. Once they researched more about the company online, their curiosity about the widely acclaimed games grew. In short, at this moment, countless viewers nationwide became aware of a conscientious game studio in the country. Of course, while some people were optimistic about the company, there was also a group that launched fierce attacks against it. This group shared a common trait. They considered themselves the so-called elites. This group of people, earning a regular 9-to-5 salary, harbors ambitions of raising emperors. They want their sons to become dragons and their daughters to become phoenixes. These are the very people. To them, gaming is seen as a distraction from serious pursuits, a stumbling block that hinders children's futures. And this stumbling block, not only is it not punished by authorities, but it has even made its way onto television. Has the media lost its mind? Why interview about games? It's outrageous. Such things should develop quietly, yet they are put on screen. If my child sees this, they might not focus on their studies. I think the authorities have gone mad for allowing games on TV. With money, anything seems possible. It feels like they are colluding. And honestly, all games should be banned to prevent children from going down the wrong path. What is this absurdity? Not knowing how to educate their children, yet blaming the world? Seriously, what are they thinking? Who says players are bothering you? My son learned to swim and drive because of gaming. So what? They are just making noise without self-reflection. It's laughable. Chapter 165. New military-themed game. As the television program aired, opinions online split into two factions. One group felt that interviewing about the game was inappropriate, believing it was a form of promotion for the game. The other group consisted of players and some parents whose children benefited from the game. Initially, these parents were also resistant to the game. However, after their children experienced it, they underwent significant changes, becoming more responsible and even acquiring various skills: swimming, driving, cooking. These practical life skills were evident to the parents. Thus, the game no longer seemed like a mere game in their eyes. Consequently, when they saw negative comments about the game, they quickly defended it, even transforming into fierce online advocates. Meanwhile, the interview on television continued smoothly. Lin Fei and Xia were approaching the end of their interview after several questions and answers. At that moment, the host suddenly asked, "Mr. Lin, Before you came for this interview, my colleague saw on your social media that you visited the Nanhai Sanatorium. Can you share more about it? Upon hearing this question, Lin Fei, who had been calm throughout, suddenly stiffened. He never expected the host would boldly ask such a question. This involved sensitive issues surrounding the Nanhai Sanatorium. Even if he could answer, he wouldn't dare to speak about it. Some matters are not just casual talk. Just as Lin Fei was about to change the subject, he caught a glimpse of the director's team in his peripheral vision. He saw Ma Liang from the director team holding up a whiteboard with the words, recruitment. What the heck? They can do this too. Seeing the words on the whiteboard, Lin Fei was utterly speechless. He never anticipated that the three elderly men would resort to such tactics. Using an official television channel to directly advertise recruitment was truly outrageous. This level of audacity could only be pulled off by those three. Since the higher-ups had permitted it, Lin Fei felt he had nothing to hide. However, he still knew what was appropriate to say and what was not. As thoughts raced through his mind, he adjusted his suit and said solemnly, "Generally speaking, such questions are not suitable for television discussions, especially since they pertain to sensitive information." Seeing Lin Fei play coy, the host he rolled her eyes internally but had no choice but to cooperate. "That's true. However, I still hope Mr. Lin can enlighten us, as very few people from the public get to visit there." Wow, is this just to show off? Lin Fei nearly lost his composure upon hearing Xiao's words. He winked at her and then smiled. "Haha, Sister Xia, you don't need to elevate me like that. I will say what needs to be said, and I won't dare to say what shouldn't be said." With that, he paused and added, "However, to be fair, some things do not involve that region. Since you want to know, I have nothing to hide. After all, this matter will be made public soon enough." Lin Fei naturally picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, took a sip, and said, "Honestly, I was also quite surprised about where I could go. But the reason for my visit is not as people online say. I want to clarify that both I and my family come from an ordinary background. I'm just an ordinary person, not as complicated as you might think." Lin Fei smiled and leaned back on the sofa. Wow, here we go again with Lin Fei acting all mysterious. Come on, just spill it. Who cares about your family background? The audience in front of the television, filled with curiosity, could no longer hold back. A group of people, anxiously waiting, found it frustrating that he was rambling on. Now, who even cares about your family ties? But regardless, Lin Fei's actions had completely piqued the interest of the national audience. In the program, the host couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Fei's demeanor. However, as a qualified host, she knew that Lin Fei was playing his cards very well. "Mr. Lin, with the way you're keeping everyone in suspense, I can't guarantee you won't get booed when you leave the studio," the host joked. Haha. Lin Fei smiled slightly at the host Xiao's joke and replied meaningfully, "Sister Xiao, what do you think of the current state of the country? The social development is rapid, and the living standards of ordinary people are quite good." Before the host could finish, Lin Fei interrupted, "I'm not talking about that. I'm referring to the trends among the younger generation." Trends? The host was somewhat confused, but soon thought of some popular celebrities and street youth she had interviewed before. She quickly realized the issue, but in front of a national audience, she couldn't speak freely and could only look awkward. Seeing her expression, Lin Fei nodded and said, "It seems you've already thought of it. Indeed, as you suspect, the new generation in the country is no longer what it used to be. Young people today." Lin Fei began to express some opinions and views on the current social environment, then shifted his tone, "Although what I mentioned is just a small part. If this trend is not curbed, I'm not being alarmist. The issue of cultural shifts will become increasingly severe worldwide." Lin Fei's comments left everyone feeling awkward. Although there was an element of alarmism, it was undeniable that the current cultural atmosphere was indeed concerning. As a top host of the official television station, Xiaohe was undoubtedly smart enough to navigate the situation. From Lin Fei's few words, a hint of something unusual was sensed. His eyes sparkled, and he immediately asked, "You mean to say that there?" Before the other party could finish, Lin Fei interrupted again, nodding and saying, "Just as you think. In a while, it will be the annual recruitment in my country. I am going there to discuss recruitment matters." "Recruitment?" Xiaohe was somewhat puzzled. "What does recruitment have to do with your company?" Realizing something, she quickly covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "It can't be that they plan to use recruitment as a game, right?" Hearing Xiaohe's words, Lin Fei looked at her in astonishment. He had not expected this woman to be so sharp. He couldn't help but give her an appreciative glance and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "That's right. It's not far from what you think." Upon hearing his response, the host he became even more surprised. "Mr. Lin, while I wasn't in the design field during university, I do know that creating a game shouldn't be that easy. Moreover, with just over a month left until recruitment, can a game really be made in such a short time?" Lin Fei shook his head with a smile and said, "Haha, Sister Xia, I never said we would make a game right now. To be honest, I already have a game that is about to be completed. And the theme is precisely related to the military." Chapter 166. The TV station shows CG Is this operation real? Host Xiaohe, with her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief, stared at Lin Fei. Hee. Lin Fei merely smiled slightly and said, in fact, this game was already a half-finished product I created back then. Due to certain reasons, it wasn't announced at that time. I never expected it would attract national attention. What a blatant lie, without a hint of shame. People like Lin Fei are probably the ones who say such things. Xiaohe, on the other hand, was left in shock. The audience in front of the screen all widened their eyes in astonishment. Wow, I knew the old thief was hiding something. Damn it, good thing I watched the program. Otherwise I wouldn't have known this news. This is outrageous. This guy really doesn't treat people like humans. Having such a great game and keeping it under wraps. Love it, love it. Hurry up and get back to making the game. What's there to talk about in an interview? Lin Fei's announcement created a sensation online. No one expected this guy would drop such a bombshell out of nowhere. Everyone felt like they were on edge, eagerly wanting to know what game Lin Fei was talking about. At that moment, Xiaohe voiced the audience's thoughts. Mr. Lin, would you mind revealing some details about the new game? Lin Fei showed a troubled expression upon hearing this. After hesitating for a while, he said, it's not that I can't reveal it, but I just don't know if it's convenient for the program team. Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Xiaohe didn't answer immediately. Instead, she shifted her beautiful eyes towards the director below. The director, sitting next to the cameraman, nodded immediately upon seeing this. Although the interview program was nearing its end, the ratings had already surpassed previous episodes. Moreover, before the show started, it had been instructed that the program duration could be extended. Since Lin Fei mentioned the new game, the real-time data beside him began to rise again. Now that there was still content to cover, this was certainly what he wanted to see most. After receiving the director's approval, Xiaohe smiled slightly and said, what is inconvenient about it? You are the protagonist of our show this episode. We can accommodate anything you need. Well, I happen to have a USB drive here, which contains the CG animation of that game. Saying this, Lin Fei took out a USB drive from his pocket. Of course, this USB drive was just a regular one from his keychain. However, just moments ago, he had used the system to copy the game's CG onto it. Although the game wasn't fully completed, I do have the opening CG. If it's convenient, you can play it. After all, talking about it is not as convincing as seeing it for yourself. It exploded. It completely blew up. Lin Fei's words drove the players in front of the screen into a frenzy. Everyone felt their heads buzzing. One must say, the impact of Lin Fei's words was equivalent to a heavy punch. Everyone is feeling dizzy. That old thief is really something. He quietly developed a new game without a word. Wow, this old guy is really sneaky. If it weren't for the TV appearance, we might not have known until the game was released. This is truly impressive, isn't it? Quietly, planning to amaze everyone. Exactly. I was wondering why there was no news at all. It's outrageous. The quality of the old thief's games is unquestionable, and the production rate is terrifying. Who says otherwise? Even the donkeys in the production team haven't worked this hard, right? Hearing the real news about the new game, who could possibly sit still? Although the previous game was fun, no matter how entertaining it was, it might not be as appealing as the new game. However, with countless players discussing it, some even posted the news online. The viewership of the official TV interview program skyrocketed again. The director, on the side, a screenwriter suddenly gasped at the real-time data. What? The director looked at the screenwriter in confusion. The data is wrong. The screenwriter stammered. What's wrong? The director instinctively looked at the equipment nearby, and upon seeing the numbers, exclaimed, wow. What is going on? The viewership, which was just 1.7, had now risen to 2.5. As the director of this program, he was completely dumbfounded. Is it really that terrifying? The previous 1.7 had already surpassed past episodes and even exceeded most programs on the network, hinting at a record-breaking possibility. Yet, how did the viewership just jump to 2.5 in a blink of an eye? Is the equipment malfunctioning? Sensing his thoughts, a technician adjusting the equipment nearby shook his head. Director Jiang, the equipment is fine. This is the real viewership. Hiss. The technician's words made everyone around gasp in shock. What is the highest record for all their programs? Is it 1.9 or 2.0? But even if it's 2.0, it's incomparable to today's data. But you have to know, this isn't a local TV station. It's aimed at a national audience. 2.5. Director, it's now 2.7. What? It went up again? Hearing the technician, Director Jiang almost fell off his chair. Is it really that terrifying? However, before anyone could be surprised, the increasing viewership continued to rise steadily, averaging an increase of 0.1 every few seconds. This data can be said to be unprecedented. At this moment, everyone in the audience looked at the young man on stage with disbelief. What on earth did this guy do? Why is the viewership so high? It's hard to imagine that this was just an ordinary interview, yet it became so fantastical. All right, I'll have the technician take care of it. Xiaohe carefully took the keychain USB drive handed over by Lin Fei and walked cautiously to the edge of the stage. Seeing this, the technician below quickly stood up to take the USB drive. Wow, it's 3-0 now. When the technician returned to the equipment, he instinctively glanced at the real-time data notebook, and his heart jumped to his throat. No way. Is that true? Could there be a problem with the equipment? It can't be. That would be too terrifying. With a national population of 1 billion, even if 200 million people are watching, this data is likely to. Although nowadays, very few people watch television anymore, the population base is still there. This data, not to mention them. Even national television stations probably don't have such terrifying numbers. At the same time, the official television station's interview program was about to broadcast news about the new game CG from a certain gaming company, which instantly went viral online. Upon seeing this news, all fans of that gaming company and players from a certain survival horror game immediately put down what they were doing. The new game CG actually made it to the official television station. ISNT, that just too amazing. Chapter 167, CG Explosion. The gaming studio has once again made headlines, with a new game SCG set to debut on official television screens. As soon as this news broke, it swiftly climbed to the top of trending searches. A game studio that has recently garnered global attention has surprisingly released a new game without any prior notice. And it's being broadcasted on official television. How incredible is that? Do they have connections that allow them to be so open about it? Or is it possible that the studio head is ready to lay everything bare and stop pretending with fans? This trending news instantly captivated gamers worldwide. The gaming studio is no longer the small workshop it once was. It's no exaggeration to say that every move they make captures the attention of gamers around the globe. Moreover, this news not only attracts players, but also prompts major gaming platforms and review media to take action. Wow, this is truly explosive. Just as the previous game was gaining traction, they are already announcing a new one. Who said they wouldn't run out of steam? But honestly, the studio head is quite generous. Let us hope this game isn't horror-themed. It seems it's not, as I heard from a friend that it's a military warfare game. I can't take it anymore. I'm on my way to the supermarket. I need to watch TV. Yes, hurry to find a TV. CG must be watched on a big screen. Wait, the TV station is too slow. It's already started. A new game from the gaming studio is indeed explosive news. Gamers across the internet are going wild. Some people rush into large shopping malls, heading straight for the electronics section to watch. However, upon arriving, they find the area already packed with people. Eventually, the mall owners decide to project the interview program onto a giant LED screen outside the mall. Wow, what a sight. In an instant, the mall was cleared out. While outside, traffic became congested. The small square in front of the mall was completely paralyzed. Whether they were gamers or curious onlookers, everyone stood in the square, gazing up at the massive LED screen. Boom. Just then, amidst the chaos, a sound reminiscent of cannon fire erupted. The flashing LED screen slowly lit up. Smoke swirled. The booming sound continued. Boom. Another explosion echoed, and the square fell silent in an instant. What is going on? What are they showing? It feels like a war film. I don't know. I heard it's some kind of game. I'm just here for the excitement. A game? Since when did mall advertisements start showing games? Boom. Just as the crowd was discussing, another explosion rang out. The crowd suddenly fell silent, mouths agape, unable to finish their words. It was such an abrupt halt, because, accompanied by an incredibly sharp explosion, a battered steel beast drove across the screen. Looking at the dilapidated old tank before them, even though it was riddled with wounds, it still advanced like a lion. At that moment, everyone's hearts raced, all worried for the two tanks. However, just then, in the square, people saw a head pop up from a corner not far from the tank. Following that, the man who had appeared fixed his gaze firmly on the tank. Amidst the crowd's confusion, they watched as the man dashed out from cover, clutching a square object as he ran towards the tank. What the heck? Is this guy crazy? Who just said this was a game? ISNT, this a movie? Watching that man, carrying a bundle of explosives, dressed in tattered clothes, charging towards the tank with determination, everyone in the square was moved. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, flames igniting. In high definition, everyone clearly saw that fearless, resolute man being torn apart by the blast. His remains, stained with sticky blood, splattered everywhere. Hiss! This guy is tough. Someone in the crowd gasped, admiringly. Just as the event had begun, no one understood what was happening. They had no idea why that man would blow up a broken tank. However, as the flames burned, the tank hatch was pushed open. Clang, clang, clang. The first soldier to climb out of the tank was engulfed in flames, but jumped down without hesitation, rolling on the ground. But as that soldier shouted, everyone in the square changed their expressions. Damn it, they are the enemy. Haha, burn, burn well. I'm bowing to that guy from earlier. It was only at this moment that everyone realized the fearless man had blown himself up against a tank from a certain country. Suddenly, everyone felt immensely oppressed by the man's death. But upon seeing the soldier crawling out of the tank, they felt a surge of satisfaction. The hatred towards the enemy had already seeped into the bones of every person from that country. 3 enemy soldiers were burned alive. Only then did the crowd see that this was an old city filled with smoke and gunfire. Speakers hung on the building echoed various chaotic sounds. There were gunshots, artillery fire, and even planes flying low, leaving a roar behind. Amidst this cacophony, one could faintly hear the cries and shouts of people, screaming, weeping. What kind of terrifying scene is this? Suddenly, the screen went black and then transitioned to a trench. At this moment, a young, disheveled face appeared before everyone. It seemed to be a child, looking even younger than an adult. But at this time, that innocent face was darkened by smoke and dirt. The young boy bore wounds on his body, with bandages wrapped around his arms and his cotton pants soaked in blood. Even in high-definition quality, everyone could see the crimson ice crystals formed on the blood-stained pants. The boy's injuries were severe, yet his eyes showed no sign of pain. Only an endless rage burning within. His youthful face was filled with determination. At that moment, the boy suddenly pulled the pin from an old-fashioned grenade in his hand and shouted fiercely, "You bastards, I'll blow you all up." Boom. As he spoke, the boy stood up and threw the grenade. But before anyone could react, the boy, who had just risen, was blown apart. Inside the trench, limbs and dirt flew everywhere, accompanied by the deafening sound of the explosion. The injured boy had vanished in the midst of the blast. Chapter 168. We were born here, and we will die here. What is going on? In the square, everyone was stunned. Even the drivers who were irritated by the traffic jam stopped honking their horns. At that moment, the square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone couldn't believe that the 15 or 16-year-old boy had just died like that. Not even a complete body was left, just like that, blown apart by enemy fire. In an instant, an indescribable oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the square. Everyone felt a lump in their hearts. There was an emotion that couldn't be expressed, making it hard to breathe. If this war doesn't end, the nation will perish. At this moment, the scene shifted to another position. From the surrounding objects, it was clear that this was a square. In front of the middle-aged man speaking, stood hundreds of young people dressed like students. As the man delivered his passionate speech, it became evident that this was a rally. Oh no. Just then, someone in the audience noticed something in a corner of the screen, and their expression suddenly changed. With the audience's exclamation, a plane was seen approaching low in the sky. Accompanied by the sharp roar of the plane's engine, the onboard machine guns roared fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. Bang. The machine guns continued to roar, and dense bullets began to sweep across the square. The terrifying aircraft swooped past, rolling away. Ah, my leg. Help. In an instant, the square was filled with blood, and severed limbs torn apart by bullets were seen everywhere. The shocking scene was laid bare before everyone's eyes. It was horrific, beyond description. As the aircraft passed, the city had already turned into ruins, smoke billowing, and flames rising. Civilians under attack ran around like headless chickens. The next moment, accompanied by the whistling sound of dropped bombs, they disappeared in the smoke of the explosions. In the background, cries could be heard. Even the cries of babies. In everyone's eyes, those bodies scattered everywhere might have been someone's child or father or mother and daughter. In short, it was a kind of tragedy that was hard to describe. The perspective of the scene slowly rose, shifting to a bird's eye view. At this time, everyone could see that the soldiers of the invading forces each resembled venomous snakes. Their ugly faces and every cell in their bodies radiated a malicious greed. Boom. As the sound of artillery rang out, a disorganized group, seemingly hastily assembled, charged into the streets. Every young face was filled with endless rage. They shouted at the top of their lungs, "An inch of land, an inch of blood, 100,000 youth, 100,000 soldiers. This is our homeland. We will protect it. We were born here, and we will die here. Better dead than surrender. We will never yield." Boom. Suddenly, a shell exploded in the crowd. A group composed of people from various social classes suddenly erupted in a thick cloud of blood mist. Even if they were injured and crying out in pain, there was not a single person who showed any sign of retreat. In their hearts, there was only one thought: to defend their homeland and protect their home. At that moment, the square fell silent. Everyone had tears in their eyes, gritting their teeth as they stared at the scene before them. They had unknowingly clenched their fists. No one expected that just 1 minute of animation could make their hair stand on end. This scene reminded everyone present of the country from decades ago, the one that had been invaded. At this moment, after witnessing this, it was hard to imagine any compatriot remaining calm. If a person from that country was nearby, they might as well prepare a burial plot in advance. You reckless fools truly have no regard for your lives. On the screen, the scene continued. An old soldier, dressed like a beggar, kicked over a young man who was trying to rush forward. The old soldier pulled the struggling youth, who had lost his reason, into cover. Without a word, he slapped him twice. The soldier's actions stunned the young man. "You're giving away your life for nothing. Who do you think you are?" The old soldier scolded, throwing a salvaged weapon to the youth and angrily saying, "Going to battle is to kill the enemy, not to give away your head for free." Just then, someone shouted, "The enemy is coming." Hearing this, the old soldier ignored the youth, crouched down, found a spot to take cover, and quietly aimed at the opposite side. Bang! Soon, the old soldier began to shoot. As the gunfire erupted, the enemy responded in kind. In an instant, a street battle broke out in the area. "Fight! Hit them hard!" came the order from above, insisting that they capture this street at all costs. Otherwise, they would all be trapped in the city. "Kill those bastards!" The frantic shouts echoed as soldiers hidden in various spots began firing at the opposite street. Under the intense exchange of fire, a squad of soldiers appeared on the screen. The soldiers in their drab yellow uniforms suddenly caught the attention of all the viewers. Seeing this group, everyone's expressions changed. Gazing at their greedy, bloodthirsty faces, the crowd's teeth began to grind together. The deep-seated hatred surged, causing many in the crowd to redden their eyes. That unforgettable humiliation, etched in the hearts of the people, was a reminder of the demons devoid of humanity. Bang, 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 bang. The dense gunfire filled the entire street, with bullets flying wildly as if they had no aim. The officer leading the enemy troops drew a long knife from his waist. Just like in the dramatic shows they often watched, the curved blade was unsheathed, and he roared against the hail of bullets. "Charge forth!" Looking at that ugly and sinister face, all the spectators felt an impulse to rush in and deliver a beating. With the excited shouts of the enemy commander, the soldiers behind him seemed to be invigorated, some even shouting in celebration. As this group of soldiers roared, the sound of gunfire in the entire alley intensified. In terms of weaponry, they were significantly more advanced compared to the opposing forces. With each charge from the enemy, the hard-fought positions of the opposing troops were pushed back once again. Witnessing such a scene, the crowd in the silent square felt a heavy pressure in their chests. The greedy, violent, and malicious faces they saw ignited their anger. The sight of the opposing troops being suppressed only fueled their fury even more. Watching those clad in dark uniforms slaughtering the people on their homeland, everyone wished they could crush this group of enemies right before their eyes. Enough of this. Hurry up and eliminate these beasts. One day, I will settle the score with you. These creatures are only fit to drink polluted water. The enemy soldiers deserve nothing but contempt. Chapter 169, The Hero's Last Stand. Even in death, they must stop their advance. The ground was stained red with blood, as the homeless suffered the most brutal massacre. Yes, this was a slaughter. A group of demons clad in filthy yellow uniforms, mercilessly killing the people of this nation. Watching vibrant lives fade away before their eyes, everyone in the square stood frozen, their faces reflecting intense rage. Though it was just an image, at that moment, everyone felt the acrid smell of blood and gunpowder filling their minds. At this moment, the history long buried in memories was reopened by the scene before them. War has never known peace. What exists is only fear, terror, and brutality. It was like a hell on earth. As the enemy charged, the soldiers of this nation began to retreat step by step. Ruthless bullets pierced through their bodies and shattered their heads. Watching one soldier after another fall, the crowd could no longer bear the oppression and erupted in anger. "Damn it, these beasts. I only regret being born too late. Otherwise, I would have taken down 2 of them back then. Damn it, not just back then, even now. If I were given a gun, I would dare to march into their territory." Boom, boom, boom. Just as the crowd was filled with fury, a deep roar echoed. An old tank rumbled around the corner of the street. Some recognized it as the lightest tank from back in the day. Even though it looked outdated now, it had once been the most advanced weapon for the ancestors of this nation. The tank was equipped with only 1 cannon and a machine gun. Its armor was far inferior to current military equipment. However, on the side of the nation's army, the strongest firepower was merely a machine gun. Even with frenzied shooting, the bullets merely left a few insignificant marks on the tank. With the appearance of the tank, the charging enemy soldiers seemed invigorated. "Long live! Charge forward! Long live!" The enemy shouted as they hid behind the tank and rushed towards the small squad. Their rampant expressions made one's teeth itch. They provocatively taunted the soldiers of this nation with incredibly vile words. "Kill those pigs. We want to prosper together. Long live imperialism." In the square, hardly anyone could understand the enemy's language. Yet, their arrogant demeanor and overwhelming hostility had already enraged everyone to the point of having bloodshot eyes. Dense bullets struck the tank, achieving nothing. Behind their retreating cover, the soldiers' eyes turned blood red. At this moment, everyone understood that if the enemy continued to charge like this, losing control of the street was only a matter of time. "Ah, damn it, go die already." The furious roars erupted from the small squad of this nation, as one soldier after another bravely charged out from their cover. With weapons in hand, they unleashed their fury upon the slowly advancing tank. However, the only response to them was the sound of clashing and the rampant provocations of the enemy. Despair surged like a tide. The echoes of those impacts continuously filled everyone's hearts. The emotions in the square completely spiraled out of control. Damn, this broken tank looks like garbage now. Yes, but for that era, it was advanced weaponry. Damn it, is there really no way to stop this group of beasts? With our military's equipment, it's very difficult to halt that tank. Just as everyone in the square was discussing, a furious shout came from the LED screen. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. As the tank slowly advanced in the footage, a rugged man with a dark complexion roared as he charged out from cover. His face resembled that of a miner who had just crawled out of the mine. His dark, rough face was entirely consumed by anger and determination. Faced with the howling enemies who trampled on the dignity of our nation, he showed no fear whatsoever. His bright black eyes were filled with resolve. The man crouched low and quickly ran towards the enemy's direction. He was a veteran, knowing how to evade enemy fire. Every few steps, he suddenly changed his path. He moved like a nimble monkey, weaving through the smoke-filled battlefield. Cover! Cover! Seeing the man's actions, his comrades shouted hoarsely, their faces flushed with excitement. You damn beasts! I'll shoot you dead. One day, I'll take revenge on your country. Kill these bastards. With each roar, soldiers crazily shot towards the tank. They couldn't stop the advance of that steel monster, but they could suppress the soldiers hiding behind it, with the cover from his comrades. The dark-faced middle-aged man increased his speed. Get him! Shoot that enemy pig! Don't let him get close. Hurry, shoot! As the man drew nearer, the enemy panicked at the sight of the explosives he was carrying. Bang! 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 Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of machine guns, bullets rained down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn! The charging man's pupils contracted, instinctively trying to dodge, but unexpectedly. Thud! Thud! Terrifying bullets pierced through his body and legs. With a spray of blood mist, his entire right leg was severed, and his coat was torn open on the left side. Blood flowing freely. Watching the motionless man, a thick layer of gloom settled over everyone in the square. Damn! This guy? What a waste. Damn it! I feel so frustrated. I just want to go to that country and take them down. This group of beasts should pay blood for blood. The tank continued to advance slowly, and the smoke of battle still enveloped the area. On their path forward, however, there lay a corpse. The soldiers paid no attention to the dead body. As the command had issued a strict order, the area must be captured within an hour. Time had already passed more than half, and both sides were in a life-and-death struggle. At this moment, who would care about a corpse? Yet, coincidentally, the route of the fallen man was right in the path of a tank's track. Just then, the perspective on the screen suddenly shifted to the horizon. In the view, everyone saw the injured man lying on the ground suddenly open his blood-red eyes. His mouth was full of blood, and his gritted teeth suggested he was enduring immense pain. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the square was moved. Wow, this guy is actually playing dead? Incredible. With such serious injuries. He didn't even let out a sound. A true hero. This is a real hero. Yes, this is the hero in our hearts. This is a real man. Chapter 170. Forgive my unfilial actions. I can only serve the nation with loyalty. Salute to the heroes. Salute to the heroes. It was unclear who shouted, but soon countless voices echoed in agreement throughout the square. On the screen, the man's face was filled with pain, yet his bright, dark eyes radiated an unwavering determination. Suddenly, there was a loud clattering and rumbling sound of metal rolling, along with the roar of an engine. It turned out that the tank had arrived right in front of the man. Oh no, is it really going to run him over? This big brother seems to have no intention of surviving at all. As the tank tracks drew nearer and the man's unwavering gaze remained fixed, the crowd in the square finally realized that this dark-skinned man was prepared to perish alongside the tank. To avoid being discovered by the soldiers hiding around the tank, he remained utterly still, even as the rolling tracks were about to crush him. Just as the tank was about to run over him, the man resolutely detonated the explosives he was holding, accompanied by the sound of the fuse rapidly burning. The thunderous tracks crushed the remaining lower half of the man's body with a snap. The excruciating pain of shattered bones and flesh tearing apart finally forced a pained scream from the man. Ah, die you beast! The man, face twisted in agony, had his eyes filled with overwhelming rage. He roared in anger, staring fiercely at the tank above him, his eyes gradually losing their spark. Yet, the anger and unwillingness that belonged to him remained etched on his face. That unforgettable visage became crystal clear on the big screen. The expression of determination and choice was deeply engraved in everyone's minds at that moment. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, flames erupted, instantly engulfing the entire scene. And that unforgettable face was completely swallowed by the inferno. In the square, everyone fell silent. They clearly felt the brutality that war brings. Everyone had forgotten that this was just an opening CGI for a game. At this moment, they regarded it as a documentary. A segment about the painful history of their nation. He is a hero. He did not die for himself. but for every descendant of the nation. Indeed, although war is brutal, our nation has a group of reliable ancestors who are willing to sacrifice for future generations. The man's death brought a powerful shock to everyone, and a profound sense of tragic grandeur spread throughout the square. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of car horns, a voice of discontent erupted. What are they doing up there? Blocking the road. However, the complaining voice suddenly stopped. Looking ahead at the countless malicious glares, the man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Yet, there was not just one irritable person like him on the road. As the traffic jam continued, more and more people began to express their dissatisfaction. Even though these individuals were visibly dissatisfied, they all fell silent in the face of the crowd with red-rimmed eyes. Among those who were confused, someone took out their phone to contact the transportation department. Just after hanging up, a loud bang echoed unexpectedly. The sudden sound startled the latecomers, and they instinctively looked up at the large LED screen outside the mall. You bunch of fools, remember this. In our nation, not a single one of us is a coward. Even if we only have a grenade left, we will go down with those bastards. A heavy rural accent roared through the smoke-filled street. With every word spoken by the veteran, it resonated loudly in everyone's ears. If we lose this street, our troops will be completely trapped in the city. At that time, it won't just be us who die. There are countless innocent civilians as well. So, even if it means death, we must take this street. As this voice echoed, images of ashes slowly fell onto a man. This man was not very tall, but his cheekbones were quite prominent. In his eyes, determination and anger intertwined. Amidst the billowing smoke, this man seemed to be making a final vow, conveying to everyone that they would not retreat until this street was taken. Troops from the region, Zhongliao, sworn to never return. From your province, Li Jian, sworn to never retreat. Troops from the region, Guangdong, father, mother, forgive your child for being unfilial. One voice after another rang out, from middle-aged individuals to young men, and even underage recruits. Each straightened figure and resolute face flashed across the screen. These individuals seemed to be making their last declarations and final words on everyone's faces. Besides the firm resolve to face death, no other emotions were visible. Each solemn and passionate declaration deeply moved everyone. The previously irritable individual, upon seeing the images on the screen, instantly felt a chill run down his spine, tears of excitement trembling down his face. He had once been a soldier. Although he had not participated in war, the steel will of a soldier had always flowed in his veins. At this moment, witnessing such a tragic scene, he could not help but empathize deeply. At this moment, everyone clenched their fists, their eyes wide with fury. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. When will this game open? I want to kill the invaders. These demons who trampled upon our land. I won't rest until I take revenge on their heads. Damn it. Is there anyone wanting to go abroad to wreak havoc on the land of cherry blossoms? I'm forming a team. This group of despicable beings, in ancient times, should have faced execution. Countless angry voices filled the square. As the crowd's fury erupted, war was declared once more. A team composed of brothers from all corners surged forward with the spirit of facing death head-on. In an instant, gunfire erupted and grenades flew. Even though their weapons were outdated and their clothes were tattered, without the protection of steel helmets, this group of men from different places stood resolute, successfully halting the advance of the invaders with their iron-like will. In this moment, these sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes had only one unified title, soldiers of the homeland. With a shared determination to sacrifice themselves, they vowed to drive the ugly demons out of their homeland. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat, boom. In an instant, the screen displayed the most brutal battle. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the agonized cries of the invaders echoed throughout the square. At this moment, everyone held their breath, fully focused. As they watched one figure after another fall and not rise again, everyone's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. The oppressive atmosphere spread quickly. The entire square fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes drawn to the massive LED screen. The smoke from the battle lingered in the air. The sounds of gunfire continued to fill everyone's ears. Even in their minds, the declarations of those warriors echoed persistently. For the homeland, there are no cowards. Please forgive the unfilial son. I can only serve my country with loyalty. Chapter 171 Acknowledgement from the big shots. The children are unfilial. In this world, they can only serve the country loyally. In the next life, they will work like cattle and horses to repay the kindness of their upbringing. At this moment, everyone in the interview studio was moved to tears. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to balance. This could be referring to this group of heroic young men who are willing to sacrifice for their country. Everyone completely forgot that this was just a game in the hands of a young man on stage. Or rather, it could no longer be described as a game. Watching that long-buried history unfold once again before their eyes, All the staff present were wide-eyed in disbelief, especially the director and screenwriter below. As professionals, they were even more shocked by the scene before them. They could hardly imagine how Lin Fei used technology to restore this real history. Whether it was the visuals or the portrayal of the characters and the battlefield, it made people involuntarily immerse themselves, as if they were personally experiencing this brutal war. Looking at the young people, who shared the same bloodline, falling in the sea of blood, everyone present wished they could rush to the battlefield immediately, to defend their country with their lives and drive away the invaders. But they couldn't. They could only watch helplessly as one young soldier after another fell. That feeling of wanting to help but being powerless made them grit their teeth and clench their fists. Kill! Kill! In a courtyard of a rehabilitation center for boys, several elderly men sitting on wooden benches could not help but clench their fists and stand up. Their eyes reddening, they stared intently at the playback device in the courtyard. Watching the faces frozen in the smoke of gunfire, their long-buried memories were once again stirred. The group of elders felt a bit of difficulty in breathing. The blood flowing slowly within them became boiling hot at that moment, their blood surging with excitement. The nursing staff around them, seeing the elders like this, hurriedly rushed over to check and comfort them. One female nurse even wanted to approach and turn off the video device. Unexpectedly, a deep, authoritative voice stopped her. "Don't turn it off." After a sharp shout, the voice continued, "It's okay, we're fine. This is a scene we least want to see, and also one we don't want to remember. However, this animation deserves our attention." After saying this, the elder looked at Zheng Lao. "Old Zheng, this time you have brought an indispensable talent for the country." "Indeed." Zheng Lao nodded and said, "I never expected that Xiao Lin could always bring surprises." "Yes, this short film truly provides enough surprises. Although history is a bit cruel, I believe people should not forget. We must ensure Xiao Lin's safety. Also, if he has any needs in the future, we should try our best to meet them. Such a talent is what our country truly needs." Watching the crowd give high praise to Lin Fei, Elder Zheng also showed a happy expression. Lin Fei was discovered by him. The recognition of Lin Fei by these people was recognition of him. Elder Zheng never thought that as an old man with little time left, he could still serve his country one last time before he passed away. This significant contribution was definitely the happiest thing for him before leaving. The war was still ongoing, and the streets were filled with brutality and lifeless bodies. Amidst the smoke, bullets flew out one after another. Some hit the enemy, while others struck the soldiers of the nation. At this moment, everyone was fighting not with ammunition, but with bravery and madness. No side was willing to retreat. However, those ruthless enemies, after exchanging fire with the fearless soldiers, were completely terrified. The soldiers of the nation seemed to feel no pain at all. As long as they were not hit in a vital area and could still stand, they would charge forward without hesitation. There was not even a trace of fear in their eyes, only madness and a will to die. Faced with such fearless enemies, the opposing forces were frightened. Once they were afraid, the ranks began to show signs of collapse. Some soldiers, fearing for their lives, quietly began to retreat, and once one retreated, another followed. Before long, the entire unit was thrown into chaos. The soldiers of the nation, upon seeing this, revealed joy on their otherwise numb faces. At the same time, their momentum surged even more fiercely. Seeing this, the enemy grew even more fearful, fleeing faster, with some not even attempting to fight back, simply turning and running towards the rear. As defeat loomed, the enemy leader's eyes glinted fiercely as he spotted a deserter running past him. "You coward. Deserters must be punished." The officer, with a grim expression, did not hesitate to strike down the fleeing soldier. Ignoring the deserter's painful cries, he raised his long knife again and severed the deserter's neck. Truly ruthless, the enemy was merciless towards both their foes and their own. "You scoundrel, get back." Seeing one deserter killed, more soldiers began to flee, prompting the officer to shout in anger. However, compared to the officer's furious shouts, the fearless soldiers of the nation were even more terrifying. The already terrified soldiers of the opposing force had lost the will to fight. Even when the officer tried to block them and yelled at them, they continued to run. The collapse of their forces had become an unstoppable trend. "You coward." Realizing the troops were in disarray and soldiers were fleeing, the officer knew he could not escape responsibility. He looked at the advancing soldiers of the nation, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Facing a group of soldiers, he raised his battle knife and charged forward without hesitation. Soldiers could escape and survive, but as the commander of this unit, if he fled, he would only face seppuku. Therefore, it was better to die on the battlefield. "Kill! Kill!" Watching the enemy officer charging forward with his battle knife, the soldiers of the nation offered the highest form of respect. They raised their rifles, aimed, and fired in unison. Amidst the gunfire, the enemy officer swayed a few times before collapsing, filled with resentment. As the officer fell, the soldiers of the opposing force completely broke down, discarding their helmets and armor as they fled in panic. The soldiers of our country showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing the retreating enemy. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the entire street was filled with cries of despair. As time passed, not a single soldier from the opposing force could be seen on the street. Even among our soldiers, only a few remained. A team of nearly 100 had dwindled to just over 10 warriors, half of whom were injured. A tragic, desolate, and oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the area. The scene, shrouded in smoke, gradually darkened. I'm kinda wanting to play this game now. In the silent studio, the camera operator suddenly spoke up. His words broke the tranquility. Director Jiang sighed deeply and said, regardless of the game content, this video is bound to go viral. As a professional, he further commented, the shots in this video are simply flawless. It's on par with any blockbuster. Chapter 172, Going Abroad, Game Expo. New game beta testing, this is amazing. I need to call my mom right now. I want to enlist. Bro, what kind of soldier do you want to be? We can go together. I want to enlist too. Count me in, count me in. Yes, let's team up to join the military. That way, we can look out for each other. This plan works. I've heard that in the military, veterans bully new recruits, so we can stick together. The official interview program is airing Game CG. Such a move. Perhaps only Lin Fei has done this in history. And not only did he do it, but he also succeeded. It can be said that the game titled Battlefield 1937, Dragon's Call is completely back in the spotlight. Moreover, it has sparked a wave of enlistments online. I wonder if the recruitment offices will be very busy this year. At the same time, with the airing of this animation, there have been multiple incidents of violence domestically. Of course, the targets of these attacks are undoubtedly from a certain neighboring country. Although the animation has ended, the anger, resentment, and excitement that people feel have not completely dissipated. With the flames already burning in their hearts and combined with youthful impulsiveness, some young people inevitably react when they see individuals from that neighboring country. Even when the police arrive afterward, most of the time it's just for show. Naturally, there are also locals who were mistakenly harmed. Among them was a streamer who liked to wear traditional clothing from that country, and she was surrounded and beaten in the street. This incident even made it to the trending topics. This shows that in the entire region, there is no other country that can harbor such animosity towards that neighboring country like the local populace does. Of course, Lin Fei was unaware of all this. After the interview ended, he quietly had Ma Liang arrange a flight ticket back to his city. As for why quietly, should he swagger around? If that were the case, even if he didn't get beaten up, he would still be trapped by fans in the capital. Having experienced 2 fan attacks, Lin Fei learned to be smart this time, mimicking those popular stars by wearing a mask and sunglasses. It wasn't until he returned home that he finally took off his disguise. You still have the game? Hurry up and get it ready. I want to take down the enemies. Before he could settle in, Lin Luo, who had just returned from outside, rushed towards Lin Fei upon seeing him on the sofa. Because Lin Luo is the external image ambassador and spokesperson for a game company, she has very little time for live streaming nowadays. Similarly, her gaming time is limited. However, limited time doesn't mean she doesn't play games. After seeing Lin Fei's new game CG yesterday, she couldn't get it out of her mind. Looking at Lin Luo's angry face, Lin Fei couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "You're amazing. Everyone else wants to go to that neighboring country to teach, and you're thinking about taking down enemies. Impressive, impressive." Lin Fei cupped his hands towards Lin Luo, showing an expression of admiration. Seeing his gesture, Lin Luo looked puzzled at first, but as an experienced player, she quickly caught on. Once she realized, Lin Luo immediately grinned, ready to unleash her fury. Lin Fei, seeing the situation, quickly raised his hands and surrendered, saying, "You can't think about playing this game. It's a special supply game for the military." Realizing that this wouldn't comfort his older sister, he added, "Don't worry, I have another game." Another one? Lin Luo's eyes widened at his words, and she hurriedly said, "Hurry up." Before she could finish, Lin Fei interrupted, "You can't think about it. You can't play it now, it's an exhibition game." He then mentioned the invitation to the gaming exhibition he had received not long ago. Upon hearing about going abroad, Lin Luo instantly perked up. "Little brother, you know I'm not that young anymore. I haven't been abroad my whole life." As she spoke, she naturally sat next to Lin Fei and raised her hand. Seeing this, Lin Fei instinctively recoiled a bit. He couldn't help it. Who knew what was going through her mind? She might just act out at any moment. TSK. Lin Luo quickly grabbed Lin Fei's shoulder, saying, "What are you dodging for? Let me give you a massage, relax." Although her words sounded nice, the tone was off. As her younger brother, how could he not sense what was really going on? He quickly shrugged her off and said, "All right, enough of that. If you want to go, just go get a passport." You. Seeing Lin Fei dodge her, Lin Luo wanted to get angry. But as soon as she spoke half a sentence, she quickly realized something. Immediately, her face lit up with joy. "Okay, I'll go get it right now." In the midst of her words, she had already jumped off the sofa and dashed back to her bedroom, clearly in a hurry. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Fei shook his head helplessly. She could easily ask someone else for help with getting a passport, but it seemed she wanted to handle it herself. So he decided not to stop her. As the situation escalated, the buzz surrounding Battlefield 1937 not only didn't diminish, but grew even stronger. Upon learning that this game was a collaboration between a gaming company and the military, exclusively for military use, the online community erupted in waves of excitement. Some data analysts even estimated that this year's enlistment numbers could be several times, or even a dozen times, that of previous years. Among these new recruits, there were quite a few recent high school graduates. Although this game was not available for download and couldn't circulate in the market, domestic gaming websites still gave it a rating. While this was merely a form of entertainment among domestic gamers and comprehensive websites, anyone who had watched the animation couldn't help but give this special supply game a stunning rating. All perfect scores. Additionally, in just a few days, the comments had already surpassed 85 of the games on the market. Why? Why can't such a great game be played? It's simple to play a game. Just enlist. I'm ready. Once I get to the army, I'll take on the enemies. I'm already in my 50s. How could I join the military? The guy upstairs, you're impressive. Rome. You should call me Grandpa. Haha, I've signed up for the military, and I've passed the medical examination. Brothers, wait for me to take down those shameless soldiers. To the guy upstairs, kill more for me. Wipe out those ungrateful beasts. Yes, kill those bastards. The comments section of the game is filled with insults. Of course, this isn't directed at the game itself. They are just venting their frustrations at the soldiers from the Cherry Blossom Nation in the game. Lin Fei originally intended this game to be a casual pastime alongside survival horror, but now it seems to be utilized by the military. That is fine. The game's environment and details are absolutely suitable for soldiers. Brother Lin, Mr. Zheng is back. I wanted to let you know. Lin Fei was lying on the sofa, adjusting game content when Ma Liang walked in. So soon? Lin Fei was taken aback. Mr. Zheng had mentioned it would take 10 days or so to return to the metropolis. How long has it been? Not even a week? Since Mr. Zheng is back, it means the game project needs to be prioritized. Fortunately, Lin Fei has completed the game content in these past few days. Now he just needs to go for a test. Chapter 173. No tears needed on the battlefield in the military district. Lin Fei was no longer a stranger to this place. Even without Ma Liang's guidance, he could easily find a conference room. Of course, whether he could do so without any hindrance was another matter. Due to the testing of a game, Old Zheng had previously arranged for the venue to be in the gymnasium of the military camp. When he arrived at the gym, everything was already prepared. After some pleasantries between both sides, they got straight to the point. Squad leader, why did they gather us here? I still have tasks to complete on the other side of the Pacific. Stop the nonsense. Just do what the higher-ups tell you. No need for any extra fuss. Haha. It seems your squad is out of the loop. I heard that our advisor Lin has developed a new game, and we're here to test it. New game? A group of soldiers who had just entered the gym instinctively paused to inquire after hearing this soldier's words. However, the company commander urged them forward, and they had no choice but to enter the gym with their curiosity. The next moment, when they saw the individual VR devices in the gym, excitement filled their eyes. It seemed that the old soldier was indeed right. They were probably going to test some game again. Speaking of games, this group of soldiers couldn't help but think of the Pacific Rim. That game was truly remarkable, fun, thrilling, and it could also hone one's willpower. This time, they couldn't wait to see what Advisor Lin had in store. Regardless of what it was, as long as it was made by Advisor Lin, it would definitely be enjoyable. Everyone lined up according to their squad and looked for their corresponding devices. Once the soldiers entered, the disciplined company commander looked at the 50 soldiers before him and issued a direct order. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers fell silent and began searching for their assigned devices. In no time, everyone was in position. At the commander's signal, the soldiers donned their gear. Soon, this group of well-trained warriors was fully equipped. Following instructions, they launched a game called Battlefield 1937. Since it was a military-exclusive version, Lin Fei had split the opening animation. The soldiers logging into the game didn't look at too many details and directly clicked to start the game as instructed. However, before the screens lit up, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the headphones of their VR helmets. The unexpected sound instantly made the soldiers forget that they were merely in a game. The familiar sound of an explosion led them to mistakenly believe they were on a battlefield. The muffled sound of explosions made everyone's heads and ears buzz. As the explosion rang out, the visuals before them gradually illuminated. When they saw the scene unfolding in front of them, their expressions turned to shock. What is going on? A new soldier named Wang Rui stared at the smoke-filled battlefield, completely bewildered. Charge forward. What are you standing there for? Suddenly, someone rushed past him from behind, grabbed Wang Rui, and then dashed forward. The tattered military uniform was even patched up. The firearm he held was the most primitive weapon from a certain country, commonly known as the 3/8 Big Cover. Wang Rui's face twisted in confusion. He never expected that this test game would actually be a war game. And it was frighteningly realistic. It was completely different from the world of fighting monsters in the Pacific Rim. At that moment, he noticed that around him, there were not only unfamiliar figures, but also familiar faces. One by one, the familiar silhouettes from the military camp looked as if they had been frozen in place, staring blankly at the smoke and the streets exploding with gunfire. All soldiers were ordered. Our target is the central square. And of course, to eliminate the enemy. At that moment, a rough voice came from behind. Wang Rue instinctively turned around and saw a group of people running towards him not far away. The speaker was a bearded man leading the group. Similar to the soldiers he had seen before, none of these people's military uniforms were intact. Some even revealed the charred cotton inside their winter jackets. Gradually, Wang Rue snapped out of his daze. Once he was clear-headed, he instinctively picked up his firearm and ran towards his comrades in reality. As a citizen of a certain country and a soldier, although he had not experienced that brutal era, he was nonetheless very familiar with that dark chapter of history. Bang! Just as he was running, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the side street. Wang Rue jolted and instinctively dove forward. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain on his cheek. Hiss! The bone conduction device simulated a sensation of pain that made Wang Rue gasp. He instinctively touched his aching cheek. It was warm and sticky. Blood. It was blood. His face had been grazed by a shell fragment. However, that wasn't the main issue. The main thing was that the feeling of being hit by stray bullets and the reality of the blood on his hands instantly made him feel as if he were in a real world. Bang, bang, bang. The dense gunfire erupted, and Wang Rue instinctively dropped to the ground. A barrage of bullets skimmed the ground, kicking up sand and gravel that hit his face, causing a stinging pain. When had he ever witnessed such a scene in the real world? Wang Rue was terrified and trembling all over, desperately crawling towards a sandbag barrier not far away. Driven by a strong will to survive, he crawled at an astonishing speed. Soon, he managed to scramble behind the makeshift cover of sandbags. Brother, you've got some guts. A soldier behind the barrier gave Wang Rue a thumbs up in admiration when he saw him crawl in. Terrified to death, Wang Rue rolled his eyes at the compliment. He never expected that upon entering the game, he wouldn't have a moment to acclimate. He was directly thrown onto the battlefield. While mentally cursing the family of Lin Fei, he tried to adapt as quickly as possible to the entire battlefield. Fortunately, the sound of gunfire outside sounds frightening. But in reality, those old weapons have limited power and range. Hiding behind the shelter is still relatively safe. In modern times, not to mention hiding behind a shelter. Even if one were to hide in a hole, they might still be bombed to death by drones. As time goes on, the enemy's firepower becomes stronger, and the soldiers have no choice but to retreat behind the shelter to prepare for defense. Suddenly, Wang Rue faintly hears the sound of crying. He instinctively turns his head to look and sees a young boy sitting not far from him against the sandy wall. The boy is thin and looks to be under 15. At this moment, the boy tightly holds his head with both hands, curled up into a ball, shivering there. Crying, that's all he knows how to do. Instead of wasting time crying, he might as well hurry up and repair the equipment while the enemy isn't here. Suddenly, a loud shout rings out, and a rough man yanks the boy up from the ground and throws him next to a pile of weapons. This is a battlefield, not a place for comforting people. Crying. Not only is it useless, but it will also make others look down on you. Chapter 174. Starting to adapt to the battlefield. What the heck? Have you ever seen a head blown apart? That's nothing. Just now on the road, I saw a soldier whose intestines were all out. Damn. Just a moment ago, someone was hit by a shell and was completely obliterated. A group of modern soldiers gathered in a trench, discussing their experiences after entering the game. But no matter how Wang Rue listened, he felt something was off. Are you all here to hold a misery competition? I thought reuniting with my comrades would bring some sense of security. Is this it? Where's the security in this? Boom. However, halfway through their pity party, the sound of artillery fire erupted again, instantly silencing the discussions. A fierce battle was about to begin once more. The battlefield was filled with dust and smoke, leaving no trace of friendliness. At that moment, a soldier attempted to peek outside to see the situation. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Wang Rue's body jolted. At the moment the gunshot sounded, he felt a wave of warmth on his face. The soldier who had just raised his head had collapsed at his feet, now a lifeless body. The bullet had struck the soldier's right side of the head, shattering the skull completely. The blood sprayed out, splattering all over Wang Rue's chest and face. This made Wang Rue, already anxious, feel even more terrified. Yes, he was a soldier, but only in peacetime. When had he ever witnessed such a brutal scene? Watching the soldier he had just spoken to now lying before him, with warm blood splattered all over himself, made him feel as if the air around him had thickened, making it hard to breathe. The enemy is coming. Just then, he heard a shout in his ear. His comrades suddenly shot fierce glances. Although these players from a modern army weren't as valiant as the native soldiers, Their anger surfaced when facing the enemy. Bullets were loaded, ready to fire. At this moment, the squad leader shouted furiously, "Stop cowering like a bunch of cowards. Raise your guns." The higher-ups had instructed Advisor Lin to have them play this game to train them. In peacetime, we couldn't find the enemy, no battlefield. But here, our enemy is the invaders. We must make sure these beasts never return. With the squad leader's words, he took the lead, loading his rifle. The next second, he dashed out from behind cover, shooting at the approaching enemy. Seeing this, everyone followed suit, loading their weapons and finding shooting positions. In an instant, deafening gunfire erupted. Watching the enemy getting closer, Wang Rui pulled the pin from a grenade and threw it towards them. With a loud bang, an explosion sounded. With the hoarse wails of the enemy echoing, Wang Rui did not stop. Instead, he raised his rifle and shot at the enemy writhing on the ground. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with the sounds of gunfire and cries of agony. Everything was shaped like a real world. Through the smoke lingering in the battlefield, Wang Rui saw the enemy slowly approaching in the distance. Short and ugly, they embodied the very image of those wearing dirty yellow uniforms. Watching the grotesque figures crossing the battlefield towards him, Wang Rui, amidst the tension, completely forgot his fear. Together with his comrades, he desperately suppressed the enemy. It was only at this moment that he fully realized that war was not merely a theoretical discussion. It was by no means a child's game. The brutality of the battlefield could only be truly understood through personal experience. Undoubtedly, the real battlefield would be far more terrifying. Shaolin. Through the broadcast, Elder Zheng, witnessing the harsh battlefield, couldn't help but reminisce. He placed his hand heavily on Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei turned to look at Elder Zheng, who remained silent, knowing that he still had more to say. As he expected, after a moment, Elder Zheng spoke, his tone filled with emotion. "Having a talent like you in our country is truly a blessing. This war, this scene." At this point, Elder Zheng sighed. "It makes me think back to those years." This statement was undoubtedly the greatest and most sincere recognition from Elder Zheng to Lin Fei. For an old soldier to feel this way undoubtedly proved the success of Lin Fei's game. "Hee, Elder Zheng, you say that, and I feel a bit embarrassed," Lin Fei said, scratching his head shyly. "As a citizen, it's my honor to contribute to the country." Initially, Lin Fei had indeed approached the military with personal motives. However, Elder Zheng's attitude truly moved him. Even if Lin Fei had ulterior motives, they were secondary to the interests of the country. Being strong alone does not count as true strength. A strong nation is what truly matters. No matter how wealthy one is, others will only regard you as a nouveau riche. He did not want to be seen that way. So he aspired to use his abilities to drive the economy of the nation towards genuine prosperity and strength. Suddenly, a soldier's exclamation came from the audience below. The technician stationed at the venue immediately switched the soldier's footage to the projection. As the footage transitioned, an image of soaring through the skies appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the screen, it was clearly the cockpit of an old-fashioned aircraft, accompanied by the roaring sound of its engines. Everyone in the stands could tell that this was undoubtedly a plane, and one that was not fully enclosed, with wild winds characteristic of older models. Everyone turned their shocked gazes toward Lin Fei. Shaolin's game actually designed aircraft? This scene is surprisingly identical to the vintage aircraft in our database. It seems we need to train more Air Force personnel. Indeed, although the fighter jets are somewhat outdated, projects like this that can enhance air combat skills are exactly what our military needs. Seeing that there are even fighter jets in the game, the group of big shots in the stands became excited. In fact, we can't blame them for being thrilled. In modern society, it's really hard to have real combat operations, let alone actual military exercises. Those are just for show, no different from theoretical discussions. Just look at how some countries are constantly mobilizing their forces to maintain world peace. In reality, this is very purposeful. They showcase their dominant status while also training troops and making some extra money on the side. Why wouldn't they enjoy that? But our country is different, with a long history and known as a nation of etiquette since ancient times. However, even setting aside the above reasons, even if they were to take military action, there are no chaotic neighboring countries. But now it's different. Not only is there a technological world around the Pacific, but also a brutal world of war. Chapter 175: Learning to fly a plane. Just like learning to drive a... No way. Zhang Chongqing's mouth was wide open like a hippopotamus. Back when he was in the military, his dream was to become a pilot. But he discovered he had a fear of heights and had no choice but to change his role. Although he never got to fly, he eventually ended up at the controls. He is a proud tank driver, and a driver at that. However, at this moment, sitting in the cockpit, he was piloting the aircraft beneath him, soaring through the skies. How terrifying is that? He is afraid of heights. Zhang Chongqing felt like his brain was about to crash. He couldn't think or assess the situation at all, gripping the control stick tightly, treating it like he would a tank. Looking down at the city, the buildings, the streets, and the tiny people below, his heart was racing. Damn, can someone tell me how to operate this thing? As the buildings and enemies loomed larger, Zhang Chongqing's face turned pale. And it was a miracle he and T passed out immediately. However, as the saying goes, one can't die from being dazed. Right now, he really felt like he was about to die, and it would be the kind of death where he crashed with the aircraft beneath him. The strong wind whipped past the plane, but he didn't even feel the pain of the wind on his face. Zhang Chongqing, what are you doing? Pull up the control stick. Quickly pull up. As the aircraft hurtled towards the ground, just at that critical moment, a furious voice came through the headset. Zhang Chongqing's body jolted. Regardless of whether that deep voice was useful or not, he pulled the control stick with all his might. Whoa! In the next second, the aircraft screeched as it was about to crash into the ground. Accompanied by that shriek, the plane suddenly climbed, howling as it flew closely over a building's rooftop, soaring up into the sky. My goodness! After narrowly escaping death, Zhang Chongqing let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could celebrate, he realized a new problem. The plane was heading straight for the atmosphere. Oh my goodness! Seeing this, Zhang Chongqing, already on edge, became even more anxious. It was as if he had grasped something, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. Hello, is anyone there? Can someone tell me how to operate this thing? After his call, that deep voice echoed again. You idiot! You are one of the first pilots from your country. How did you graduate from school? Remember the knowledge you learned from your instructor in school. Believe in yourself. You are the elite of your country. Damn it! The so-called elite never taught him how to fly a plane. Hearing the voice on the radio, Zhang Chongqing began to curse inwardly. Damn it! People really have to rely on themselves. After cursing in his mind, Zhang Chongqing tried hard to calm his breathing. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a gust of cold wind rushed into his stomach. This is really a tough situation. As the plane ascended higher and higher, the thin air brought a chilling sensation. Zhang Chongqing realized that he was flying too high. However, the biting cold wind helped clear his mind and calmed him down. With a composed mind, Zhang Chongqing began to try and adjust the control stick in front of him. Since it could ascend, it could certainly descend. Overall, it should be quite similar to a tank. What is happening? Is it going to crash again? In the game, Zhang Chongqing was shouting like a broken gong, panicking. He desperately tried to control the fighter jet beneath him, but found that it was far more complicated than a tank. It was a completely different principle. As a result, in the game, many could see an old fighter jet surfing through the sky, riding the waves. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, another roar of fighter jets echoed. Through several broadcast screens, the crowd in the stands quickly noticed. In the distant sky, a formation of fighter jets was flying towards the battlefield. At this moment, Zhang Chongqing also noticed something approaching. When he clearly saw those planes, he was instantly dumbfounded. Enemy planes, they were the enemy's aircraft. Seeing the enemy approaching, Zhang Chongqing wished he could perfectly control the fighter jet right away. But what was the result? Well, his hands and thoughts were completely out of sync. The aircraft he was piloting was like an eagle that had drunk too much. To be honest, with this flying style, it would be hard for even the enemy to hit him. Perhaps hearing his shout, shortly after, another roar came from his side. Zhang Chongqing instinctively looked over. Oh my, Lao Jiao, you can fly a plane too? As he spoke, he saw a familiar soldier in a plane not far from him waving at him. To be honest, seeing this scene made Zhang Chongqing feel a pang of envy. He and Lao Jiao were old acquaintances, having trained together and served in the same unit. At this moment, Lao Jiao's voice came through the headset. It can't be helped. I crashed twice and learned it. I'm telling you, don't be afraid. Learning to fly is just like learning to drive. If you don't crash a couple of times, you'll never learn. Alright, this reasoning is something else. Just as the two were talking, the enemy planes had entered firing range. Following Lao Jiao's on-the-spot guidance, Zhang Chongqing pressed the shooting button. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the onboard machine gun roared to life. But the bullets that shot out did not hit a single enemy plane. They fell straight down in a parabolic arc. Seeing his terrible shooting, Zhang Chongqing felt embarrassed. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, an even more intense shooting sound erupted. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Watching the wings of the aircraft get hit and start smoking, Zhang Chongqing's expression changed drastically. Just a second ago, he thought he had learned to fly. Even if hitting the enemy is impossible, self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. However, the slap in the face came so quickly. Watching the battlefield gradually expand, filled with smoke, Zhang Chongqing, desperately controlling the crashing aircraft, felt his heart sink to the bottom. A few seconds later, the falling plane skimmed over the roof of a building, stirring up countless dust particles, and crashed into the smoke-filled neighborhood. In the next second, a loud explosion erupted, and flames shot up from the wreckage. Zhang Chongqing finally crashed. The big shots sitting in the stands looked at Zhang Chongqing, who was falling like a shooting star, with strange expressions on their faces. At that moment, everyone remembered this soldier, who added a thick layer of smoke to the battlefield. Whose subordinate is this soldier? Finally, the elder Zhang, sitting in the main seat, spoke up. Report. He is a tank soldier from our company. He performed outstandingly in the Pacific region, so. At this moment, an officer immediately stood up to answer. However, the officer's words were interrupted by Elder Zhang. Chapter 176. A pilot who can't fly is not a good chef tank soldier? Not bad. This young man is bold enough. This is exactly the kind of daring young person needed for the test. Looking at Wang Changsheng, whose performance stood out in an unconventional way, old Zheng smiled kindly. The officer, hearing this, carefully observed old Zheng's expression and, seeing no sign of displeasure, finally relaxed. He was genuinely worried that Wang Changsheng's exceptional performance would embarrass him in front of his superiors. It seems this concern was completely unnecessary. All right, I will conduct further evaluations. The officer saluted. The sound of an old aircraft engine once again drew everyone's attention. They saw old Jiao, who had previously interacted with Wang Changsheng, piloting the fighter jet and continuously climbing into the sky. The big shots in the stands watched his skilled maneuvers and began to wonder. Is there an air force among today's test personnel? Report, sir. Old Jiao is the best chef in our military district. What? A chef? Isn't that ridiculous? A chef flying a plane. Goodness. A pilot who can't fly is not a good chef. Hearing this response, the big shots in the stands were all stunned. A chef from the unit could actually handle a plane so well. Are they saying their unit lacks talent? Or that their unit is actually full of talent? Even a cook can fly a plane. As the aircraft ascended, the entire battlefield below came into view. A large river ran through the old, smoke-filled city. And upon closer inspection, one could see sizable docks along both banks. In the city, two completely different teams were engaged in street battles in the alleyways. Below old Jiao's plane, several enemy aircraft were continuously harassing the moving figures on the street. Watching the almost lifelike scene before them, the big shots were once again amazed. They had to admit that the game created by consultant Lin was incredibly realistic. Boom. At that moment, the old Jiao in the game dove his aircraft down towards the group of enemy planes, with the ground below expanding and the roar of the aircraft growing louder. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists. They wanted to see what kind of stunning scene this flying chef could bring them. Old Jiao, living up to expectations, adjusted his goggles. Accompanied by the powerful beat of his heart, he dove down towards the enemy planes. Taking a deep breath of the flowing air, he filled his lungs with the cold air that tasted of smoke. Instantly, he felt invigorated. He did his utmost to stabilize his aircraft. You little brats, taste my cannon fire. Go to hell. With an angry shout, old Jiao's large hand, which was deftly handling the cooking utensils, pressed the firing button. Bang 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 bang. The onboard cannon roared, and bullets, like stars, formed a winding trajectory towards the enemy aircraft ahead. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, a dense barrage of bullets struck an enemy plane. In an instant, the enemy aircraft belched black smoke, quickly followed by flames. Good. This is it. Seeing for the first time that he hit the opponent's fuel tank and engine, the pilot excitedly slapped the cockpit beside him. Well done. Indeed. It's such a pity that this soldier is just a cook. Who says otherwise? No way. We need to get his information and arrange for him to join our unit. Hey, is it really okay for you to be so blatant about poaching? What's wrong with that? He's just a cook in your unit anyway. Bring him to me, and I'll promote him immediately. No, how can you be so shameless? Have some dignity. The impressive performance of the pilot made a few officers at the back of the stands whisper to each other. In front of them sat a group of big shots who didn't dare to make a loud noise, only exchanging glances. The leader of the pilot's unit, seeing everyone openly discussing poaching his subordinate, had a face as dark as a pot's bottom. The company commander never expected that the cook under his command had such talent. This made him watch intently. The pilot maneuvered the aircraft as if soaring like an eagle in the sky. With each passing moment, he grew more skilled, although he still hadn't figured out some of the buttons on the plane. However, this did not hinder his wild flying. The pilot understood that it was just a game. Even if he died, it would only be the death of a game character. Since that is the case, why not indulge in the thrill? It was precisely because of this mindset that he could pilot this weapon and soar through the skies. The roar of the engine and the relentless firing of the machine guns mercilessly took down enemy aircraft. In just a short time, he shot down another enemy plane. At this moment, the pilot was completely immersed in the joy of aerial combat. His heart filled with passion, his focus was solely on the enemy aircraft. With nothing else in sight, the merciless machine guns rained down on the enemy planes. Faced with these inhuman beasts, he showed no mercy. In fact, to him, these people didn't deserve to live in this world. Passion and flames of anger surged within him, bullets continuously pouring from the gun barrels. Bang bang bang. The deafening sound of machine guns shattered the sky. However, the enemy formation, having noticed the pilot, scattered in that instant. Each aircraft began to attempt to shoot him down. What was once a sky filled with sporadic gunfire suddenly erupted into a more intense and terrifying sound. It's over. The spectators felt a sinking feeling in their hearts and clenched their fists again. At this moment, the pilot's mind went blank, all sounds vanished, leaving only the clear beat of his heart. Suddenly, he moved the control stick, and the flying aircraft rolled to the side. This action was merely a reflex after seeing the enemy fire. Previously watching movies, he had seen aerial battles where planes used this method to dodge attacks. However, the facts tell us that movies and reality are completely different, and games and movies are not the same either. Just as his plane tilted and flipped, his eyes behind the visor suddenly narrowed. In his sharp gaze, bullets struck the left wing of the aircraft. Countless, densely packed holes appeared there. It's over. Sitting in the plane, the pilot could clearly feel the aircraft shaking beneath him. Moreover, black smoke was already rising from the wing. Even with the naked eye, one could vaguely see the metal skin wrapped around the wing structure beginning to tremble. At that moment, he had forgotten to breathe. He could only grip the control stick tightly, trying to stabilize the aircraft. But the next moment, he clearly felt the plane gradually descending. Damn it! Seeing this, he cursed loudly and then pulled up on the control stick with all his might. Suddenly, the plane shot upward, and as the angle increased, it began to soar into the sky. The enemy aircraft, upon seeing this, had no intention of letting him go. Soon, 2 fighter jets from the formation chased after him. Chapter 177 Gamescom. Cologne Game Exhibition on the broadcast screen. An aircraft's engine began to emit black smoke, accompanied by a roaring sound, igniting flames. The pursuing enemy aircraft, seeing this, did not let up on the attack. Bullets rained down like a Starlink. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the plane piloted by Lao Jiao was hit again. The already burdened aircraft suddenly plummeted downwards. Like a wounded eagle, the spectators in the stands all sighed at the sight, feeling a sense of regret. Although everyone had guessed the outcome, seeing the flames rapidly engulfing the aircraft, their faces betrayed a look of sympathy. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, Lao Jiao still did not give up. Even as the flames licked at his face, he gripped the control stick tightly, trying to keep flying. A desperate roar erupted from his throat. But there was no hope for rescue. The sound of the crashing aircraft echoed throughout the stadium. Boom. In the end, Lao Jiao's plane fell from the sky and crashed into a building. With a burst of flames, it was completely absorbed into the smoke-filled battlefield. What a pity. Looking at the burning building, Elder Zheng sighed and said, "Such old-fashioned aircraft, even professional pilots would find it difficult to handle." Hearing Elder Zheng's words, someone beside him echoed, "Yes. The aircraft we currently serve are all new models. These young people might not even be as skilled as this chef." Speaking of the chef, the nearby big shots couldn't help but sigh again. Listening to the discussion, Elder Zheng spoke earnestly. Talented soldiers like this should be well trained. Being a chef? Isn't that a waste of talent? Upon hearing Elder Zheng's words, those around fell silent. Could they be blamed for this? If it weren't for this game, who would have thought that a chef could even fly a plane? However, no one dared to refute Elder Zheng's words. So everyone could only nod in agreement and promise to carefully select their teams after returning. Seeing everyone as assurance, Elder Zheng finally softened and turned to chat with Lin Fei, who was sitting beside him. For the entire morning, Lin Fei accompanied a group of military officials. Once everything concluded, he shared a meal with them in the cafeteria before leaving with Ma Liang and the others. Gamescom, also known as the Cologne Game Exhibition, is arguably the largest and most authoritative interactive entertainment game exhibition in the world. It features not only games, but also gaming hardware, software, and many other exhibits. It is definitely a professional exhibition. As an invited guest, Lin Fei, along with his team, stepped out of the country for the first time. As September approached, in the late summer and early autumn season, the weather in Cologne was pleasant. However, it seems that the weather is not cooperating. How could it be so unfortunate? The weather was fine when we boarded the plane, but it started raining as soon as we got off. Lin Luo, dressed in a strikingly vibrant long dress, took off her sunglasses and glanced at the drizzling autumn rain in the sky, looking quite disgruntled. Who knows? Maybe it's because someone arrived. Lin Fei, standing nearby, shrugged his shoulders and was about to retort when Ma Liang spoke up. "Brother Lin, the car we booked online has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lin Fei turned and walked towards the entrance of the hall. Behind him, besides Lin Luo, there was also the customer service representative, the young lady Jia Shanshan, along with Ma Liang and others. Although it's not certain that anyone would harm him, it's always better to be cautious. Moreover, Ma Liang and the others were all security personnel provided to him free of charge by an elder. Since Lin Fei currently had more money than he could spend, he was also quite generous with his expenditures. Therefore, Ma Liang and the others were happy to stay by his side. As they exited the hall, they saw a tall woman at the entrance holding a sign with Lin Fei's name printed in Chinese characters. "Mr. Lin." Ma Liang quickly walked up to her. After a brief exchange, the woman led them toward the nearby parking lot. Wow, Ma Liang, your arrangements are impressive. Lin Fei exclaimed. I have to say, you're becoming quite the butler. How about coming to work for me after you retire next year? On the luxurious bus. Lin Fei comfortably leaned back on the sofa and spoke to Ma Liang in the adjacent seat. Seeing Lin Fei's relaxed expression, Ma Liang smiled slightly and said, hee hee. Those wealthy people on TV enjoy life like this. I can't say I'm enjoying it. Besides, I know nothing about games. Hearing Ma Liang's response, Lin Fei kept his eyes closed and replied, not knowing much is fine. As long as you can manage and arrange things, that's enough. He didn't know Ma Liang for long, but had a favorable impression of the young man. He was usually quiet, but his eyes showed that he was perceptive. For instance, every time he left Lin Fei's home, he would subconsciously take the trash with him. Just this small act revealed that he was a considerate person. Furthermore, he had good skills. Having someone like that around certainly brings a sense of security. No wonder those wealthy individuals always travel with attendants and bodyguards. It feels great. At that moment, the tall woman who had greeted them earlier approached Lin Fei and spoke in somewhat fluent Mandarin. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your butler, Eva. For this trip, should we head to the hotel we booked now? Lin Fei opened his eyes in surprise and examined her. The woman wore glasses and was dressed in a smart suit. She was tall and had a strong build, fitting the description of someone who could be considered curvy in today's terms. Everyone, go rest at the hotel for a bit. In the evening, you can introduce us to some fun places. Lin Fei glanced at the tired expressions on everyone's faces and spoke directly. All right, I'll go talk to the driver now. Have a pleasant journey. Eva slightly bowed and then turned to walk towards the front of the car, looking at her figure and the curves tightly wrapped. It was indeed quite tempting. Suddenly, Lin Fei looked at Ma Liang and said, I say, you brat, you haven't gone bad, have you? That's unfair. I booked everything online as you instructed. I had no idea we were being greeted by beautiful people. Ma Liang immediately raised both hands to show his innocence upon hearing this. As he spent more time with Lin Fei, Ma Liang had also figured out the latter's temperament. So when booking the services, he specifically left a note indicating the need for a pleasing service staff. As Lin Fei and the others arrived at the hotel located in the city center, just after getting off the car, a man and a woman approached them. Lin Fei initially thought they were staff, but as soon as they spoke, he realized he was mistaken. Chapter 178, is this a game exhibition? Or a personal show? Hello, Mr. Lee. I am a staff member from the organizing team of the Cologne Game Exhibition. You can call me Alan. And this is our venue manager, Mr. Tom. A man and a woman approached, with the woman speaking first. Lin Fei was taken aback. He didn't expect to encounter staff from the organizing team right in front of his booked hotel. At that moment, Jia Zhanzhan stepped forward casually, shook hands with the woman slightly, and introduced Lin Fei. Hello, I am the PR manager of Player Nation. She indicated to the two, this is our founder, Mr. Lin Fei. If there's anything, you can talk to me. After all, our leader has been on a long flight. Wow, is this cold-faced little one someone I know? Seeing Jia Zhanzhan, who had been acting normally, suddenly change her demeanor, Lin Fei was completely bewildered. Just then, Lin Luo, who had just gotten off a luxury bus, came to his side and whispered, how's it going? Is my training okay? Can you show it off? You trained? Lin Fei was shocked to hear. Of course. Lin Luo said, pulling Lin Fei toward the hotel while talking, Player Nation is no longer an unknown small workshop. You've never managed the external affairs. So you don't know our current situation. So, in front of other companies, you need to adopt a bit of an arrogant attitude. Take this organizing team for example. Us coming here is giving them face, and if we don't come, they can't do anything. Listening to Lin Luo's confident talk, Lin Fei was completely stunned. He never expected that his older sister, who only understood live streaming before, would change so much now. All work-related matters were handled by Jia Zhanzhan, while Lin Fei and Lin Luo seemed to be there just for fun. The next day, the game exhibition began. Early in the morning, under Jia Zhanzhan's arrangement, everyone arrived at the exhibition sports hall. Mr. Lin. As soon as they reached the entrance, the woman from the previous day approached them. After slightly bowing, she said, the requirements mentioned by Manager Jia yesterday have been agreed upon by all of us after discussion. We have completed the setup for your studio's exhibition space. Now we are just waiting. Following Lin Luo's request, Lin Fei fully entrusted the work matters to Jia Zhanzhan, becoming a true hands-off boss. Accompanied by Ma Liang and others, Lin Fei walked towards the exhibition hall. To be honest, he had never been to such a game exhibition in his entire life. However, although he had never been there in person, he learned from online videos that various cosplay girls could be seen at such exhibitions. And as for their outfits, it's indescribable. However, just as a few people were about to enter the venue, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly rang out. Oh my god, is that you, Mr. Lin? Someone recognized him? Isn't it said that foreigners have a face blindness towards people from this region? Lin Fei turned in surprise to look. He saw a Caucasian man not far from him, waving at him with a look of excitement on his face, continuously shouting, Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. I can't believe I'm seeing the real Mr. Lin. Looking at the international friend with brown hair, green eyes, a bushy beard, a round figure, and a slightly greasy appearance, Lin Fei was completely stunned. What does it mean to see the living Mr. Lin? Am I dead or something? And who are you to shout like that? You're not embarrassed, but I'm embarrassed. However, just as Lin Fei was thinking this, the people around him, hearing the enthusiastic shouting, instinctively looked over. When these people followed the man's gaze to Lin Fei, their expressions changed dramatically. Lin Fei remembered seeing a comment somewhere that said, "Who goes to a game exhibition to actually look at the games? Aren't they all there to look at the people?" In the past, Lin Fei didn't believe this statement. Now, facing these unfriendly, even somewhat gleaming gazes, it truly felt a bit terrifying. Phosphorus fertilizer, it's phosphorus fertilizer. Phosphorus fertilizer. Phosphorus fertilizer. After a brief few seconds, the crowd at the entrance became chaotic. What the heck? Isn't it said that people go to game exhibitions to see girls? What is wrong with this crowd? Watching the group of people, who looked like wolves closing in, Lin Fei was completely panicked and instinctively hid behind Ma Liang and a few others. Fortunately, the organizers seemed to have anticipated such a situation. As the crowd stirred, a large man in security uniform rushed out from inside the venue. Seeing the savior arrive, Lin Fei dared not stay in place any longer and quickly slipped into the venue amidst the commotion. Haha, Mr. Lin. The enthusiasm of the audience at this exhibition is unprecedented. Just as Lin Fei entered the venue, a thin man wearing gold-rimmed glasses blocked his path. Noticing the look of confusion in his eyes, the man smiled slightly and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Wang Yu, a designer from Domo Studio. It's an honor to meet you here." Looking at the excitement subtly evident on the man's face, Lin Fei felt a bit overwhelmed. He didn't expect his fame to be so great. As for the Domo Game Studio, some might find it unfamiliar, but once mentioned the games they produced. It was well known as a rising star in the gaming industry. Xian Yuan's sword was once a sensation across the region. However, this also became Domo's most recognized representative work. Lin Fei was very surprised. He didn't expect to meet a fellow countryman in this place. And he suddenly became curious about this compatriot from a certain province. "Do you also have games on display?" Lin Fei politely extended his hand for a brief handshake, expressing his confusion. At that moment, a keen-eyed reporter in the exhibition hall noticed Lin Fei at the entrance. Lin Fei was no longer the same person he used to be. While he might not be well known in society, his influence in the gaming industry was undeniable. After all, every move made by the gaming powerhouse was a significant impact. The news of their attendance at the gaming exhibition had already been publicly announced by the organizers. Thanks to the buzz surrounding this company, the event attracted many manufacturers and gaming enthusiasts. "Our studio can't compare to them. Haha, you might not believe it, but I came here mainly to see you. After all, it's really hard to meet you," Wang Yu said excitedly while shaking Lin Fei's hand. "Great, here comes another one." Lin Fei thought to himself, rolling his eyes inwardly. He was perplexed, wondering whether he had come to the gaming exhibition or if the exhibition was all about him. Chapter 179, What Am I Doing Here? Sitting in his own exhibition area, Lin Fei looked at the crowd surrounding him, feeling overwhelmed. Others would envy such attention. But he was feeling frustrated. If other vendors heard him say this, they might be shocked. The main purpose of attending the exhibition was to meet Wang Yu, who couldn't help but smile at Lin Fei's complaints. Which vendor didn't hope to be interviewed by journalists? They would love to be surrounded by people. Yet here was Lin Fei, not only unhappy about it, but looking quite distressed. Lin Fei sighed. He couldn't care less about others. But he certainly didn't want to be gawked at like a monkey. He felt helpless, but had no way out. He glanced sideways at Wang Yu and said, "You seem quite idle too." Wang Yu chuckled and replied, "Well, my main reason for coming is to see you." He then added, "But it seems like you're not confused about this. Of course, you're not exactly a beauty." Lin Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Those who want to see me are just hoping to collaborate with Player S Kingdom. If you've done your research, you should know that Player S Kingdom has no intention of external cooperation." Wang Yu wasn't surprised by his words. Player S Kingdom was currently thriving, having garnered countless players worldwide with just 2 games. Their fan base was growing rapidly, and it could be confidently said that the name Player S Kingdom had become synonymous with high-quality games. Everyone was aware of this, and Wang Yu was no fool either. He nodded and said, "I never thought about collaborating with Player S Kingdom." After a sigh, he continued, "Actually, the main reason I came to see you is to find a way out for our team." "What do you mean?" Lin Fei was a bit confused by his statement. Wang Yu forced a smile and explained, "Actually, this has been the case since early this year." As Wang Yu recounted the situation, Lin Fei gradually understood his meaning. To put it simply, they were struggling to survive. Initially, their studio was managing to get by with some resources, but with Lin Fei's emergence, the game market had entered a downturn for all vendors except Player S Kingdom. While larger companies were also impacted, they had the capital to withstand it. In such an environment, smaller companies and studios were suffering. Moreover, Wang Yu's team was not only affected by market conditions, but also by external factors given this situation. Wang Yu wanted to take his team to develop in the mainland. Many in the team saw potential in Player S Kingdom, which led to their desire to join. Ultimately, they were struggling to survive due to the broader market conditions. Understanding the whole story, Lin Fei remained silent. To be honest, he has a system that doesn't require any complex team. It's enough to just keep the studio running normally. After all, with more people, things can get complicated. Unexpected issues are bound to arise. With this in mind, Lin Fei shook his head and said, "My player's realm doesn't need any team members." Although the outcome was clear in his mind, hearing it was another matter. Wang Yu didn't expect that after traveling such a long distance to meet, he would still get the same result. In his view, while his team might not produce games of the same quality as Player's Realm, they certainly wouldn't fall behind other teams in technical aspects. To say he wasn't popular would be nonsense. But if you say he is popular, there's a saying that goes, it's not shameful to humble oneself for profit. Yet seeing Lin Fei's indifferent demeanor made him feel awkward, stuck in place. He didn't know whether to stay or leave. As the game exhibition began, more and more people entered the venue. "Hey everyone, guess where I am right now? Wow. You guys figured it out, you're amazing." "You're right, I'm at the Cologne Game Show." Nowadays, short videos and live streaming are all the rage, with hosts from various industries broadcasting live. Zhang Yang is an outdoor exhibition host, roaming various cities and exhibition centers. Of course, the biggest purpose of live streaming at exhibitions is to provide benefits to his followers. What are these benefits? Well, let's not get into that. Those who understand will know. Holding a selfie stick, he walked into the venue and was immediately attracted by the lively atmosphere inside. Recently, he had attended quite a few exhibitions, but none were as bustling as today. Wow, guys, can you believe this? The Cologne Game Show, one of the largest video game exhibitions in the world, is even more lively than the last time I went to E3. Look at those outfits. Oh my goodness. Once inside, Zhang Yang couldn't help but snap a flurry of photos of the stunning attendees around him. Brothers, family, the benefits are here. Zhang Yang wasn't a hardcore gamer or a car enthusiast. He was more of a fashion enthusiast. So, he wasn't very familiar with the advertisements or the companies present at the venue. As the camera angles in the live stream changed, suddenly, the chat room exploded with activity. Noticing this, Zhang Yang's face lit up with joy. He wasn't worried about the number of viewers. What mattered was the interaction with them. However, such a flood of comments was quite rare. He instinctively glanced at another phone watching the live stream and was stunned by the barrage of comments flying up. Wow, who is Lin Fei? Is he some influencer? The viewers in the live stream, however, weren't paying attention to Zhang Yang's inquiries and were commenting even more vigorously. "The idiot host is right next to you, at that booth on the right. Yes, can't you see the words Player's Realm? It's over, the host is blind, just staring at the fairy's backside. Host, not doing anything right, let's report him. Yes, report him." Seeing the barrage of messages wanting to report him, Zhang Yang felt quite confused. He couldn't understand what had triggered this group of viewers. However, to avoid being reported by someone, he quickly turned his head to look for the words Player Kingdom. Wow, is this a game company from a certain country? Having been abroad for over a year, Zhang Yang was unaware of the domestic gaming market news, and even the international market was a mystery to him. But looking at the name Player Kingdom, he felt it was somewhat familiar. Wow, everyone, could this name be the one that has been trending recently? Although he hadn't seen any news about Player Kingdom, the name that often appeared in trending topics was indeed very familiar. Hearing his words, the viewers in the live stream surprisingly didn't mock him, but instead sent a wave of small gifts, urging him not to wander off and to live stream the process at Player Kingdom's booth. To be honest, watching games isn't as good as watching girls, but the fact proved that no one would turn down money. Seeing the gifts from his fans, Zhang Yang began to push through the crowd, heading towards the Player Kingdom booth. Meanwhile, the speakers above announced, "Dear viewers, we at Player Kingdom came here rather hastily this time, so we only temporarily gathered a few sets of VR equipment. It's impossible for everyone to experience it. Chapter 180, can you help me grab my phone? I'm live streaming here. What the hell did I just hear? No way. That guy is unbelievable. He actually went abroad for an exhibition without saying a word, and he even brought a new game. This is just outrageous. By the way, is it still possible to book a flight now? Rich bro, take me with you. I'm good at carrying bags, keeping warm, and even dressing up." Through the outdoor exhibition live stream of host Zhang Yang, the audience heard Lin Fei's voice from the venue, and everyone was shocked. No one expected that Lin would attend the exhibition and even release a playable demo of a new game. This is way too sudden. If I had known, I would have booked a flight to the Cologne Game Show. Come on, the Cologne Game Show isn't just for one day. Friends, you can definitely buy a ticket and come over. Zhang Yang saw the viewer count in his live stream skyrocketing and couldn't help but smile broadly. He never expected that after over a year of attending exhibitions, the highest number of live viewers in his stream was only a couple of thousand. But now, in just a short while, It surged to over 7,000, and it was still climbing. It seemed like today might just break 10,000. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang instantly pushed aside his thoughts about the girl. Girls, they can't compare to the excitement of this moment. Feeling sweet as honey, Zhang Yang eagerly leaned closer to the action. Just then, Lin Fei's voice echoed again from the front booth. I know everyone wants to be the first to experience it, but the equipment and spots are limited. So here's what we'll do. I'll randomly select lucky players right here. Security, can you please keep an eye out? Lin Fei's announcement sparked a frenzy among the international fans gathered around the booth, all trying to get noticed in front of him. The chances of being selected just got higher. However, this scene was all captured by host Zhang Yang in his live stream. Watching the crowd, which resembled a group of eager shoppers going after free eggs, domestic viewers felt a surge of pride. Instantly, Zhang Yang's viewer count skyrocketed as well. A wave of new viewers flooded the stream, and they couldn't help but start spamming the chat. What the hell? I see someone. Lin Fei. So cool. He actually went to the Cologne game show. And this popularity. It's about to explode. Haha. Guys, look at that white guy next to the booth. His face is almost the same color as the black guy's. This is crazy. This guy has never attended an exhibition before, and here he is debuting in the spotlight. Indeed, at this moment, I felt like I was glowing with pride. Wait, you think you're glowing? Didn't you hear that guy say they were testing a new game? This is thrilling. I almost want to fly there right now. Wow. Dude upstairs, is that flight for real? Meanwhile, as a robust security guard appeared, the order at the gaming exhibition could not be said to have stabilized, but it was somewhat calmer. However, there were still many foreign players who showed no fear of the guards and shouted about human rights and freedom. Well, it's just a gaming exhibition, a trial experience. And here we are talking about human rights. Unbelievable. Looking at the noisy and restless crowd, Lin Fei could only quickly scan the area. As the saying goes, everyone should share the benefits. With only 5 slots available, it was indeed a bit of a dilemma. You. Stop looking around, you. The one wearing glasses. Zhang Yang was an outdoor exhibition streamer, best known for capturing footage of girls from various angles. At this moment, in pursuit of views, he had completely become a servant to the audience. As the saying goes, making money is not shameful. Wow, streamer. Linda pointed at you. Yeah, what are you still staring at? Who says there's anything to see over there? Seeing the barrage in the live stream, Zhang Yang looked at Lin Fei on the stage in shock. Are you calling me? Isn't that obvious? Looking at the stunned person he pointed out from his country, Lin Fei impatiently said into the microphone, hurry up. Hearing someone call him up and seeing the live stream's popularity. My goodness, how did it suddenly jump to over 200,000 people? Seeing the online count hit 200K, Zhang Yang was completely stunned. But he knew that such terrifying traffic was definitely related to Lin Fei standing before him. Shocked back to reality, he immediately perked up. Step aside, let me through. Hey, girl in the sailor outfit in front. Move aside quickly, or I'll touch your butt. To Zhang Yang, Lin Fei was now his fortune. Anyone who dared to block his way to the stage was cutting off his source of income, regardless of whether they were a lowly or someone else. In the face of money, even gods can be challenged. Now, even if he got on stage and Lin Fei asked him to bow, he wouldn't hesitate. That's just how it is. Of course, Lin Fei had no habit of making people bow in front of him. Once the 5 of them reached the exhibition area, he directly said, the organizers only prepared 5 sets of equipment. We can't blame them for being stingy. It's mainly due to limited space. Well, just a complaint, but unexpectedly, the organizers looked quite embarrassed. But who can be blamed? Lin Fei and their positions were already the center stage of the venue, and the space available for 5 sets of equipment was already the maximum effort. Who would have thought that the gaming exhibition would be this popular? After a somewhat informal opening remark, Lin Fei got straight to the point. I don't want to say too much, and I'm not a fan of unnecessary talk. The game we're showcasing this time, I can guarantee, is one that you have never seen before. Moreover, I believe that after you play it, you will definitely fall in love with this element. As Lin Fei gestured for the 5 to choose their equipment, he spoke up. I have already discussed with the organizers, and after you all start the game, they will live stream the gameplay on a big screen. The excitement was palpable among the foreign players, who were practically ready to jump with joy at the thought of not only experiencing the game, but also being broadcasted live. In contrast, Zhang Yang looked completely bewildered. What? Play a game? How would I know how to do that? I might as well kneel down and beg for a more practical option. Of course, that was just his thought. If he were really asked to kneel down in public, he wouldn't be able to do it. Why does the streamer look so reluctant? He thought. Seriously, there are thousands of people waiting for this opportunity, and here you are. He felt a sense of bitterness as he read the comments in the live stream. In the end, he could only take out his phone and ask Lin Fei, could you help me hold my phone? I'm live streaming here. Chapter 181 New Game. Everyone's childhood wow. Lin Laozhai is on camera. Ha, big brother. Let us get those gifts rolling. Begging for a new game. Lin Fei, I want to have kids with you. In Zhang Yang's live stream, when the audience saw Lin Fei's handsome face appear on the screen, the chat exploded. Instantly, the atmosphere in the live stream became lively, with messages flooding in so quickly that it almost froze the phone. Some wealthy viewers, not caring whose live stream it was, started sending gifts like crazy. Seeing such enthusiasm from the audience, Lin Fei was stunned for a moment. He raised his phone and waved, saying, "Hello everyone. Hey, those generous viewers, please stop sending gifts. This is someone else's live stream. Wow, are you being polite?" Zhang Yang, who was wearing VR equipment beside him, immediately shot Lin Fei a fierce glare. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their father. A deep-seated grudge. If it weren't for the fact that the live stream was so popular, Zhang Yang would have wanted to throw off the headset and walk away. Is the organizer out of their mind? Why did they have to bring him here? What are we even showcasing? A gaming company not far from the Player Nation booth looked at their own booth, which was rather empty, and felt dissatisfied. Of course, they were not the only ones struggling at the venue. Several familiar companies were gathered together, all looking at the Player Nation booth with envious eyes. In their view, Lin Fei's Player Nation was like a thorn in their side. There was no way around it. They were just too popular right now. Yeah, the popularity of Player Nation is at its peak. It seems like we don't stand a chance. Hearing the comments from several peers, the earlier mentioned company representative spoke up. At its peak? I'm not so sure. Why do you say that? Someone asked. What do you mean? The man looked around at everyone and said, "We are all in the gaming industry. I just want to ask you, can you guarantee that every game you produce will be popular? I remember there's an old saying, wealth doesn't last beyond 3 generations. This means that, no matter how good a company is, it's impossible for every game to be a hit, right? Goodness, what a ridiculous explanation. If Lin Fei were here and heard this man's words, he would surely be laughing uncontrollably. Yes, you have a point. Our company has released no less than 20 games, and only 2 of them made money. Us too, but we're a bit better, with 3 big hits. Haha, I can't compete with that. Our output is a bit low, having released only 4 games so far, and only 2 have performed well. See, this is the gaming industry. No one can guarantee they will stay on top forever, right? I think Player Nation will stop here too." A group of envious game developers looked at the throngs of people at the Player Nation booth. Everyone is secretly hoping for a spectacle from the gaming brand at the exhibition. ISNT they're saying online. Watching you lose money makes me happier than watching me make money. At this moment, this group of people embodies that sentiment. It has begun. It has begun. As several lucky players donned their gear and took their places, the LED screens set up by the organizers in the hall lit up. To enhance the event's impact, the organizers went all out, broadcasting the screens of the 5 testing machines from the gaming brand. Haha, everyone. Let us not chat about anything else. Lin Fei waved to the audience in Zhang Yang's live stream, saying that if anyone truly liked the gaming brand, they should support the game. After that, he placed his phone on a small stand beside him and turned the camera towards the broadcasting LED screen. No, I don't want to watch the game live. I want to see people. Who could blame them? What is so exciting about a new game? It's not every day you get to see Lin Fei. The audience in the live stream, seeing the sudden change in the screen, immediately reacted. However, Lin Fei, who had already turned around, didn't notice this at all. But even if he did, he wouldn't care. After all, this wasn't his own live stream. The audience, after shouting for a while and not seeing Lin Fei, gradually settled down. Soon, the broadcasting LED screen flashed with a stream of light. The dark screen began to brighten. Everyone instinctively closed their mouths, eagerly anticipating the next scene. Whoosh! A sound like the wind began to fill the air. In an instant, the crowded, stuffy venue felt as if a cool breeze had swept through. The visuals hadn't even started, but the sound effects were so realistic. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. As expected, the next second, the screen slowly lit up. Amidst swirling clouds and mist, peaks that seemed to be from a fairy tale appeared. A sharp wind blew, and a piercing eagle cry echoed. In the next moment, accompanied by a crashing sound, the scene shifted to a waterfall. A waterfall that resembled a galaxy poured down from above, crashing onto the lake below. Under the bright sunlight, a valley that resembled a paradise appeared before everyone's eyes. What they saw was vibrant and full of the essence of spring. Wow, wow, wow. Those upstairs, stop saying wow. I know what you mean. This scene feels so familiar. Yes, it's incredibly familiar. Just can't recall the name. Stuck, asking those below for an answer. What is this place called? Seeing such a familiar scene, all the viewers from Huaguo wore expressions of shock. It wasn't because the game's opening was so spectacular, but because this scene was so incredibly familiar. Familiar, to the point where they couldn't immediately name it. Everyone was at a loss for words. The name lingered in their minds, but they just couldn't say it. At that moment, the camera rapidly ascended along the waterfall that resembled the Milky Way. When the camera reached the top of the waterfall, a sudden silhouette appeared in the video. The figure stood with its back to the crowd. The silhouette wore a golden crown adorned with phoenix wings, donned a shimmering golden armor, and stepped into cloud-like shoes. The most striking detail, however, was what was in its hand. It was a stick. Yes, just a stick. An extraordinary stick. Oh my goodness. It's the Great Sage. I just remembered. No need to tell me. I remembered too. That's definitely Flower Fruit Mountain. Oh my goodness. How could that old thief not be human? Such a fantastic game concept, and they're showcasing it instead of releasing it directly. Who says otherwise? This is the Monkey King. My childhood. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to buy a plane ticket. I'm heading to the expo in Cologne. At that moment, all the audience from that region were stunned. Chapter 182. The childhood idol of hundreds of millions. The Monkey King. The Great Sage equal to heaven. The victorious fighting Buddha. This is a character embedded in the DNA of all people from the region. With that outfit, anyone from the region would recognize him. He is the childhood idol of hundreds of millions. There is no other. At this moment, atop the mountain, the purifying energy of heaven and earth is slowly swirling around that figure. With each breath, it seems as if he is drawing in the essence of the world. Streams of white energy surge from his mouth and nose, like clouds and mist being exhaled. Wow, truly the Great Sage. I'm in awe. Oh my, hurry up and get ready to sell. No matter the price, I want to buy it. As the camera zooms in, the emotions of the viewers in the live stream become uncontrollable. Meanwhile, at the exhibition site, players gazing up at the LED screen have expressions of uncontainable excitement. OMG, it's so beautiful. Is this a game? Oh my, is this heaven? This is just too stunning. Can anyone tell me, is this real? Who is this monkey? So cool. I know. This is the beautiful Monkey King from regional mythology. Seems like he's called Sun Wukong. What is a Ho Wong? What is that? It's the beautiful Monkey King. He is not just anything. He is a deity from the east. Do you see that staff in his hand? That is the legendary sacred artifact. Wow, is there really such a saying? The golden staff is actually a sacred artifact? Hearing the excited exclamations from a group of international friends below, Lin Fei on stage felt speechless. The cultural differences between the East and West are indeed quite vast. However, it was somewhat surprising that someone could recognize the Monkey King. But just as everyone was still immersed in the majesty of this victorious fighting Buddha, they noticed his ears twitch slightly. At the same time, a stern shout echoed from the sky. Demon Monkey. The shout was like thunder, radiating from the speakers beside the screen, startling everyone in the venue. The voice seemed to be right beside them. OMG, what an amazing sound effect. It's fantastic. Don't talk, look at the screen. Accompanied by that angry shout, the camera turned, directly approaching the monkey on the mountainside. White clouds rolled like waves. With the intense rolling, the thick, milky white clouds began to part. As the clouds slowly receded, a group of figures appeared. At a glance, they were countless. All armored and helmeted, wielding strange-shaped weapons, fierce and intimidating. Demon Monkey, you have violated the heavenly rules. The Jade Emperor commands us to capture you and bring you back to the heavenly court for trial. Hurry up and surrender. Hearing the words from below, the monkey atop the mountain remained unfazed. He opened his eyes wide, golden light radiating and flashing. His fiery eyes were bright and piercing. In the monkey's domineering gaze, there was not a hint of fear. Instead, there was a surge of fighting spirit. Wow, no wonder he is the Great Sage. This scene is just too intense. Haha, I'm familiar with this scene. Everyone knows it. Men, women, young and old across the nation are all familiar with it. A classic moment is being recreated, bringing back childhood memories for the viewers in the live stream. At this moment, the outdoor exhibition host live stream is experiencing a crazy increase in viewers, almost 10,000 per minute. Those new viewers entering the stream are stunned by the explosive and familiar visuals. They had only heard that someone was live streaming a gameplay preview of a new game, but they never expected to see the legendary character. What is the legendary character doing? Just then, the audience notices that the monkey standing atop the mountain has its lips moving. As they ponder, the monkey suddenly flips over and leaps into the air on a cloud. Wow, the legendary cloud. So cool. Without any flashy effects, it's just a simple leap onto the white cloud. Yet, this simple scene, with its incredibly realistic graphics, makes everyone believe that someone can actually leap onto the clouds. Especially those international friends and game developers at the venue. All of them are left speechless. In their minds, even deities have never possessed such abilities. There are no extra glamorous effects, no cool camera angles needed. Just a simple leap onto the legendary cloud has already set the whole place ablaze. The monkey, holding an iron staff, leaps onto the cloud at an overwhelming and terrifying speed, rising to meet the unexpected guests. Its sharp, fierce eyes, full of rage, openly glare at all the invading enemies. The murderous intent in the monkey's eyes is unmasked, while its expression remains rebellious, clearly not taking the group of heavenly soldiers seriously. Humph. The Jade Emperor sends you little shrimp soldiers to capture me? You must think too highly of yourselves. As it speaks, the monkey opens its mouth, unleashing a gust of wind. In the next moment, thick clouds gather from all directions in the sky. The originally sunny day instantly darkens. However, with just one more inhalation, the scene becomes terrifying as dark clouds threaten to crush the city. OMG, what is this? Magic? So cool. Yes, this magic is so impressive. Is this a forbidden spell from a novel? Inside the venue, those Western players unfamiliar with Eastern legends collectively gasp. This apocalyptic scene only reminds them of the magic in their fantasy tales. Looking at the genuinely apocalyptic dark clouds, these foreigners feel a chill running down their spines. Some even wonder if this monkey truly existed. Could the superheroes from their own countries defeat it? After all, if this monkey's breath is so terrifying, who knows what other skills it might possess? Boom, boom, boom. Facing the impending dark clouds, the celestial soldiers standing on the clouds began to beat the war drums. Unyielding, demon monkey, prepare to meet your end. As the thunderous sound of the war drums reverberated, a loud roar followed. In the next moment, a burly man with a long sword flew out from the ranks, heading towards the monkey. Here it comes. Take this, old son. Seeing the approaching celestial king, the monkey was not only unafraid but filled with fighting spirit. With that, he immediately grabbed his iron staff and charged at the demon. But, in the next moment, bang, a muffled sound. The entire crowd was stunned. The aggressive monkey was actually sent flying by a single sword strike. At the same time, on the player's own stage, Zhang Yang, wearing a VR headset, let out a startled cry. What the heck? Why is it starting like this? Chapter 183, I think they are incomparable. Wow. I can only exclaim wow. Haha, the streamer is really terrible. Who says otherwise? The great Sun Wukong is being played like this. Do you think there is a possibility that this character is just too strong? Nonsense. How can anyone be stronger than Sun Wukong? The streamer is just a novice. If it were me, I would have stormed the heavenly gates and charged into the celestial palace. Watching Zhang Yang's Sun Wukong being completely dominated by the opponent, the audience in the live stream and the international friends present all started to criticize. It wasn't about the game itself, but purely aimed at the streamer Zhang Yang's personal skills. There is no other reason. This streamer is just a novice. How could someone like him occupy a lucky spot? The venue was filled with boos, and some even demanded Zhang Yang step down and let the top players take the stage. However, despite the audience's criticisms and discussions, Zhang Yang remained indifferent. In the past, he never played games. He even thought that playing games was a waste of time. But when he put on the VR headset and entered the game, he was captivated by the scenery before him. He found himself fully immersed in this enchanting flower and fruit mountain. But unexpectedly, this good time didn't last long. With the appearance of heavenly soldiers, he found himself in battle. Moreover, he transformed into the great sage Sun Wukong, riding clouds and soaring, covering vast distances in a flip. This is a dream that countless men have had in their lives. However, the result was completely unexpected. The monkey he controlled was knocked down to flower and fruit mountain with a single strike. How embarrassing. How frustrating. He didn't even have a chance to showcase 1/10 of the great sage's strength, let alone lift the staff, before being knocked down. Even with the headset and bone conduction headphones on, the complaints and criticisms from the crowd reached his ears. He felt embarrassed all the way to a foreign land. Filled with regret, Zhang Yang secretly vowed, it's just a game. What is so hard about it? With this thought, he controlled the monkey that had fallen on the mountaintop to get back up and looked up at the heavenly soldiers in the sky. In that moment, it felt as if he had truly crossed over to the sky above the blooming flower and fruit mountain. With determination, he looked at the countless heavenly soldiers and, without thinking, mimicked Sun Wukong and yelled, "You shrimp soldiers and crab generals, come face your grandpa." As he spoke, the monkey controlled by Zhang Yang leaped into the air, charging toward the heavenly soldiers with great momentum. The audacity of this monkey. Hearing Zhang Yang shout, one of the 4 heavenly kings leading the heavenly soldiers immediately bellowed like a furious deity, "Die." As soon as the command was given, the fierce heavenly king raised the pipa in his arms and began to play. Seeing this, Zhang Yang, who was already in the clouds, showed no signs of fear. With a single thought, he activated the great sage's skill. The next moment, he could only roar, "Take this, old sun stick." As he shouted, the staff in the hands of the character suddenly thickened, lengthened, and grew larger. The seemingly endless, thickening staff charged toward the air with unstoppable momentum, aiming at the opponent. Standing before the celestial warriors, the opponent, seeing the monkey's reckless boldness in confronting him with the staff, transformed his face into one of furious wrath. The demon monkey, unaware of his impending doom. As he spoke, he lifted his instrument and began to play, fingers dancing across the strings. The peculiar sound waves surged forth like an army charging, heading towards Zhang Yang. It was as if ripples were spreading across a still pond, visibly radiating towards him. At first, Zhang Yang paid little attention to the sound of the instrument. However, as the rippling waves approached, his movements suddenly slowed, as if he were drowning. With a furious roar, the monkey shouted. In the next moment, the clouds in the sky began to stir, as if his anger could turn the world upside down. In an instant, the monkey broke free from his constraints, his colossal arm descending fiercely upon the opponent. A look of disdain spread across the monkey's face. Bang! The staff struck down. The opponent, who attempted to block with his instrument, suddenly changed color. Before he could react, a terrifying force, like a mountain pressing down, sent the Southern Growth King flying. What the? Am I really this amazing? Watching the Southern Growth King being swatted away like a fly, Zhang Yang's eyes widened in shock. Immediately, an indescribable excitement surged within him. At that moment, he felt as if his blood was boiling. Incredible, truly incredible. Is this what VR gaming feels like? Zhang Yang, who had never played games before, finally experienced the thrill that gamers often talk about. A game could actually be this exhilarating. In this moment, he felt fearless. Gazing at the countless celestial beings in the sky, a burning desire for battle ignited within him. With the magical staff returning to normal under his control, he held it high. Looking towards the sky with pride, Zhang Yang shouted, "Today, let me, the great sage, destroy all of you divine beings." Wow, is the streamer high on this? No kidding, this game will get you hooked. But honestly, this streamer has potential as a gaming broadcaster. If you ask me, stop floating around and just become a game streamer. No way, with skills like this. P.S. worse than me. As a game streamer, he probably wouldn't even get a sip of the northwest wind. With nearly 1 million viewers in the live stream, seeing Zhang Yang's actions, everyone began to voice their opinions. As the discussions continued, Zhang Yang gradually got into the zone. Controlling the great sage, he engaged in battle with the celestial warriors. A single iron staff danced in his hands, and with just a slight misstep, one could be swept away by its might. At the same time, the monkey's signature skill of transformation was also understood by Zhang Yang. Whenever danger struck, it could unexpectedly change into various forms to evade it. In less than 10 minutes, someone who had barely touched the game was able to get the hang of it. This demonstrates just how simple and user-friendly the controls are. As the battle unfolded, both sides showcased an array of magical techniques, leaving the international friends at the exhibition in awe. They had never imagined that the magical effects in a game could be so realistic, especially with the lifelike graphics. This group even mistook it for their impression of a certain ancient civilization. OMG, the Eastern Land is truly a place full of wonders. Indeed, watching the monkey's spells, I suddenly realized how amazing this is. Friend, don't say that. I think they are not even on the same level. Chapter 184. Charging up to the Southern Heavenly Gate, I'm here testing the game, and you all are discussing biological species issues. Is this polite? Lin Fei felt a bit awkward as he looked down at the group of friends comparing Sun Wukong and the gods from the West. Since ancient times, mythologies have varied from country to country. As for determining which mythical figures are stronger or weaker, it really is difficult to judge. However, in Lin Fei's heart, he believed that the Eastern figures were slightly stronger. While everyone was discussing, in the game, a foreign player had already wiped out the heavenly soldiers without leaving a trace. OMG, finally cleared the level. This game is so much fun. Just as that player breathed a sigh of relief, the scene before him shifted. The defeated heavenly soldiers, having lost their armor, flew towards the Southern Heavenly Gate after retreating. At this moment, the monkey in midair narrowed his eyes, exuding a hint of danger. Does the Jade Emperor really think that I, Sun Wukong, am easy to bully? The Heavenly Court is too overbearing. I'll make a scene when I get there. Saying this, the monkey shouted down to Flower Fruit Mountain, "Monkeys, wait for me to visit the Heavenly Court, and I'll bring you back some local specialties." As he spoke, the great sage took a somersault and flew towards the Southern Heavenly Gate. Wow, OMG. So fast. Too fast. I can't take it. Whoa. As Sun Wukong soared, the surrounding scenery instantly blurred, a sign of rapid flight. However, the lucky players on the platform suddenly felt as if they were on a roller coaster, especially as the moving platform beneath them simulated that floating sensation. This feeling of being ungrounded made a few of them scream out loud. Seeing Sun Wukong flying on white clouds in the scene, the audience couldn't sit still. Excitement and longing appeared on their faces. OMG, this cloud looks so realistic, it really can fly. Yes, this is the coolest flying game I've ever seen. Even better than those flight simulators. I can't take it. I'm feeling dizzy just watching, and I have a fear of heights. The monkey flew without any flashy skills. Even so, the sight of him stepping on clouds while flying left this group of international friends looking awestruck. And this was exactly the reaction Lin Fei wanted. When planning to showcase the game, he had already made up his mind. Since he wanted to present Eastern culture to foreign friends, he would show them something impressive. It can be said that apart from the fighting scenes, The most eye-catching aspect of the game was the monkey's somersault cloud. While showcasing the immense power of Sun Wukong, it also demonstrated the wonders of Eastern Taoist arts. A somersault spanning 100,000 miles. In short, it's one word: fast. And just how fast? Faster than the 3-second monkey. To highlight this speed, no extra shots were needed. All that is needed is to fully present that overwhelming speed. Whoosh. As the monkey dashed across the screen, a streak of light shot out, soaring into the sky. The wind howled sharply, almost tearing at the eardrums, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. In less than 3 seconds, the monkey suddenly stopped. Just as everyone felt puzzled, a melody began to play. With the enchanting music, the perspective slowly shifted to the monkey, changing to a first-person view. As the view transformed, everyone realized why the great sage had to stop. Where is this place? Heaven? OMG. No, even heaven might not be this beautiful. Oh my god. This is the paradise of the East. Lord, did you see this? It's simply marvelous. Is this really a game? I can't wait. As the great sage's perspective revealed the scene before him, foreign friends once again showed expressions of awe. Some even thought that the paradise they imagined was not as grand as the palace in front of them. Gazing at the palace bathed in golden light and surrounded by rolling red clouds, all the little foreigners' eyes widened. Especially the grand gate inscribed with Southern Heavenly Gate in front of the great sage. It was as blue as glazed glass and as bright as jade. On both sides of the Southern Heavenly Gate stood dozens of mighty heavenly soldiers, each brandishing halberds and swords. OMG, look at the pillars. They are simply works of art. So perfect. A keen-eyed viewer, noticing several giant stone pillars within the Southern Heavenly Gate, couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing this viewer, everyone finally paid attention. Those towering pillars were entwined with golden-scaled dragons basking in the sun. Behind the towering pillars, there were several long bridges, with colorful feathered cranes soaring above. The bright mist reflected the heavenly light, shrouding the entrance. This heavenly palace completely mesmerized the group of foreigners. Some even found tears streaming down their faces. You, why are you crying? Ooh-hoo, my mother has terminal cancer. If the afterlife is like this, then I can rest easy. You are so filial. If I had your thoughts, my father would definitely give me 7 wolves. Who goes there? This is the Southern Heavenly Gate. Please leave immediately. At that moment, the heavenly soldier guarding the Southern Heavenly Gate shouted down. The soldier's voice, imbued with celestial authority, erupted like rolling thunder. Instantly, all the audience members, even though the group of foreigners couldn't understand, they felt a wave of anxiety wash over them in the face of that thunderous voice, especially combined with the visuals. It seemed as if the fierce heavenly soldiers from the screen would step out at any moment. However, in the face of the heavenly soldiers' questioning, the great sage smiled defiantly, saying, "Hee. The old Jade Emperor sends troops to attack my flower and fruit mountain. Today, I, the great sage, will cause some trouble in his heavenly court." With that, the great sage showed no hesitation and brandished his iron staff as he charged towards the heavenly soldiers guarding the Southern Heavenly Gate. Who is it? Oh, it's you, the horsekeeper. At that moment, a slightly mocking voice echoed, and a giant man holding a pagoda appeared in view. Upon seeing this giant, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Judging by normal standards, the great sage's height is around 1.7 to 1.8 meters. Yet, in front of this giant, he had to look up. Even more alarming was that the great sage's height barely reached the giant's knee. Compared to those inexperienced onlookers, the domestic audience watching through the live stream remained relatively calm. However, they couldn't help but comment on the size of the pagoda holder. Wow. This pagoda holder is a bit too big, isn't he? Of course, he's a boss after all. As the audience discussed the appearance of the pagoda holder, Li Jing granted the lucky players control over the great sage once again. Chapter 185. The manifestation of Erlang Shun. Everyone held their breath. The facts told everyone that products from this game studio are guaranteed to be of high quality. The fortunate player controlling the Monkey King, alongside the giant figure of the Heavenly King, moved nimbly, dodging all massive attacks with the agility of a monkey. Occasionally, it even counterattacked. The flowing movements and exquisite visuals were a feast for the eyes. In their hearts, they praised this monkey. There was simply no second one in the realms. Faced with the troublesome monkey, the towering Heavenly King was furious, his eyes turning bloodshot. He was terrifying. He had completely entered a berserk state. His massive body loomed like a mountain. Staring at the monkey's head, which seemed as small as a fly, he suddenly widened his eyes and bellowed, "Demon monkey, look at the tower." With a roar that echoed through the skies, he raised his arm, hurling the giant tower into the air. In the next moment, golden light swirled atop the tower, accompanied by celestial sounds. Simultaneously, the tower began to grow larger. In an instant, the massive tower suspended in mid-air transformed into a height of several hundred feet, casting a shadow as it descended towards the Monkey King. The foreign attendees at the exhibition, unfamiliar with Eastern culture, were startled when they saw the small tower that had been held by the giant suddenly soar to a height of 100 feet. Screaming in shock. In an instant, the entire venue was wide-eyed. No way. This can't be real, right? How did such a small tower grow so big in the blink of an eye? Watching the colossal tower on the screen, all the foreign attendees felt their worldview being overturned. Is this what immortals from Eastern culture look like? My goodness, this is terrifying. Yes, if such magic existed in reality, this one monkey could wipe out all nations. OMG, my heavens, I will never call Easterners monkeys again. At that moment, the audience erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, at the booth next to the game studio, a group of game developers stood up from their seats. Gazing at the smooth and beautiful graphics, they fell silent. How is this possible? From start to finish, the visuals were incredibly smooth, with no lag. And the scenery rendered perfectly without a single flaw. It was hard to believe what engine could produce this. Indeed, the entire combat scene felt so real. At that moment, all these game developers were filled with mixed emotions. They believed that from now on, this game studio would firmly establish its foothold in the gaming market. It was even possible that after this exhibition, the studio might surpass these major developers. The thought of their company being outdone by a small studio made their faces show deep resignation. As everyone was lost in their thoughts, the giant tower in the projection had already reached above the Monkey King's head. Faced with the towering giant descending from above, the fortunate player controlling the Monkey King showed no signs of panic. In fact, there was even a hint of disdain in his gaze. In the next moment, the Monkey King transformed into a streak of light before the eyes of the crowd, vanishing from their sight. When everyone saw his figure again, he had already appeared atop the head of the enormous giant, his expression filled with contempt. It was as if the colossal being was nothing more than a triviality in his eyes. Aside from its massive size, the giant was utterly worthless. Take this, old monkey stick. As he roared with arrogance, the unique might of the Monkey King was unleashed. The golden staff he wielded stirred the surrounding celestial energy. In an instant, the sky changed color, and the winds howled fiercely. It felt as if a terrifying storm was about to erupt before the southern celestial gate. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated throughout the southern celestial gate. The golden staff landed solidly on the giant's shoulder. Boom! What appeared to be a weightless staff was, in reality, extraordinarily heavy. With one blow, the giant could not withstand the terrifying power and fell to the ground. Take your life. Seeing his opponent toppled, the player's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he instinctively sought to press the attack. With one hand gripping the golden staff, he unleashed its formidable power. In an instant, bolts of lightning erupted around the staff, darkening the sky even further. If this blow landed solidly, the giant, even if it didn't die, would surely be left in a pitiful state. However, the player showed no mercy, even displaying a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Meanwhile, the audience from a certain region watching the live stream gasped at the unfolding situation. What the heck? This isn't how the story goes. Right. There should be a twist here. How could the mighty giant fall so quickly? Exactly. But I must say, this foreign player is really ruthless. Yeah, not just ruthless. His skills are impressive. What do you mean impressive? If it were me, I would have cleared it already. Come on. If it were you, you probably wouldn't even make it to the southern celestial gate. Just as the viewers were discussing in the live stream, a sharp shout rang out on the screen. The story, just as the audience had mentioned, was about to take an unexpected turn. Just as the Monkey King's golden staff was about to strike the giant's head, a trident appeared before the staff. Bang! Buzz! After the muffled sound, both weapons vibrated. Following the player's gaze, it slowly moved up. What the heck? Who is this guy? So stylish, so exquisite, so imposing. OMG, this guy actually has 3 eyes. God, could he be the legendary creature? Stop it. This game is rooted in Eastern culture. How could a Cthulhu-like being appear? This is clearly an Eastern version of Medusa. Looking at the screen, the handsome 3-eyed man with a striking appearance, long ears hanging down to his shoulders, and eyes gleaming like gold left all the foreign players in the venue stunned. They had never seen such a handsome NPC, especially with that 3-mountain phoenix hat on his head, silver armor draped over him, and golden threaded boots on his feet. With a crescent slingshot at his waist and a 3-pointed, double-edged spear in hand, he was simply stunning. It seemed that in this world, there would never be another man as handsome as him. Who is this? The fortunate foreign player, not recognizing the figure before him, instinctively asked after seeing him block his attack. I am the true Lord Erlang. The man in front of the monkey shook his 3-pointed, double-edged spear and said with a fierce expression, "You, the demon monkey, dare to trespass the southern heavenly gate and injure the king of the celestial realm. Do you know your crime? True Lord Erlang? What kind of profession is that?" The player controlling the great sage was puzzled upon hearing those words. However, from the context, he understood that this guy was here to stop him. Looking at the 3-eyed man who easily deflected his attack, The foreign player thought to himself. This guy might be a formidable opponent. Chapter 186. Let me teach you how to be a person. It turns out that the little foreign player was absolutely right. The three-eyed monster in front of him is not only a formidable opponent, but also a despair-inducing boss. This fortunate little foreign player considers himself a high-level player. But even the most skilled player can be taught a lesson in front of this guy wielding a trident spear. The three-eyed creature before him seems flawless in both strength and action, easily pinning him down. Often, just as he dodges one attack, the next one follows immediately, leaving him completely defenseless. God, are you sure this is a boss and not a bug? How are we supposed to play against this? Whether in the venue or the live stream, the audience was stunned to see such ferocity from the three-eyed deity. On stage, Lin Fei looked at the audience below, who all appeared bewildered and secretly felt amused. As the most crucial boss in the heavenly realm, he certainly wouldn't be weak. It can be said that in the entire gaming world, the combat power of Yang Jian, the three-eyed god, is the pinnacle of the heavenly court. If he were easily defeated by players, how could he embody the might of the three-eyed deity? Damn, I knew Lin was not an ordinary person. Who would have thought that a three-eyed god would be set up to be this difficult? How can we play further? You're mistaken. A game without challenge would be boring. I think this is great. Yeah, I think it's great too. The might of the great sage can destroy heaven and earth. But when facing the three-eyed god, he was utterly suppressed. It felt incredibly frustrating, especially for that little foreign player who had died 4 or 5 times in a row. Just as this player was about to respawn after his 6th death, the audience finally couldn't hold back anymore. Are you guys done yet? Who would say no, buddy? Do you want to take all day? Right? Hurry up, we're waiting to play. Who would say no? I've already put in my coins. It should be our turn now. Hearing the countless complaints from the audience, Lin Fei felt it was about time and nodded to a staff member nearby. The organizer's staff, receiving the signal, immediately approached a few devices and persuaded the players to step down despite their reluctant expressions. Lin, brother Lin, can we discuss something? Zhang Yang, who came down from the equipment, approached Lin Fei with a flattering smile, not even glancing at the live-streaming phone set aside. What is up? Lin Fei looked at this fellow countryman streamer in confusion. Hearing his words, Zhang Yang hesitated slightly, but then said directly, "You see, we're all from the same country. How about you let me play a little longer?" A little longer? Lin Fei asked, taken aback, then replied, "I would like to." He gestured for Zhang Yang to look at the audience below and continued, "Do you think if I let you keep playing, this crowd will tear down my booth?" Seeing the audience below frantically vying for the 5 spots, Zhang Yang's expression stiffened. After a moment, he shrank his neck and laughed. Forget it. This game of yours is really fun." "Of course," Lin Fei replied, unable to play the game. Zhang Yang could only pick up his phone that was placed aside with a lack of interest. Suddenly, Zhang Yang looked in horror at his phone's live stream, where a face resembling a hippo appeared, filled with shock. The viewers in the live stream, seeing the hippo face suddenly appear on the screen, screamed in fright. "What the hell is this creature? Oh no, the bobble is out. Monster, look at my great power. Damn, I dropped my tissue into the toilet from being scared. Who's from the tech school? I need tissue, 50 cents. I'm not, but you can tell me the address, and I'll send it via express delivery. It's confirmed that this one upstairs is not bamboo. You're a fresh shoot." Faced with the countless comments in the live stream, Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned, even softly murmuring to himself, 1, 10, 100, 1,000. He couldn't believe that in just a short while of playing the game, the number of viewers in the live stream had actually reached over 7 million. This number, he wouldn't even dare to dream about it. He had never thought in his life that there would be a day when his live stream audience would surpass 5 million. Moreover, the number was still increasing. At this rate, it might even break 10 million. In an instant, Zhang Yang grasped the key to the traffic. His face showed an even more fawning expression as he looked at Lin Fei and said, "Brother Lin, can I live stream here for the next few days?" Although live streaming wasn't illegal, sometimes it required the other party's consent. Otherwise, they could turn against you. And that would be a disaster. He had experienced such things before. Although Lin Fei might not be that kind of person, it was still better to clarify things. Hearing this, Lin Fei turned to look at Zhang Yang's cautious demeanor and felt somewhat amused. He could tell that the other party was very sincere. Lin Fei didn't reject live streaming, as it could be considered a way to advertise himself indirectly. He didn't need any advertising effect for his current achievements, but he was still willing to help others, especially since the other party was a fellow countryman. However, some things still needed to be made clear. Live streaming was fine, but please try not to let me appear on camera. And also, don't bring me into any random topics. Hearing Lin Fei allow the live stream, Zhang Yang immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, I promise not to shoot randomly or talk nonsense. I'll just film the entire game exhibition process. Although he didn't understand why Lin Fei didn't want to be on camera, it wasn't a harsh condition for Zhang Yang. As long as the other party allowed him to live stream in the exhibition area, he wouldn't worry about not having traffic. In this day and age, traffic is money. Once he had money, he would also become a game streamer and play games from the player's domain. Let us not talk about the hard-working outdoor streamer for now. In the gaming exhibition area, next to the player's domain, several industry vendors wore expressions as grim as the bottom of a pot, especially when they saw the audience gathered around the player's domain, completely ignoring their side. They felt a pang of jealousy. Why on earth did the organizers invite this troublemaker? With him here, how can we showcase our products? One vendor, looking at the crowded player's domain, said angrily, we should resist people like him who disrupt industry norms. We can't let him stay in this industry. I say, don't dream. The rise of this young guy from the East is unstoppable. We should think about our future. No, I can't accept this. I came here with a new game. The vendor who spoke stood up and walked to the front, glaring at the audience lined up nearby, eager to experience the games in the player's domain. Little brat, no matter how good your game is, it's still not enough in this world. As he muttered to himself, the man took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he said something on the other end before hanging up. He looked up at Lin Fei on the stage and whispered, little brat, let me teach you how to behave. Chapter 187. The black and white duo. Hungry. Eating is a priority. Someone suddenly had a heart attack. Their game was hacked and bugs appeared. All of this seems reasonable, right? Several game developers looked at their colleague in surprise. In the gaming industry, sabotaging each other's products is not uncommon. However, to do it so openly at an exhibition is something they've never seen before. Has this person gone crazy? Do they no longer want to stay in the industry? If this incident gets exposed, the reputation of the other company would be ruined. Which notorious gaming company would still have players? It's like digging their own grave. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Nonetheless, regarding such self-destructive behavior, several game developers generously supported it in spirit. Reasonable. Very reasonable. The developers nodded continuously, echoing the frantic individual in front of them. Humph. David snorted coldly, dissatisfied with the people before him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his words laced with a cold, knife-like killing intent. I'm definitely hiring professionals. The local mafia. You all remember, this matter has nothing to do with Mike KJ Games. Do you understand? Seeing the undisguised malice in the other party's eyes, the game developers suddenly recalled the background of the company. Industry rumors suggested that the owner of KJ Games was a notorious figure in the local scene before entering the gaming industry. In everyone's impression, this place was known for its fiery tempers. The representatives of several game developers nodded vigorously, even unanimously agreeing that Lin Fei might really be in trouble. After all, he was unfamiliar with the area. Got it. We guarantee we know nothing. With their assurances, a smug expression appeared on David's face, and he then looked expectantly toward the entrance. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated car resembling a battle-damaged vehicle in Cologne. All right, boss, leave this to us brothers. We will handle it clearly. A shifty-eyed man stared at the photo on his phone, memorizing the other person's appearance. Instead of deleting the photo like a professional would, he stuffed his phone into his pocket. Then he nudged the strong black man beside him, who was dozing off while driving. Hey buddy, we got work. The black man perked up at once, revealing a wide grin. Really? That's great. I still haven't settled the loan for the underwear I bought last month. Who are we going after? Hey, I'm telling you, Maddie, stop thinking about fighting all the time. We're the mafia, not street thugs. The thin white guy immediately retorted upon hearing what the black man said. While speaking, he subconsciously straightened his gray suit that looked somewhat like a theatrical costume. Honestly, this outfit resembled the traditional attire worn for the deceased in certain cultures. Both in size and the way it looked on him, it was quite similar. However, to the thin monkey, this outfit is just a facade, representing the image of a certain organization. Just like in The Godfather, this is what we call professionalism. The thin monkey straightened up and commanded, let us go, dead dog. We're heading to the exhibition center. OMG, brother, you can't be serious? What are we going there for? To play games? The surprised man exclaimed. Of course, we're going to make money. The thin monkey explained the whole situation. Upon hearing that they were going to cause trouble at an exhibition booth, the man's expression turned sour. Damn, I'm a muscle man, not an old lady looking for trouble. Stop talking nonsense. You still owe money for your underwear. Right now, you're just like an old lady. All right, I hope it won't be too embarrassing. Out of necessity, the local mafia, self-styled as the black and white duo, set off in their damaged car towards the game exhibition. At the gaming exhibition site, it was already noon. Even during the lunch break, there was no sign of the crowd in front of the Player Kingdom booth decreasing. On the contrary, some people had called their friends and family, bringing fast food to eat on the spot. With too many drinks consumed, they found themselves needing to relieve themselves. This caused quite a dilemma. Everyone was afraid that their spot would be taken if they left. There was no choice but to hold it in. At this moment, having friends and family to hold the spot was truly a lifesaver. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Lin Fei was surprised by the turnout. After briefing the staff arranged by the organizers, he left the venue with a few people. After all, it was boring to be stuck at the venue when everyone rarely traveled abroad. And among those attending the game exhibition, Lin Fei's thoughts were truly unique. Hey, watch it, brother. Just as they were walking out of the exhibition center, Ma Liang accidentally bumped into a tall man. Sorry. Ma Liang looked up at the towering figure and instinctively apologized, then stepped aside to clear a path for Lin Fei. It was just a casual action. However, it caught the attention of the tall man and his companions. As they watched Lin Fei walk by, a thin white man immediately took out his phone and opened a text message with a photo. Fortunately, there was no professional deleting of photos. He compared Lin Fei with the photo for a moment. Then he pulled his companion, who was about to enter the venue. Buddy, we don't need to go in. The area we need to handle our business in is that Eastern Kid S. Since the main person has already left, it's unnecessary for us to go in. As he said this, the thin man's eyes lit up with an idea. Hey, do you want to make some big money? Of course I do. Don't forget, I still have payments to make. With his black companion's agreement, the thin man's eyes sparkled mischievously. Since we're already causing trouble, why don't we kidnap him and make sure he can't attend the exhibition? Oh damn, I knew you had some bad ideas. Upon hearing this, the black man immediately complained. Didn't you see that kid has 4 or 5 bodyguards around him? Bodyguards? Come on, my friend. The thin man punched the black man's chest playfully. Do you really think those Easterners are your match? Even if a boxing champion came, it wouldn't be a problem for you, right? The black man loved hearing this. A proud smile appeared on his face at the thin man's flattery. Whether he could defeat the champion was another story, but a few Easterners. That would be an easy task. Thinking about how he used to eat hot dogs without sausage, the black man nodded in agreement. All right, let's kidnap him. We can ask for a ransom later. The two whispered to each other, and seeing that Lin Fei and his group were getting further away, they quickly ended the topic and stealthily followed. In their view, kidnapping an Eastern person would be a piece of cake. Moreover, they heard that those involved in gaming were rolling in wealth. The two completely changed their minds. As Lin Fei and his group got into their car and left, the two followed in a battered sedan. That car is tailing us. As a professional special forces soldier, and a top-tier one at that, Ma Liang quickly noticed the suspicious behavior of the battered sedan behind them. Are you sure about that? Being abroad and unfamiliar with the area, Lin Fei couldn't think of anyone who would be following him. Absolutely, Ma Liang affirmed, before asking, should we take care of it? No need. Let's observe for now. Feeling incredulous about being followed, Lin Fei thought for a moment and said to Ma Liang, I'm hungry. Let's focus on getting something to eat. Chapter 188, Making Money, Big Money Soon. Lin Fei and his companions arrived at a high-end restaurant in the city center. They got out of the car and walked into the restaurant as if they were completely unaware of their surroundings. The two followers, who were trailing behind, also parked their car in the lot. Upon seeing the group enter the restaurant, they were instantly stunned. What should we do, brother? The skinny follower looked at the upscale restaurant not far away, instinctively reaching into his pocket. After a moment of hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and said, wait. Hearing his companion's words, the other man clearly showed signs of displeasure. However, there was no other option. Could they really expect two guys who only eat plain hot dogs to dine in a high-end restaurant? So they had to wait. 10 minutes passed, then 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. How much longer do we have to wait? After more than 2 hours with no sign of Lin Fei and the others, the man was clearly losing his patience. The skinny follower, looking frustrated, couldn't believe that this group of Easterners could take over 2 hours just to have a meal. What on earth were they eating? How could it take so long? Let's wait a bit longer. They should be done soon. After waiting for over 2 hours, the skinny follower felt reluctant to leave empty-handed. Damn it, what if they still don't come out? The other man was already tired of waiting. He had breakfast that morning, and now his stomach was growling like a drum. While they were inside enjoying a feast, he was out here starving. They should be coming out soon. They must be finishing up. The skinny follower glanced at his impatient companion, trying to reassure him. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice with a strong Eastern accent sounded behind them. Didn't he expect you two to be so patient? Who? Both men were startled and instinctively turned around. How is this possible? When they saw the Eastern person standing behind them, they were both dumbfounded. After a moment, they unconsciously glanced back at the entrance of the restaurant. Their minds filled with questions. Where did this guy come from? How did they not notice? Ma Liang looked at the two clueless thieves and felt speechless. With such people, they still try to play the stalking game? How foolish could they be? Surprised? Ma Liang approached them with a smile on his face. Seeing the Eastern youth walk towards them instead of leaving, the two men were bewildered. Kid, where's that pretty boy you were with? The skinny follower, trying to appear fierce, glared at Ma Liang and asked menacingly. What's the matter? Need something? Ma Liang stood in front of them without fear, sneering. The skinny follower looked at Ma Liang, who was even skinnier than himself, and didn't he perceive any threat from him. He immediately spoke up. Tell your companion. We, the Cologne Mafia, have set our sights on him. In your country's terms. At this point, The thin man took out his phone and opened an app as if he was checking something. After a moment, he continued, "Be sensible. Spending money to avoid disaster." Watching the other person's actions, Ma Liang's expression was extremely strange. He couldn't believe that the thin man even knew about spending money to avoid disaster. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen someone so foolish in his life. At this point, he instinctively tilted his head to glance at the tall, muscular man nearby. When their eyes met, the muscular man instinctively made a fierce expression. Seeing this, Ma Liang was even more speechless. He was puzzled. What kind of nonsense is this? With such a brain, how did he get involved with the organization? Or is the organization some kind of medical institution? He had completely lost interest in these two fools. Instinctively, he was about to take action to send them away. However, at that moment, Lin Fei, who had just walked over from the restaurant, had already witnessed everything. With a smile, he stood behind the two and said, "I want to know who sent you to follow me?" The sudden voice startled both of them. When they turned around and saw Lin Fei behind them, their eyes widened in shock. The muscular man, seeing the main figure appear, instinctively moved to grab Lin Fei. But just as he lifted his leg, someone kicked him behind the knee. His leg went numb. Bang! He knelt right in front of Lin Fei. Oh no! The sudden turn of events caught Lin Fei off guard, and he instinctively exclaimed as he saw the muscular man kneeling before him. Before the man could act, Ma Liang had already moved, directly using a grappling hold to restrain him. "Oh, shit. My arm is broken. It hurts." As the muscular man howled in pain, the thin man saw the situation was bad and instinctively turned to run. But someone was faster than him. Just as he turned, a sweeping kick came from the side and struck him in the abdomen with a loud thud. Oh! A high-pitched scream erupted. The thin man was kicked away, clutching his abdomen, his eyes rolling back as he gasped for breath, on the verge of passing out. Is this the kind of person tracking us? At that moment, Lin Luo and Jia Shanshan slowly approached, seeing the two already subdued by Ma Liang. Their faces showed disdain, especially upon seeing the thin man clutching his abdomen, looking half alive. Their eyes were filled with contempt. Hiss! That must hurt a lot, right? Lin Fei walked closer, glancing at the thin man on the ground screaming, and asked, "So who sent you? I don't know what you're talking about." The thin man, struggling to speak through the pain, barely managed to reply. Just as he finished, Ma Liang's comrade was about to take action again. Seeing this, the thin man was so frightened that he instinctively scrambled backward. That kick almost sent him away. If another kick came, he might directly meet the underworld. Lin Fei immediately raised his hand to stop them, and then looked at the thin man, saying, "This way. I want to ask who sent you. I assume it must be related to those vendors at the exhibition." As he spoke, he crouched down and looked at the thin monkey, saying, "Like this. I won't make it difficult for you. Whatever conditions they offered you, I'll give you 5 times that." The thin monkey, already sweating profusely from pain, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Really? Is that true? Damn those people. They are so wealthy." After a moment of hesitation, the thin monkey replied, "They offered me 1,000, asking me to earn more money for you. Even the most principled individuals in organized crime have to bow to money. It's just the reality." He recounted the entire situation, including what David, the representative from the gaming company, had instructed him in detail to Lin Fei. Hearing the whole story, Lin Fei was taken aback. He never expected the other side would only offer 1,000. But considering their intelligence, it seemed to be worth that much. Since they wanted to make a move, why not take advantage of it? Suddenly, an idea came to Lin Fei, and he looked at the thin monkey with a kind smile, resembling that of a jolly figure. "Do you want to make money?" "Make money?" "Yes, make money, big money." Chapter 189. Playing a game. Why is there a corpse inspection? In the afternoon, back at the Cologne game show, according to Lin Fei's plan, he originally intended to stroll around Cologne and experience the local culture. However, plans are always subject to change. There was an exciting event waiting for him at the exhibition, which he couldn't miss. The afternoon game exhibition was still crowded. Of course, this situation was limited to Lin Fei's booth at Player's Kingdom. As for other game developers, they weren't without customers, but in comparison, they paled in comparison. Just as Lin Fei and his friends returned to the booth, a group of visitors walked in. Lin Fei took a glance and didn't see those two fools. Thankfully, those two had not yet reached a point of no return. This group of visitors numbered around 20. However, their appearance and age were somewhat inconsistent with the current environment. Of course, as long as they had tickets, anyone could attend the exhibition, and security wouldn't kick anyone out. Moreover, this group of people, they couldn't be driven away. Looking at the elderly men and women dressed like market vendors, Lin Fei and his friends were struggling to maintain their composure. However, this group of newly arrived visitors all showed expressions of surprise upon entering the venue. Normally, new visitors arriving is a cause for celebration. But the exhibitors, upon seeing this group, were not happy at all. Instead, they looked completely bewildered. A group of uniquely dressed people immediately attracted a lot of attention. My goodness, this is a game exhibition. What are these elderly folks doing here? Are they giving away free eggs at the game fair? Just as everyone was puzzled, an elderly man, seemingly the leader and leaning on a cane, appeared to have discovered something. He immediately led the group towards the booth adorned with the banner of Kaiji Games. Huh, I can't hold it in anymore. I said, brother. That guy is just too talented. You're really something. Watching the elderly people in action, Lin Luo, who was standing next to Lin Fei, finally couldn't help but turn and laugh. Seeing Lin Luo's expression, Lin Fei rolled his eyes and said, be serious. I'm helping out the industry here. How can you say that? Yes, you're not something. Just look at that guy's face. It's turned a different color. Lin Luo replied, nodding towards the Kaiji Games booth. The group looked over at the booth not far away. They saw the elderly men and women had already rushed up to the Kaiji Games booth. Young man, is this game fun? My grandson keeps shouting to play games at home, and I don't know what games are good. Can you introduce some to me? By the way, he is 3 years old. I think this place looks good. Can I buy games for my grandson here? A group of elderly men and women, while chatting, had already sat down in the Kaiji Games booth to rest. In an instant, the entire booth was packed. David, the head of the gaming exhibition, looked at the group of elderly people in front of him with a bewildered expression. Who could tell him what was going on? However, at that moment, no one could answer his confusion. Faced with the chattering crowd of seniors, David could only suppress his anger and politely explain, ladies and gentlemen, this is a gaming exhibition. Are you sure you're in the right place? How could we be in the wrong place? Look, we even have tickets. At this time, a woman who looked like a fishmonger waved her ticket. As she raised her hand, a faint smell of fish wafted through the air. Hurry up and tell us about the games. We still need to get back to the market. David was taken aback. So they really are fishmongers. He wrinkled his nose, feeling quite troubled. I mean, even if I explain it to you, you probably wouldn't understand. These games aren't suitable for seniors. Before he could finish, an elderly man interrupted. How do you know we can't play if you don't even explain? Besides, we're buying this for our grandchildren. Let me try first. David thought to himself, old folks, no matter where they are, they're always going to be the same. As he spoke, the old man walked up to the display. Remembering how he had seen young people play games skillfully, the old man picked up a VR headset from the booth. This action startled David. Instinctively, he rushed forward. The company had worked overtime to create a horror game for the exhibition. The content was terrifying. What if this old man had a heart attack right here? Whose fault would that be? But just as David approached, the old man grabbed the headset and said, don't move. What are you trying to do? If you touch me, I'll fall. Listen to that. The old man is quite assertive. David thought, if you touch me, I'll fall. Now that's professionalism. Faced with such a determined old man, David was frozen in place. It wasn't that he was afraid to approach. He was just worried that the old man might actually fall over. After a moment of standoff, David suddenly had an idea. He pointed to the Player Nation exhibit and said, sir, go over there. Their games are really fun. Plus, they're suitable for all ages. Hearing David's words, the old man glanced at the area David pointed to, then shot David a skeptical look and said, you sly businessman. Look at those people over there. Do you think we can rush in with our old bones? Are you trying to kill me? Saying this, the old man put the headset on his head. How do you play this thing again? He muttered to himself. Oh, I remember. Use this to control start game. No, you can't play, sir. This is a horror game. David hurriedly tried to stop him. Horror game? I've had enough horror in my life already. What could be scarier than me? The old man shook his head confidently. Before long, the game started. My goodness, what is this? Why does the face look like it has sores and is oozing? Oh, this game is quite something. Although the character's face isn't great, the body is definitely to my taste. It hasn't been long since the game started, and the old man is already talking to himself, and he's quite into it. Seeing him like this, David is baffled. Could it be? Did he pick the wrong game? But here, apart from the game peripherals, there aren't any other games. After observing for a while, even though the old man is exclaiming, it's all about the characters' bodies in the game. As for the horror, it really doesn't seem scary at all. Seeing this, David instinctively walked to the back of the platform, opened the computer monitor, and connected it to the old man's VR headset. Oh my goodness. The moment the screen connected, a pale, dark, and sickly face of a woman popped up. The sudden appearance scared David so much that he fell to the ground. He looked up in horror at the old man wearing the headset, who was still talking to himself, and a chill instantly surged through him. TSK. What a good person, yet died such a tragic death. It seems he must have been hit in the head while alive. Seems like I guessed right. The wound is at the back of the head. The injury appears to be caused by something like a hammer. Inside the expo hall, it was clearly very warm. Yet for some reason, David felt very cold. Who is this old man, anyway? Playing a game, and yet it feels like a crime scene? Chapter 190. Just boldly tricking you, ha. This horror game is so terrifying. It scared the old man out of me. I can't take it. My heart is about to give out. Quick, run. The spirits are coming over there. Various exclamations erupted from the Kai Jia game booth. instantly attracting a lot of attention. The audience looked bewildered as they watched those exaggerated elderly expressions, even showing curiosity in their eyes. Is there an elderly game at this exhibition? Should I buy one for my grandparents to play at home? Oh my goodness. I was scared. Thud. At that moment, everyone saw the old man wearing a helmet suddenly let out a strange cry and fall to the ground. The motion was a bit slow motion. Seeing the old man fall. Well, let us just say he fell. The remaining elderly people, as if receiving some kind of signal, all began to fall or sit to the ground in various slow motion poses. And before collapsing, they didn't forget to scream a couple of times. My goodness. So scary. I can't take it. My heart condition is acting up. That plump lady selling fish even clutched her ample chest, shouting about chest pain. Goodness. What acting. So professional and exaggerated. It's really eye-watering. Seeing this group of elderly people with such poor acting skills, or even none at all, Lin Fei and the others burst into laughter. At this moment, he wanted to take back his previous thoughts about those two fools. Fools are fools no matter when. Although this group's acting was terrible, Lin Fei didn't care at all. What he wanted was just to discuss the other party. The fact proved that this group of uncles and aunts succeeded. They even did it very well. As for whether the other party would know it was him, was it important? He had no intention of hiding it at all. At this point, if one couldn't see what was going on, then they were truly a fool. Looking at this group of elderly people lingering at his booth, David's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, are you here to cause trouble? However, David truly didn't dare to take action against the elderly. He could only glare fiercely at them. Security. Security. There's trouble here. In fact, it wasn't necessary for David to shout. When the old man fell, security personnel had already arrived on the scene. Those local security guards acting at the game exhibition had long noticed this group of elderly people, and upon seeing the old man on the ground, they were momentarily at a loss for what to do. For instance, the old man who fell first was a well-known forensic expert before retirement. And that lady selling fish. Don't let her shabby appearance fool you. She is quite wealthy. Back in the day, she was a notorious figure in the local scene. You really shouldn't mess with this group of people. Therefore, the security guards were also feeling a headache looking at them. Meanwhile, David at the booth was seething with anger as he watched the security guards who were slow to react. At the same time, the unabashed laughter from Lin Fei and the others reached his ears. Hearing that laughter, David looked up fiercely at Lin Fei from more than 10 meters away and shouted angrily, "You bastard, this is your doing, isn't it? Hurry up and get this bunch of old folks to leave. Otherwise, I will make you regret it." Faced with the elderly, David couldn't act out in public, but he was unrestrained towards Lin Fei. As he looked at David, whose face was flushed with anger, Lin Fei casually dug at his ear with his pinky finger and then blew on his finger as if nothing were there. He put on an innocent smile and said, "Hee, I think, sir, you might have some misunderstanding. I'm unfamiliar with this place. How could I possibly know these elderly people? If you keep saying that, be careful, I might sue you for defamation." At that moment, a woman sitting on the ground, clutching her chest, suddenly spoke up. "Oh no, my heart hurts. This money was supposed to buy games for my grandson, not for medicine. Oh, my leg hurts, I just fell. Goodness, can you believe it? They are truly pulling a scam with no borders." Looking at the group of elderly people moaning on the stage, the veins on David's forehead bulged like worms. "Sir, I think you should just pay them off and send this group of elderly folks away." At this time, a security guard walked up to David and whispered, "Pay them off? The company is exhibiting and hasn't sold a single thing, not even a souvenir. We've already spent 1,000. Thinking of the 1,000, David couldn't help but curse the women in that family again. They hadn't done anything but cost him money. Just thinking about it made him feel pain in his wallet. He couldn't let this group of elderly people continue to cause a ruckus. Otherwise, the exhibition would be unmanageable. How much? David gritted his teeth and looked at the security guard, cursing inwardly. "Damn it. You're no good either. I know these people." The security guard leaned closer to David and pointed at the elderly people, whispering, "That lady is a bit more expensive. She has got a status. She wants 500. Then there's that old man, the one who fell first. He has a pension, so he can be discounted to 400. Oh, what the heck? Is this even reasonable? They're offering discounts too." Hearing the security guard clearly state the price for each elderly person, David's face turned completely black. "So, you're all in this together, and you have set prices." Meanwhile, David calculated roughly in his mind. Goodness, to send off this group of elderly folks, it would take at least 10,000. This is outright robbery. Thinking about the money he had to pay, David immediately took out his phone and dialed the number of the exhibition organizer. However, it was a mistake. As soon as he reported the situation, the organizer, upon hearing that there were elderly people on the ground at his booth, immediately told him to stop and rectify the situation. They only said it looked bad. Damn it. So, this was a plot to scam him. He looked up and saw Lin Fei's innocent expression, and suddenly everything made sense to him. Good. Quite ruthless. After weighing his options, David made up his mind that he wouldn't lose money. He simply turned and walked away. Hey, don't go. My grandson still wants to play the game. Seeing David leave, the group of elderly people on the ground became agitated and started shouting. The security personnel didn't expect David to leave without even looking back at the exhibition booth. Meanwhile, Lin Fei's phone rang in his pocket. He took it out. Didn't he even look at the screen and answered it directly. Mr. Lin, we violated regulations for your sake. It's quite unwise to offend the manufacturers like this. Hearing the voice of the organizer's representative on the other end, Lin Fei smiled slightly and said, hee hee, I believe your efforts will be worthwhile. Once I finalize the project in my country, I will notify you. After he finished speaking, a shocked voice came from the phone. OMG. Mr. Lin, I must say, you are a generous individual from the East. Don't worry, we will do our utmost to promote your game and help it quickly seize the market in the West. I believe we will continue to work together forever. Hearing this, Lin Fei corrected him. No, we are not collaborating. This can only be considered. You are acting as my agent. I reserve the right to take it back at any time. Chapter 191. Subverting the perceptions of foreign players. Every year at the Cologne Game Exhibition, exhibitors go all out to decorate their booths exquisitely. Many even prepare beautiful gifts to leave a good impression on the attending players. In the eyes of these companies, customers are like gods. Only by serving the gods can they make money. However, this year's Cologne exhibition caught them off guard. Even the booths were unusually quiet. Of course, this does not include the Player Kingdom, led by Lin Fei. Since it was their first time participating, Lin Fei and his team lacked experience. Yet, this temporary booth, arranged by the organizers to be in a prime location, managed to attract 90% of the players' attention with a game called The Great Sage. Many players on-site even shared first-hand information on social media. In the end, Lin Fei saved on advertising costs. Player Kingdom launches new game with a bang, sweeping the Cologne Game Exhibition. With this news, countless players around the world went crazy again. Those with the means even flew directly to Cologne. They didn't want to wait. They wanted to experience the game in advance. Lin Fei's popularity at the Cologne Game Exhibition continued to rise, which led to rumors about Kaija games being revealed. When players saw reports mentioning that Lin Fei targeted Kaija games at the exhibition and even hired a group to cause trouble, they exploded with excitement. Kaija games? What is that? Never even heard of it. A company that only makes subpar games, lacking in graphics and quality. Not even any details. Would Player Kingdom target you? That's a bit shameless, isn't it? Right now, Player Kingdom has over 70 million users just for Resident Evil. And globally, the number exceeds a terrifying 130 million. It can be said that Player Kingdom has become the game with the highest number of online users in the world. In fact, the number of fans of Player Kingdom is even higher than this. A studio boasting over 100 million fans and players would target a little-known subpar game company? The global fans directly lashed out at this company, trying to inflate its own importance. Player Kingdom would target you? Do you even deserve it? One user commented. They don't deserve it. If you say Lin is targeting you, it means you were in the wrong first. Damn it. I still have a horror game from Kaija Games on my computer. Looks like I should uninstall it. It's disgusting. Another chimed in. Who dares to slander our Player Kingdom? In my opinion, such game companies should have gone bankrupt long ago. Guess what I found, everyone? Without further ado, here are the screenshots. Under a reply from a user named Hacker567, there were actually a series of screenshots. In the screenshots, there were multiple images spliced together. The images are filled with 3D female characters, dressed as revealing as possible. Their poses are incredibly alluring. What's even more surprising is that the release date noted below is from 6 years ago. Among the many images, one section is marked with a red circle, inside which it states, Publisher, a certain game company. Upon seeing this, netizens quickly realized that this is the cover of an old game. Some younger individuals may not know what game this is. However, the internet is never short of seasoned veterans. This game packaging immediately triggered memories for these experienced players. Wow. This is a certain genre of game. I remember now. It's definitely a game from that genre. Yes, I recall a scene where you play rock, paper, scissors with a female NPC, and if you win, she takes off her clothes. I thought it was disgusting. Turns out it originated from that genre. Resist that genre, promote healthy gaming. Wow, now I want to play it. Enough talk. Hurry up and share the link. Is there a resource torrent available? Although some people online are asking for resources, the attacks on the game company have not ceased. After venting their frustrations online, many netizens even planned to organize a team to storm the company's headquarters. Of course, this decision was merely a moment of impulse. When they found out that the game company's headquarters is located across the ocean, they all declared, "We'll let you off this time." However, while they claimed to let it go, this group of netizens quickly transformed into keyboard warriors, unleashing their mechanical keyboards. Another round of bombardment. It turns out, if you offend anyone, make sure it's not the keyboard warriors. Apologies. The The boss is that annoying guy from the east. If it weren't for him, in a hotel in the city center, David was on the phone, continuously apologizing to the other end. Without waiting for him to finish, the other side launched into a tirade. After a while, the voice on the other end seemed to have calmed down a bit and said coldly, "You handle the cologne situation, don't get into any more conflict with that guy. Hold it together until the exhibition is over. I will unite with other companies to form an association to boycott him. Damn Easterners." Amid the curses, the call finally ended. Damn it. After confirming the call was over, David was stomping his feet in anger. After a bit of venting, his emotions stabilized, and he picked up the phone again to arrange matters at the venue. Time always slips away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, the game exhibition was nearing its end. After today, if you want to participate again, you'll have to wait until next year. If you ask who the biggest winner of the entire exhibition is, it must be Lin Fei. In just a few days, the new game from a certain gaming company, Great Sage, has once again refreshed foreign perceptions of games and Eastern mythology. Of course, for those familiar with the theme, it's all about the authenticity and sentiment. For those from other regions, it's akin to stepping into a new world, a completely new, lifelike mythological realm. Recently, what has left the deepest impression on them is not the game's protagonist, the Monkey King, but rather the multitude of deities, especially the Buddha, who, it is no exaggeration to say, appears even more formidable than the gods they know. This completely overturns their perception. In their view, gods are incredibly powerful and can be considered omnipotent. If I were to describe it more accurately, the Monkey King in the game embodies the concept of a deity as they understand it. Yet, here is this terrifying, powerful monkey, unable to even flip the Buddha's hand. In the end, he is trapped under the mountain, and that is the cloud of transformation. The skill description claims it can cover thousands of miles. Yet, with such a powerful ability, he couldn't even escape from the palm. One can imagine how difficult it would be for any deity to escape. Then there are the thunder deities, who are simply outclassed by their counterparts. Why is it that the Eastern mythological system is so vividly represented in this game by Lin, while they do not have a unique game of their own? Will there be a Western magical game from Player Nation in the future? I can't wait. Countless questions swirl in their minds. Lin Fei, utilizing technology and Eastern culture, has conquered yet another group of individuals. As a result, some translated classical texts from the East have become bestsellers in foreign bookstores, especially the classic tale of the Monkey King, which has become so popular that it is hard to find. Chapter 192. Remove all games. The annual gaming exhibition in Cologne has finally come to an end, and Lin Fei has emerged as the biggest winner globally. The name Player Kingdom has swept across the world. Young people from various countries take pride in being able to play games from Player Kingdom. During gatherings, these young individuals often discuss their classmates or local girls, much like the girls themselves do, simply with the roles reversed. However, everything has changed now. The first question among friends upon meeting is definitely, "Did you play Biohazard or the Great Sage today?" If you can't answer, you might feel embarrassed to go out. If you say you don't know, congratulations, you're already out of touch with this world. In fact, you might soon find yourself marginalized in your social circles. This illustrates the significant influence Player Kingdom has at this moment abroad. Isn't that frightening? Of course, due to the rising fame of Player Kingdom, game developers from other regions have recognized the looming crisis. Those mid-level game companies have found themselves in a tough spot. As for the lower-tier companies, they are already on the brink of collapse. Whether or not Player Kingdom exists makes no difference to them. For them, bankruptcy is just a matter of time. At this juncture, a man named Bamon stepped up, calling on mid-tier game developers to resist the invasion of Player Kingdom into the Western market. Some companies might find Bamon unfamiliar, but as soon as his company's name is mentioned, everyone understands. After all, the name Kaija Games is quite hot right now. Though it's all negative publicity, it still counts as being well known, doesn't it? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Under Bamon's organization, a group formed an entity called the Game Development Alliance Association in less than a month. Unsurprisingly, Bamon became the first president of this association. Initially, major companies didn't take this association seriously. However, they were utterly unprepared for the consequences that followed the establishment of the alliance. It was their own Western gaming market that suffered first. Under the operation of the association, even older games faced shutdowns for rectification. Some were already facing service termination crises. What is the worst fear for a game? Of course, it's shutting down for rectification. Because once a game stops service, it inevitably leads to player loss. The waiting time for a game to be re-reviewed and to resume operations can be indefinite. If it's unfortunate, it could take a year or two. Bamon's intention was to encourage more people to join the alliance. His idea was simple. To launch games in the Western market, one must either get permission from the alliance or join it. Once in the alliance, everything would be dictated by him as the president. One must admit, this Spanish man resembling an Indian has quite the audacity with this move. But regardless, it's proving to be effective remarkably quickly. In just a few months, the Western gaming market has undergone a significant transformation, and under the leadership of a certain individual, it has become tightly knit. As long as you join the association, you will be granted access. Currently, the only game developers that have not joined the association are those from the Asian region and a few top companies. Among those that have joined the alliance, one company has become the hottest topic globally. This company's name is Galactic Games, a company that only focuses on gaming platforms. The reason this company has become a global hotspot is due to the name of a studio displayed on its platform banner, PlayerNation. Indeed, this is the platform that Lin Fei initially chose to upload his games. Later on, due to some laziness, he didn't look for a new platform or build one himself, and continued to collaborate with Galactic Games. Little did he expect that more than a year later, such a bizarre issue would arise. The Gaming Alliance Association surprisingly requested that all games from PlayerNation be taken down. What the heck? Are they kidding? How much profit can PlayerNation bring to the platform? You can't just demand a takedown like that. Have they no shame? To put it bluntly, this so-called alliance has no real power. They always act by moral coercion and threats. They can be described as the rogues of the gaming industry, a group that only protects their own interests. Fine, let them take it down. Hearing the complaints from the Galactic Games representative over the phone, Lin Fei responded nonchalantly. On the other end, the representative exclaimed in shock and hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, we will do everything we can to protect your interests. We absolutely won't let them arbitrarily. Just take it down. Without waiting for the representative to finish, Lin Fei said again, No, Mr. Lin, have you been threatened by them? Why take it down? Hearing Lin Fei insist on taking it down again, the Galactic Games representative panicked. In fact, this matter was quite easy to resolve. As long as they gave up some benefits, they could easily bribe those bloodsuckers. But the thought of sacrificing their own interests made the representative feel the pinch. Therefore, the purpose of calling Lin Fei was simply to negotiate a better deal. However, they never expected the other party to decisively choose to take it down. This isn't how the plot should unfold. Yet, Lin Fei did not explain much and directly hung up the phone. Sitting in front of his computer, he swiftly logged into his Galactic Games account backend and terminated all game download links. Rick, a player from a certain region, had been battling in a game called Yamaguchi Mountain for the past few years. However, recently, more and more friends seem to have disappeared. Lately, he couldn't even complete a 5-person dungeon. No matter what message he sent, no one in the group responded. Out of curiosity, he checked the group message history and found that all his friends had switched to other games. Moreover, they seemed to have moved on to the hottest games of the moment. Rick, who had just tasted success on the mountain, wasted no time and opened the Interstellar gaming platform, ready to download the Great Sage to check it out. But why can't I open the link? Looking at the unresponsive interface, Rick thought he had lost connection and immediately opened an action movie website. Fortunately, the targets are all there. The internet is functioning perfectly. My network is fine, so does that mean I can't download this game? Damn it. Rick cursed and instinctively sought help from his friends in the group chat. Hey guys, where can I download the Great Sage? The link on the gaming platform is unresponsive. Has anyone encountered this issue? Not being able to download from the platform means I can't get the official authorization. No official authorization. What is the point of playing then? Soon, messages started popping up in the group, much faster than usual when looking for teammates. How is this possible? All games on Player's Realm are unavailable for download. OMG. Really? What's happening with Player's Realm? Oh my god. Can you believe it? All the links on Player's Realm are unresponsive. Is there a problem with the server? As the first message appeared, the entire chat group exploded with notifications. At this moment, one message caught everyone's attention. OMG. Shocking news. Player's Realm is launching its own platform. Chapter 193, PlayerNation goes live. What? PlayerNation has exited the Interstellar gaming platform? No way. Is the Interstellar game going crazy? I think it's possible. Otherwise, who would push away the fortune god? Breaking news. PlayerNation has officially launched its own platform today. Seriously? This is incredible. Wow. The platform is actually in VR mode. Come on, guys, hurry up. I have to say, this move by Lin is really impressive. That day, after all game links for PlayerNation on the Interstellar gaming platform became inactive, Lin Luo's social media exploded with explosive news. Starting today, PlayerNation has officially severed ties with the Interstellar game. At the same time, the PlayerNation free platform has officially launched, with download and registration channels now open. Upon seeing this news, netizens initially misinterpreted the term registered members, thinking Lin Fei was trying to learn from a certain company, intending to adopt a membership model for a wave of nested dolls. But unexpectedly, when these people tried to download the platform named PlayerNation, everyone was stunned. Setting aside the membership registration issue for now, the entire gaming platform left everyone in awe. The reason for this is that PlayerNation's gaming platform has abandoned the previous gaming platform model. It's better described as a free, immersive VR game. As long as you register as a member, You can log in using VR equipment to enter a special platform world. Upon seeing such a magical description, everyone was amazed. Great. Player Nation exiting the Western market should be a cause for celebration. But Bamond couldn't feel happy at all. The reason for this is the termination of the contract between Player Nation and the Interstellar game. This situation was completely unexpected. He established the gaming association purely for profit. But now, after sharpening his knife, Lin Fei, the plump sheep, has just run away. And now, the other party is actually going to build their own gaming platform. It's obvious they don't intend to engage with them anymore. Bamond couldn't understand why the other party would choose to do such a thankless task. A small studio can create good games, but that doesn't mean they can successfully operate a gaming platform. They are overestimating themselves. That young talent from a certain country is truly overestimating himself. Does he really think that just because his game is popular, he can act recklessly? Bamond picked up the cigar on the table, lit it, and took a deep puff. The strong tobacco aroma filled his lungs, slightly easing his agitation. He is digging his own grave. Believe me, it won't be long before he self-destructs. The senior members of the association in the room frowned at his words. Can things really unfold as the other party claims? Today is the most unhappy day for players. Because just this morning, all online games from Player Nation have ceased operations. Amidst the confusion online, a new platform from a gaming company in the country quickly caught the attention of local game streamers. Due to work commitments, Lin Luo had been streaming less frequently. Although she hadn't lost followers, she was gradually drifting away from the streaming industry. There's no helping it. The gaming company was no longer the small workshop it once was. Now that it had found its footing, although it still referred to itself as a studio, it had become an undeniable presence in the industry. As Lin Luo slowly faded from the streaming scene, her acquaintance, Sister Zhou, was subtly rising in prominence. Naturally, Sister Zhou, who had a close relationship with Lin Luo, received insider information as soon as it was available. As soon as the platform opened for downloads, she clicked on the download link first. However, what the heck? After clicking to download, she saw that the software named after the gaming company was a staggering 1 terabyte. She was completely stunned. What is this? So big. However, Sister Zhou was not alone in her astonishment. The entire internet was reacting similarly. At that moment, anyone attempting to download the gaming platform was also shocked by the terrifying 1 terabyte file size. Many thought they had mistakenly downloaded the wrong file. Oh my. I just wanted to download a gaming platform. What else with this 1 terabyte? Users flocked to the comment section of the download area to express their disbelief. I can't believe it. A gaming platform is 1 terabyte. Is that even possible? Looks like I need to buy a new hard drive. Damn, I'm already on my way to buy one. This time I'll get the biggest one. Or else I might not be able to play games on this platform in the future. What is going on? Why is a gaming platform so large? I don't know, but I definitely know that something big is happening. How so? Just as the platform started the download, all games stopped. And the announcement stated it was a migration to the new platform. What the heck? Is the gaming company really up to something? Damn it. I was in the middle of a Resident Evil mission. Why did I get disconnected? I was in the middle of a zombie wave. Damn it. They just messed up my progress. The opening of the gaming platform led to all related games being halted, and immediately a wave of complaints flooded the internet. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Luo's social media account released the latest news. The games under the gaming company had completed their migration. Players were encouraged to download the platform and log into the games. Upon seeing this news, netizens finally relaxed and began downloading the absurdly large platform. Although the file was huge, with today's internet speeds, it wouldn't take too long. The wait was excruciating, but even so, it was better than just staring blankly. However, before downloading the platform, users had to register as members, which required a national ID and phone number. Moreover, it was a facial recognition verification system. Goodness. This move has effectively shut out that group of foreign players. This turn of events has left them completely stunned. Some were so frustrated that they even smashed their computers. They had never encountered such a willful game studio. As a result, the domestic gaming community was filled with praise, while the international gaming community was rife with anger. At this moment, Lin Luo, the ambassador of the gaming community, took to social media to clarify. He stated that it is not that the gaming community is unwilling to open registration, but rather that the Gaming Alliance has many unreasonable demands. The gaming community is hesitant to open registration. This is truly a blow to their morale. Upon seeing this news, some members of gaming associations were taken aback. And those impulsive foreign players didn't care about any associations or cults. If you dare to stop them from playing games, just wait for the consequences. The sky is vast, the fields are boundless, and the wind blows low over the grass revealing cattle and sheep. Hello everyone. I'm your host, Zhou. After finishing on the gaming platform, Zhou eagerly started a live stream, immediately throwing out a set of rhymes. Whether it rhymes or not, she doesn't care. As long as she is not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls on others. Come on, Big sister, if we're going to live stream, let us do it properly. No need for this nonsense. Who says otherwise? Don't you all know we're keeping it down? Those upstairs. Brilliant. Stop the chatter. Hurry up and let the bride show up on the platform. I want to see what a 1T gaming platform looks like. Chapter 194. Shocked. Can you believe this is a gaming platform? Enough with the chatter. Sister Jo, hurry up and show everyone what the platform looks like. I'm at work right now. Yes, hurry up, let us see. I believe that Lin is not the kind of person to create an ordinary platform. As the live stream started, before even logging into the platform, viewers in the chat were already urging. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm, Sister Jo didn't hesitate and clicked to log in. The gaming platform is a brand new VR platform that requires VR equipment to access. Therefore, after logging in, the screen in the viewer's eyes suddenly went black. In the blink of an eye, the screen lit up again. What the heck? What is this? A cyberpunk mechanical city? What is going on? As the loading progress bar moved slowly, the background of the scene began to shift as well. What appeared before everyone was a wide street filled with machinery and a sense of high-tech. Shops lined the street, showcasing a futuristic metallic sci-fi style. With signs made entirely of 3D projections, the animations made it immediately clear what each shop was selling. As the camera moved in, the shops on both sides receded, and suddenly they arrived at an intersection resembling a grand plaza. In an instant, a bustling scene of traffic filled everyone's view. Elegant, lifelike tall beauties walked by, weaving between floating cars. However, that is not all. As the progress bar continued to load, the video transitioned to a first-person perspective looking up at the sky. What the? Is that a spaceship? And flying vehicles? Damn, I knew Lin was not simply creating a platform. Is this really a platform? People would probably believe it's a game. As a professional streamer, Sister Jo's hardware configuration was quite high. Before anyone could savor the moment, the progress bar completed. The animation in front of everyone also vanished. The audience was left wanting more, but the screen had already disappeared. As the scene shifted, an electronic synthesized voice reached Sister Jo's ears. Welcome players to Mechanical City. I am your assistant, ID ZN01. Detected that this is your first login to the platform. Please proceed to the check-in area as soon as possible. Sister Jo appeared in a vast, open plaza. Before she could admire the scenery, a floating orb appeared in front of her. The prompt she just heard was emitted by the robot in front of her. Wow, the sense of technology. It's absolutely incredible. I can't do this. I need to ask the boss for leave. Me too. Amidst the howls of excitement from the audience, Sister Jo instinctively reached out her hand. Wow, this feeling is so real. As Sister Jo touched the white orb in front of her, feeling the silky feedback on her hand, a look of shock appeared on her face. Please sign in quickly, or the system will take forced offline measures. Wow, they even kick people out? Hearing the notification sound from the orb in front of her again, Sister Jo couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Then, she noticed that there was a countdown timer at the top of the orb. At that moment, there were 16 seconds left. Seeing this, she immediately guessed that it was likely her sign-in time. Since she was already on the platform, she wasn't in a hurry to sightsee. Signing in was the priority. Otherwise, being kicked offline in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers would be quite embarrassing. With that thought, Sister Jo stopped hesitating and instinctively asked the orb in front of her, "Where is the sign-in location?" The sign-in location is at 1 White Star Street. With the orb's response, an electronic map projected in front of Sister Jo, with a prominent exclamation mark flashing continuously. Hee, I get this. Seeing the map and the flashing exclamation mark, Sister Jo smiled slightly and followed the map's guidance to leave the square. Along the way, if it weren't for the time constraint, Sister Jo would have loved to just stop and look around. After all, she had to see enough. At first, when she heard about the self-built platform of the player community, she thought it was like those usual gaming platforms. However, when she downloaded it and saw it was 1 terabyte in size, she was baffled, mistakenly thinking she had downloaded the wrong file. Finally, after the download was complete and she logged into the platform, she was completely shocked. She had never imagined, not even in her dreams, that she would actually see such a sci-fi city. The entire city exuded a metallic style everywhere. At the same time, amid these cold steel forests, there was no shortage of prosperity and liveliness. Can you believe such a world? It's just a gaming platform? As she moved forward, she discovered that the city she was in seemed boundless. It even gave the impression that this mechanical city was the entire world. Soon, with the help of the white orb robot, she arrived in front of a store located at a crossroads. Above the store was a projected slogan. "Welcome to Mechanical City. Looks like this is the right place." Seeing the slogan, Sister Jo muttered to herself as she pushed open the glass door and walked into the store. "Welcome to Mechanical City." As soon as she stepped into the room, a gentle welcoming voice reached Sister Jo's ears, and she instinctively looked around. From Sister Jo's perspective, the moment she saw the person speaking in the room, the entire livestream room exploded. Yes, it literally exploded. And it was an unprecedented kind of explosion. Every viewer with a pulse was crazily spamming the chat. Sister Zhou, don't go. Stay here with us today. Yes, don't go. We'll shower you with gifts. Seeing the countless crazy messages in the livestream chat, Sister Zhou's face turned dark. These bunch of ungrateful people. All these years, watching my livestream, I've never seen you all so enthusiastic. And now this is how it is. An NPC can make you feel this way. At this moment, Zhou Jie looked at the female NPC in front of her with a sense of resentment. It must be said that the NPC woman at the bar was truly breathtakingly beautiful. Even Zhou Jie felt an impulse to want to touch her. The woman was mature and tall. The purple outfit highlighted her graceful figure, making one's blood rush. A mature woman standing there. Even the slightest movement could make her seem incredibly alluring. With beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Jie, she asked, "Is there anything I can help you with, sister?" As she spoke, the woman stepped out from behind the bar, revealing her long, fair, and curvaceous legs from the high-slit cheongsam. Wow. All the male viewers in the live stream exclaimed in awe. It was incredibly tempting. I'm crying. Men understand men. At this moment, I just want to call you my savior. Damn it. I don't even want to date anymore. No way. I should just go home and download a gaming platform. Mature, charming, with an absolutely stunning face and a hint of playfulness. One could say she was a killer for all male creatures. However, as she moved, the overwhelming presence from her chest made it hard for everyone to breathe. So terrifying. This woman exuded such an intense aura. Chapter 195, The Bubble of Beauty. Detailed registration. I can't take it anymore. I want to go up. What do you want to go up for? Of course, I want to go on the platform. Register as a member and see beautiful women. Bro, you're too late. I'm downloading it right now. As the beauties walked gracefully into the live stream, the male viewers were overwhelmed with hormones. This is the season of revival. Little sister, do you need any help? With a charming smile, Jiang Lan approached Sister Zhou, who was still in a daze. Little sister? Sister Zhou was startled awake, glanced at the impressive figure across from her, and then looked down at herself. She didn't quite like that remark. How am I little? Compared to normal people, I'm quite big. Clearly, the woman in front of her was the one who was not quite normal. Forget it. No need to argue with her. As long as it suits me. With that thought, Sister Zhou's heart, which had been feeling sour, eased a bit. She immediately asked, "Is this the check-in area? I'm here to check in." "Oh, hee. What an honor. It's been a while since we've had outsiders here," Jiang Lan said excitedly, taking another careful look at Sister Zhou before continuing. "Yes. This is the check-in area of White Star Street." Saying that, she turned and walked towards the bar, her light voice trailing into Sister Zhou's ears. "Come over. Damn, what a vixen. Can't this woman walk properly?" Standing at the door, Sister Zhou watched the figure leave, especially that hourglass curve. As she walked, it inevitably made her think of a saying, swiveling waist and swaying hips. Yes, that's it. As a woman, Sister Zhou admitted she felt a pang of envy. She even found herself feeling jealous. However, compared to that, her audience in the live stream became even more exaggerated. Oh my, that curve must produce little ones. Haha. I've already taken a screenshot. Just this back view could be a desktop wallpaper for a lifetime. Come on. You upstairs guys, are you being honest? Sneaking screenshots. Why are there so few comments? What are your hands doing? There are highlights. No traces, still not wearing anything. I said enough already. The live stream was going off the rails, and Sister Zhou couldn't take it anymore, gritting her teeth with a dark expression. You guys are something else. I've been streaming for years. How come no one comments on her figure? Instead, they're talking about my voice. Sister Zhou followed Jiang Lan to the bar, and then noticed that the entire bar surface was made of glass. With her operation, in the next moment, the transparent glass surface disappeared, transforming into a huge touchscreen. The woman with the amazing figure quickly operated it and opened a page. Little sister, now you can enter your information. Only by entering your information will the Mechanical City grant you official citizenship. Otherwise, in 24 hours, you will be expelled. Expelled? She must be referring to being kicked offline, right? Hearing the introduction from the other party, Sister Zhou recalled what the assistant beside her had said about mandatory information submission. Without thinking too much, she lowered her head to look at the screen on the table. Wow, she was shocked at what she saw. Is this what you call filling out a form? Are you sure it's not a family ancestry survey? This is way too detailed. And what's with the enemies section? Only a fool would write down their enemies in a document, especially someone like her. From kindergarten to society, those who have a grudge against her could probably fill a whole page. So how should she write it? Should she just put down, has grievances with the world? Do I have to write it all out, Sister Jiang? At that moment, Sister Zhou felt like an elderly person carefully filling out a remittance slip at a bank, glancing cautiously at the manager. However, the other party's actions were nothing like that of a bank manager. There was no customer is king attitude at all. Instead, she raised an eyebrow, leaned back against the wall, and chuckled. Hee, if you don't want to make mistakes in the future, I think it's necessary for you to fill it all out. But if you don't care, just pretend I didn't say anything. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou hesitated for a moment, but then decided to fill it out honestly. Name, gender, ethnicity, home address, contact information. As she filled in each piece of information, Sister Zhou felt that surveying one's ancestry wasn't so different after all. Huh, bank card? Sister Zhou suddenly paused her actions and curiously looked up at Zhang Lan. Why do I need to fill out a bank card? Hee. Of course, it's to make your future life more convenient. Zhang Lan, holding a lady's cigarette, tapped the ash into the ashtray, glanced at the form Sister Zhou was filling out, and explained, Mechanical City Auction House supports currency conversion, so every newcomer must bind their personal account. Also, Zhang Lan was stunningly beautiful, the kind that took your breath away. However, this breathtakingly beautiful woman seemed to have little patience. After a brief introduction, she showed signs of impatience and finally didn't even bother to introduce anymore. She just walked out from behind the bar towards the door, saying, forget it. I need some fresh air. You figure it out. With that, she was gone, and the sound of the door closing echoed. What the heck? Is this for real? Sister Zhou's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe there could be such an irresponsible NPC. How could she be even more carefree than her? Standing at the bar, Sister Zhou felt a bit overwhelmed. She really left? Watching the door without seeing the other party return, Sister Zhou was completely speechless. In the end, she had no choice but to figure out the filling process by herself. Finally, she managed to complete it. Not sure if it was right, but as long as it wasn't empty, that was good enough. Okay, submit. She intended to check it, but it was too hard to look at. So Sister Zhou directly pressed the submit button. Submitting data, please wait. Data submission completed. Information has been added to the archive. The data is fine. Please collect the personal wristband. Citizen Zhou, ID JXC01. Wow, there are rewards? Zhou just submitted the form, and the next second several notification sounds rang out. Especially the last one, which brought a look of surprise to her face. A wristband, where is it? Zhou looked around but didn't see the wristband mentioned in the notification and couldn't help but complain. Come on, it's one thing for NPCs to be casual. But not even a hint. Before Zhou could finish her sentence, the left side of the bar suddenly opened. In the next moment, a small platform slowly rose from the opening. On it lay a beautifully crafted silver wristband. So beautiful. The moment she saw the wristband, stars appeared in Zhou's eyes. The entire wristband had no overly complicated design. Under its simple and elegant appearance, combined with the shiny silver color, it immediately gave the wristband a high-end feel. Especially the operating interface lit up on the screen, which exuded a strong sense of technology. Wow, this wristband is amazing. I'll buy it no matter the cost. Hurry, get on the ride. Are there any friends from Huiqiang Bai in the live stream? Let's go? Damn, you're quick on your feet. You're really something. Looking at the wristband, Zhou couldn't help but pick it up. She instinctively put it on her wrist. Ding. Target detected. Confirming target as Citizen Zhou. ID JXC01. Binding process initiated. Ding. Binding successful. Ding. There is new task information. Please check the wristband. Citizen Zhou. ID JXC01. Chapter 196. What the heck? Making me take you to find a cow. There's a task too? Sister Zhou was surprised and raised her wrist. The next second, a holographic 3D screen projected in front of her, detailing the task information. Congratulations to user Sister Zhou for successful check-in. Please proceed to the Solar Plaza to verify personal achievements, complete the task, and earn points 1. Solar Plaza? What kind of place is that? Looking at the task information, Sister Zhou had a puzzled expression. At this moment, the task information disappeared, replaced by a holographic map. Wow, so smart. Instantly filled with a sense of technology. After carefully examining for a while, she finally spotted herself marked as a green dot on the map and checked the distance to the Solar Plaza. My goodness, so far. Are you sure it's not marked incorrectly? Looking at the location of the Solar Plaza, Sister Zhou was completely dumbfounded. Judging from her birthplace to the check-in point, the so-called Solar Plaza was at least several kilometers away from here. Are you kidding? Even with long legs, she couldn't walk there. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that there was a floating sphere beside her, and she instinctively turned to ask the sphere, do you know how to get to the Solar Plaza? You can take the aerial train at White Star Street, which goes directly to the Solar Plaza. You can also choose the teleportation function. You can select. As expected, the white spherical guiding robot introduced several methods to get to the Solar Plaza, to uphold the traditional virtues of thrift and frugality. Sister Zhou did not hesitate and chose the first option, taking the free train. An aerial train. It sounds quite intimidating. Of course, in Sister Zhou and her friend's eyes, this type of train was indeed very impressive. Following the guidance, Sister Zhou arrived at a metallic tower marked for the train, took the elevator, and reached nearly 100 meters high at the top of the tower. Standing in the waiting area, after a while, a silver-gray spaceship, over 30 meters long and weathered with time, cruised into the platform. Wow, this thing that looks like a starship is actually called a train? When the hatch opened, Sister Zhou cautiously stepped inside. Just as she steadied herself, a youthful, confused voice entered her ears. Sister Zhou instinctively turned her head. It was a stranger, a boy. Although he was unfamiliar, Sister Zhou quickly recognized him as a player. However, he knew her. She didn't know him. She had encountered situations like this before, where familiar faces greeted her, so Sister Zhou quickly reacted, a smile appearing on her face as she raised her hand to greet him. But unexpectedly, upon realizing it was really her, the boy looked particularly excited. Seeing his appearance, Sister Zhou felt a bit scared of encountering a fan. Before she could react, he quickly approached her and firmly grasped her raised hand. Sister Zhou was taken aback, instinctively wanting to pull her hand back, while thinking to herself, "This fan is a bit too enthusiastic, isn't he? Holding someone's hand, what is that all about?" However, to be fair, the young man was quite handsome. Just as Sister Zhou was lost in her thoughts, a voice pulled her back to reality. Sister Zhou, can you help me with something? Help? Sister Zhou looked at the young man in confusion. Does he want an autograph? It wasn't the first time she had been asked for one in public. After all, she was considered a leading figure in the industry. If she could meet a fan's request, she would try her best to do so. With that thought, she instinctively reached for her pen. She forgot. This is in the gaming world, and her character doesn't have any extra items. She looked up at him apologetically, wanting to explain, but unexpectedly, he spoke first. The young man, looking conflicted, shyly asked, can you take me to your birthplace? Birthplace? Sister Zhou was momentarily stunned by his words, then suddenly realized. Oh, do you have friends in this neighborhood? Through the system's introduction, Sister Zhou learned that to alleviate regional impact, the entire gaming platform automatically directs users to different areas upon logging in. So, even if two people logged in together for the first time, they might not end up in the same area. As more users logged into the gaming world, there were quite a few like the young man looking for friends. Although Sister Zhou had tasks to complete, she hesitated for a moment and then decided to take him to her birthplace first. After all, she had already checked in, and there was no time limit on the task. The two of them stepped off the train, and Sister Zhou led him to her birthplace. Although the server had redirected logged-in users, the entire birthplace was already crowded. The small square was packed, showcasing the enthusiasm of the local players. It looks like finding friends isn't easy, Sister Zhou remarked, secretly thankful that she had logged in early. However, the young man seemed puzzled by her words. Find friends? I never said I was looking for friends. Not looking for friends? Then why are you here? Sister Zhou asked, equally puzzled. I'm here to find the NPC named Jianglan. What the heck? Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou felt as if a spring thunder had struck, glaring at him. You're here to find Jianglan. Are you kidding me? You want me to help you find a woman? Send me your home address. I want to challenge you to a real-life duel. Watching Sister Zhou explode in anger for some unknown reason, the young man took 2 steps back, filled with confusion. When did I say I was looking for friends? Sister Zhou looked at the guy, feeling a surge of anger. This person seems a bit clueless. An NPC? What is so special about him? Besides being taller, what else is there? At this moment, the audience in Sister Zhou's live stream saw her about to lose her cool and started laughing. I'm dying of laughter. I have to ask, bride. Isn't this a bit one-sided? I can't take it anymore. I'm about to lose my breath from laughing. This is hilarious. Sister Zhou and this guy are like a legendary duo. This guy is impressive, making Sister Zhou look for a big cow. Yeah, isn't that just hitting her where it hurts? Wait, didn't you guys notice a detail? This guy is clearly one of our viewers. Oh wow, now that you mention it, I've realized. The first batch of players in Player S Kingdom only includes that beautiful girl from Sister Zhou's livestream. It truly stirred up a huge wave. As the audience discussed, Sister Zhou also sensed that this guy might be one of her fans, bringing fans to find girls. MMP. She could be considered a breath of fresh air in the streaming world. Ugh, I can't be bothered with you. Sister Zhou shot him a glare and then turned to leave, heading towards the tower known as the Sky Train. However, little did she know, this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Chapter 197. Where there are players, there are benefits, you bunch of jerks. Have you ever considered my feelings? Sister Zhou stood on the platform, hands on her hips, looking at the netizens in front of her with an extremely gloomy expression. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but burst into laughter at her reaction. This is too funny. For more than half an hour, Sister Zhou hasn't moved an inch. I'm dying of laughter. Now I just want to know the psychological shadow area of Sister Zhou. Shadow? I think Sister Zhou will probably forever resent that NPC with the strong personality. Sister Zhou, if it really doesn't work out, why not hang a sign saying asking for directions, 10 yuan. 10 yuan per person? In just this short time, there must be at least 80 people asking Sister Zhou about that NPC's whereabouts, right? Who's good at math? Calculate it for us. 10 yuan per person? So 100 people would be 1,000 yuan? If 1,000 people ask for directions in a day, that's 100,000 yuan in earnings. This is going to be a fortune. The math upstairs is really impressive. I also feel like the math is off, but I can't pinpoint it. Facing a group of netizens, Sister Zhou saw the barrage of comments in the live stream and felt a tension forming on her forehead. I can't get angry. It's not worth it over an NPC. Plus, among this group of clueless people, there might be someone from my own live stream. Sister Zhou glared at the netizens, repeatedly comforting herself to stay calm. Just then, a cute voice broke the tense atmosphere. Little Tuan Tuan. Looking at the girl stepping off the empty train, a glimmer of joy flashed in Sister Zhou's eyes. She never expected to encounter Little Tuan Tuan here. Haha, finally found you. Little Tuan Tuan cheerfully walked over to Sister Zhou, saying, if I couldn't find you, I might have thrown up. From Little Tuan Tuan's tone, it seemed like she had come specifically to find her. Sister Zhou, puzzled, asked, you came specifically to find me? That's right. Little Tuan Tuan nodded and added, not just you, but everyone in our group has someone responsible for contacting and finding you. Oh, Sister Zhou looked confused. Seeing her reaction, Little Tuan Tuan didn't explain further and pulled Sister Zhou back into the empty train that was about to start, under the reluctant gazes of the netizens. Sister Zhou, you really are something. So many fans are surrounding you. Once inside the train, Little Tuan Tuan let out a sigh of relief. Don't be fooled by how calm I seemed earlier. I was actually extremely nervous. After all, Sister Zhou's situation had already spread across major live streamers' channels. Less chit-chat. The empty train slowly started moving, and looking at the environment retreating outside the window, Sister Zhou finally asked, is Old Ma gathering everyone? That's right. Little Tuan Tuan nodded and continued. Not long ago, Teacher Ma went online and received a private message from Sister Luo. She said that our rescue army organization has its own base in the Player Kingdom community. Through Little Tuan Tuan's introduction, Sister Zhou understood the situation and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Having someone on the inside is really beneficial. Suddenly, the platform of Player Kingdom just went live, and the Salvation Army organization has established its own territory. Coincidentally, the location is near the Solar Plaza, exactly where her mission site is. The aerial train looks incredibly high-tech, but its speed is not as swift as one might imagine. However, if it weren't for riding the aerial train, Sister Zhou wouldn't be able to appreciate the stunning appearance of this mechanical city. The entire city, constructed of metal, cannot be fully seen even from the aerial train. Looking out, those towering metal buildings filled with technological aesthetics resemble mountain ranges stretching for miles. Like swords, they pierce through the heavens and the earth. The aerial train weaves between the gaps of the skyscrapers. Through the window, it is clear to see that although the buildings are lit up, they are completely empty inside. The train has arrived at Solar Plaza Station. Passengers disembarking, please prepare for the next stop at Moon Street. Unconsciously, the train's announcement echoed overhead. As the announcement faded, an even larger building appeared in view. Standing by the window, Sister Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief and shock. How prosperous! At this moment, the shock in Sister Zhou's heart was beyond words. Outside her aerial train, countless various vehicles were entering the giant building. A rough glance revealed at least 34 aerial trains, all heading in the same direction. That direction is precisely where the aerial train underneath her is about to enter. The entire building cannot simply be described as large. At this moment, Xiao Tuan Tuan, as if noticing the shock in her eyes, began to explain, How is it? How is it? Shocking, right? I tell you, when we first arrived here, we had the same expression as you. Later, we found out that this is a transportation hub center, and Solar Plaza connects 8 districts. Hearing Xiao Tuan Tuan's introduction, Sister Zhou felt even more shocked. She never expected that the headquarters of the Salvation Army would be established in such a prosperous area. As the train pulled into the station, Sister Zhou, filled with immense shock, stepped off the aerial train like an old man entering a grand garden. The entire tower has an incredibly vast interior space. Sister Zhou even saw someone driving in the corridor. Wow, is this really a building? Compared to Sister Zhou, although Xiao Tuan Tuan appeared calm, she was equally shocked inside. Every time she sees this transportation hub building, it stirs a sense of astonishment within her. Move aside. Just as the two were moving forward, a powerful voice came from behind. Sister Zhou instinctively turned around. What the heck? Wow, so cool. I knew it. Products from the old thief are always top-notch. I can't believe it. This is definitely not just a gaming platform. As Sister Zhou turned around, she and the audience in the livestream saw a middle-aged man behind them. To be more precise, he could only be considered half a human. Why half a human? Because at that moment, the middle-aged man behind them had human features only in his head and torso. The rest of his body was entirely made up of black metal, intricate circuits, and oil pipes. Boys have always liked robots. That's an unchanging truth. The middle-aged man before them, with a fierce appearance, a single eye, and entirely mechanical limbs, instantly heightened the emotions of the male viewers in the livestream. Sister Zhou, quickly strike up a conversation and ask him where he got this gear. I want one too. Yes, hurry and ask. It's so cool. Damn. You guys are ridiculous. Why be a decent person when you can be a cripple instead? Sister Zhou saw the barrage of comments in the live stream, her eyelid twitching. Feeling speechless, she couldn't understand why this group of people would choose to be something so undesirable instead of a normal person. As the man drew closer, Sister Zhou and Xiao Tuanshuan instinctively moved aside. However, just as they shifted, they suddenly widened their eyes in shock, staring in horror at what the middle-aged man was dragging behind him. At the same time, a thought emerged in both their minds. Is this not the world of a game? Chapter 198. Illegal entry players will be expelled. Is this guy an NPC? Yeah, that person being dragged is really unfortunate. Wait, look, the one being dragged is not an NPC. He's a registered user from Player's Realm. In the live broadcast, the viewers, through Sister Zhou's perspective, saw a middle-aged man as tall as a tower, dragging an unconscious character behind him. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that the one being dragged was not an indigenous character from Player's Realm. NPCs attacking players? Is this normal? Is it not normal? For a moment, everyone was at a loss. But thinking about all the games played in Player's Realm this year, alright, it's quite normal for NPCs to exhibit some abnormal behavior. However, no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't understand why this towering NPC was dragging a player. At that moment, the towering NPC brought the player to a hall where several corridors converged. The half-mechanical giant stopped, and his cold, fierce gaze swept across everyone present. Under that fierce gaze, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Everyone whispered, discussing the situation at hand. Just then, the fierce middle-aged man spoke. Everyone, with just 2 words, even though his voice wasn't loud. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone was nervously staring at him. The wary looks did not faze the middle-aged man, who continued, this person. As he spoke, the middle-aged man lifted the player's leg, holding him upside down, and then casually tossed him in front of everyone like a discarded doll. This newly arrived individual has been confirmed to have false information after inspection. From the land of cherry blossoms. Not within the acceptance range of our mechanical city, this person not only provided false information. As the middle-aged man announced the expulsion of the player from Mechanical City, the online viewers finally understood what was happening. It turned out this player was a netizen from the land of cherry blossoms, who had used connections and illegal means to obtain a set of information from another country. However, when signing in and uploading information, it was detected as inconsistent. After the city guards arrived, not only did he refuse to listen to the warnings, but he also took the registrar hostage. Now, not only did he get beaten up by the NPC, but he would also be locked up forever in a small dark room. Gasp! After understanding the situation, the netizens couldn't help but take a deep breath. They never expected that the real name verification process on the Player's Realm platform could be so terrifying. Beating up players. How great. Watching the player from the land of cherry blossoms being beaten up. Everyone felt happier than winning the lottery. Haha, this process is really impressive. It's feasible. Oh, just beating him up seems a bit too lenient. Yeah, but there's nothing that can be done about it. The internet can block IPs. That's the maximum punishment. Yes, I say, block all the IPs from the land of cherry blossoms. Those scoundrels don't deserve to play our game. In just a few hours, the gaming platform had over 30 million users logged in. Of course, among these users, there were not only players from one specific region. Some foreign users received system notifications and voluntarily logged off. Others simply went to another platform to watch various streamers. It wasn't that they didn't want to play, but without proper identification, or even with it, if you weren't from that region, you still couldn't play normally, especially for those from the West. It was obvious they didn't belong to the local demographic. Even if they tried to impersonate, they couldn't succeed. At that moment, they regretted not being born in that region. Meanwhile, in the live stream, as the audience speculated whether the player from that region would be kicked offline, a fierce-looking middle-aged man spoke up. The player from that region poses a threat to the system NPCs. According to the Mechanical City Code, the player will be expelled to the Black Zone. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, some viewers started commenting, how boring, just a small black zone. But before they could finish their complaints, the imposing man took out a remote device, and as he pressed a button, a black portal appeared before everyone. Without hesitation, the man stepped forward with a few mechanical sounds, approached the player from that region, and kicked him into the black hole. At the same moment, the player screamed in horror. As the player entered the black hole, the opening shrank and disappeared. Just when everyone thought it was over, the man spoke again. Wait a moment. Hearing his voice, those who wanted to leave instinctively paused. The man scanned the crowd, a cruel smile appearing on his fierce face. Don't you want to see what the black zone is like? This way, you can think twice about what you want to do in the future. After all, I am in charge of maintaining order in the southern part of the city, and letting you experience the black zone will lighten my burden a bit. In the entire hall, there were at least 1,000 people, all looking shocked at the man's words. No one expected that this fierce-looking man was actually a high-ranking NPC controlling a specific area. Over the past year, most users had become familiar with the game's quirks. That is, you couldn't treat NPCs as just simple NPCs. Therefore, when they heard that the man had power, they weren't in a hurry to leave and instead stood watching intently. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the man didn't hesitate. He raised his wrist and adjusted a watch that was larger than average. Soon, a massive projection unfolded in the hall, displaying scenes before everyone's eyes. At the same time, the man's voice echoed. Next, you will see the consequences of being expelled to the Black Zone. Of course, not everyone is qualified to enter the Dark Domain. As the words were spoken, the images on the screen in front of everyone became clearer. In the dim environment, a wide river flowed with water as dark as ink. Although the crowd could not hear the sound of the rushing water, the turbulent river resembled a winding black dragon, and the black waves looked like dragon scales. Is this the small dark room? Upon seeing the hellish, ghostly scene before them, both the online users from the realm of player nations and the viewers in the live stream were all shocked by the sight. This is not just a small dark room. It's like a black mountain gorge. Just imagine, if one were to be exiled and locked up here, how could anyone endure it? Look, that guy is over there. Soon, someone spotted the player from the Cherry Blossom Nation who had been thrown in earlier. Hearing the shout, many began searching as well. Before long, everyone saw that player from the Cherry Blossom Nation. By the side of the winding black river, the player appeared to be startled by something. Sitting foolishly on the bank, they stared blankly in one direction. Chapter 199, The Exiled Land. The Black Domain Dragon. Watching the dazed players from the Cherry Blossom Nation, everyone held their breath. The expression of shock on their faces clearly indicated that they had witnessed something terrifying or astonishing. Standing by, Zhang Tai did not keep everyone waiting. He used the device on his wrist to shift the perspective on the screen. What is that? A dragon? No way. Is this for real? This is incredible. I have to say, the design by Lin is impressive. It's simply mind-blowing. As the perspective shifted, everyone saw what left the players from the Cherry Blossom Nation in awe. It was a massive black creature covered in fluorescent green patterns. Looking at the creature with antlers like a deer, a hump-like head, and whiskers like a cow, everyone was stunned. This image was all too familiar to the descendants of Huaxia. It was a creature ingrained in everyone's bones. It symbolized Huaxia. In the video, the black river churned, and a giant creature slowly rose from the water, embodying the image of the divine dragon of Huaxia. With its naturally intimidating visage and massive body, combined with the fluorescent green patterns, it appeared incredibly mysterious. At that moment, whether it was the viewers in the live stream or the users within the player community, upon seeing the black divine dragon, everyone felt something ignite within them. They felt as if their blood was boiling. Goosebumps erupted all over their bodies, even causing their scalps to tingle. The black divine dragon stirred a surge of emotions among all Huaxia netizens. One by one, they were so excited that they couldn't control their trembling limbs. Some even had tears welling up in their eyes. The dragon had always existed in legends. Although it had appeared in some movies or games, none had ever been as realistic as in the player community. Even though this black divine dragon was merely a mechanical creature, it was still the dragon of Huaxia. Came. Meanwhile, the Cherry Blossom Nation player looked at the slowly rising mechanical black dragon, panic-stricken, stumbling backward in fear. However, in the next second, with just a glance, the dragon's eyes, like a blazing sun, radiated a fierce light. As the mechanical black dragon noticed the player from the Cherry Blossom Nation, a ferocious expression appeared on its face, followed by its large, dark mouth opening wide. Even without hearing any sound, the audience could tell from the player's pale face that the mechanical dragon was probably roaring. Although it was a pity not to hear the dragon's roar, seeing the Cherry Blossom Nation player utterly terrified brought immense satisfaction to everyone. That feeling, it was comparable to the thrill of teasing female players from the Cherry Blossom Nation, hearing them shout in distress. No way. It shot. It shot. It shot. Laser? Just then, a scorching light illuminated the mouth of the mechanical dragon in the projection, and amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, that beam shot straight toward the player from the Cherry Blossom Nation. In the next moment, the player from the Cherry Blossom country was instantly turned to ashes by that terrifying, rough beam. What the heck? Is that it? That death was too quick, right? Hearing the discussions around him, the scar on Zhang Tai's face seemed to squirm like a centipede. He revealed a sinister smile and slowly said, this is just the beginning. In the Dark Domain, crises abound. It won't end so easily. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, the crowd displayed puzzled expressions. The person had been blasted to pieces. Even if there were penalties, it wouldn't matter. However, at that moment, the screen showed the player from the Cherry Blossom country, who had already turned to ashes, reappearing once again. The location was right next to the deep pit that had just been hit. The pale-faced player from the Cherry Blossom country wore a look of pain mixed with confusion. At this point, everyone realized that this was merely the player kingdom's space, not the real world. Those in this space did not experience true death. It could be said that even if they died, they would respawn on the spot. Boom. Just as everyone was pondering this, a scorching breath ray shot out from the mouth of the black dragon. Faced with the black dragon, the player from the Cherry Blossom Country died again. After a short while, the player from the Cherry Blossom Country resurrected once more. Seeing the resurrected player, many felt it was nothing special, and instead thought that the punishment inflicted by Lin Fei had a bug. A player that couldn't be killed. What was the point of killing him 1,000 times? However, in this world, there are always observant individuals, and someone had already noticed something was off. Looking at the screen with the player from the Cherry Blossom Country, they exclaimed, "Wow, Lin the old thief is too ruthless." Hearing this spectator's exclamation, someone couldn't help but ask, "What's up, buddy? Did you notice something?" This person, without any hesitation, pointed at the player from the Cherry Blossom Country on the screen and speculated, "If I'm not mistaken, Lin the old thief's punishment involves pain. And this map should be a separate instance. When a player dies in it, the pain feedback is transmitted through bone conduction. The only thing we don't know is how high Lin the old thief set the pain level. But judging by this guy's expression, it probably isn't low." After hearing this player's analysis, others began to notice as well. With each death of the player from the Cherry Blossom Country, their face showed more pain and paleness than before. This is a space where players automatically respawn without needing to be controlled. Hiss. This move is quite ruthless. Not only are you locked in a small dark room, but you also have to suffer while experiencing the joy of respawning. I have to say, Lin the old thief is indeed ruthless. And also quite clever. This friend is right. At this moment, Zhang Tai, who was standing there, began to explain. The Dark Domain is a special area located in the Ruins mountain range at the center of the 4 major cities. Anyone who is expelled or exiled there can never escape, and they will also never truly perish. Hiss. Upon hearing the words of this Iron Tower-like man, the netizens were all stunned. So terrifying. Truly terrifying. Isn't this a permanent account ban? No, this is even worse than a ban. A ban directly cuts off your hopes. But this still gives you a chance to log in. Only, when you log in, you either get killed or get killed. This means not only is your account ruined, because of the real name system, you even lose the qualification to play games in this genre. Watching the king of the Cherry Blossom Country repeatedly evaporate under the pressure, netizens shuddered. It was only then that they realized, compared to Lin Fei, they had been too lenient. Meanwhile, those netizens with ulterior motives also had to reconsider. The games in this genre are not without profit. Moreover, the benefits are quite high. People in this world will never complain about too much profit. But, if just a little extra profit costs you your qualification, that approach is indeed unwise. Thinking of this, those who tasted the sweetness in the games decided to abandon their crooked thoughts. They resolved that from now on, they would sleep late, wake up early, and work hard. As for that old player from the Cherry Blossom Country, he was tortured to the point of having to log off. He was sweating profusely from the pain, and if he didn't log off, he might really be in trouble. With the opponent logged off, the audience lost interest. Haha. Brothers, I found the entrance to the game. Still saying this isn't a game. I'm in the game lobby right now. Hurry up, it's amazing here. Just as everyone was about to leave, a broadcast suddenly sounded. Hearing that annoying voice, Sister Zhou's expression turned strange. What now? Chapter 200 New Game. The eve of the nuclear explosion in the wasteland in the game, there is a broadcasting function. Of course, to maintain order. The broadcasting feature cannot be used casually, and there's no need to spend money. You just need to meet the qualifications and have the corresponding points. At this moment, a wealthy player with the necessary qualifications and points is standing at a doorway, smiling as he watches 2 girls enter. Haha, Sister Zhou. I heard someone say they logged in the earliest, but they were the slowest to leave the novice village. I wonder if that's true? Seeing Sister Zhou and little Tuan Tuan, the chubby guy known as Sa Zhu approached with a mischievous grin, looking at the greasy figure in front of her. Sister Zhou felt an impulse to give him a good beating. However, she chose not to act physically and instead said coldly, "Are you looking to get hurt?" The incident with Jiang Lan seemed to have become a psychological shadow for Sister Zhou. Upon hearing this, Sa Zhu blinked and replied with a friendly smile, "Come on. We're all civilized people. Civilized people don't hit each other." Seeing the smirk on his face, Sister Zhou turned her head away and began to examine the giant hall in front of her. The hall was simply decorated. There was nothing complex at all. In fact, one could say there was nothing. The entire hall was estimated to be the size of 4 to 5 football fields. And in such a vast space, which was over 50 meters high, there were already thousands of users present. Aside from the entrance, there were 4 steel arches standing on the remaining 3 walls. Each arch could accommodate 2 trucks passing side by side. The arches, shining with a dark metallic luster, were engraved with strange patterns that emitted a faint glow. Sister Zhou instinctively walked toward the nearest arch. As she stood before the massive metal arch, she suddenly felt small and insignificant. Standing in front of the wide arch, she felt like an ant beside a giant. Slowly withdrawing her gaze, She shifted her attention to a device next to the arch, getting closer. She realized that this device was similar to the one she had checked in with earlier. It also had a huge touch screen. Seeing this, she instinctively touched the screen to activate it. The screen lit up, displaying an introduction that caught everyone's attention. Legend VR, open free world. This world has been ravaged by a virus, leading to global extinction. It is a world occupied by monsters known as night demons. Players can choose to enter alone or in teams. Players with carrying devices can bring everything inside back to their player kingdoms. This introduction completely clarified the previously vague concept of player kingdoms. The entire description was incredibly detailed. Wow, is this for real? This seems too amazing, right? This arch is the gateway to the game world. I'm on my knees. I can finally experience a crossover in my lifetime. Yeah, a crossover is fine, but don't expect any special advantages. If things go wrong, we might end up in the black domain. Damn it, are you only focused on games? Seeing such detailed information, the netizens besides Sister Zhou were all stunned. Some even sensed a different opportunity from the lines of the introduction. That is to say, the items from the gaming world can be brought into the current player kingdom space. This means that if things can be brought out, they can also be brought in. Compared to the desolate, wasteland-like world of a certain horror game, all the military equipment and weapons in the world of another game remain intact. Although that world has nightmarish creatures more terrifying than zombies. But there is money to be made. In this day and age, what is scarier than being poor? Those free players and studios that have already stepped into a better life thanks to the player kingdom immediately sensed a strong business opportunity. It could even mean, doesn't this suggest that one could go to the world of a certain classic tale, learn some magic, and then sweep across the entire horror game world? Those who thought of this have already begun to take action, searching through the 12 grand doors in the hall for the world of that classic tale. However, the result was quite disappointing, as the game description clearly stated that all items within the game cannot be taken out for now. Upon seeing this message, everyone felt a bit regretful, but it was only a momentary regret. Wow, is this a new game? As the touch screens in front of the 12 arches were activated one after another, someone discovered that one of the screens also had introductory information. Nuclear Wasteland. This world is set before a nuclear explosion, and players will face challenges upon entering. This world is a single-player experience, and players will randomly generate an identity. You could be a millionaire, a drifter, or an orphan. Items in the game can be taken out. I'm stunned. This is a big move from the game developer. Indeed, while others take 10 years to perfect their craft, this developer seems to be creating 10 games in a year. It hasn't been long since the developer showcased the classic tale, and here they are with a new game already. This news undoubtedly caused another wave of excitement on social media. Some netizens even left comments below. Developer, can we slow down a bit? We don't need so many games. Don't wear yourself out, or we won't have anything to play later. Yeah, even a production team donkey wouldn't be work this hard. Please take a break. If it's too much, just find a girl and settle down. I'm the host of an island, and I sincerely invite the developer to visit my island. All expenses covered. Compared to the netizens in the region, those foreigners who have circumvented restrictions and are lurking in various streamers' chat rooms have tears on their faces. Why? Why is the developer from this region? Why aren't we from this region? This is discrimination, outright discrimination. No, this has nothing to do with the developer. It's all the fault of that damned game association. These foreign friends. Just thinking about how they are being kept out of the player kingdom solely because of the game association fills them with a rage like a volcano ready to erupt. In the past, if a game was unplayable, players could simply choose to play something else. But that was before the existence of a certain gaming community. Now, after experiencing games from this community, looking at other games feels like watching trash. Not only do they not want to play, but they wouldn't even want to take a glance. It's over. This community is toxic. Amidst the howls of foreign netizens, voices from the region of Cherry Blossoms and some others also emerged. Being in the same Asian region, they are not bound by the rules of this gaming association. However, they too cannot access the community's platform. This is blatant discrimination. I strongly condemn this community. The gaming industry should not engage in discrimination. There is no need for special treatment or biased perspectives. I've checked the information. The founder's father is from my country. This person holds great hostility towards the people of my region. I have died several times in the game. It's painful. I want to sue this company and take legal action against them. Meanwhile, in the game hall, a group of players from my region focused their attention on a new game called Wasteland. Even though the entrance to the game world was large enough, it couldn't contain the enthusiasm of the players. As the news spread, more and more people flocked to the game hall. Wow, it's getting crowded. One player looked around at the other netizens and glanced back at her friend, warning, I'm telling you, stand properly behind me. If someone touches me, you'll be responsible. Another player, hearing this, looked at her in disbelief, feeling exasperated. So no matter who touches you, it's my problem too? He wanted to leave, but seeing the approaching entrance, he thought, forget it. For the sake of the new game, I'll endure. With that thought, his gaze inadvertently fell downwards, and to his surprise, it was quite round. Chapter 201. The little boy's head-on collision, stealing a car. Hey, whose dog is this? It just urinated on my vegetables. Is there anyone in charge? If no one wants it, I'll take it home to cook. Say that again. And you'll be cooking whose dog? The one that just peed on my vegetable stall. What is the problem? Look at my vegetables. They were just picked from the field. Your dog pees here. How am I supposed to sell them? How to sell? Your vegetables are in the field. Aren't they fertilized too? My family uses secondary fertilization. Is that not okay? I haven't even asked you for fertilizer money. Sister Zhou had just opened her eyes when she heard a commotion. The scene before her was quite chaotic. It looked like a small farmer's market. Listening to the argument between the vegetable vendor and a woman walking her dog, Sister Zhou appeared bewildered. If she hadn't clearly remembered that she was previously in a gaming space, she might have mistaken this for the real world. Staring at everything in a daze, she felt as if she had crossed into another world. It was too real. This reality was not merely a simple simulation. Everything felt just as if it were truly happening. The vendors and the woman were arguing, their faces flushed with excitement, just like in a real market. Moreover, there were many passers-by around, all taking photos of the stalls with their phones. Don't panic, just post on social media first. It seems this saying is useful everywhere. Just then, a loud wailing sound echoed across the city. Upon hearing this sound, people instinctively stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. An air raid siren? Listening to the loud wail that sounded like a broken gong, Sister Zhou suddenly snapped out of her daze. At that moment, she remembered the introduction she had read before entering the game. All players would assume different identities after entering the game and must survive amidst the ensuing chaos. Could it be so unfortunate? Would a fried egg fall here? The thought that the little boy might end up in the same location as her maid Sister Zhou's expression tense. However, at that moment, the roaring broadcast gradually diminished, and another voice emerged. Attention all citizens, this is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Please return home and wait for official evacuation arrangements. Sister Zhou listened for a while and roughly understood the meaning of the message. The gist was that the war situation, which had been ongoing for 2 years, had spiraled out of control, and the area might be struck by missiles at any time. The authoritative voice commanded the city residents to return home and take cover while waiting for official instructions. If she didn't know about the little boy's fall, Sister Zhou might still find a place to hide upon hearing this broadcast. But now, knowing about the little boy, believing that authoritative voice in the broadcast would be utterly foolish. Whoever wants to believe can do so. She definitely won T. Beep. Nuclear strike, countdown 3:59:59. Just then, the smart bracelet on Sister Zhou's wrist vibrated. Oh no, it's really happening. Only 4 hours to prepare? Seeing the notification, Sister Zhou was taken aback. At the same time, the viewers in Sister Zhou's livestream room also noticed this news. Wow, is Sister Zhou really going to be in trouble? Yes, I have to say, you're really unlucky. You just walked in and are already facing a little boy's attack. Haha, hurry, take a screenshot. Look at Sister Zhou's expression. In fact, 4 hours is not enough preparation time at all. That's a little boy we're talking about. Not to mention Sister Zhou. Even a well-trained soldier would probably struggle to escape in this situation. Escape? Hurry, find the subway. With the depth of the subway in reality, it can completely avoid the little boy. However, the radiation problem later on is a concern. Everyone knows that. But how could the game designed by the tricky old man let you pass just by avoiding? I believe the tricky old man gave players 4 hours to prepare for a reason. Watching the viewers discuss in the live stream, Sister Zhou didn't interrupt this time. Instead, she gradually calmed down. 4 hours sounds like a lot. In reality, it's not nearly enough. Before she could hide, she needed to prepare some supplies. It would be fine if the little boy didn't come to her area, but if he did, she might be buried alive. Normally, a game shouldn't throw players into chaos right from the start. But what the actual situation is, no one knows. Right now, she could only assume she wasn't in the nuclear explosion center, so preparing based on that wasn't too difficult. But, feeling her pockets, apart from a phone, there was nothing else. Her pockets were empty, cleaner than her face. How can she prepare without money? The missile is coming, run. Hey, who picked up my shoes? Hey, why are you taking my stuff? Stop right there. Just as Sister Zhou was pondering what to do, the farmer's market had already turned chaotic. Whether it was the casual shoppers or the vendors, everyone was rushing out in a panic. Many valued their lives, but even more valued money. As soon as they heard that an attack could happen at any moment, those who loved money rushed to load their goods onto trucks or into their houses. Meanwhile, some people took advantage of the chaos to loot. Ah, you scoundrels. My fruits. Get lost. Hurry up and get out. Before long, a fruit store on the street was completely emptied by looters. The chubby owner in a floral apron sat in front of the door, crying loudly. $0 shopping? Seeing this situation, Sister Zhou's eyes sparkled. Having played survival horror games before, she exclaimed, "I'm experienced." This kind of operation was all too familiar to her. Although there were staff in the city's supermarkets at this time, for hours later, it would enter wasteland mode. Even if she stole, what would it matter? Having experienced the brutal world of a biochemical crisis, the characters, including Sister Zhou, have undergone subtle changes in their personalities. To survive, they are willing to do anything. Moreover, this is a game world. Now that the issue of supplies has been resolved, wait, having food alone isn't enough. They also need transportation, otherwise. If there are tasks later, they can't rely solely on their legs. No way. Even with transportation, that's not enough. They must have a city map. They can be unaware of other things, but they must know the location of the subway. No way. Even with these things, it's still insufficient. To survive here, they must have weapons. Firearms might be hard to acquire. They need to get a sharp weapon. But what if a little boy really ends up on her? Were all these preparations for nothing? Sister Zhou felt overwhelmed, thinking she should take this time to prepare thoroughly. Then she thought, what if she finishes all her preparations and a little boy ends up on her? Wouldn't that be all for nothing? Forget it. No more thinking. First, find a means of transportation, then go for zero-cost shopping. After hesitating for a long time, about 10 minutes passed unknowingly. Seeing that the time she had left was dwindling, Sister Zhou made a decision. Under the premise of zero-cost shopping, she must first find a vehicle. Soon, she set her sights on a van parked in front of a shop. Chapter 202. Whip Kick, Groin Strike. The vehicle is a van. Its appearance identical to the ubiquitous models seen in everyday life. The driver is a middle-aged man, stout and greasy, perfectly fitting the vibe of the van. Although at this moment the protagonist does not possess the extraordinary abilities from a certain survival horror scenario, the combat skills honed during that time have become instinctual. Now, even in real life, she could easily handle 2 or 3 young men without breaking a sweat. "Hey, are you available for a ride?" She smiled and asked the middle-aged man at the driver's seat. What the? The viewers in the live stream room started teasing, thinking she was planning to use her charm. This middle-aged, greasy man was in for a treat. However, the man seemed taken aback by her words and didn't respond with the smile one would expect when faced with a beautiful woman. Instead, he looked at her warily, as if she were a con artist. "I'm driving a private vehicle, not for hire," he coldly replied. Huh. The protagonist was momentarily taken aback by his attitude and distant tone. What is going on? Doesn't this guy realize I'm beautiful? Having rehearsed everything in her mind, she never expected such a response. Stunned, she struggled to find her words. After a while, her smile became somewhat stiff. "Come on, I can pay you a little extra. The stuff I need to transport won't fit in my vehicle. Can you just help a little?" Normally, one would expect a man to show some embarrassment when a beautiful woman pleads earnestly. However, this middle-aged man did not seem to be a typical person at all. He frowned at her pleading expression and bluntly said, "This is a private vehicle, not for hire. Understand?" Rejected again, she felt a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, the live stream audience was in stitches. Haha, this is too funny. Looks like her charm isn't working. Yeah, our girl is losing her appeal. I'm tempted to unfollow. Who can blame them? Hey, before you beg, could you take off your outerwear and show a shoulder or something? At least it would score some points. The protagonist rolled her eyes at the comments. Sharing the same surname as a famous writer, she certainly wasn't that kind of shameless woman. Casually glancing at the van, she noticed that apart from the driver and passenger seats, all other seats had been removed. Inside the stripped-down cabin, there was only a large burlap sack filled with something. Seeing her inspecting the back of the van, the middle-aged man's expression darkened instantly, and he snapped, "Are you sick or something? Can't you just keep your mouth shut?" His sudden anger caused the atmosphere to freeze. The protagonist was caught off guard by his outburst. Originally, her plan was to lure him to a less crowded area and then take the vehicle. Now, it seemed that plan was no longer viable. Then, Sister Zhou glanced around, and in just a short while, the entire market was almost deserted, except for a few shops still packing up. Looking at the large market with no more than 10 people, she immediately changed her mind. Time was limited. She couldn't afford to waste it here. With that thought, she wiped the smile off her face and pointed angrily at the middle-aged man, saying, "If you don't want to pull it, then don't. What are you blabbering about here? Do you believe I can teach you a lesson in no time?" Wow, that's the vibe. Is this the Sister Zhou I know? Haha. See what I told you? Old habits die hard. It only took 2 sentences to expose her true self. Honestly, it's more comfortable to see her like this. As the atmosphere shifted, viewers in the live stream started flooding the comments. For them, this version of Sister Zhou was the one they recognized. The middle-aged man seemed taken aback by her boldness. He looked stunned by the insults. But soon, he snapped back and angrily shouted, "You little brat. Who are you talking about?" "Talking about you. Just you." Sister Zhou didn't back down and retaliated directly. She even kicked the passenger door a couple of times. At this point, the market was nearly empty. Even the few shop owners closing up had lost interest in selling under the constant threat of missiles. With no one around, the middle-aged man also realized the situation. A predatory glint began to appear in his eyes as he looked at Sister Zhou. Unconcealed malice was evident. Oh no, she's in trouble. Sister Zhou, hurry up and leave. This guy's gaze is off. Yeah, I think this guy is up to something. Oh man, don't be so blunt, upstairs. I see this big brother is a kind-hearted person, wanting to leave a way out for Sister Zhou. You guys are real fans. If it weren't for the situation, Sister Zhou would have immediately fired back at those comments. However, at this moment, she had no mood to deal with them. As the malicious expression on the middle-aged man's face grew stronger, he opened the car door and got out. Oh crap, this is serious. There's a gun in the passenger seat. What the heck? Is Sister Zhou lucky or what? Just as the middle-aged man opened the door, viewers in the live stream, including Sister Zhou in the game, all noticed something in the passenger seat of the van. It was a gun, a shotgun. At that moment, all the young people in the country had played survival horror games. They were no longer unfamiliar with firearms. When they saw that shotgun in the passenger seat, everyone recognized it as the real deal. Driving a van, and there's a gun in the passenger seat? This definitely isn't standard for normal people. Fortunately, seeing that Sister Zhou was just a woman, the middle-aged man didn't pay attention and didn't grab the shotgun from the passenger seat. A bulky man glared fiercely at Sister Zhou, saying, "You little brat, I let you go, but you're not worth it. Fine, I won't live much longer anyway. Before I die, if I can have a little fun with a beautiful woman, I can't say life has been too cruel to me." As he spoke, the man slowly approached Sister Zhou. What kind of nonsense is this? Sister Zhou could only roll her eyes at his words. You think you can do something to me? What does that have to do with fate? What do you want to do? Clearly, she could face down a predator. Yet she had to put on a scared expression as she watched the man draw closer. But what could she do? Her skills could only be showcased in a bioweapon crisis. In this wasteland game, she was just an ordinary person. An ordinary, little woman. Seeing Sister Zhou in a panic, the middle-aged man felt nothing but excitement, his guard completely down. A sinister smile appeared on his face. What's wrong? Now you're scared? It's too late. As the words fell, the man stepped forward, his rough, thick hand reaching for Sister Zhou's shoulder. At this sight, a glint of cunning flashed in Sister Zhou's eyes. She replied softly, "Oh really? Then you're also too late." In the blink of an eye, her long, fit leg whipped out like a whip towards the man's groin. All the viewers in the live broadcast were left in shock. If that kick connected, he might not be able to use that part of his body for the rest of his life. Chapter 203. I would call you the fastest. Oh my. I just realized that Sister Zhou is actually the toughest one. No kidding, just look at that kick. It's so precise. How many people has she kicked to master this? I think we should call her Zhou One Leg. In the live stream, the audience watched in shock as Sister Zhou executed her kick with silky smoothness, causing chills to run down their spines. Amidst the attention of many, bang, a sound resonated through the entire live stream, sending shivers down everyone's hearts. Male viewers were so startled that their phones nearly slipped from their hands. How painful must that be? Those with better sound quality on their phones could faintly hear the sound of something breaking. The middle-aged man who got kicked instantly turned a deep purple, his expression of pain more intense than if he had just lost a loved one. The kind of pain he was feeling, let me tell you. Even a monk from a renowned temple wouldn't be able to endure it. What kind of good person could deliver such a kick? The middle-aged man let out a scream that echoed like a slaughtered pig. He clutched his groin and rolled around on the ground in agony. His pitiful appearance made the viewers in the live stream exclaim in shock. Their eyes were filled with sympathy. No one expected that this woman, who looked like a decent person, was actually not one to mess with. This was definitely a brutal kick. Meanwhile, in the game, Sister Zhou looked at the writhing middle-aged man on the ground, feeling a twinge of reluctance. But then she pressed down again. In her mind, there were only two types of people who carried guns: officials and violent criminals. This middle-aged man, from his appearance and demeanor, did not seem like a good person. If she were facing an ordinary person, Sister Zhou might have held back. But now, facing what could be a criminal, it was only right to be tougher. Time was pressing, and with everything figured out, Sister Zhou did not hesitate to lift her foot and kick towards the middle-aged man's head once more. This kick was even more forceful than the last. If it connected, he might end up with a concussion. Stop! Just as Sister Zhou was about to make contact, a furious shout came from behind her. She was startled, but her foot had already gained momentum, and it was too late to pull back. At the moment the voice fell, she felt a firm impact beneath her foot. Bang! Ignoring the shout, her kick landed squarely on the middle-aged man's head. The voice behind her seemed just as shocked that she didn't pull back, and upon seeing the middle-aged man bleeding from his mouth and nose, an angry curse erupted behind her. Damn it! Bang! A loud sound echoed through the empty market, and Sister Zhou, still in her kicking stance, looked down in shock. Her white t-shirt was instantly stained red with blood. Right at her chest, there was a bloody hole the size of a fist. Damn it, I've been shot. Does this guy have accomplices? Seeing the blood hole torn open by a bullet in her chest, Zhou Jie surprisingly remained calm, quickly processing the situation as she looked at the middle-aged person in front of her who had lost consciousness. She never expected that her impulsive decision to steal a van would lead to such bad luck, encountering an armed assailant. And to make matters worse, the assailant had accomplices nearby. Damn it, how humiliating. As her vision began to blur, Zhou Jie felt a deep sense of injustice. She had entered the game world, survived nuclear explosions and radiation, but was instead shot dead by a thug. This was pure humiliation. The viewers in Zhou Jie's livestream were equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. What the heck? Is this really it? For those upstairs, you're not mistaken, she's gone. And it's the fastest death on the entire internet. What the hell is happening? Did she hit a trap? Or is it a surprise? Who knows? But it has to be said. The design by the game creator is always unexpected. Who would disagree? If Zhou Jie hadn't thought about robbing the van, she wouldn't have encountered the thug, right? Doesn't that mean this plot has no significance? Brothers, seeing this plot, I suddenly thought of a question, and that is quantum entanglement. What the heck? You really can connect anything. In a game, you're bringing up quantum physics. Do you think I have an elementary school education? No, absolutely not. I just want to say, is there a possibility in the game plot designed by the creator? If you don't pay attention, it won't develop. But some things only develop according to the design once you start paying attention. What are you talking about? I can't understand it all. Seems like my college education was for nothing. But it must be said, Zhou Jie's death was truly unjust. She completely brought this upon herself. I think Zhou Jie needs to take revenge. Otherwise, that's not her style. As the viewers in the livestream pointed out, faced with the ridicule and public opinion, Zhou Jie was filled with anger. She never thought that just stealing a car would lead to this. Dying like this was simply too unfair, and she couldn't swallow this resentment. No way. She had to get that car today. And she was going to deal with that person. She must kill him. Revenge. She had to take revenge. Looking at the blurry scene in front of her, Zhou Jie struggled to control her body and turned around to see who had killed her. But when she saw the target, she was disappointed. The image in front of her was fuzzy and unclear. She couldn't see the person's face at all. She could only discern from the outline that it was a person. Thus, with a strong obsession and hatred, Zhou Jie returned to the game lobby. Wait, Zhou Jie. Didn't you just enter? A viewer waiting in line, surprised to see Zhou Jie coming from behind, asked. Upon seeing this somewhat familiar viewer bring up an unrelated topic, Zhou Jie's expression darkened immediately. What the heck? Can't I restart if I had a bad start? Hearing Zhou Jie's words, the viewer's face turned slightly awkward as he muttered softly. Could it be that she died? Moreover, everyone's game character is fixed, so starting over wouldn't help. You talk a lot, don't you? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Sister Zhou, feeling frustrated, angrily bypassed the other person and walked directly to the front of the line. With her assertive demeanor, she forcefully cut in. Once back in the game world, the familiar noisy environment and the bustling market greeted her. She paid no attention to the arguing vendors and the lady walking her dog. Instead, her focus was entirely on the spot where the van had previously parked. As her gaze shifted, she spotted a van slowly driving into the market. Approaching the earlier parking spot, it was still one person. Inside the entire van, only that heavy-set man was there. At the same time, as Sister Zhou was watching the van, the middle-aged driver seemed to sense something. He looked over at Sister Zhou through the half-open window. Their eyes met, and Sister Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Previously, she hadn't paid much attention to him, but now she noticed that the man staring back at her had eyes filled with rage. Looking into his eyes was like seeing a cornered beast. Could this really be the person she had kicked earlier? Remembering how easily she had defeated him before, Sister Zhou began to doubt herself. Suddenly, the wailing alarm sounded again. The alarm jolted Sister Zhou awake, and she quickly averted her gaze, a flash of determination crossing her eyes. No matter what, she must take revenge. And she must seize that car. Even if someone divine intervened today, they wouldn't stop her. Even if a little boy fell from the sky, she would see it through to the end. Chapter 204, Sister Zhou. I swear to the heavens, it wasn't intentional. The alarm sounded as expected, and the farmer's market descended into chaos once again. Seeing this, Sister Zhou's eyes flashed with determination, and she immediately moved toward the van amidst the turmoil. After all, she didn't have much time left. Since that was the case, it was better to act quickly. Her plan was simple and quite brutal. That was to grab the shotgun from the passenger seat and directly eliminate the opponent. Yes, just that straightforward. Even if the opponent's companions showed up afterwards, she would still have a weapon in hand to counterattack, or even turn the tables. She had strong confidence in her shooting skills. As long as she could get her hands on the gun, it would be equivalent to being invincible. You bastards. My fruits. Get out of here. Hurry up and get lost. Accompanied by the familiar shrill cries of the plump owner of the fruit shop, Sister Zhou navigated through the chaotic crowd and approached the van. Just as she was preparing to take the next step, she noticed a bare-chested middle-aged man quickly exiting the butcher shop with a sack. Seeing that sack, Sister Zhou couldn't help but pause for a moment, her mind involuntarily recalling the bag she had seen in the van earlier. Consequently, her movements hesitated. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the van seemed to notice something, slightly moving his body as if to place something in the passenger seat. He then stood up and pushed open the side door of the van. That was close. Although the middle-aged man's actions were not suspicious, Sister Zhou still sensed that his slight movement must have been to put the gun in the passenger seat. In that case, didn't it mean that he had been holding that gun all along? In an instant, Sister Zhou's back was drenched in cold sweat, and she regretted her bold actions. If it weren't for this sudden change, she might have been blasted to bits. Just imagining the feeling of a shotgun blast hitting her made her heart race. Fortunately, she hadn't acted yet. As the side door of the van opened, the man from the butcher shop quickly approached the van and threw the sack onto it. After finishing everything, the middle-aged man from the butcher shop did not leave, but began talking to the middle-aged driver. Not far away, Sister Zhou's eyes lit up. She knew her opportunity had arrived. Taking advantage of the two men's inattention, she blended in with the crowd moving outward and got closer to the van. However, perhaps it was her first time doing something like this. Her intentions were too obvious. Soon, the middle-aged man talking to the driver noticed Sister Zhou approaching through the window and suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. The moment this thought crossed the butcher's mind, he saw Sister Zhou, who had already reached the van, suddenly accelerate toward the passenger side and forcefully pulled on the door handle amidst the astonished gazes of the two men. However, it wouldn't budge. In an instant, shock appeared on the faces of all three. The driver and the butcher were astonished by the woman's unusual behavior, while Sister Zhou was stunned to realize, damn it, the door was locked. In the blink of an eye, both the driver and Sister Zhou reacted. The driver instinctively reached for the shotgun in the passenger seat. Sister Zhou was even quicker, swiftly extending her hand through the partially open window. What the hell? A police officer? The middle-aged butcher, seeing Sister Zhou and the driver both reaching for the shotgun, finally snapped out of his shock. Looking at Sister Zhou in the van, he immediately pulled out a handgun from his leather apron and aimed it at her. At the same time, Sister Zhou, having grabbed the shotgun, also noticed the butcher's movement. Damn, she instinctively wanted to dodge, but her hand had already grasped the shotgun. Gritting her teeth, she averted her gaze from him and pulled the trigger. No matter where she aimed, she just wanted to make a loud noise. Bang, bang. The two gunshots rang out simultaneously. Sister Zhou felt a force hit her shoulder, and she had no idea where her shotgun was aimed. In any case, after she fired, the overweight driver in the car let out another miserable scream. It seemed like bad luck was on his side. In an instant, the smell of blood filled the air. Someone from the crowd who had not yet left saw what was happening and immediately shouted loudly. Even more enthusiastic bystanders called the police. Although it was a special time, maintaining public order in the city was still necessary, so there were significantly more police officers on the streets than usual. Of course, the chaos in the city at this moment couldn't be controlled immediately. However, the official response to such armed conflict was still quite swift. Just after the call was made, several police cars received notifications from the command center. Sister Zhou's right shoulder was hit, but even so, she had no intention of lowering her weapon. At that moment, she gritted her teeth in discomfort and aimed at the man standing at the middle door. Seeing the shotgun aimed at him, the man instinctively turned to run. Bang! The loud gunshot rang out, accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke. The fleeing middle-aged man was directly knocked back by the tremendous force. His entire back was mangled, and he writhed in pain on the ground. It was only then that Sister Zhou pulled the gun back from the window. Wow! It turned out to be a homemade 5-shot double-barrel shotgun. Realizing what kind of weapon she held, Sister Zhou exclaimed in surprise. Initially, everyone had mistaken it for a regular shotgun. With a wounded shoulder and holding the modified double-barrel shotgun, Sister Zhou exuded the aura of a fierce woman. Naturally, this only made the people around her more terrified. The remaining dozens of people in the market trembled in fear at the sight of this female outlaw. Mom always said that the prettier a woman is, the more deceitful she can be, but she never said that pretty women could be even more ruthless. Clearly, these people were intimidated by Sister Zhou's powerful outlaw presence. She paid no attention to the frightened gazes around her. Or rather, there was no time for her to care. With such a big incident happening here, it's likely that officials will arrive soon. There are only a little over 3 hours left until the nuclear explosion. She must not be caught by the authorities, otherwise, even if the shockwave passes, she might not survive. In an instant, her mind raced. At the same time, she quickly approached the middle-aged man from the butcher shop. Due to excessive blood loss, he was exhausted, lying on the ground with his eyes closed and groaning. He wouldn't die immediately, but if he wasn't rescued, he would eventually perish. Ignoring him, she bent down to pick up the handgun on the ground and then walked to the driver's seat of the van. Looking at the bloodstained door with numerous small holes, she couldn't help but frown. She instinctively pulled open the door, causing the pained, overweight man leaning against it to fall to the ground with a thud. Oh no, no way. Seeing the man's lower body in a bloody mess, she finally felt a pang of emotion. She swore to the heavens. She truly didn't do it on purpose. This shot, it could have been a kick as well. Simply put, it was a complete mess. Chapter 205, The Fiercest Female Streamer Online. Wow, that's too tragic. Sister Jo, just admit it already. You definitely did this on purpose. I actually feel a bit sorry for that guy now. Seeing the middle-aged driver's miserable state, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but exclaim in shock. At the same time, they mentally tagged the streamer, Sister Jo, as a ruthless person. In the world of streaming, there are countless entertainers. But only here do you have such explosive drama. Sister Jo, this woman, is definitely a demon. Especially for the males, whoever you provoke, just don't mess with her. Otherwise, you might be the next one to face her wrath. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream all kept in mind that if you encounter Sister Jo in the game, it's best to avoid her. If you can't avoid her, then just pretend to be mute or blind. In short, stay as far away from her as possible. Meanwhile, Sister Jo, who was in the game, had no idea that her fierce reputation had already spread throughout the platform. Wah! Wah! In the distance, sirens could be heard. Sister Jo's expression darkened, disregarding the bloodstains on the van's seats. She stepped over the middle-aged driver and got into the vehicle. She pressed the clutch and turned the key in one fluid motion. With a rumble, the old van roared to life, releasing a cloud of black smoke. Without hesitation, she shifted gears, released the clutch, and stepped on the gas. In an instant, the van charged out like a wild horse. The surrounding crowd showed no signs of stopping her, each person frantically dodging the van that was racing out of control. You bastard, this is an outright threat. Lin Fei moved his phone away from his ear, where the roaring voice was coming from. After the noise subsided, he smirked slightly, then muttered a remark that would only infuriate the other party more. I am the threat, what are you going to do about it? After saying that, he vaguely heard heavy breathing on the other end of the line, indicating that the other party was quite angry. Bamment, I don't know if you've heard a saying from a certain country. What saying? A gloomy voice came through the phone. Hee. Lin Fei chuckled indifferently, then slowly said, money can't buy my willingness. After that, he continued, the game is mine, and the platform is mine too. I have the right to choose who gets to play, or who it's open to. At this point, he paused, then suddenly shouted, you game alliance. What kind of worthless association are you? What right do you have to interfere with me? Ridiculous. In my eyes, you are nothing. You can only flaunt your power outside of the country. Within the borders, you have no say. After this outburst, Lin Fei not only felt no anger, but instead felt incredibly refreshed. This pent-up frustration had been weighing on him for a long time. Finally, he could vent it out. What a useless game association. In the end, isn't it just a tool for capital to make money? Now that they were being pressured by the players to a dead end, they finally remembered him. What were they thinking back then? Do you want to exchange a vice-chairman position for the copyright of the player nation's Western market? And even pull yourself into some ridiculous association? You must not be awake. Hearing his roar, the phone fell silent. After a long time, just as Lin Fei was about to hang up, the voice of the Alliance chairman came through again. Lin Fei, don't be too arrogant. Even if you are far in the east and we can't reach you, our partner, a certain internet giant, is the dominant force in the Eastern market. As long as we open some conditions, they would likely be willing to lend us a little help. Upon hearing this name, Lin Fei almost forgot that there was such a company in the gaming market. It's no wonder, really, as this company has been quite low profile in the past half year. Their presence in the gaming market has nearly vanished. Among the rising stars, the player nation has already become a leading figure, to the point where others look up to them as a benchmark. Especially in the new games released, many have clear influences from the player nation. These emerging game studios or companies no longer focus solely on how to improve monetization. Instead, they pour all their energy into game details. They know that in terms of graphics and content, it's hard to surpass the player nation. Therefore, they can only put all their efforts into the finer points. The game quality might be slightly lacking, but the details are well executed, earning them quite a few positive reviews from players. This is the current state of the gaming market. Meanwhile, those companies that haven't changed and still treat players like fools to squeeze money from them are now infamous. The most notable representative among them is that certain company. At this moment, hearing that the other party had a partnership with them made Lin Fei feel surprised. But one must know, this company is known for imitation. Their self-developed games, to be honest, leave much to be desired. It was completely unexpected that the other party would use them to pressure him. Lin Fei sneered internally. I look forward to seeing this. After saying that, he didn't want to waste any more words and immediately hung up the phone, tossing it aside. Looking at the nearly 70 million registered users and over 40 million online players in the Player Nations community, a strong sense of confidence surged within Lin Fei. At this moment, he and the Player Nation would not fear anyone or any company. Moreover, those people still have no idea what kind of backing he has. It can be said that as long as he stands on the same front as those behind him, he is invincible within the nation. The chairman across the ocean could not have imagined this. Similarly, the internet giant within the nation also could not foresee this. They might only know that they are valued by the authorities, but they absolutely do not realize that they are now aligned with the state. Meanwhile, just a few minutes after Lin Fei hung up the long-distance call with Barman, Mafua Tong at the headquarters in a distant city received a friendly conference call from across the ocean. It was unexpected that all the key figures of the association would be present. Mafua Tong, looking at the main members of the gaming association in the video conference, couldn't help but feel emotional. Mr. Mafua Tong, you are our most important partner in this country, Barman said seriously in the video. I hope our cooperation continues forever. Likewise, I also hope our collaboration can advance further. As he spoke, he picked up a document from the conference table and said, here is the list of all the top studios from the West. As long as we reach a strategic cooperation for the global gaming market, you can choose from the studios on this list. We can provide not only technical support, but also assistance in software and hardware. At this point, Barman took a deep breath and said, of course, our sole purpose in this cooperation is to eliminate the toxic influence of Player Nation from the gaming market, and even from the entire industry. Chapter 206 Cooperation to Overthrow the Player Kingdom. What a bold claim. Hearing the other party's words, the eyes behind the glasses of the character flashed with shock. At the same time, he was well aware that this was not an easy task. The Player Kingdom is currently at its peak, and is no longer the small workshop of the past. Although it still retains the appearance of a small workshop, in reality, it has reached an unshakable position in the gaming market of the region. Through the video, seeing the hesitation in his eyes, the other party revealed a mocking smile. What? Is it that your internet giant still fears a small studio? With that expression, can I assume that the current situation is that your company is not as good as the Player Kingdom? With a hint of caution, the character's expression darkened instantly upon hearing the words. At the same time, he thought of the gaming department within his company that had already started to decline, and his anger intensified. Over the past 6 months, they had not only failed to exit the gaming market, but were also struggling significantly. The peak number of concurrent users for all their games barely reached over 100,000. Among these, nearly 90% was from a single game. This data, let alone being profitable, made it difficult to even sustain the gaming department. Meanwhile, their new games suffered losses one after another, with very few initial purchases. In the end, out of desperation, the entire company decided to temporarily halt new projects and maintain the current state. The chairman's desire to drive the Player Kingdom out of the gaming market was not an easy task. When it came to the Player Kingdom, the character was no longer the financially capable individual he once was. He had lost everything in the competition against the Player Kingdom. These were painful lessons. So having experienced setbacks, he did not respond with enthusiasm. Adjusting his glasses, he said, you do not understand the current gaming market. Moreover, you are unaware of the influence of the Player Kingdom in this region. To be honest, I am quite relieved that Lin Fei did not enter other areas of the internet. If that were the case, it would truly be a disaster for us. Seeing the character's demeanor, the other party looked incredulous. He had previously gathered information about this individual. It could be said that this character was a glutton in the internet realm, employing extremely ruthless tactics against enemies. It was precisely for this reason that he had earned the title of the Godfather of the internet in the region. But such a person would actually be willing to be overshadowed by a small studio? Or perhaps he was plotting something? After a moment of contemplation, the other party spoke. I believe our cooperation will be successful. As long as we reach a strategic agreement, the entire Western market will open up to your company. Of course, we will continue to support in terms of technology and hardware facilities. You have to believe us. The strength of the team behind our association is beyond your imagination. Take the gaming aspect, for example. We currently have a global grasp. It must be said that the conditions from the counterpart have shaken the foundation of our organization, reigniting the heart that had fallen into a low point. Especially upon hearing that they could dispatch top teams from around the world to our region, the passion for gaming within him reignited. As the saying goes, one must rise from where they fell. His life, as a prominent figure in the internet sector, should not have any blemishes of failure. At this moment, the determination in his eyes burned brightly. All right, I promise you, for the game development team, I only need 2 top studios. As for hardware and software facilities, I need. With renewed determination, he laid out several conditions. To outsiders, these might seem unreasonable, but for the one who is determined to bring down the competition, they are not issues at all. In summary, during this video conference, both parties reached a consensus. Bring down the competition. Let this tumor roll out of the gaming world. As the meeting concluded, His directives were passed on to the head of the gaming department. The gaming division was back in action, and with the news of external support from top global players, the entire team was filled with enthusiasm. However, not everyone among them was equally motivated. Some members who had experienced the competing platform's VR community were not optimistic about their own company. It wasn't about dampening their spirits, but rather acknowledging that the gaming philosophy of the competition had far surpassed theirs, especially after witnessing that VR community. They unanimously felt it was no longer just a game. It was another world, another universe. They were also shocked by the bold gaming hall that allowed for cross-game experiences. Now, with the gaming division operational again, they had to step back from gaming, as work came first. Unable to play games, they secretly watched live streams. It must be said that the games and community of the competition were incredibly engaging. It was simply addictive. If it weren't for work, they would gladly spend all day online. Wow. Rich guy, take me in. Yes, this is a true tycoon. I seem to have found a business opportunity. If it goes well, it's no less than winning $5 million in the lottery. The entire homepage of the streaming platform was almost filled with streamers from the competition. This Penguin employee casually clicked on a live stream. After entering, he was greeted by a screen full of comments, all centered around a user named Ling Xiao. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the top contributor. Since he was the top contributor, it wasn't too surprising that he attracted attention. However, just as he was about to leave to check out another stream, a particular message caught his eye. Ling Xiao. Yes, streamer, it's that car. Ling Xiao. Use the carrying card you got to bring that car out, and I'll give you 500,000 points. Wow, a wealthy individual. Seeing 500,000 points, which was just for bringing a muscle car out from the I Am Legend VR world, made this employee uneasy. To know that in the VR community, 500,000 points were equivalent to 500,000 in currency. This guy must be incredibly wealthy. As he continued to watch, he discovered that this guy's collection of that car was merely a hobby. He just wanted to display it in his home within the VR community. Incredible. Are the rich these days so good at playing games? Spending 500,000 on a decoration? At this point, the employee felt a pang of envy. After working hard for a year, he couldn't even save up 200,000, let alone 500,000. In this game, a car, albeit virtual, was worth 500,000. And all the streamer had to do was take some risks and use a carrying card. This was so unfair. Sitting at his desk, the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. If others could make money through gaming, then he could too. If he got good in the VR community, there would be plenty of ways to earn money. Forget it. I'll resign. Chapter 207. Buy one get one free. Grab a car and get a gift. Of course, resigning from a job is something that an adult needs to think carefully about. After all, the conditions are there. And the situation does not allow for an easy resignation. Let's put the resignation aside for now, but during work hours, one still needs to take a break when the opportunity arises. After leaving this broadcaster's live stream, I found myself in a new one. Wow. Isn't that Sister Zhou? Looking at the screen, the bewildered expression of the mute bride piqued my curiosity. Meanwhile, in the gaming world, Sister Zhou's eyes widened in shock. It was still that dilapidated van, and it even had bloodstains. Inside that van, Sister Zhou couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the burlap sack she had opened. To be more precise, it was the little girl crawling out of the sack. Yes, a little girl was indeed crawling out from it. What the heck? Is this some kind of fantasy, Sister Zhou? This is beyond unlucky. It's like bad luck has opened the door for him. Seriously, one has to say. With Sister Zhou's luck, she would definitely win the lottery. The kind where you only get a blue ball? As the comments in the live stream kept flooding in, Sister Zhou felt 1,000 thoughts rushing through her mind. Just a few minutes ago, she had barely escaped official pursuit. She had planned to hide in this deserted alley and think about her next steps, but unexpectedly, a sound suddenly erupted from the car. In that old, bloodstained van, she was the only one inside. The sudden noise startled her. Heart racing, she searched for the source of the sound and discovered that the burlap sack. It was moving. It wiggled like a worm. It was indeed quite terrifying. Sister Zhou hesitated for a moment, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she stood up to untie the sack. The next moment, a little head popped out. A dirty little girl in a pink dress crawled out of the sack. Wow, can you believe it? Stealing a car actually came with a free living person. Buy one get one free, but not like this. Thus, Sister Zhou stared in disbelief for a moment. The little girl, just out of the sack, felt something blocking the light and instinctively looked up. In the next second, she saw a very pretty older sister staring at her with eyes as big as a cow's. She looked a bit fierce. There were brown bloodstains on her pants. The smell was somewhat pungent. At this point, the little girl trembled and bit her lip in fear, and the next moment, she couldn't help it. Wow. Don't shout. Hearing the little girl cry loudly, Sister Zhou was immediately startled. She had just managed to escape pursuit, and if this little girl drew attention, it would be much harder to escape. Sister Zhou let out a low roar, but it had no effect. Instead, the little girl cried even louder. In a moment of desperation, she crawled through the gap between the front seats to the back compartment and covered the little girl's mouth with her hands. The little girl, filled with extreme fear, was suddenly hugged tightly by the woman, instinctively struggling with all her might. Don't move. The woman felt the child squirming in her arms, and her inner irritation grew. She tightened her grip and said in a low voice, "If you scream again, I will make you regret it." Upon hearing this, the chat room erupted once again. Everyone knew that despite the woman's harsh words, she would never truly harm a child. However, knowing this didn't stop anyone from mocking her. This is too much. Who says otherwise? I would call her the fiercest woman on the internet. That's a fitting title. It's a shame she isn't out there as a tough character. Seriously. Unfollowed. What did you say upstairs? Unfollowed. Are you feeling a bit too excited? Do you need our ladies' help to cool you down? A group of online users always love to stir up trouble. In the game, the woman had no mood to engage with this crowd. Yet her earlier words had indeed worked. When the little girl heard that the woman might harm her, she was so frightened that she clamped her mouth shut, her teeth digging deep into her lip. The tiny body trembled in the woman's embrace like a little quail. At the same time, the woman could clearly feel the girl's fear. However, this was a critical moment, and she didn't want to jeopardize her own safety out of a moment of compassion. But then again, who were those two people she had just dealt with? Could they be traffickers? Where are your family? Once the girl finally calmed down, the woman chuckled in confusion. However, the child did not respond, still biting her lip tightly. All right, maybe she had truly frightened the girl. Since the girl remained silent, the woman decided not to press further and said, "I will let you go now, but you must promise not to scream. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Seeing the girl staring at her with wide, watery eyes, the woman raised her voice slightly in impatience. The little girl shivered at the sound and nodded vigorously. She looked as if she feared she would be punished for answering too slowly. Observing the fearful expression on the child's innocent face, the woman felt helpless. She slowly released the girl's mouth, letting her go, and whispered, "I'll let you leave soon." The little girl, whether truly terrified or just taking the woman's words to heart, remained silent until she was fully released. She sat in the vehicle, staring at the woman with wide eyes filled with fear. What a situation. After letting go of the girl, the woman rubbed her head in frustration. She hadn't expected that in a moment of impulse to take a car, she would unexpectedly end up with a child. This was a headache. "If I let you go, will you be able to find your way home?" Without waiting for a response, Sister Zhou muttered to herself, "So stupid. It's a miracle if a 6 or 7-year-old can find their way home. I can't find my home. It's at Wanhao Garden." Just then, the little girl inside the car trembled and said, "Wanhao Garden? Damn. Not to mention it's just a neighborhood. In this game, she doesn't even know what street it is. I don't know which one you're talking about." Sister Zhou pondered for a moment and said, "Wait a minute. I'll let you go, and you can find a police officer by yourself." Saying this, Sister Zhou opened the car door, stepped out, and told the little girl inside, "Come down. Get down." "What do you mean by shaking your head?" However, the little girl inside the car just sat there shaking her head. "No. I have things to do. It's not good for you to follow me either." No matter how she tried to persuade her, the girl wouldn't get out of the car, making Sister Zhou's head ache even more. "Damn it. Forget it. Stay wherever you want. I don't have time to deal with you." Glancing at the time, there was just a little over 3 hours until the nuclear explosion began. Every minute was incredibly precious to her. She stopped hesitating, gave up on persuading the girl, and turned to run towards the alley. When she arrived, she had noticed a large supermarket by the roadside, and it was quite messy at the entrance. Perfect for a zero-cost shopping spree. Chapter 208. From now on, anyone who blocks me will face the consequences. What are you following me for? Stepping out of the narrow alley, the woman cautiously glanced around and, seeing no danger, turned to look at the little girl behind her. The girl remained silent, just standing there. The woman sighed in exasperation. "Fine. I give up. If you want to follow me, then go ahead. But don't blame me if you get lost." Just as she finished speaking, the woman quickly headed towards a nearby large supermarket, seemingly unconcerned about the child. At this moment, due to the broadcast, the city had fallen into chaos. Occasionally, security teams appeared on the streets, but in the face of such widespread turmoil, they were powerless to help. All they could do was try their best to minimize the disturbance and prevent any fatalities. Seeing this, the woman couldn't help but think of her homeland. If such a situation occurred there, it would likely be much better than in this game world. After all, her country was relatively responsible, and the authorities wouldn't act so irresponsibly. She quickly arrived at the supermarket entrance, where chaos reigned inside. Products were scattered all over the floor. The woman strode into the supermarket, heading straight for the food section. Although everyone she saw had Asian features and spoke the same language, she noticed that the people in this game world lacked the traditional virtues of restraint. Everyone was selfishly grabbing goods, engaging in a frenzied shopping spree. She even saw supermarket cashiers in uniforms pushing carts to join the fray. 2 security guards in uniforms stood dumbfounded, watching everything unfold. Given the situation, the woman didn't have time to care about the girl following her. She quickly grabbed a shopping cart and began to frantically shop. The first thing that caught her eye was the croissants on the shelf. In reality, these were crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, with a rich buttery aroma. However, in this game world, they weren't considered high-quality energy supplies. But having something was better than having nothing. So, she didn't hold back and began tossing them into her cart. In an instant, the woman was like a whirlwind, sweeping through the supermarket. Bread, smoked meat, ham, luncheon meat, and most importantly, chocolate. In short, as long as she passed a shelf and saw something useful, she would toss it into her cart. Fortunately, the supermarket was large enough. Despite the chaos, no major fighting broke out. However, due to her extensive shopping spree and the fact that she had tied 2 carts together, she attracted some attention. Hey, what's with you? 1 cart is enough. Why bring an extra one? Isn't there any sense of public decorum? At this moment, a few women who couldn't stand it spoke up. Excuse me, I'm just taking my stuff. How does it affect you? Mind your own business. Seeing those women revealing their ugly faces and even trying to take the moral high ground, the woman immediately retorted. Hey, you little brat. Upon hearing her words, the woman's expression suddenly darkened. But just as she was about to continue, she couldn't get the words out, because at that moment, the woman suddenly produced a spring-loaded fruit knife from her hand. What's with the attitude, little girl? The group of women could only mumble and move to another area to shop. TCH, what a joke. Noticing the women leaving, Lin Luo displayed a hint of sarcasm on her face. The quality of these $2 store fruit knives is terrible. Discarding the spring knife, she planned to check out another area, but unexpectedly, a cry for help came from behind her. Sister, sister, help me. The childish voice sounded somewhat familiar. Turning around, the woman saw that the little girl who had been following her was now being held tightly by a middle-aged man. What kind of society is this? How can someone be abducted in broad daylight? She couldn't believe it and scanned her surroundings. Everyone around seemed to act as if they hadn't heard the girl's cries for help. Even a few well-meaning women, upon seeing this, turned away to mind their own business. It was as if none of this had anything to do with them. Seeing this, the woman became even more curious about the world. Just as she pondered, the little girl was being taken away by the man. Damn it. Noticing this, she spat and grabbed her shopping cart to chase after them. She had no connection to the little girl, but for some reason, she couldn't stand seeing that child being bullied. Stop. Just as she was about to get closer to the man with the shopping cart, he turned around, alert. He stared at her intently and said, Lady, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. As he spoke, he slightly opened his coat to reveal a handgun tucked at his waist. What the hell? A gun? This definitely isn't a place where firearms are common. If it were, even in a war, it shouldn't be this chaotic, right? Haha, overthinking. This is just a game, so don't take it too seriously, okay? Through the live stream, viewers saw someone with a gun and immediately began discussing the nuclear explosion world the woman was in. Damn it. The woman didn't expect the man to have a gun and cursed inwardly. However, she absolutely couldn't just stand by and watch that child get taken away. Buddy, if you want to abduct a child, go for someone else's. This one is my sister. She took a slight step back, keeping her hands behind her, pretending to still be holding the shopping cart. Your sister? Hearing her words, a strange look flashed in the man's eyes. After a brief moment, a playful smile appeared on his face. Are you sure she's your sister? Hearing his response, the woman suddenly became alert. Just then, the man sneered and said, Heh, how come I didn't know that Mr. Wong had a daughter? Mr. Wong? What on earth is going on? Well, Sister Zhou had to admit that she was really confused. She didn't expect to encounter such bizarre events after entering the game. Perhaps noticing the bewilderment in her eyes, the man spoke again. Heh, it seems you really know nothing at all. You don't even know this child's identity, and you want to oppose us? Woman, I have to say, your head is quite something. Looking at the man who was laughing wildly in front of her, Sister Zhou furrowed her brows, a surge of unnameable anger igniting within her. Suddenly, her expression turned cold. To hell with who you are? Just because you have a lousy gun makes you impressive? Huh? As if no one else has one. As she spoke, Sister Zhou drew a handgun from the small of her back, concealed beneath her t-shirt. With lightning speed, she aimed it at him. By the time the man realized that the gun was pointed at him, his face was filled with confusion. What is going on? How does this woman have a gun? Bang! Without any unnecessary words, the gunshot rang out, and the man collapsed to the ground, his head exploding. In that fleeting moment, Sister Zhou had made up her mind. Since her start wasn't great anyway, she might as well be decisive. From this moment on, whoever dared to stop her or oppose her would be dead. After all, she had already killed quite a few in the zombie apocalypse. Chapter 209. This is outrageous. Someone is being killed. Run. As the gunshots rang out, people immediately noticed the situation with Sister Zhou. When they saw the man with a gunshot wound to the head, the supermarket erupted into chaos. To them, Sister Zhou, holding a gun, looked terrifying like a demon. Everyone was frantically trying to escape the supermarket. They even abandoned their full shopping carts. Clearly, life was more important than goods. Just then, urgent sirens blared outside. Sister Zhou's expression changed upon hearing the sound. Without hesitation, she picked up a girl and tossed her into a shopping cart, pushing it along with the crowd toward the exit. Inside the supermarket, people were rushing out madly. No one paid attention to who was beside them, while outside, police cars had already pulled up to the curb, and several officers quickly got out and ran toward them. It was evident they were not there to stop the situation. Seeing this, Sister Zhou lowered her head and pushed the shopping cart, panicking as she headed across the street. The chaos was overwhelming, and she and the girl quickly made it across the road. However, just as they thought they might get away, a loud shout rang out from behind. "Stop! Stop!" Hearing the shouts, Sister Zhou's face changed dramatically, and she immediately quickened her pace with the shopping cart. "Sister, they're coming after us." The little girl in the cart warned her from behind. "I know. Be quiet and hold on tight," Sister Zhou urged, increasing her speed. The shopping cart was pushed like a speeding vehicle. "Stop, or we will open fire." Bang! Along with the furious shout, gunshots rang out behind Sister Zhou, startling her. She didn't feel any pain and didn't see any injuries on herself. It was only then that she instinctively turned to look back. She saw two security officers on the opposite side of the road, closely watching her, one of them even aiming a gun into the air. What the heck? Why are there so many ridiculous things happening? Sister Zhou glanced at a nearby alley and then at the two security officers. After a moment, she whispered to the girl, "You go with them later." After saying that, Sister Zhou planned to escape on her own. However, the little girl frowned upon hearing her words. Clearly unhappy. Pouting, she said, "No, they all want to catch me. They are bad people, and I don't want to go with them." Huh. Sister Zhou, who had already intended to run away, paused in confusion at the girl's words. Why do they want to catch you? Could it be that you are the daughter of a wealthy tycoon? As soon as she said this, Sister Zhou quickly dismissed the thought. No, even if you were a wealthy tycoon's daughter, the officials wouldn't resort to kidnapping, would they? Just as Sister Zhou was speculating to herself, the little girl revealed the answer she wanted to know. Humph, they are all bad people. They want my iris and fingerprints. What? Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou's eyes filled with disbelief. Who is this little girl? What use could her iris and fingerprints have? Why are they drawing attention from both sides? For a moment, Sister Zhou's mind was flooded with questions. However, given the current situation, she couldn't afford to think too much. As she saw the two security personnel drawing closer, she gritted her teeth, steeled her resolve, and pulled out her gun, shooting at them. The whole action from drawing the gun to firing was smooth and fluid, like flowing water. Since the other party belonged to an official force, Sister Zhou didn't aim for vital parts. But having been fed countless bullets, her marksmanship was already extraordinary. Bang bang. With two unexpected shots, she instantly hit the legs of the two security personnel, rendering them unable to move. After firing, Sister Zhou wasted no time and pushed her shopping cart towards the alley. The two-shot security personnel were already screaming in pain, completely ignoring Sister Zhou and the little girl. Thus, Sister Zhou once again escaped the crisis. Wow, this streamer is amazing. She even dares to shoot security personnel. Damn, this live stream is way more interesting than the others. Where did this streamer get that gun? No kidding, I just came back from another stream, and it was so dull. The other streamer was just an executive of a top 500 company, and it was all about money. Before the nuclear explosion, he just built an underground facility and used his wealth to buy countless supplies. It was like he was playing on easy mode, no excitement at all, too bland. Haha, let me tell you, now the only exciting live stream of Wasteland is Sister Zhou's. The others really have nothing to watch. Yeah, the other streamer has already been eliminated in the nuclear explosion. The little group is still digging holes. It won't be long before they're done for too. Seeing Sister Zhou so fierce, some viewers who had come from other streams were immediately drawn in by the tight storyline. When these people learned that everything Sister Zhou experienced was just because of a moment's impulse to steal a beat-up van, new viewers in the live stream couldn't help but exclaim again. No way. So the plot can unfold like this? If a mentally unstable person played this game, could they make it even more exciting? After all, besides the main storyline of the nuclear explosion, all the other side quests depend entirely on personal triggers. Just like Sister Zhou, who would have thought that just because of a van, a kidnapping case would unfold? And this seemingly unrelated plot suddenly became clear as the van moved forward, and the little girl spoke. Everything was interconnected. At the same time, Sister Zhou was also secretly relieved. If it weren't for her stubbornness and her confrontation with that driver, she might still be searching for the subway tunnel now. However, who would have thought that the girl in front of us is actually a wealthy heiress? And who could have imagined that this little girl not only comes from a rich family, but is also the owner of a bunker. On Wang Xiaoxiao's 6th birthday, her father gave her a special birthday gift. While other fathers might give their daughters Barbie dolls, Wang Xiaoxiao's father uniquely decided to gift her a bunker. Yes, you heard it right, a bunker for his daughter's birthday. To ensure safety, he placed all important items of the Wang family inside the bunker and claimed that its strength could withstand any missile or nuclear bomb. This incident caused quite a stir in the city at the time and became widely known. After all, who else would give a bunker as a birthday gift? Initially, people laughed at it. But then one day, war suddenly broke out, and the whole world fell into chaos. Society became increasingly unstable, crime rates skyrocketed, and the wealthy became targets of envy and robbery. However, the Wang family remained perfectly safe because they had a bunker. It was then that people realized how foresighted Wang Xiaoxiao's father truly was. As the war escalated and countries around the world became involved, the benefits of having a bunker became even more evident. Consequently, the Wang family's bunker became a coveted treasure in the city. At first, some people feared the Wang family. But not long ago, an accident occurred involving Wang Xiaoxiao's parents' plane, and she successfully joined the ranks of protagonists in a certain story. Those who had their eyes on her family's bunker no longer held back. As a result, Wang Xiaoxiao's face became deeply etched in the minds of every unscrupulous person. It's absurd. Listening to a story more bizarre than those found in novels, Sister Zhou couldn't help but shake her head. She couldn't believe that such an accidental act could turn out so fortuitously. At that moment, Sister Zhou suddenly stopped the car. Looking at the villa area not far ahead and the nearly 100 men in black, she frowned and asked, "Are you sure this is the place?" "Yes. Xiao Xiao has been here with her parents before. She won't forget." Chapter 210. Entering the villa, a direct encounter TSK. Looking at the group of people in black busying themselves at the villa halfway up the mountain, Sister Zhou displayed a troubled expression. This group of individuals in black clearly could not be the security of the villa area. Moreover, this was a particularly sensitive time. There was no guarantee that these people were not here for that bunker. If that were the case, they could very well become an obstacle to her entering the bunker. This was completely different from what she had anticipated on her way here. "Uncle?" At that moment, Wang Xiaoxiao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly exclaimed, "Your relative?" Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou furrowed her brows even tighter. If she had heard Wang Xiaoxiao's words before knowing everything, she might have let the other party go. However, given the current situation, it was evident that Wang Xiaoxiao's uncle was also likely to have his eyes on this bunker. According to Wang Xiaoxiao, this bunker could only accommodate 10 people. From the looks of things, wanting to monopolize this bunker seemed impossible. While she was pondering how to proceed, Wang Xiaoxiao's next words deepened her concerns. "Uncle is a bad guy. He killed my mom and dad." "What? How is that possible? Isn't he your biological uncle?" Sister Zhou looked at the young Wang Xiaoxiao in astonishment. To be honest, it was hard for her to believe what a child was saying. After all, he was family. How could he possibly harm his own brother? "No, I heard it." Wang Xiaoxiao bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, and sobbed slightly. "That day I was playing in the kitchen and overheard my uncle talking to someone. It was him who killed my mom and dad." Sister Zhou looked at Wang Xiaoxiao, who spoke with such certainty, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. At the same time, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She never expected that a plot typically found only in novels would actually. No, this is a game. What kind of plot it is depends on the screenwriter. The one who wrote this plot might very well have a background in writing novels. Thinking of this, Sister Zhou suddenly felt that everything made sense. If Wang Xiaoxiao's uncle is the murderer, then the situation before her becomes extremely complicated. Looking at her watch, there was only a little over 2 hours left. Therefore, she had to enter the bunker within the next 2 hours. Glancing at Wang Xiaoxiao beside her, it was obvious that a little girl could offer her no help. The only thing she had to rely on were a shotgun with only 2 bullets left and the pistol at her waist. But what she was up against was a group of over 100 people, not the zombies from a video game, but living, breathing humans. Compared to that, she would rather face 100 zombies. After all, those things had no thoughts. "Damn it, I might as well find a subway." Sister Zhou complained aloud and quickly began to think. In the northern part of the villa area in Rongqing, aside from the passing figures in black, there were no other signs of residents. Sister Zhou moved slowly, avoiding the gaze of the figures in black, and quietly slipped into the backyard of a villa. Once 2 of the figures walked past, she carefully climbed over the wall and jumped out of the courtyard. Sister Zhou thought she had been cautious enough, but unexpectedly, trouble struck. Just as she leaped down from the wall, 3 burly men with menacing expressions emerged from the gate of the neighboring villa. The 2 parties collided head-on. As soon as they met, both sides' expressions changed dramatically. One of the strong men shouted angrily, "Who are you?" The sudden encounter left Sister Zhou momentarily stunned. Observing the clearly advantageous position of the men, her mind raced to think of a way out. However, the 3 men showed no intention of giving her a chance to respond. Seeing her silence, they approached her with vigilance. Realizing the situation was dire, Sister Zhou dared not hesitate and immediately turned to run. At this moment, she could only hope that these individuals were not armed. Fortunately, perhaps due to a stroke of luck, it took a few moments for the three men to react after she had run a few meters. Moreover, they did not pull out guns to shoot. Instead, they shouted angrily as they chased after her. Not hearing any gunfire made Sister Zhou bolder, and she ran even faster. Someone has broken in and is heading south. One of the strong men, noticing Sister Zhou's speed, quickly stopped to grab a walkie-talkie and called out. With his shout over the walkie-talkie, the figures in black throughout the villa area began to search immediately. What bad luck. Not only did she encounter a chaotic situation, but now she was being chased by a bunch of clumsy giants. How could she be so unfortunate? As Sister Zhou sprinted, her mind was filled with complaints. Fortunately, although there were many figures in black in the villa area, the vast space and several unfinished buildings allowed her to quickly disappear from the sight of the three men. Wow, this woman can really run. One of the pursuing men, leaning on his knee and panting heavily, remarked as Sister Zhou vanished without a trace. Just then, the walkie-talkie in his hand suddenly crackled to life. Three teams, what's the situation over there? Have you captured the person? Hastily, the strong man replied, Boss. That woman runs faster than a rabbit. We couldn't catch her. Couldn't catch her? The voice from the walkie-talkie sounded somewhat surprised. After a brief pause, the voice resumed. The boss has spoken. During this special period, anyone with an unclear background can be shot on sight. You can act boldly. If anything happens, the company will take full responsibility. Hiss. Hearing the command from the walkie-talkie, all the figures in black in the villa area couldn't help but gasp. Using firearms against ordinary people? Isn't this a bit too harsh? However, even though this group of men in black might feel reluctant, they all followed orders and drew their weapons from their waists. Wow, each of them armed with a handgun. Looking at these fierce-looking, burly men with grim expressions, no one would believe they would show mercy to civilians. What on earth is happening? Sister Zhou, hiding in a rundown, unfinished villa, looked at a few armed patrolling figures not far away, her expression growing particularly grave. She glanced at the time and thought, darn it, only an hour and a half left. In an hour and a half, a nuclear explosion will occur. At that time, no matter where it explodes, the ground structures will definitely not provide protection. With time running out, Sister Zhou steeled her resolve and decided to take a chance. As the saying goes, take a risk, and you might turn a bike into a motorcycle. Facing over 100 people, she could be shot to pieces in an instant. However, the men in black in the entire villa area were patrolling in pairs or groups of 3. Therefore, if she could take them out one by one, it might not be impossible. With this thought in mind, Sister Zhou quietly began to look for those isolated targets. Chapter 2:11 Trapped. Danger approaches. Bang. 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 The gunfire erupted like popping beans, causing Sister Zhou to quickly retract her neck in fear. In the next moment, the wall she was hiding behind shattered into pieces. Watching Sister Zhou curl up behind the cover, the viewers in the live stream immediately flooded the screen with comments. What did I say? We're not cut out for assassination. Just go in recklessly. Exactly. Now look what you've done. Let them close the door and unleash the dogs. Sister Zhou, let's just charge. You know the routine. Even if you die, you can come back. What's there to be afraid of? Damn, are these upstairs even speaking human language? This streamer is a beauty. Buddy, is this your first time watching a live stream? Don't you know our fearless sister? The comments were chaotic, but Sister Zhou had no time to pay attention. At this moment, she was trying her best to curl up and avoid being attacked. The relentless gunfire came from outside, bullets striking the concrete, and the flying debris hit her skin painfully. Yet, she seemed oblivious, still holding her head. Soon, the storm of attacks ceased. The next moment, someone shouted from outside the building. Team 5, Team 6, go get that woman out. The rest stay on guard outside. Sister Zhou's heart sank upon hearing this. Given the current situation, escape was impossible. She had no choice but to fight back. The unfinished building she was in was her greatest reliance. Fortunately, this building was not just a mere framework. The partition walls provided her with good cover. As footsteps echoed, Sister Zhou heard someone entering the building. She hid at the 4th floor staircase, peeking down to see a figure approaching the stairs. Although she was confident she could hit the target now, she didn't rush to shoot. After waiting a little longer and confirming there was only that one figure on the stairs, she finally relaxed, silently retreating a short distance. She hid in a corner and quietly raised her gun, aiming at the staircase. Time passed slowly, and Sister Zhou's heartbeat grew heavier. Even the barrage of comments in the live stream had decreased significantly. Whether old viewers or newcomers, everyone held their breath and focused intently on the screen. Amidst the collective attention, a figure appeared on the screen. Bang! Bang! In an instant, gunshots rang out. To be safe, Sister Zhou fired twice. The bullets hitting their mark as expected. The figure was quite robust, weighing at least 200 pounds. One bullet struck the head, while the other penetrated the body. splattering blood that left 2 streaks on the gray concrete wall. She's up there. At the same time, shouts came from downstairs. Hearing this, Sister Zhou didn't hesitate, charging out from her corner and rushing to the side of the man who had fallen. She picked up the weapon on the ground and found 2 magazines on the man. The sound of chaotic footsteps echoed, and Sister Zhou quickly evacuated the scene, running deeper into the building. After a short while, she found a corner to hide in, allowing her to observe the stairway. As she peeked out, she saw 3 menacing figures appear at the stairway. Upon seeing their fallen comrade, anger was evident on their faces. One of them even shouted angrily, "You filthy BTCH. Come out." As he yelled, the man scanned the area with a fierce glare, trying to locate Sister Zhou. Soon, he noticed the faint footprints on the ground, indicating the direction she had fled. Following the tracks, he slowly raised his head. What? In the next moment, the man suddenly froze, instinctively preparing to react. However, at that moment, a gunshot rang out. The man, who hadn't had time to respond, collapsed at his companion's feet. The other 2, startled by the sudden turn of events, quickly retreated to the sides, attempting to hide. Sister Zhou seized every opportunity. Months of survival in the chaos had sharpened her combat instincts, making her as capable as any soldier. After eliminating the man who had spotted her, she swiftly adjusted her aim and pulled the trigger. The series of actions might not have been standard, but they flowed smoothly as if she had practiced countless times. There was no hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. As she fired in rapid succession, the building was filled with anguished cries. One of the 2 men was shot dead on the spot, while the other was hit in the lower back and fell around the corner. Sister Zhou rushed out from her hiding spot. Bang, bang. 2 shots took care of the man who was crying out in pain, and she quickly began to secure the area, collecting all the magazines from her opponents. Damn, why is there no heavy firepower? After gathering all the magazines, Sister Zhou felt a bit dissatisfied. To be honest, she preferred heavy weaponry over handguns. Aheng, that woman is not simple. Take your men up and bring her to me. If that doesn't work, take her out. The boss's guest will be arriving soon. At that moment, a grim voice came from downstairs. As the voice faded, someone responded, and footsteps followed. Sister Zhou instinctively peeked down the stairs. In the next second, her expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, she quickly retreated. At the same time, a storm of bullets flew up from downstairs, instantly causing the concrete at the stairway to shatter. Seeing the white marks and bullet holes on the cement wall, Sister Zhou broke out in a cold sweat. In less than half a second, she quickly got up and ran deeper into the 4th floor. It was hard to believe that the architect of this unfinished building had missed something. There was only one safe passage in the entire structure. Her hope of switching to another floor was dashed. Just as she hid behind a wall, she heard voices coming from the stairway. Brother Hung, the geese are all done for. That woman has excellent marksmanship. And she's ruthless enough. The 3rd one was killed with a follow-up shot. Professional? What does that matter? Find that woman for me. I want to take her out. Taking cover against the wall, Sister Zhou temporarily escaped danger. But listening to the conversations outside, she knew her safety was only temporary. Even with a knee-jerk reaction, she could tell that this group would not let things go easily. Her life was always at risk. All she wanted was a safe haven. Why did they have to make things difficult for her? Why was she so unlucky? Leaning against the wall, Sister Zhou felt a wave of frustration, but her ears were keenly tuned to the sounds outside. After a while, it suddenly became very quiet outside. Not even a sound of footsteps could be heard. Sister Zhou's heart tightened, and she quietly moved to the edge of the wall, quickly peeking outside, then swiftly pulling back. In that instant, she saw 2 people with guns quietly searching in her direction. They were searching very carefully, not missing any corners. Moreover, what they held were not handguns, but a type of assault rifle that she couldn't quite identify. With her back against the wall, Sister Zhou felt beads of sweat form on her forehead. Danger was slowly closing in on her. It might not take half a minute before they found her. What to do? Chapter 212. Whoever comes up, I'll take them down. If it were just one person, Sister Zhou would have the guts to confront them head-on and take a gamble. However, there were 2 assault rifles involved, not the small handgun she had. Charging out would likely turn her into a sieve in an instant. What to do? Come out. WVE found you. Don't waste time. You can't escape. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the hallway behind the wall. After shouting, the voice didn't stop, seeming intent on putting pressure on Sister Zhou. Your fate is already sealed. Don't struggle in vain. Come out. If you satisfy us, we might let you die with some dignity. The arrogant voice reverberated throughout the building. Sister Zhou could clearly sense that the speaker was not far from her. Likely one of the 2 men closing in on her. They were trying to intimidate her with words and draw her attention, aiming to land a fatal blow when the time was right. However, those fierce words were nothing to Sister Zhou. She seemed not to hear them at all, repeatedly adjusting her breathing. At the same time, as the 2 men advanced down the corridor, something suddenly flew out from the front. The 2 men, on high alert, immediately pulled the triggers without hesitation. The two fully automatic assault rifles erupted with gunfire. Bullets rained down, riddling the walls and floor with holes. After emptying half a magazine, the two finally realized that the flying object was just a handgun magazine. Oh no. In an instant, both men were startled. The next second, a primal fear surged from their hearts, a feeling akin to being stared down by a venomous snake, chilling to the bone. They looked up in horror, only to see a fit figure standing at the end of the corridor, having appeared there unbeknownst to them. Bang, bang, bang. The chaotic gunfire erupted, and the two men never expected to be taken down by a woman. In an instant, Sister Zhou dispatched both of them without even wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. She quickly moved in front of them, bent down to pick up the equipment on the ground, and then swiftly darted into an adjacent empty room. Just as she hid in the room, shouts rang out behind her. Yes, over here. Bang, bang, bang. Without thinking, Sister Zhou leaned out of the room, defiantly pulling the trigger of her automatic rifle. A torrential downpour of bullets erupted in the corridor. The three men, completely unprepared for her appearance, were immediately turned into Swiss cheese. As she watched the three men fall, before Sister Zhou could feel any joy, a tingling sensation ran through her scalp. Her instincts as a woman urged her to hide in the room without hesitation. Meanwhile, a barrage of bullets struck the spot where she had just been. Bang, bang, bang. Wow, this is so thrilling. It feels like something out of an action movie. The guy upstairs, is that gunfight movie a serious one? This intense scene instantly ignited the live stream, making everyone hold their breath for the host. The sound of gunfire rang out incessantly, hitting the door of the room where she was taking cover. The powerful bullets penetrated the concrete pillar, leaving several holes. Deformed bullets were embedded deep inside. The host dared not peek out. She glanced around the room and realized it was a standalone space. Apart from the entrance she came through, there was only a window left. In an instant, she found herself at a disadvantage, even at a dead end. The viewers in the live stream also noticed the situation. Some began to send messages, egging her on. Go for it. You've already taken down several. You're even now. Yes. Go for it. Let the new viewers see your fierce side. Female outlaw, show them who the real bandit is. The so-called thrill seekers in the chat might just be those clueless viewers. Seeing their provocations, she felt like grabbing each of them by the collar and slapping their faces. Damn it. Caught in a desperate situation, and with the viewers being so clueless, her expression turned grim. The opponents were on guard. If she rushed out now, she would be shot to pieces. Being this pretty, even if she were to die, she had to do it with dignity. Charging out was definitely not an option. So, she quickly moved to the window and leaned out to take a look, and her eyes lit up. She hadn't noticed before, but there was a circle of scaffolding outside the unfinished building. The height from the ground didn't seem too high, so she strapped on her weapon and climbed out onto the scaffolding. But the next second, she regretted it. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted from below, accompanied by shouts. I found the woman. She's on the scaffolding. What the hell? Is this a desperate fight for survival? Holding tightly onto a metal pipe, she looked down at the shouting man, wishing she could just take him out. However, she couldn't. As the man shouted, more and more people spotted her. She couldn't hesitate. She quickly climbed up the pipe, stepping on the joints. Bang, bang, bang. The strong desire to survive made her move like a monkey amidst the hail of bullets. Soon, she climbed to a window of a room and without hesitation, swung inside. Once in the room, she didn't dare to linger and quickly dashed towards the staircase. Just as she reached the stairway, she heard footsteps. Without hesitation, she aimed her gun downwards. At that moment, her nerves were stretched to the limit. A shadow appeared in her line of sight. In an instant, she didn't give the opponent any chance to react and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. They say if accuracy is lacking, just use more bullets. However, Sister Zhou's accuracy is very high, but she still chooses to shoot at the opponent wildly. A full magazine of bullets is aimed directly at the opponent's head. In her view, this is called momentum. The fierce attack immediately left the man in a terrible state, thoroughly scaring those below who were eager to move. Upon seeing their fallen comrade, the first thought that crossed their minds was, the woman upstairs, not to be messed with. As the sound of an empty magazine echoed, Sister Zhou threw her pistol downwards and shouted, come on, whoever comes up, I'll take them down. In 10 seconds, she emptied a magazine. This fierce momentum immediately stunned the few people downstairs. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate. Minutes passed, and finally, a voice came from below. Who exactly are you? Hearing this voice, Sister Zhou hesitated slightly and replied, I said I'm just passing by. Do you believe it? Upon hearing her answer, the voice from below said, passing by? I don't find that excuse funny. Don't think we can't do anything about you. We just don't want to waste time. So what do you want to do? Chapter 213. Everyone is an adult. I know what you're thinking. What do you want to say? Inside the villa, a middle-aged man with graying hair looked at Sister Zhou in surprise, clearly taken aback. I don't want to waste time on unnecessary talk. Just give me a straightforward answer. Sister Zhou, sitting casually across from the middle-aged man, said impatiently, "Time is running out." Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to meet Wang Xiaoxiao's uncle. She didn't disclose the nuclear explosion issue, but merely informed him that she could open the bunker and that everything inside would belong to him. At the same time, he must leave this place after taking the items. Can you really open it? The middle-aged man looked at Sister Zhou with some disbelief. It's not that he didn't believe her. It's just that the sturdiness of that bunker's entrance exceeded common expectations. Moreover, its security level was a real headache. Even if the code was cracked, without Wang Xiaoxiao's fingerprint and iris recognition, it would still be futile. That is precisely why he had put a bounty on Wang Xiaoxiao in the black market. Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? Sister Zhou glanced around the living room as security, spread her hands, and said, I'm not crazy enough to seek death. So you can only choose to trust me. All right. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and asked, what do you need? I don't need anything. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou stood up and walked outside, saying as she walked, I'm going to pick someone up. If you don't trust me, you can follow. After finishing her words, Sister Zhou had already exited the villa and glanced at the van parked on the distant mountain road. She silently said, I'm sorry. Rest assured, Sister will definitely fulfill her promise to you. Choosing to cooperate with Wang Xiaoxiao's uncle was also a reluctant decision. She had the strength to deal with everyone, but it was impossible to accomplish it within 2 hours. Therefore, after much thought, she decided to prioritize her life first. Seeing her leave, Wang Qingshan pondered for a moment and ordered 2 subordinates to follow. Sister Zhou didn't care much about this. She simply led the 2 of them on foot to the worn-out van. When they saw Wang Xiaoxiao inside the vehicle, the 2 subordinates were taken aback. It was as if they hadn't expected the person they had been desperately searching for was right beside them. In an instant, the 2 security personnel instinctively raised their guns to control Wang Xiaoxiao. What are you doing? At that moment, Sister Zhou stepped forward, blocking the 2 of them, and said frostily, Wang Qingshan and I have already made an agreement. He just wants the documents from the bunker. He won't interfere with anything else. Do you want to go against your master's decision? Hearing Sister Zhou's words, the 2 security personnel finally reacted. After a slight hesitation, they lowered their guns. And one of them said, you better not play tricks. Otherwise, we won't let you off. Sister Zhou didn't take this kind of empty threat seriously, which lacked any real intimidation. She opened the car door and looked at Wang Xiaoxiao, whose eyes were filled with fear. With a slight smile, she said, let us go. We're going home. As she spoke, noticing the expression in Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes, she quickly added, don't worry, Sister will keep her promise to you, even if it costs her life. Hearing Sister Zhou's assurance, Wang Xiaoxiao's expression softened, although there was still a hint of fear in her gaze. Seeing this, Sister Zhou instinctively reached out her hands and directly lifted Wang Xiaoxiao out of the car, saying, let's go. Sister will take you home. Don't worry. No one can hurt you. As she said this, Sister Zhou glanced intentionally, yet inadvertently at the security personnel standing by the car, then completely ignored them and headed towards the villa area. Wang Xiaoxiao? Wang Xiaoxiao? When Sister Zhou appeared at the villa carrying Wang Xiaoxiao, the black-clad security personnel immediately exclaimed. Despite Wang Xiaoxiao's youthful appearance, she had already become a well-known figure throughout the city. After all, who doesn't like money? In an instant, everyone became restless. However, upon seeing Sister Zhou carrying her, they quickly realized why this woman dared to guarantee she could open the bunker. Not just Sister Zhou, at this moment. Anyone carrying Wang Xiaoxiao would be able to unlock it. At that moment, Wang Qingshan, drawn by the commotion, also spotted Wang Xiaoxiao in Sister Zhou's arms. After a moment of shock, he immediately displayed a sorrowful expression and trembled as he approached Sister Zhou, saying, Xiaoxiao, where have you been? Do you know how worried your uncle has been? Come here quickly. To an outsider, seeing this distraught uncle would surely lead them to think he was a good man. However, from what Wang Xiaoxiao had shared about her uncle, Sister Zhou now looked at this middle-aged man and saw nothing but a cunning and scheming character. Especially considering his actions against his own brother, he seemed like a heartless beast. Such plots are rarely even found in modern novels. For someone so devoid of humanity, Sister Zhou would have loved to take him down right there. Yet, she chose to ignore him, but he insisted on coming forward to annoy her. Stop! As Wang Qingshan approached, Sister Zhou, still holding Wang Xiaoxiao with one arm, immediately drew her handgun. What are you doing? Don't move. Don't you dare. Sister Zhou's sudden action startled the security personnel in the courtyard, who quickly raised their weapons, aiming at her. In an instant, the atmosphere in the courtyard became tense. Seeing the gun aimed at him, Wang Qingshan was also taken aback, halting in his steps and looking at Sister Zhou with a pale face. What do you mean by this? Sister Zhou sneered and replied, we already agreed. I'll help you open the door, you take what you want and leave. What? Planning to go back on your word? Upon hearing Sister Zhou's words, Wang Qingshan reacted, but upon seeing Wang Xiaoxiao in her hands, he showed a worried expression. What do you want to do with Xiaoxiao? Wang Qingshan's pretentious demeanor truly disgusted Sister Zhou, who said, "Enough. Stop pretending. We're all adults here. And I know exactly what you're thinking. And don't blame me for not warning you. Don't pull any tricks. I will protect this child. If you dare to have any ulterior motives, we'll both end up losing everything." Seeing that Sister Zhou was so difficult to communicate with, Wang Qingshan was genuinely worried she might act impulsively. He didn't dare to hold back, so he nodded and said, "Rest assured. I, Wang Qingshan, always keep my word. Once I get what I want, I'll leave." As he spoke, a sinister glint flickered in his slanted eyes. Sister Zhou was not someone without intellect. Noticing Wang Qingshan's demeanor, she realized that things were not as simple as she had imagined. She glanced at Wang Xiaoxiao in her arms and whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing Sister Zhou's words, a flash of struggle crossed Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes. After a moment, she nodded heavily, choosing to trust Sister Zhou. Although her interaction with Sister Zhou had been brief, she sensed that this beautiful sister would not deceive her. After receiving Wang Xiaoxiao's response, Sister Zhou directly addressed Wang Qingshan. "Let's go." Chapter 214. Death is not scary. What's scary is the trouble half an hour away from the nuclear explosion. At the entrance of the villa's basement, several people including Sister Zhou, Wang Xiaoxiao, and Wang Qingshan stood there. Compared to the excited expression on Wang Qingshan's face, Sister Zhou's demeanor was extremely calm. "Open the door," Wang Qingshan instructed in a low voice, stepping forward with the security personnel who directly pulled open the wooden door blocking their way. As the wooden door swung open, Sister Zhou was taken aback. She hadn't expected that behind this wooden door was a metal door leading to the bunker. The door was not large, only slightly bigger than an ordinary household security door. However, the entire silver door was polished to a shine, reflecting their figures. On the door, a fingerprint password lock was exposed to everyone's sight. To enter the bunker, they had to unlock this solid, heavy metal door. From the brief introduction, Sister Zhou knew that the most terrifying aspect of the entire bunker was not this door in front of them. The most astonishing thing was its defensive capabilities. Wang Xiaoxiao's father, it seemed, had some peculiar reasoning when he decided to build such a metal basement underground before constructing the villa. Perhaps he had too much money to spend, or maybe he suffered from apocalyptic delusions. In any case, he created a fortress as a birthday gift for his daughter. Who would have thought there was such a hardcore father in the world? If it weren't for the impending nuclear explosion, Sister Zhou would definitely say this person was insane, a lunatic. But now, she still felt that this person was a bit unusual, or perhaps he knew something. "Let us begin. My time is limited, and I have guests to attend to later." At that moment, Wang Xiaoxiao's uncle urged. Hearing his words, Sister Zhou finally put Wang Xiaoxiao down. Wang Xiaoxiao, once on the ground, looked at Sister Zhou with concern. Noticing this, Sister Zhou didn't offer any words of comfort, but simply nodded to indicate that she should not worry. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoxiao no longer hesitated and reached out her small hand to press on the fingerprint lock. Ding ding. The electronic synthesized voice sounded, and the fingerprint touchpad that had been red before was now green. Good. Wang Qingshan behind them could not help but clench his fists and mutter. Sister Zhou glanced back at him and then focused her attention on Wang Xiaoxiao, her hand resting on the gun grip. She was absolutely confident that if anyone behind her made a move, she could take Wang Qingshan down with a single shot. Sister Zhou's behavior had long been noticed by the few security personnel and Wang Qingshan. The mutual distrust between them was nothing unusual. Wang Qingshan, however, did not care about this. In his eyes, everything outside the Wang family's wealth was insignificant. In his heart, Sister Zhou and Wang Xiaoxiao were already as good as dead. As long as he got what he wanted, he could send both of them on their way. However, he had no idea that Sister Zhou was thinking quite differently. Click, click, click. At that moment, accompanied by a series of mechanical sounds, a camera window opened at a height similar to Wang Xiaoxiao's. A black camera extended out from inside. Ding. Scan complete. Welcome home, master. As the electronic synthesized female voice sounded, the alloy door slowly opened with a hiss. The moment the door opened, bright white lights in the room suddenly illuminated, instantly revealing the interior to everyone. Clean, simple, immaculate. Behind the alloy door, it was not much different from an ordinary home. Stepping inside revealed a huge living room. Aside from the silver metallic sheen at the entrance, the entire living room was decorated in a modern style. Is this underground? Upon seeing the view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Sister Zhou was completely stunned. Even the viewers in the live stream were astonished. Could this be above ground? However, soon, the questions in everyone's minds were answered. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, Sister Zhou sensed a hint of warmth on her face. This warmth was not like that of sunlight. Instead, it felt more like heat emitted from a machine. And soon, the facts proved her right, as behind the entire floor-to-ceiling window was a massive, high-definition screen. The screen simulated not only the sky and cityscape, but also realistically depicted cars and pedestrians on the road. Wow! The clarity was enough to confuse reality with illusion. Just as Sister Zhou was amazed, Wang Qingshan's voice rang out. TSK, TSK. My brother really has a talent for extravagance. After his moment of reflection, he changed the subject. All right. Xiao Xiao, now let us find the things for uncle. In the end, he wore a smile that even a child would find off-putting. Xiao Xiao is the best. Wang Xiao Xiao was not an ordinary little girl. Looking at her uncle's face made her feel uncomfortable. However, she also understood that both her and her sister's lives were still under threat. The best course of action now was to obey the other party's words and to trust her sister. With this thought in mind, Wang Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement and led everyone deeper into the room. Before long, they arrived in front of a study door. Wang Xiao Xiao opened the door and said, Uncle, the things are in the safe in the study. Upon hearing her words, Wang Qingshan's eyes lit up with excitement. The Wang family's assets, worth hundreds of billions, would soon be his. How could he not be thrilled? Suppressing his excitement, he said with a friendly demeanor, Xiao Xiao, quickly take it out for uncle. Seeing such a repulsive expression, Sister Zhou couldn't help but roll her eyes. She's still a child. Can she lift those things? As she spoke, she bent down to pick up Xiao Xiao and walked into the study, whispering something in her ear. Watching Sister Zhou carry Xiao Xiao, a flicker of malice crossed Wang Qingshan's hesitant gaze. He then instructed a nearby bodyguard, you all guard the door. Ah Heng and Xiao Lu follow me. Keep an eye on that woman. As he spoke, they followed Sister Zhou into the study. Following Xiao Xiao's guidance, Sister Zhou opened a cabinet and saw the safe at the very bottom. Without waiting for Sister Zhou to make a move, Wang Qingshan hurriedly stepped forward, his gaze intensely tracing over the scene for a while. He then instructed his two subordinates, quick, get the safe out. The safe was not large, weighing about 70 to 80 kilograms. For Wang Qingshan, this was quite heavy, but for the two bodyguards, it was just a bit cumbersome. As the two bodyguards lifted the safe, Sister Zhou's voice rang out in the study, don't move. Bang. At the same time, a sound of impact echoed as the previously open study door was slammed shut. Wang Qingshan and the others were startled and instinctively looked over. They saw Wang Xiao Xiao, who had been next to Sister Zhou earlier, had somehow slipped to the door. After closing the door, Wang Xiao Xiao even locked it before hiding away like a little sprite. What do you mean? Wang Qingshan glared at Sister Zhou, his face turning ashen. He never expected the other party would take action at this moment. Not only him, but even the two security guards were taken aback by Sister Zhou's boldness. I'm not doing anything. Sister Zhou glanced at the time, noting that there was less than 5 minutes until the nuclear explosion. She raised her head with a cold smirk and said, to be honest, I don't want to take risks either, but I promised that child I would avenge his parents. And I have a flaw. If I promise someone something and don't do it, I feel terrible all over. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingshan's expression grew even darker. His face clouded like a pot's bottom. Aren't you afraid of dying? Dying. Sister Zhou's lips curled into a smile. To be honest, I'm quite afraid of death. However, in this world, death is not frightening to me. What is truly terrifying is trouble. Bang. As she spoke, Sister Zhou pulled the trigger of her handgun. Chapter 215. Only women and villains are hard to raise. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that women and villains are hard to deal with, which indicates that there is indeed some truth to it. The two bodyguards carrying the safe and Wang Qingshan never expected that the woman before them would suddenly take action. After 2 gunshots, the two bodyguards who hadn't had time to discard the safe lost their fighting capability. Ignoring the cries of the bodyguards, Sister Zhou stepped forward and disarmed them. With a cold smile, she turned to look at Wang Qingshan. Don't blame me, we're all adults here. And we all know what you're thinking. Once you get what's in the safe, you won't let us go. And I know this too. Hearing Sister Zhou's words, a flicker of fear passed through Wang Qingshan's triangular eyes, and he muttered in disbelief, crazy woman. Why would you agree to this if you knew it was a death sentence? Sister Zhou raised her hand to call over Wang Xiao Xiao, who was hiding in the corner, and patted her on the head, saying, didn't I say it? It's because I promised this child to avenge her. With that, Sister Zhou aimed her gun at Wang Qingshan and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Wang Qingshan widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Even in death, he thought this woman was a bit out of her mind. Awesome. This is the real Sister Zhou. Yes, if you want to do it, just do it. Watching Sister Zhou in action is truly thrilling, without any hesitation. As Sister Zhou efficiently dealt with Wang Qingshan, the viewers in the live stream began to praise her. However, Sister Zhou did not let her guard down. Although Wang Qingshan was dead, there were still many of his subordinates outside. Who knew if any of them were loyal enough to stab her in the back? Fortunately, Sister Zhou's concerns did not come to pass. When the security personnel learned of their employer Wang Qingshan's death, some had to accept the reality of unemployment. The safe in the study contained quite a few valuables. With the money she took, Sister Zhou generously played the role of a benefactor. Under the lure of money, the security personnel quickly carried the 3 bodies out. Once everyone had left, Sister Zhou locked the heavy alloy door completely. At the moment the door closed, she vaguely heard the sound of alarms wailing. Damn it! Glancing at the time, she complained, "It's a pity not to witness such a historic moment." Do you want to see outside, sister? Dad has installed cameras. We can. As she spoke, little Xiao Xiao took out a white remote control from the coffee table drawer. Sister Zhou fiddled with it for a moment, and suddenly, the view from the floor-to-ceiling window changed to show some buildings. Instantly, she recognized it was the situation on one side of the villa. That's impressive, Sister Zhou exclaimed, then switched the camera angle. The surveillance now encompassed the entire perimeter of the bunker. Seeing this, Sister Zhou couldn't help but marvel at how wealthy Wang Xiaoxiao's father truly was. These surveillance systems will likely find it hard to escape the upcoming nuclear explosion. Suddenly, as she changed her perspective, an unusual sight in the sky caught her attention. A dazzling white light, resembling a meteor, was heading towards the center of the city. Even from dozens of kilometers away, the light spot was not clear in the footage. However, she sensed that it was likely an intercontinental missile, and even the young boy. Upon arriving in this world, she hadn't had the chance to understand the background, only knowing that her life was in danger. She gazed deeply in the direction of that missile, saying nothing. In the next moment, the missile exploded at the city center. A terrifying storm surged, creating an impact that rapidly spread to the outskirts of the city. At that moment, a massive sandstorm swept through, causing all surveillance equipment in the bunker to go offline. Sister, this. Wang Xiaoxiao, too young to grasp what the end of the world meant, struggled to describe what she was witnessing. Suddenly, she crouched down and picked up the small figure, saying, "This is the day of rebirth, the moment humanity and the world start anew." Given her limited vocabulary, it was quite impressive that she could find such an explanation. In the following days, without surveillance and no knowledge of the outside situation, the two of them began a long life in the bunker with ample supplies. The first act of Wasteland, the story of the day of rebirth, thus came to an end. However, because the roles were not fixed and even the cities differed, the strategies from prominent figures online lost their significance. The expansive storylines, characters, and plots of Wasteland became popular again as players discovered them. In fact, it quickly became the game with the most players waiting in line in the gaming hall. The gaming company continued to release classic works, once again making Wasteland trend in the top 3. This situation was not surprising to Lin Fei, and even several behind-the-scenes employees of the gaming company had grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, the community space of the gaming company, having been online for just half a month, already reached a staggering 400 million registered users. The peak number of concurrent users also hit a remarkable 120 million. At this point, the gaming company was unstoppable, and becoming the leader of the gaming industry in the region was just a matter of time. In this environment, a new batch of merchants emerged. They didn't need to clock in or even play games. They made a living by staying in the community's auction house every day, profiting from price differences. Their income was quite substantial. The gaming company once again caught the attention of internet firms. Damn it, he's crossing the line. Does he even realize it? In the headquarters meeting room, an executive angrily swept a cup and documents off the table, standing up with a furious expression, stating that the community of the gaming company had seriously crossed the line and was no longer just a gaming platform. This thing is truly an independent gaming world. Who can tell me? How did you all come up with something like this? Recently, despite having support from a certain gaming association and an internal development team operating at full throttle, he believes that with effort, it is possible to create a game that surpasses the competition. However, just as he was filled with confidence, the VR gaming community of the competition once again attracted attention. 10 minutes ago, in the spirit of knowing oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory, he donned a headset and entered the community. Upon entering this new, immersive VR world, he was completely stunned. The game graphics, as well as the mechanical cities within the game, were all filled with a futuristic, sci-fi vibe. Setting aside his prejudices, he had to admit that this was truly something that was hard to surpass. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard heavy footsteps behind him and instinctively turned to look. At that moment, he saw a towering figure, completely naked except for a dark metallic sheen, with only the head retaining human features. Faced with this heavily equipped giant, the one known for his financial prowess felt a bit intimidated. There was no way around it. This nearly 3-meter-tall figure exuded an overwhelming presence. Just then, the giant, staring at him with a blank expression, asked, "New here? Have you registered?" Chapter 216. New discoveries. As the game warehouse came into view, the character, feeling a mix of awe and confusion, stared at the imposing figure before him. A steel giant even more intimidating than some renowned figures. This steel giant, however, did not seem to be the type to pay attention to details. Noticing the bewildered expression on the character's face, he firmly grasped the character's shoulder and turned him around forcefully. "Follow this street to the end, the first place you see. Go there to register your information." After saying this, the giant paid no further attention and stomped away. The character, confused by the need to register again after already having done so, didn't quite understand the situation. Of course, he had no intention of registering again, as he wanted to keep his information private. Thus, he brushed off the giant's words. However, the shock of the gaming community around him made him oblivious to his own appearance. He hadn't even considered that the character he was controlling was actually himself. His face was well known in the gaming circles, almost like a free endorsement. A few players walked past and immediately halted. One of them, staring at him in surprise, exclaimed, "Is that you?" "Oh no." The character panicked, realizing he had been recognized. "No, you've got the wrong person. I'm not that guy. I just look like him." Hearing this, the players scrutinized him skeptically. "Wow, you really do look like him," one player remarked, and suddenly seemed to have an idea, whispering, "Hey man, since you look so much like him, why not try the facial recognition scan? If you can get it to work, you could have endless points." Is this even a serious suggestion? The character thought, almost ready to explode. Using my own face? Only players like these would come up with such an idea. Not wanting to waste more time with them, he bid them farewell and strolled along the street. As he walked, he realized that this game community world was remarkably similar to the real world, perhaps even more sophisticated. Here, not only was there astonishing technology, but also flying vehicles akin to those seen in sci-fi movies, real flying cars, not the ones from his own racing game. As he walked down the street, he saw people with mechanical prosthetics seamlessly integrated with their bodies. Observing this perfect blend of flesh and machinery, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a culture that revered such enhancements. In an instant, his mind opened up, and he felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, it was as if he had discovered a new continent, and a vague game framework began to take shape in his mind. He believes that as long as he can successfully develop the game in his mind, there's no reason he can't compete in the gaming realm. With substantial assets, his company has been working on new gaming models over the past year. This involves immersive gaming in a gaming pod. Compared to VR, gaming pods are much more advanced, and the technology has been in place for several years. It just hasn't been applied in the gaming field until now. His collaboration with the Gaming Association aims to launch this technology. Lin Fei's community has completely opened up new ideas for him. He can even envision himself reclaiming the title of the godfather of the gaming industry in the future. It can be said that Lin Fei's community has rekindled his hope of returning to the peak. With a plan in mind, he began exploring the mechanical style city. As he delved deeper, he found that an area called E76 was incredibly vast. This area was comparable to a first-tier city in reality, which was astonishing. Even though this world was just a data world, operating such a gigantic city was not something an ordinary server could handle. From NPCs, he learned that to reach farther areas, one must take the aerial train. After confirming the train station's location, he intended to venture out. However, he unexpectedly encountered a group of people shortly after setting off. Faced with a pair of burly men, all with rugged mechanical arms and a menacing aura, he felt a jolt of anxiety. It turned out that unregistered outsiders were subject to forced registration or expulsion. The leader, a scar-faced giant, had eyes glowing red beneath his scar. The mechanical eyeball emitted red beams, scanning him from head to toe. Then he spoke, "Register or be expelled." "Register? Expelled? What does that mean?" Not understanding what expulsion entailed, he was momentarily taken aback. CEO of a major gaming company logged into Player Realm one day, suspected of being a seasoned user. The thought of this news trending after his registration made him quickly say, "Is registration mandatory?" Hiss. Upon hearing his words, many users around him widened their eyes and gasped. This guy who looked like him, is he really that stubborn? Doesn't he understand the terror of being expelled? With the launch of Player Realm, some unscrupulous users had already been expelled to the Black Zone by city guards. Being expelled to the Black Zone likely meant the account would be deemed invalid, and the user might never want to register for Player Realm again. Who in their right mind would want to be expelled with such a punishment? Is he insane? How can someone with a face like his not have the brains to match? Hearing his response, the city guard with a mechanical eyeball wasted no time. He raised his hand and opened a portal resembling a black hole, directly sucking him in. Wait, no? The unexpected situation caught him off guard as he was instantly transported without even a chance to say a word. Confused, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. It was dim all around, with no signs of light. In front of him was a winding dark river, and in the distance, endless gray mountains loomed. Is this the exit from the city? He stared in disbelief, but the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. What is that? Not far from him, on the misty riverbank, several large, dark gray figures slowly emerged from the fog. Death, the Grim Reaper? As he gazed at the figure riding a skeletal warhorse, wielding a massive scythe, he was at a loss for words. Run. Why are you just standing there? Just as he was transfixed by the sight, someone pulled him from behind. The sudden tug jolted him awake from his stupor. Without waiting to understand the situation, he instinctively followed the figure that had roused him, sprinting in the opposite direction of the Grim Reaper. Before long, he arrived at a wooden cabin in the woods with that person. The pungent smell of decay made him frown, and he finally looked up to assess the other party. It was a shocking sight that nearly made his heart leap out of his chest. At the same time, a chilling, raspy voice echoed, It's been a long time since we had newcomers here. Chapter 217. Cash people need special treatment. What kind of ridiculous setting is this? The Twisted Vine, having exited the player realm, still had the image of that gaping mouth in its mind. Being expelled was one thing, but why was there a man-eating monster in the forest? Is this the consequence of not registering? After a moment of panic, the Twisted Vine calmed down and, once its emotions stabilized, immediately called a meeting. The participants were all from the recently restructured development department. The entire development team was present. The Twisted Vine immediately reprimanded its subordinates before announcing, the development department's project is on hold. Upon hearing their boss's words, the employees in the meeting were all stunned. The new project in the development department had just started, although the initial funding was not substantial. What did this sudden halt mean? Could it be that their boss was about to pull some nonsense again? No doubt, when it came to pulling unexpected stunts. Their boss had quite a history, just like before, when it was clearly agreed upon that they would develop a game, only for the project to be abruptly terminated halfway through and switched to imitation. No, high imitation. With such a track record, everyone felt that their boss might be up to something again. As expected, sitting at the head of the table, the Twisted Vine surveyed the room and was slightly surprised to see calm expressions on everyone's faces. It was truly commendable how well the employees handled pressure. It seemed they were not surprised at all. We have limited time, so I will be brief. In the entertainment industry, especially in gaming, we must understand the current market and cater to player preferences. The Twisted Vine spoke at length before finally steering the conversation back on track. From a personal perspective, it began to critique the VR platform of the player realm. Eventually, while the audience was still somewhat confused, it stated, next, our focus should be on world development. We need to create a game world, not just a simple game. I will name this world Free World. Here, players can assume any role, and the entire game world will be freely accessible to them. Additionally, this world will be open to all players for free. As the Twisted Vine spoke, the employees below exchanged strange glances. They felt that what their boss was describing sounded somewhat familiar, but they couldn't quite place it. Overall, it felt eerily reminiscent. Just then, one employee suddenly interjected, Boss, what you're saying sounds a lot like the player realm. This remark truly woke everyone from their daze. They finally realized what was going on. No wonder it sounds more familiar the more I hear it. It turns out that what our CEO mentioned is precisely the VR community of a certain gaming platform. An employee, seeing that the CEO did not refute, asked, Are we planning to copy it, Mr. Ma? Originally expressionless, the CEO immediately showed an unhappy demeanor upon hearing this. Which department are you from? Don't you know I despise plagiarism? We are drawing inspiration, understand? The series of questions left the employee speechless and even made others who wanted to ask questions swallow their words. At this moment, the head of the development department raised a question. Mr. Ma, if we develop a new project, what about the previous investments? Before the head could finish, the CEO interrupted. The previous project is completely incomparable to this one. If the development on the gaming side goes smoothly, I believe our open world has a bright future ahead. In the conference room, the employees looked at the CEO, who exuded immense confidence, and found themselves at a loss for rebuttals. Or rather, they began to feel excited about the world the CEO described. Therefore, the entire meeting went very smoothly. The members from foreign studios, upon learning about the company's new project, not only did not feel angry but instead became eager to try it out. Although the company's decision rendered their previous efforts futile, the new project was related to the VR platform of the gaming community. Once these individuals received their accounts from a certain company, they couldn't hold back and dove into the VR world. These accounts were all certified by employees of that company, with their characters already set. Even if a foreigner logged in, they would still appear as their account-bound character. These top foreign game producers were immediately captivated by the magnificent mechanical world before them. OMG. Oh my god, this world actually has its own complete system. It's hard to believe. So terrifying. In this world, as long as the brain is alive, all organs can be replaced by machinery. This is simply unbelievable. Is this really a masterpiece created by a small game studio? As they gradually delved deeper into the VR community, the storm of emotions stirred up within these foreigners was no less than a level 12 tempest. They were not like ordinary players. They were elites in the game development field, and as such, their shock at this VR community was even more profound. Setting everything else aside, calling this VR community a complete world would not be an exaggeration. What shocked them even more was that the indigenous NPCs in this world possessed terrifying AI capabilities, which could easily be considered true artificial intelligence. This is simply a divine creation. I really want to meet the creators of this community. At this moment, several renowned game developers instantly became fans of a gaming community. They were even contemplating whether to stay in a certain country and find a way to join this community in pursuit of advanced technology. What is this? Looking at the back end of the community's VR platform, Lin Fei couldn't believe his eyes. Ever since the launch of the VR platform, he had returned to a leisurely lifestyle, checking the back-end data whenever he felt bored. Of course, he wasn't looking at all the data. He was only interested in the information about unauthorized access. However, unexpectedly, he came across an intriguing registration ID today. Although the individual hadn't completed real name registration yet, he was almost certain it was that person. Interesting. His fingers tapped on the computer desk as he observed this account trapped in the black zone. Less than a minute later, he dragged the account out of the black zone, but instead of placing it among the users of the mechanical city, he tossed it onto a special island. After all, this person was quite affluent and deserved special treatment. He imagined that when the individual logged back in, they would surely experience what true free meant. Chapter 218. News released again. The association faces blockade after finishing everything. Lin Fei opened the system to check his emotion value. When he saw the balance, he was momentarily stunned. It had been a long time since he paid attention to the emotion value, and he didn't expect it to have reached a staggering 1.5 billion. Seeing such a large amount of emotion value, Lin Fei immediately decided to give the players something big. However, to achieve the stunning effect he envisioned for the game, the current VR technology was clearly insufficient. An immersive experience pod was a good choice, but unfortunately, it had not yet reached a widespread level, and some of the technologies were not as mature as VR. If he wanted to develop it, he would have to start from scratch. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not short on money. With a significant financial push, he finally acquired a relatively mature motion-sensing pod company. To develop a game by acquiring a motion-sensing company, this was something only Lin Fei could pull off. After all, the cost of a game is far less than that of a mature enterprise. After officially renaming the motion-sensing company to Player Kingdom Motion Sensing Pods, Lin Fei entered a busy phase. Lacking experience, he became hands-on with everything. For more than 3 months, he worked from dawn to dusk, exhausting himself. Hey, little brother, we're not short on money now, so why push yourself so hard? Lin Luo said, seeing Lin Fei, who had become dark and thin after a few days apart, with a worried expression. Haha, although I'm a bit tired, I feel much more fulfilled. Lin Fei smiled slightly at his sister and said, besides, as a conscientious game producer, I have to keep bringing new games to the players. That's what makes life meaningful, right? After saying that, he went into the bathroom to freshen up. When he came out, Lin Luo didn't bicker with him as usual, but prepared the meal, waiting for him to join her. At the dinner table, Lin Luo still expressed her concerns. I really worry you'll exhaust yourself. Haha, don't worry, in another month, it will all be over, Lin Fei said, then began to eat ravenously. After finishing, he instinctively got up to clear the dishes, but was stopped by his sister. No need for that. Lin Fei simply returned to his room. One day a month later, a sudden message exploded on Lin Luo's long-quiet social media. Player Kingdom will go live on the Douyu platform at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Producer Lin Fei will be guesting in the live broadcast with a new game. Please be sure to join us, everyone. See, what did I say? Player Kingdom hasn't had any news for so long. They must be holding back a big surprise. And here it is. Damn. As expected of Lin Fei, this output is indeed a bit terrifying. This is what we call a conscientious producer. It's our honor to have Lin Fei in the gaming circle. I must go and shower some gifts the day after tomorrow, no matter what. The production team has released a new work. I'm looking forward to it. It seems I need to prepare my wallet. Aren't the games from that gaming giant all free now? What do I need to prepare my wallet for? Of course, it's to send gifts to the game's creator. If this keeps going on, I'm worried that the gaming giant might go bankrupt, and then we won't have anything to play. That's a valid point. No, I need to take out my savings to recharge. Every time the gaming giant releases new news, it always trends online, as if trending topics exist solely for them. With the news from the creator being shared, the entire online community in the region is flooded with announcements of the new game. At that moment, countless netizens feel an immense sense of pride. Compared to those foreign users who can't access the games, they feel incredibly lucky. Of course, there are also some show-offs online. These individuals translate the creator's messages into various languages and post them in international gaming communities. They want foreign users to see what productivity looks like. When these various versions appear in forums, foreign users become restless. OMG, is this Lin God? How long has it been? Not even half a year, and there's already another new release. This is unbearable. Can't this guy understand the frustration of watching videos without being able to play? Is he just that inconsiderate? Naturally, while these foreign friends resent the creator, they harbor even more hatred for the capitalists in the Western Gaming Association. Just thinking about how this group of capitalists prevents them from playing games, foreign players in the forums organize once again. That afternoon, thousands of players gathered outside the association's office building, holding various signs. We don't need the association, dissolve it. Get out of our gaming circle. We want to play what we want, not what you capitalists decide. Get out of our beautiful country. We don't welcome you. Out. Out. Dissolve. Dissolve. Damn it. That Lin Fei and these players. Don't they realize the severe consequences of letting that gaming giant enter the Western market? These brainless players. Why don't they just disappear? Inside the association's office, Bamond looked at the players marching outside with a dark expression. After cursing for a while, he knew he had to resolve the situation. He picked up the phone, first contacting the police to report the situation, and then reaching out to his contacts back in the region. When the call connected, an enraged Bamond immediately exploded. Damn it. I'm seriously doubting your capability. Why haven't you dealt with that gaming giant studio yet? Receiving an international call. Before he could even speak, the other party launched into a tirade, leaving him bewildered. However, no matter what, he once was a pioneer in the internet sector of his country. Once he regained his composure, he immediately roared, "Please watch your tone. I am not your subordinate. Nor am I an official member of your association. If this happens again, I believe we should reconsider our collaboration." Upon hearing his words, the other party cursed lightly and replied, "I can overlook your attitude, but don't forget who is currently supporting your technology." "Oh, are you referring to those technicians?" Upon hearing the mention of foreign technicians, his expression became intriguing. "If your association can recall them, I would be more than happy, but I fear they no longer wish to leave my country." "What?" The other party could hardly believe his ears and instinctively asked, "Why?" "Haha, because they have now become loyal fans of the player nation." He laughed, and just thinking about it made him feel a surge of irritation. Chapter 219, Start the Live Stream. Super Traffic, the headquarters of the gaming association located in a beautiful region, was attacked by players from the west yesterday. The association's president intervened to stop it and was suspected to have been assaulted by enraged players. Local police have already intervened. It is said that if you wake up in a good mood, the rest of your day will follow suit. Early in the morning, netizens from a certain country opened their phones and were immediately drawn in by the overwhelming news above. Especially striking was a screenshot attached to the message, seemingly taken with a professional camera. In the image, the association's president appeared battered, with clear imprints of large shoes visible on his clothing. Several bodyguards tightly surrounded him, while a group of angry players was seen nearby. Some curious netizens even enlarged the image, revealing that some players were holding objects in their hands. What a situation. What kind of grudge must they have? Throughout the day, the news of the gaming association's incident became the hottest topic on the internet in the country. Countless netizens left comments sharing their opinions. Incredible. I must say, these foreign players are intense. Impulsiveness is a devil. With so many people, wouldn't it be better if each just contributed a little to hire someone instead of confronting directly? The comments kept coming. I've translated this for you and posted it on an international platform. Just asking, this can't be considered incitement, right? Don't be ridiculous. Keep your feelings to yourself and get ready to watch the live stream of that old thief Lin. Right. I almost forgot about the live stream. I need to set a reminder. The incident with the gaming association stirred up quite a commotion. However, despite its massive impact, it did not affect the popularity of Lin Fei's live stream. After all, netizens viewed Lin Fei's streams as rare occurrences. With his relentless efforts, one might miss a stream if they aren't quick. As time passed, aside from the news of the gaming association's temporary suspension of operations, no further shocking news emerged. On an international gaming forum, someone revealed that the president was hit in the back of the head with a beer bottle during the conflict and was diagnosed with a mild concussion. Now, with the association's temporary halt, the image of the bedridden president in the hospital clearly showed he looked worn and aged significantly. No one sympathized with the president's plight. Instead, many felt that the lesson was rather mild. News on the internet comes quickly and fades just as fast. As Lin Fei's streaming time approached, netizens automatically shifted their focus away from international news. At 7:40 p.m., Lin Luo opened his live stream early. The interface lagged as countless messages flooded in. User Zhang Tu Fu, entering the live stream. Diamond member Wang Erma Zi, entering the live stream. VIP Huang Guan Sen Yudong, entering the live stream. Countless netizens squeezed into the live stream at the same time, nearly crashing Lin Luo's computer. Wow, is it really this intense? Looking at the slightly lagging computer screen, Lin Luo couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. In just a matter of seconds, the lag eased up, and she noticed the number of viewers in the live stream had already reached over 1 million. How exaggerated could it be? Watching the continuously skyrocketing numbers, Lin Luo's heart began to race. She had thought that the audience on the day of the live stream couldn't be too few. But she never expected that even before the official start, just by opening the live stream room in advance, such a terrifying effect would occur. However, compared to Lin Luo's astonishment, the headquarters of the streaming platform was in complete chaos. Oh my goodness, why didn't anyone mention that the live stream would start early? The supervisor coordinating with Lin Luo exclaimed as he looked at the back-end data. Meanwhile, a technician nearby shouted in panic, "Supervisor, this is bad. The data flow is too much for our single server to handle. At this rate, our server might crash in less than 2 minutes." Automatically aware that a major live stream was about to begin, they had prepared in advance and set up a dedicated server for Lin Luo's live stream. In the eyes of the technical team, it was just a live stream. Having a dedicated server should be enough. But the result? They never expected the data flood to be so overwhelming. With the current traffic, their server's bandwidth seemed unable to cope. While the technicians were shocked, the supervisor was even more astonished. "Quick, find me a set of idle servers and connect them." Watching the massive flow of data, the supervisor's eyes turned red. 60% of this data was from new users, and if handled properly, it would become their asset in the future. Thinking of this, the supervisor, filled with excitement, shouted, "Hold on, no matter what, we must keep this up. Even if we have to shut down other servers, we must ensure Lin Luo's livestream stays up." 500 million already. The technician monitoring the backend data blushed and stammered, "Supervisor, it's already 500 million. And there are still quite a few foreign IPs in the backend data." This technician had been working at the platform since graduation and could be considered a veteran employee. Over the years, he had never seen such terrifying data. And what was even more astonishing was that many of the backend IPs were from overseas. "Quick, add more servers. Shut down those less popular live streams and borrow their servers." Upon hearing that there were already 500 million streams within just a few minutes, the supervisor immediately made a decision. With the order given, everyone in the technical team at the platform became busy. At this moment, the CEO of the platform, who was still at home resting, received a call from the supervisor. Ignoring the resentful gaze of his wife on the bed, he quickly threw on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt and rushed to the company. It could be said that because of this live stream, the entire platform felt like it had entered a state of war. All the technical staff and executives became busy. In this live broadcast, the effect brought to their platform by Lin Fei is not just temporary. No, Lin Fei, holding a thermos cup with goji berries, walked to the computer and was startled by the live stream data. "Hey, is this data fake?" "Fake my foot." Lin Luo rolled her eyes and said, "Hurry up. It's your turn. I need to step outside to calm down." With that, she got up and gave her seat to Lin Fei. To be honest, seeing the number of over 100 million viewers in the live room made Lin Fei a bit nervous. But since he was already there, he could only muster the courage to sit in the gaming chair. To make himself seem more natural, he took a sip from the thermos cup and then addressed the audience in the live room. "Hello everyone. I really didn't expect you to be so enthusiastic before the broadcast even started." With the main host appearing, the audience was already eager and immediately started sending comments. "Wow, Lin, you've really gone soft. Already using a thermos to brew goji berries? Old thief. Hurry up and tell us. Have you been overworking yourself?" Chapter 220. What is it like to flaunt wealth in a live broadcast with 1 billion viewers? Lin Fei didn't have Lin Luo's eloquence. Otherwise, he would definitely have something to say to this group. He glanced at his thermos cup and inwardly complained about Lin Luo, who insisted he needed to replenish despite him saying he wasn't thirsty. Why would he need to replenish when he's perfectly fine? Now, he's left with a comment for these online viewers. There's no choice. He's been staying up late while making games lately, and besides, it's just plain water, nothing more. As time passed, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room continued to grow. A strange phenomenon emerged. The barrage of comments became increasingly diverse. Of course, this diversity referred to the text of the comments, not the issues themselves. There were even garbled messages appearing. It's unclear where these viewers were from. The streaming platform doesn't reject foreign audiences like some other VR communities, as long as they have the internet to watch the broadcast. Otherwise, even if they enter the live room, they might just see a slideshow. Wow, this is amazing. I dare say this is the most impressive live broadcast I've ever seen. Well, just look at who is broadcasting. At this moment, I would call him the Game Emperor, the god of the gaming world. As the clock approached 8 o'clock, the heat of the live broadcast had already surpassed the highest points on the platform and all other online platforms. The number of viewers successfully exceeded 1 billion. What does it mean to have a live broadcast with 1 billion viewers? It's beyond imagination for those who have never seen it. For instance, in Lin Luo's live broadcast room, the barrage alone was dazzling. Especially those foreign viewers, regardless of whether you can understand it or not, they just keep refreshing. They say something, and before those who can't understand can translate, it disappears without a trace. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, sitting in front of his computer, looked completely baffled. He just wanted to go live and share a few news updates. Did it need to be like this? As the saying goes, those who are clueless never think things are too big. 1 billion people watching a live broadcast at the same time is a record in internet history. It could even become a legend. And people love to show off, especially in a live broadcast room with 1 billion viewers. How could they hold back? User 1 sent a Carnival X10. User 2 sent a Carnival X15. User 3 sent a sports car X1. User 4 sent beer X5. as various gifts flew across the screen, especially the carnivals, one after another, dazzling the billion viewers. OMG, are the players from this region really that wealthy? Otherwise, why do you think games are free here? I want to travel there. Are there any wealthy individuals needing purchasing agents? I have great stuff here. Is there anyone looking to buy oil? Wait, oil is from my country. This is misleading advertising. Hooray, selling delicious bread. Is this flaunting wealth? The user known as Dubai Prince sends out a Carnival X99. What is going on here? Is everyone here showing off their riches? Lin Fei, sitting in an esports chair with a thermos in hand, looks completely stunned. The massive display screen is filled with explosive effects from the carnival. Aside from that, he can see nothing else. This is truly dazzling for those who are used to extravagant displays. Lin Fei admits that he is not poor now and doesn't need to rely on receiving gifts to make money. But seriously, these international friends and netizens from the region are being completely unreasonable. One disagreement, and they start flaunting their wealth right here. In the blink of an eye, that Dubai Prince reaches the top of the leaderboard. And the prince, now at the top, doesn't he forget to mock others? This top spot is too easy. I still have plenty of money left to spend. Seriously? What kind of family can compare with your bunch? No one disputes the prince's words. And the others abandon their hopes of reaching the top. If they can't get first place, there's still second and third place to aim for. Those who can't compete with the prince start focusing their efforts on reaching the second and third spots. Wow. In other streams, performers might not even get any rewards. But Lin Fei? He just sits there, wide-eyed and amazed, as countless viewers shower him with gifts. It's as if he doesn't have to do anything. Just sitting there and watching others show off their wealth is enough. I mean, come on, everyone. Can we take a break? I still have important matters to attend to. If you want to flaunt your wealth, wait until I finish my stream and feel free to send gifts then. After a while, Lin Fei, feeling his eyes strained from all the flashing screens, finally has to speak up. Upon hearing him, the viewers in the stream remember that there are indeed important matters to discuss. They start flooding the chat. Lin, you say your thing, and we'll do our thing. Right. I also want to make it on the leaderboard. Got to screenshot it for later. I want to get on the list too, but there are just too many wealthy people. The viewers in the stream are not backing down. Instead, they're sending gifts even more aggressively. The wealthy aren't lacking money. What they seek is fame and distinction. Events like this, with over 1 billion people online, are monumental occasions that no one wants to miss. Therefore, for this group, sending gifts is more important than anything else. Watching the barrage of comments, Lin Fei shows a helpless expression. I'm live streaming here. Can't you respect my feelings? Respect? 50 carnivals incoming. Who cares about respect? I'll send 52. Seriously, watching the viewers throw out a bunch of carnivals at the slightest disagreement, Lin Fei is completely overwhelmed. Fine, I'll just treat them like air. He clears his throat and continues. The main purpose of this live stream is to announce 2 pieces of news. The user known as Mountain Patrol Little Whirlwind gifts a Carnival X6. Hey, what a surprise. Looking at the overwhelming display of gift effects on the screen, Lin Fei, who had just said a couple of sentences, found it impossible to continue. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak. It was that the spectacle before him was too distracting. Seeing this group of heartless individuals, he contemplated for a moment and decided to take a different approach. Since they wouldn't let him speak properly, then he wouldn't let them enjoy themselves either. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and immediately plugged in the USB drive he had prepared in advance. You all enjoy your gifts. I'll give you something to liven up the atmosphere, he said, as he found the video file labeled Natural Disasters on the USB. Without hesitation, he opened the video and projected it onto the live stream screen. At first, no one paid attention to this disaster. It was just a wildfire, a drought, the extinction of a species, the disappearance of a city, until this disaster became relevant to everyone. A deep voice suddenly echoed, and looking at the now darkened live stream screen, over 1 billion viewers in the chat room were left stunned. What was happening? Chapter 221. Can volcanic eruptions be prevented? The time is unclear, the location unknown. The entire live broadcast is engulfed in darkness, a darkness that is unsettling. Aside from that, only the somewhat deep narration continues. I have forgotten how long it has been since I last saw the night, and even more so, I have forgotten the stars. There is no spring here, no summer, and no 4 seasons. I was born at the end of the break era, when our homeland had just stopped spinning. As the somewhat heavy narration unfolds, the live broadcast gradually brightens. A sound emerges, resembling a long horn or an ancient, distant lament, accompanied by grand background music. A planet appears before the eyes of over 1 billion people. What? What is that? Hiss. I think it should be a planet. It looks very cold. Come on, do we need to point that out? Just look at what that planet has become. Is this a dead planet? A planet this cold is uninhabitable for humanity. As they gaze at the planet that resembles a frozen, lifeless world, the viewers in the live chat express their astonishment. This planet, seemingly covered in ice and snow, leaves them puzzled about its connection to the game. Just as the viewers are filled with questions, the magnetic and somewhat weathered voice of the narrator resonates once more. The last sunset. I have lost count of how many years ago it was. At that time, the sun set very slowly, as if it was pausing on the horizon. It was humanity's last chance to admire the sunset. Since then, we have never seen the sun again. Life for humanity has become day and night merged into one. We lost the sun, and the planet has also encountered problems. However, that does not mean we are destined for extinction. We used our intelligence to create engines for our homeland. As the narration continues, the view of the planet suddenly zooms in, leading to a mountain range covered in white snow. In this vast glacial mountain range, a gigantic structure stands tall. Since it cannot rotate, we have equipped it with machinery. It is the hope of all humanity. In the footage, a large cavity hidden within the mountains, resembling a missile launch silo, suddenly spews blue flames. As the flames erupt, the perspective pulls back once more. At this moment, the viewers notice that this snow-covered planet has actually lit up with several blue glows. Without needing to guess, they all know that this is the propulsion device they saw earlier. Wow, this idea is incredible. Equipping a planet with a propulsion system? Let us not deny it. This device is amazing. Yes, if we equipped our own planet with this, wouldn't we also be embarking on space travel? I can't believe it. It really worked. It's moving, it's truly moving. Initially, the crowd didn't pay much attention. But when they saw the entire icy planet slowly deviating from its orbit due to the operation of the propulsion system, everyone couldn't help but get excited. To be able to divert a planet from its orbit and even navigate through the universe, it must be said that this is undoubtedly a monumental achievement in human history. However, just as everyone was filled with excitement, the swirling blue flames suddenly dimmed. Beep, beep, beep. As the crowd looked on in confusion, the entire scene flickered with red light, accompanied by a piercing alarm. In the next moment, two devices located in the mountains suddenly burst into bright light, followed by two explosions. With the explosions, the ice planet that had veered off course was once again pulled back by some force, losing its rotation once more. Oh no, we have failed. Our thoughts were too naive. Escaping the galaxy is not an easy task. As the narration continued, the planet that had attempted to escape returned to its proper orbit. The scene shifted to what appeared to be a conference room. Inside this room, individuals of various ethnicities could be seen. At that moment, these people gazed at the surveillance footage of the destroyed devices, all displaying expressions of despair. Report to the Prime Minister, we have failed. Our time is running out. At this moment, the voice that everyone in the conference room least wanted to hear echoed. As the voice spoke, the camera focused on the face of a young person of Eastern descent. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister of the World United Nations scanned the room with heavy eyes, and after a long pause, said, "If we had been better prepared at the beginning, perhaps we wouldn't have failed." After the Prime Minister's words, the entire scene plunged into darkness once again. Is this the end? It seems so. This time it appears to be a disaster simulation game. It was bound to happen. Didn't you see that the entire planet needs to be equipped with engines? I have to say, I'm a bit interested in this. Not just a bit. Just as the audience in the live broadcast mistakenly thought it was over, the dark screen lit up again. Compared to the previous snowy, silent scene, this time the visuals were much warmer. Moreover, a specific time was displayed. August 13th, 2039, afternoon. In the land of cherry blossoms. Accompanied by the subtitle voice, a sudden roar of engines filled the air. The sound rumbled like thunder. Following this, countless helicopters appeared on the screen, and as the fleet flew by, the perspective shifted. By this time, everyone could see the destination of the planes. Wow, could it be the Symbol Stone Mountain in the land of cherry blossoms? Absolutely. That's right. I traveled there last year. Old Lin isn't planning something shady, is he? Is there a need for shady business? I'm enough to handle it all. Amidst the discussions, countless police cars whizzed by, all headed towards the direction of Symbol Stone Mountain. The perspective followed the police cars, and before long, they arrived at the foot of Symbol Stone Mountain. Wow, is this going to erupt? Oh my goodness, good days are about to come. Haha, I have always wanted to see this scene, and it seems that our old friend understands us well. When the scene shifted to the foot of the mountain, everyone noticed that the ice and snow on the entire mountain had melted, and steam was rising. Meanwhile, the town at the foot of the mountain had descended into complete chaos. All the citizens, carrying their important belongings and fleeing with their families, ran towards the outskirts of the city. When they saw the vehicles and aircraft from the rescue agency arriving, relief washed over their faces. Finally saved. How wonderful. The authorities are here to help us. The volcanic eruption can surely be stopped. As they watched the sirens blaring, cheers erupted from the crowd. The chaotic situation stabilized in an instant. In the eyes of these citizens, their country was powerful enough to prevent a volcanic eruption. Thinking of this, some who were previously in a hurry to escape became much calmer. Some even wanted to stay and see how their country would stop the eruption. Observing this reaction, netizens from another region couldn't help but mock them. Are these people out of their minds? Can a volcanic eruption really be stopped? Chapter 222. The planet is hit by a natural disaster. Are these people really idiots? Can a volcanic eruption be stopped? It should be possible, right? Just let it cool down, isn't that enough? What the hell? Dude upstairs, what do you think that is? You think it can just cool down because you say so? Isn't that the principle? Seriously, does it even relate to the principle? This is practical application. Do you eat oil cakes? A certain country erupted. What does it have to do with us? Isn't it okay to just watch the excitement? It's because of people like the one upstairs that others think our people lack quality. Not to mention, the citizens of that country really have decent quality. Those traitors. The comments from viewers in the live stream gradually started to stray from the topic. There were even instances of mutual insults. Seeing this situation, Lin Fei frowned. Fortunately, at this moment, the moderators of Lin Luo's live stream took action. They directly removed those who were insulting others and those praising the certain country. Once that group of users was cleared out, before the remaining viewers could cheer, a loud explosion suddenly echoed through the live stream. In the next second, the entire sky was filled with smoke and dust as cumulonimbus clouds gathered. The crowd that had just been cheering immediately fell into chaos again. The sudden eruption completely disrupted public order. At the same time, the quality of the citizens that had just been praised was vividly displayed. In order to escape as quickly as possible, some people didn't care whether there were pedestrians or cars ahead and simply slammed on the gas pedal, careening forward. Wherever they went, it could be described as utter chaos. Indeed, before the natural disaster even arrived, human calamity was already everywhere. Where's that person who just praised the citizens? Come out and show yourself. Is this what you call quality? Haha, you're making me laugh. This is a real slap in the face. Seeing the scene in chaos, the viewers in the live stream immediately began to mock. However, in this day and age, not everyone is afraid of death. In every place, there will be some stubborn individuals. These people are quite confident. They think that even if a volcano erupts, what does it have to do with them? Can two-legged beings really outrun lava that has no legs? But the heavens do not favor anyone and will not give anyone a break. Since you're so stubborn, let us see just how stubborn you really are. With a massive explosion in the distance, a series of sounds reverberated through the land. The Fushur Mountain volcano erupted completely. Accompanied by the roaring sounds of the shaking earth, the ground trembled violently. In the next second, the volcanic crater, spewing thick smoke, erupted like fireworks lit during the new year, launching huge lava bombs. Lava bombs several meters in diameter fell to the ground, instantly exploding and igniting everything around. In an instant, the entire area near Fushur Mountain was engulfed in a torrent of lava. The fiery red lava, mixed with debris and mud, surged violently. Accompanied by clouds of steam, the entire sky was filled with thick volcanic ash. In the midst of the dark clouds, thunder and lightning roared continuously. However, what's even more devastating is the violent earthquakes that accompany the volcanic eruptions, shaking the entire land. Dust fills the air, lava flows fiercely, and debris flies everywhere. Soon, large amounts of volcanic ash fall like snowflakes, covering the entire surrounding area of the mountain. With each eruption, this area continues to expand. The scorching lava shows no mercy to those caught in its path, roaring down as if everything in its way must be destroyed. Under this apocalyptic disaster, all living beings and inanimate objects are reduced to ashes by the searing lava. Boom! A lava bomb explodes, instantly engulfing those who managed to escape in flames. The surging lava and mudslides rush into the city, toppling houses, trees, and burning livestock and people. The once bustling city has completely turned into a hell of lava. In an instant, it becomes desolate. Yet, this terrifying disaster shows no signs of stopping. Centered around the mountain, the entire surrounding area is in chaos, with landslides, clouds of dust blocking the sky, and endless volcanic ash mixing with mud flows and lava, wreaking havoc on the city before everyone's eyes. Rescue planes crash, police cars flee in panic. It seems that under this overwhelming force of nature, everything becomes insignificant. For those citizens instantly swallowed by the lava, turning to ash might be considered a blessing. Those caught in the flames are burned alive. Corpses are everywhere, charred bones stuck together, creating a scene that is truly unbearable to witness. Even those who harbor nationalistic hatred become silent upon seeing such horror, gazing at the area resembling a hell on earth, witnessing the rescue teams perish in the flames. Everyone's eyes widen in disbelief at this shocking scene. Some people, holding their phones, tremble uncontrollably. Despite the warmth indoors, they feel a chill deep within. The cold sensation stimulates every nerve of the audience, as if a venomous snake is slithering across their backs. The live stream room with over 1 billion viewers becomes eerily quiet. After a long while, someone exclaims, "What? This is a volcanic eruption? Isn't this a bit too terrifying? My back is soaked." This is the power of nature. We humans are nothing in the face of it. However, if only it had happened a little earlier, perhaps these people wouldn't have to die. The tragic scene prompts viewers in the live stream to reflect. Their minds race with thoughts of whether they could have escaped if they had been caught in this disaster. How could our volcano erupt? Yes, even if it were to erupt, our deities could extinguish it. I'm going to report this. You're slandering our nation. The distressing scene of disaster before them prompted many internet users living in a certain country to voice their outrage. In their view, an eruption at a specific mountain was completely unimaginable. However, even if it were to occur, it would not be as catastrophic as what they were witnessing. In response to the protests from the users, no one answered, and as the suffocating dust filled the air, the entire scene grew dim. The opening narration began again. At first, no one paid attention to this disaster. It was merely a forest fire, a drought, the extinction of a species, the disappearance of a city, until this disaster became intimately connected with everyone. Hearing the familiar narration again, everyone realized the meaning of those words. Suddenly, recalling the frozen planet they had just seen, they became aware that this volcanic eruption could be the beginning of everything. As it turned out, just as everyone suspected, the dark scene lit up once more, but this time it was not a lengthy plot. It was only a quick succession of images lasting just a few seconds. Each segment of video depicted a different disaster, not from the same location. Wildfires, hurricanes, dust storms, strong winds, torrential rains. At that moment, everyone felt as if this planet was experiencing an unprecedented surge of calamities. Under these natural disasters, humanity found itself in a precarious situation. Chapter 223 announcing the sensory warehouse. Yet again treated differently, no matter how advanced the technology, it cannot conquer nature. Indeed, in the face of nature, humanity is probably even less than an ant. I don't think such things could happen in reality, right? Impossible? Didn't you see the news about the hurricane in the Americas recently? Yes. I saw a video saying that more than 2,000 people died in that hurricane. Friends, it's not just natural disasters. Man-made disasters are also terrifying. However, I think it would be better if such things happened in a certain country. What do you mean by that? I mean it literally. This world doesn't need people from your so-called cultured nation. Bastard. I'm going to report you. You people from that country discriminate against us. As the scenes ended, netizens from various countries began to discuss again in the live stream. However, there are always those who stir the pot in the chat. Sure enough, it didn't take long for some angry netizens from one country to start arguing with those from the other country. Even countless keyboard warriors from that country joined in. Under the frenzy of the commenters, the netizens from the other country quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. In the end, they could only shout about reporting the other side internationally. Clearly, such talk could only be seen as a joke. Old Lin, is this CG a preview of a new game? At this moment, someone asked a question. Upon seeing this question, the viewers in the live stream realized that what they had just watched was likely a preview of a new game. In an instant, everyone stopped typing and looked at Lin Fei on the screen with anticipation. Without keeping them waiting, Lin Fei, without hesitation, replied after the question was asked. Yes. This is the CG for the new game. I noticed everyone was quite engaged, so I didn't introduce it and played the game's CG directly. Really, it is indeed a new game. Even though they already knew the answer in their hearts, hearing Lin Fei confirm it made everyone unable to contain their excitement. A few days ago, news about a new game livestream from a certain gaming company was released. Since then, the viewers in the live stream had been eagerly anticipating it. It turned out that the gaming company once again exceeded their expectations and did not disappoint them. It must be said that the gaming company has never let them down in terms of quality. The facts told them that the wait was worth it. The gaming company is a trustworthy production team that they can always believe in. This highly anticipated moment ended perfectly. Even now, recalling the apocalyptic scenes they just saw, everyone's spine tingled again. Lin, I want to know where your inspiration for this game came from. And do the disasters in the CG really exist in the real world? Yes. Don't blame us for thinking this way. To be honest, that volcanic eruption in a certain country was just too realistic. Indeed, I can already imagine that if the volcano in that country really erupted, it would probably look just like in the CG, right? Why bring up our country? Isn't there a tsunami in the CG? In response to the questions from netizens, Lin Fei did not answer immediately. He looked at the questions and fell into a brief silence. To be honest, when it comes to natural disasters, no one can guarantee that they won't happen, nor can anyone ensure they will. His inspiration comes entirely from his own memories. With that thought, Lin Fei smiled slightly and said, I can't really predict natural disasters. After all, I'm not an expert in disasters. As for inspiration, it's quite simple, it comes from life. The natural disasters in the game are just exaggerated representations of ordinary disasters in reality. Then someone asked, is that last ice star the final disaster of the planet? Lin Fei chuckled and explained, how can disasters have a clear beginning and end? Although there are some introductions about the ice star in the entire CG, I don't want to reveal too much. After all, the most interesting part of a game is discovering it yourself. However, I can responsibly tell you that disasters are endless. Saying this, Lin Fei waved to Jia Shanshan not far away, who immediately jogged over and handed him a beautifully packaged gift box. As he took the gift box, Lin Fei opened it in front of the audience in the live broadcast, saying while unboxing, I believe everyone knows that in this live broadcast, I have two announcements to make. The first thing you have already seen is about the new game. Because for this new game, we are using fully immersive experience technology. So, Lin Fei opened the gift box and took out a picture board. The entire blackboard was printed with images of a white machine, showcasing it from multiple angles. Most of the viewers in the live broadcast might be unfamiliar with this item. Before Lin Fei could finish speaking, the chat was flooded with comments. Wow, Lin, are you promoting something? This is a sales pitch, right? Haha, Lin, you have disappointed us. We thought you were noble. But it turns out you can't escape the norm. Stop introducing. We'll buy whatever you're selling. Just put it on the shelves already. We'll place 1,000 orders right now. Yes, hurry up. Don't drag this introduction out. Some viewers, seeing Lin Fei pull out a gift box unrelated to the game, immediately assumed he had also ventured into sales. However, not everyone in the live broadcast lacked knowledge. There were still quite a few who noticed some details from the outline of the device on the card. Wait, host, don't tell me this thing is a motion sensing pod. No way, right? Yes, don't be fooled by the term motion sensing pod. It might actually be exhausting to play games on it. It shouldn't be, unless Lin has gone crazy. Has Lin gone crazy? The truth proves he hasn't. In fact, he is quite sane. Lin Fei looked embarrassed as he faced the netizens who interrupted him. He cleared his throat and said, "You're right. This is the second thing I want to announce today. To enhance everyone's experience with natural disasters, in a week, we will launch the first generation 1.0 game experience pod. And to give back to everyone, I will sell this gift box in the VR community. Of course, the points for the gift box will be the actual price of the experience pod. By the way, I want to let everyone know that the new game will only support the experience pod and will not support VR mode." Wow, really? Lin Fei's words immediately caused a stir in the live stream. No one expected that in this era when the experience pod technology was not yet mature, Lin Fei would dare to make such an attempt. Of course, technology was one aspect. But when they heard that obtaining the experience pod qualification required purchasing a package in the VR community, the foreign netizens couldn't sit still. It was one thing that they couldn't register in the community, but now they couldn't even get the qualification for the latest game. Who could stand that? OMG. Why sell it in the VR community? Don't you consider the feelings of us foreigners? Chapter 224, I want to shoot a blockbuster in a certain country. Looking at those foreign netizens who were howling at this moment. Netizens from a certain country felt that being born there was a kind of happiness. Some even started to show off in a rather pretentious manner. TSK, TSK, TSK. Really, this thing is so expensive, what if I can't afford it? Well, there's nothing to be done, just wait. Anyway, it can be bought anytime. Whenever I have saved enough pocket money, I can play with it then. Yes, if there's enough money, I can enjoy it. Unlike some people, even with money, they can't enjoy it. Isn't that frustrating? The comments in the live stream were filled with sarcasm. This immediately infuriated those foreigners who could understand Chinese characters. Lin Fei, however, did not stop it and continued to briefly introduce some functions of the Experience Chamber version 1.0 to the audience in the live stream. When the netizens heard that the Experience Chamber could provide a 99 immersive experience, they all became excited. Although the games from a certain gaming brand could also achieve a high level of immersion using VR equipment, and even taste and touch could be simulated through bone conduction, that feeling was merely a simulation. The sensation provided by the Experience Chamber, which fed real data back to the brain, was an entirely different matter. Suddenly, the enthusiasm of netizens from a certain country wanting to purchase the Experience Chamber skyrocketed. Even now, some people were live streaming while entering a VR community to buy gift boxes. However, since this was the first batch of Experience Chambers, the price was not very friendly. There was no way Lin Fei couldn't sell it at a loss. At the current price, it was already considered quite reasonable, and he even offered free shipping. Watching the netizens from a certain country show off after purchasing the Experience Chamber, those foreign netizens felt as if they had been squeezed by a basket of lemons. Finally, seeing that the live stream had no substantial content, to avoid too much stimulation, they all left. Netizens from a certain country, however, remained enthusiastic, asking all kinds of interesting questions in the live stream. As time passed, it was gradually getting late in that country. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, a beautiful country was under the blazing sun. It was famously known as the movie dream factory of the world. Any film produced here would be labeled a blockbuster by netizens worldwide. As a result, the term blockbuster became synonymous with quality. Kermack, a top director from this renowned film industry, was a very busy man, to say the least. Recently, his team had been preparing for a new movie. and his main responsibility was casting. This time, they were shooting a film about games. However, after interviewing several leading actresses over the past 2 days, he was exhausted and still not satisfied. None of them fit the characteristics of the female lead. OMG. Just when Kermac was lying on the sofa in despair, his assistant was shouting from the desk, "Damn it, can't you take your notebook and go look elsewhere?" Kermac raised his head angrily, seeing the boss lose his temper. The deputy not only didn't feel scared but instead walked over to the sofa, saying, "Boss, take a look at this. I promise you will be shocked." With that, the deputy adjusted the computer screen in front of the boss. "Damn it, I'm trying to decide which actress to interview you." The boss instinctively raised his hand, wanting to shoo him away, but inadvertently caught sight of the video playing on the laptop screen and was immediately stunned. After a moment, he suddenly sat up straight, focused intently on the screen, and asked, "Jack, what documentary is this? How come I've never seen it before? Is this happening in the Cherry Blossom country? That mountain looks like a certain famous mountain." As the video played on, a volcano erupted spectacularly, with bright red lava flowing into a small town like a mudslide. In an instant, everything was engulfed in thick smoke and ash. People were being burned alive. And in the video, there was even a brief close-up of a human face filled with despair. It was as if the entire filming technique captured everything in reality, giving the viewer a sense of being there, as if everything was happening right in front of them. What kind of technique is this? And it doesn't look like there are any special effects at all. Which company produced this? And who is the director? Watching the molten lava engulf the town, the boss was completely taken aback, especially when he saw the expressions on the faces of those fleeing for safety. The despair was so genuine. It didn't seem fake at all. I have to say, the acting skills of these extras are incredibly professional, even more realistic than those award-winning actors. What does it mean to be professional? This is what it means. Damn it, why did it freeze? The video suddenly stopped moving, and the boss immediately got angry. "Wait, boss, I'm trying to bypass the firewall." Seeing the director trying to use force to revive the internet, the deputy quickly intervened. "Bypass the firewall? You're watching something from the external network?" The boss looked up at the deputy with confusion. "Yes, this video is only available on the external network, but it shouldn't be long before we can see the full version," the deputy said, a proud expression unconsciously appearing on his face. Normally, today he was supposed to watch a live stream of a certain gaming event with friends, but who would have thought the crew would have something come up? There was no choice but to come to work. So now, taking advantage of the free time, he wanted to check the latest news about the gaming event. However, he didn't expect to come across this video on an external forum. "Video? Isn't this a movie or a documentary?" the boss asked, looking surprised. "No, it's not. This is the latest game CG from Player's Realm." "What?" The boss jumped up from the sofa in disbelief. "What did you say? You mean this is a game CG?" "Yes, and it's produced by Player's Realm." "Player's Realm?" Kamaki frowned slightly at the words, and the next moment, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly woke up and exclaimed, "Are you talking about that player kingdom? Are there other player kingdoms in this world?" This time, it was his assistant who felt confused. Hearing the assistant's words, Kamaki could no longer maintain his composure and made a bold decision in his heart. He hurriedly grabbed his coat and instructed his assistant, "Quick, book a flight to that country. We need to go there." "Ah." The assistant was stunned by Kamaki's words and after a while asked, "Boss, we still need to prepare for the new movie. And you haven't even cast the female lead yet." "Forget about that." Kamaki cursed without caring about his image. "I have a new idea now. Who needs a female lead?" "Huh? What about the investors?" The assistant had not expected Kamaki to be so reckless and immediately brought up the investors. "Let them go to hell. I'm making a blockbuster this time." Kamaki hurriedly packed up, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was really planning to go to that country. Seeing this, the assistant knew he meant what he said. With no choice, he took out his phone to book the flight. Little did he know that this trip to that country with Kamaki would completely lead them down another path to blockbuster success. Chapter 225. Some are happy. Some are sad, just as the renowned director, who has been living by the river, was busy preparing to head to a certain country. All the employees at the Weirfu company located in a city known for its peanuts were also bustling with activity. Recently, the experiences of some associations had revealed a business opportunity to them. As a well-established gaming company, Weirfu not only had substantial funds, but also a vast network of connections. It was only a matter of time before the gaming association fell amidst the players' onslaught. The Western gaming market, with the absence of this rotten apple, was once again reigniting. With their keen insight, Weirfu immediately recognized that an opportunity had arisen. Over the past few days, they had been analyzing all the games from a certain gaming realm. Of course, they did not intend to copy, but aimed instead to explore and experience the essence of the games. In just a few days, all teams within the company thoroughly analyzed the online games from this gaming realm. The final result was perfect, truly perfect. Each game from this gaming realm was filled with details, leaving no room for criticism. especially upon seeing the new game released by this gaming realm. The higher-ups at Werefood decisively decided that they must, by all means, secure a position as agents in the Western market. However, as the saying goes, the idea is beautiful, but reality is harsh. Just when the executives at Werefood thought securing the Western agency would be a piece of cake, an explosive news item broke out on Western gaming forums. The Federal Interactive Entertainment has obtained the agency rights for the VR community of the gaming realm and will be launching it soon. What? Is this for real? This is too explosive. Can someone tell me this news isn't fake? I'm so excited. It seems this news is true. Did you notice the name of the company that is representing the VR community of the gaming realm? Federal Interactive Entertainment? What is that? Come on. A little knowledge wouldn't hurt. Just a reminder, this year's Cologne game show is organized by them. After being reminded by netizens, this group of internet novices finally learned what Federal Interactive Entertainment was. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. No one expected that this low-key company would quietly secure the agency rights for the VR community of the gaming realm. Although the situation was somewhat surprising, foreign netizens were internally overjoyed. Of course, where there is joy, there are those who are unhappy. Among them, Werefood Company, which had made thorough preparations, suffered the most severe blow. They never imagined that what they wanted to do would be snatched away so quickly. As a result, the president of Werefood erupted in anger at his employees in the office. Haha. Who would have thought that helping that young man at the gaming expo would yield such great returns for us? In the conference room of Federal Interactive Entertainment, President Seth looked at his employees with a beaming smile, as if basking in the spring breeze. After a while, his smile slightly faded, and he said, "Now that we have obtained the agency rights, we must manage it well. This agency right is extremely important to us." The employees in the conference room, hearing their boss's words, all looked serious and expressed that they would do their utmost to operate it. Looking at the solemn faces of the employees, Sefer waved his hand and said, "Everyone doesn't need to be so tense. Although the agency rights for the VR community are valuable, we actually don't need to do too much to operate it. The brand itself is already well known internationally. I believe that once we enable downloads, countless users will flock to us. What we need to do now is to debug the servers and upgrade the hardware facilities to ensure we provide the highest quality service." As Sefer said, the VR community has now become a living advertisement. To put it irresponsibly, they just need to build the platform and nothing else. Even without any advertising, given the current frenzy among Western players, the registration numbers will definitely be terrifying. It can be said that becoming the agent for the VR community is a guaranteed profit. In the following time, the company fully entered a state of preparation, with all employees showing 200 enthusiasm. Compared to the explosive news of the upcoming launch of the VR community for Western players, things seemed much calmer on this side. Recently, the most discussed topic among netizens was the motion-sensing gaming pods. Thanks to the influence of the brand, the sales of these pods have been quite good. Although they are a bit pricey, they are still within the acceptable range for adult players. Even those who find it expensive have been working extra jobs to afford them, leading to a noticeable presence of busy young people on the streets. Even the night markets have seen a lot of fresh faces. Chun Ergu is a streamer on a popular platform with a considerable following. His video content consists mainly of neighborhood-style videos. Due to his regular daytime job, he usually streams or records programs at night. Recently, after several days without updates, netizens began urging him to post more content, reaching a creative bottleneck. Chun Ergu reluctantly took his equipment to the nearby night market. Wow, did I come to the wrong place? Upon arriving at the night market, Chun Ergu was taken aback by the number of food stalls, which seemed to have doubled compared to usual. The winter in the south isn't too cold, but the night market has never been this lively. Standing at the street corner, watching the bustling scene resembling a festive fair, Chun Ergu immediately perked up. "Let's go live." As he started the broadcast, the next moment, over 100 viewers flooded into the stream. Glancing at the audience entering the room, he smoothly began, "Hello, everyone. I actually plan to take a break today. Haha, there's nothing we can do, isn't it the New Year soon? I've been quite busy lately. Alright, I won't ramble on. Let me show you all a scene." With that, he turned the camera on his phone and recorded the entire night market on the screen. Wow. Is it like this where you are too, host? Wait, are you saying that it's the same where you are? Not really. But the night market here is even more lively than in summer. What? Why is it like this everywhere? Seriously, what you have there doesn't even compare. It's minus 40 degrees outside where I am in the northeast. As soon as night falls, everyone is selling skewers. Haha, exactly. Right downstairs from me. The smell comes out at night. Oh my gosh. I thought it was just here. Turns out it's a nationwide thing. Watching the comments in the live stream, Chun Ergu's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 226. Filming a promotional video, big news. It must be big news. Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, Chun Ergu immediately realized that if he did a good job with this interview, it could very likely turn into a viral video. A guaranteed traffic boost. Thinking of this, Shun Ergu instantly perked up and started looking for interview targets while holding his phone. Hey everyone, in this episode, we're going to reveal the secrets behind the bustling night market. As he spoke, Shun Ergu's eyes scanned every passerby. As someone who does street interviews, he needed to have a keen eye. Not everyone is suitable for an interview. For example, the lady selling grilled corn looked tough and unapproachable. Clearly not someone easy to talk to. No wonder her business wasn't doing well. On the other hand, the girl selling spicy noodles might not be exceptionally attractive, but her two charming dimples made her quite appealing. Thus, even those who don't eat spicy food would want to try a bowl of noodles. Of course, to conduct an interview, he had to find someone approachable and not too busy. Oh, there's a beautiful woman over there. Guys, should I go for it or not? After a moment, Shun Ergu's gaze settled on a tall woman with a slim waist. Go for it. Why not? Who says I'm being timid? You say go? Let us see what she looks like. Who says I'm not? Always keeping it mysterious. I remember last time, you said there was a beauty. But when you tapped her shoulder, it turned out to be a long-haired guy. Hey, can we not bring that up? I'm trying to eat here. As a street interview host, every time to build anticipation for the audience, he would briefly describe or sweep the camera past the interviewee. Only after getting their consent would he actually film them, and he called this approach mysterious. Of course, this method often backfires. After all, there are too many surprises in this world. But this time, he was sure that the person was definitely a beauty, and she even had model-like height. Ignoring the complaints from the live chat, he walked directly to the beautiful woman. Excuse me, beautiful. Can I bother you for a moment? Shun Ergu called out to her. The woman turned her head to glance at Shun Ergu, whose appearance was rather ordinary with a few freckles on his face, frowning slightly, clearly displeased at being approached by a stranger. What is up? As a street interview host, having a thick skin is a necessary skill. Shun Ergu, seemingly oblivious to her displeasure, smiled and said, Beautiful, here's the thing. I'm a street interview host. Can you answer me 2 questions? All right. After staring at him for a while, the woman replied, Thank you. Do you mind being on camera? Shun Ergu asked. On camera? The woman reacted, finally noticing that Shun Ergu's phone was live streaming. She immediately shook her head and said, Forget being on camera. I'm afraid you're just trying to gain views. Upon hearing this, Shun Ergu's expression brightened, while he felt a wave of helplessness inside. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter upon hearing this. Haha, this is hilarious. Ergo is actually relying on gaining traffic to survive. It's worth mentioning that this woman speaks quite boldly. Just from her voice, one can tell she might be the type who exudes confidence. She really seems quite self-assured. Maybe she's a big star or a well-known internet personality. Can anyone really surpass a follower count of over 7 million? Shun Ergu glanced at the comments in the live stream and felt a bit better. Do I still need to rely on gaining followers? Haha, rest assured. I have over 7 million fans. Even if I were to gain some, it wouldn't be by much. Over 7 million? The woman looked at Shun Ergu and suddenly raised an eyebrow. That's quite a lot. Hearing her words, a proud expression appeared on Shun Ergu's face. But it didn't last long. What she said next made his expression freeze completely. That's actually more than just a small fraction of mine. Uffed. As soon as those words left her mouth, the audience in Shun Ergu's live stream burst out laughing. Look, she's speaking the truth. Over 7 million followers. Just a little bit more than a fraction of what she has. Who is she? This is too much bragging. I haven't heard of that internet personality who likes to show off. Although there are many interviewees who refuse to be on camera during street interviews. This is the first time Shun Ergu has encountered someone who uses such a reason to decline. Miss, your reason for refusing is a bit far-fetched. Haha, you don't believe me? The woman chuckled, as if noticing something, and said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and ask your questions for the interview. I'm afraid I won't have time later. Just as her voice fell, another voice sounded from behind Shun Ergu. Lo, can we stop running around aimlessly? Director Kumachi is almost going crazy. With the words, a petite girl with a chubby face ran over. I can't help it, I'm hungry. Lin Luo said helplessly, looking at Jia Shanshan. What did I just hear? Director Kumachi? Which Kumachi? How many Kumachis are there in this world? The audience in Shun Ergu's live stream was stunned upon hearing the conversation in the video. At that moment, a comment popped up. What? Are you all only paying attention to Kumachi? Didn't you hear the other name? What? Lo. What's up with Lo? What else? Don't you watch the news? I heard that director Kumachi came to negotiate cooperation with the producer of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds yesterday. Wait, are you saying this Lo is that Lo? Is that even a question? The host should quickly show us. We want to see her. Hurry. In an instant, the audience in Shun Ergu's live stream became wildly excited. Due to Lin Luo's work commitments, she rarely appears in live streams nowadays. Even though PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has live stream promotional work, most of it is done by other staff members. Therefore, it's now quite rare to see Lin Luo's live stream programs online. At this moment, the person in front of the host was likely Lin Luo from the gaming community, and the enthusiasm of the online viewers immediately surged. Looking at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Chen Ergua finally looked up and carefully examined the woman in front of him. To be honest, she did look a bit familiar. As for whether she was Lin Luo, he was well aware that he didn't know Lin Luo at all. He simply felt that this woman in front of him seemed to be someone he had seen online before. Are you Lin Luo? Chen Ergua tentatively asked. You know me. Lin Luo smiled and said, it seems our interview is about to end. Yes, I am Lin Luo, and now you see. This troublesome person has come to find me. Lo. Jia Zhanzhan glared at Lin Luo angrily upon hearing this. Just joking. Lin Luo laughed, finished the last spicy skewer, and handed the trash box to Jia Zhanzhan. Alright, don't blame me for eating alone. Filming a promotional video is really not something a person can handle. Next time, I definitely won't agree to this. Looking at the empty container in her hands, Jia Zhanzhan yelled in frustration. Seeing that Lin Luo was about to leave, Chen Ergua finally reacted and hurriedly chased after her. Lo, our interview hasn't started yet. Lin Luo kept walking and said, alright, you can interview me. I'm in a hurry, let us talk while walking. Okay. Chen Ergua was slightly taken aback and then asked Lo. The viewers in the live stream said your hometown is in a big city. Are you here in Hangzhou for something? Chapter 227. Cross-border airshow. What is this? Participating in an airshow? Filming a promotional video? Chen Ergua stared wide-eyed at Lin Luo in surprise. After a long moment, he realized that the other person had already walked away, so he quickly chased after her and asked, Sister Luo, if I remember correctly, your team is a game studio, right? You also make planes? Not exactly. Lin Luo stopped and shook her head, saying, we were invited this time as well, just to film a promotional video. Alright, I have to go now. After saying that, Lin Luo no longer paid attention to Chen Ergua and followed Jia Zhanzhan onto the business vehicle, leaving the night market. How could I forget to get her on camera? Once Lin Luo's vehicle drove away, Chen Ergua finally reacted. He had been too focused on asking questions that he forgot to let her appear on camera. This is a missed opportunity for exposure. The thought of losing out on this chance made him feel as if he had missed out on a fortune. Wait, she mentioned participating in the air show. I might as well take a chance at the exhibition. Thinking of the opportunity still available to him, Chen Ergua instantly perked up. He immediately apologized to the live stream audience, saying that today's interview was over and that he needed to prepare for the exhibition in 2 days. The audience in the live stream had already heard about Lin Luo representing her team at the airshow, so news of her presence in Hangzhou spread quietly. By midnight, the news of the team participating in the airshow even made it to trending topics. Initially, when netizens saw this news, they thought they had misread it. After all, the team originated from games. How could they possibly be involved in the aerospace industry? Of course, if they could bring in-game equipment into reality, that would be another story. But could that really happen? No way. Even Lin Fei himself was baffled when he saw the news. He was merely invited by the military to attend the airshow and just want to take a look. How did it turn into him exhibiting? This is ridiculous. Now he just hoped that there wouldn't be too many netizens on the day of the airshow. The annual technology and aerospace exhibition arrived as scheduled. Early in the morning, before the exhibition even started, the area outside the convention center was already packed with netizens who had come upon hearing the news. Those major streamers online had set up their equipment early to start live streaming. It seems like holding this exhibition in Hangzhou was the right decision. Even before it started, there were so many people. Su Chang, who had come early to host, was taken aback when he drove up to the entrance and saw the massive crowd. When he hurriedly rushed to the center for inquiries, he learned that all these people were there for the exhibition, leaving him somewhat stunned. When the location for the exhibition was chosen in Hangzhou, he had considered that there would be a large number of people, but he never expected it to reach such a terrifying scale. Just as he was surprised, the exhibition had already begun. A throng of spectators surged into the convention center, their eyes scanning the surroundings eagerly. It really doesn't look like they're here for the exhibition. It feels more like they're here to find someone. Seeing those suspicious gazes, the security personnel had to stay alert. After all, the items at the exhibition are extremely valuable, and they can't afford any accidents. However, they also didn't consider that, aside from the metal objects on display, there were only more metal objects. Even if an attendee were to bring a hammer, it probably wouldn't cause any trouble. Wait, wasn't there a mention that a certain game company was also exhibiting? Why haven't we seen anyone from there? Right. Could it be that the information was wrong? I think it must be mistaken. After all, that company only makes games and has nothing to do with aerospace. The netizens searching around didn't find any signs of the company's representatives, like Lin Luo or Lin Fei, and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Now, they just wanted to find the person who spread the news. I remember that person was a streamer named Chen Ergua. However, just as these netizens were thinking about how to get back at that Chen Ergua streamer, the exhibition suddenly became lively. As the door of a luxury bus opened, dozens of esteemed figures stepped out. Seeing those elderly individuals with gray hair, the netizens became excited. Wow, is that Professor Sue? Oh my, and Engineer Lee too. Wow, who are these legendary figures? These are people we usually see on TV. Yes, I didn't expect them to come to the exhibition. This ticket was worth it. I can't believe I get to see so many esteemed figures. Watching the group of elderly individuals escorted by bodyguards, both the netizens present and the viewers in various live streaming rooms gasped in amazement. At this moment, the aerospace exhibition was already packed with people. Seeing these veteran figures suddenly arrive, everyone became thrilled. After all, these individuals are not someone you can just meet anytime. Thus, the entire aerospace exhibition was officially opened. At the exhibition, the models on display were plentiful. However, most of them were ordinary aircraft, and these models weren't particularly appealing, which made the elderly figures even more captivating. In previous years, the highlights were military equipment. Therefore, the netizens followed the group of elderly individuals toward the booth displaying military equipment. Wow, did I see that correctly? Is the one shaking hands with Professor Sue actually Lin Lao? Where is he? No way. It really is him. How impressive is that? Lin Lao knows Professor Sue. That shouldn't be possible. They're not even in the same field. Just then, an observant netizen suddenly noticed a young man stepping out from the staff, welcoming the elderly figures. Looking at the young man shaking hands with Professor Sue, the netizens were all stunned. What did they see? They actually saw Lin Fei, accompanied by two young women, shaking hands with Professor Sue. Who is Professor Sue? He is a giant in aerospace. And from the looks of their friendly conversation, it seems like they know each other. This left many netizens completely baffled. Speaking of which, why is Lin, the old rogue, not focusing on game research and instead sneaking around in aerospace? At that moment, in front of a booth covered with a black cloth not far from the crowd, a host dressed in a military uniform stepped forward with a microphone and said, "Hello, dear audience. Here we present the latest research achievements from the military. Under this black cloth is the work of hundreds of our outstanding." The military host introduced concisely and efficiently. As the introduction continued, the host grabbed a corner of the black cloth and then pulled it down forcefully. In an instant, the cloth was removed, and the next moment, a shiny silver aircraft appeared before everyone. Wow, what is this? Looking at the aircraft in front of them, all the netizens and audience members were stunned. The streamlined body and the massive turbo engine at the tail made it look like a fighter jet at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, it was completely different from any fighter jet. Its incredibly sharp design captured everyone's attention. Chapter 228. The Old Thief of the Dog Forest. What is this thing? Why does it look so familiar? I have to say, now that you mention it, it does seem a bit familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Wow, you all feel the same way. At this moment, looking at the eye-catching fighter jet, a group of netizens felt a sense of déjà vu. However, after thinking for a long time, they still couldn't recall where they had seen it. But to be honest, this thing is really cool. It definitely has a high-tech vibe. I bet it's just a model. No need to think about it. It has to be a model. When has there ever been a plane taking off at an exhibition? Well, that makes sense. This should be a concept aircraft. In the online live stream, countless netizens were discussing among themselves. It can be said that everyone was shocked by the design of the aircraft in front of them. Even at the exhibition site, the aircraft stole the spotlight. Cough, Lin Xiaoyu. Is what old Zhang and the others said true? Did this aircraft really come from your game? At this moment, among the crowd closest to the aircraft, an excited Su Lao coughed a few times. Lin Fei could clearly feel Su Lao's emotional fluctuation. So he quickly turned his head and smiled. Well, it said that way, but it has nothing to do with me. The aircraft was made by the scientists in the project team. I can't take credit for it. Su Lao was taken aback and said, "You can't say that. If it weren't for your game, it might take us 20 more years to research and develop this. This is a great thing." Unable to contain himself, Su Lao reached out to touch the cold fuselage. This is a great thing. Lin Fei, standing nearby, couldn't help but mutter to himself. But then again, if it weren't for the military's invitation this time, even he would have been kept in the dark. He never expected that the military in the city could create so many things just based on a game about the Pacific Rim. This time, he truly gained valuable insights in the military warehouse. This design, wow. Why does it look so much like the aircraft in the recruitment CG animation? Wow. Now that you mention it, I remember. That animation was called Pacific Rim, right? Yes. It's from the old Thief Lin's game. Just as Lin Fei was chatting with Su Lao, netizens were increasingly reminded of the aircraft's familiar design. And someone suddenly recalled the recruitment animation they had watched a long time ago. As soon as the netizens mentioned this, everyone finally reacted. No wonder this aircraft looks familiar. It's actually something from the game. Wow. The old Thief Lin brought something from the game into reality. Wow, can someone explain what's going on? How can something from a game appear in the real world? Oh my gosh, has our country become this strong? Looking at the aircraft's design, which perfectly matched that in the game, the netizens were completely unsettled. Things from the gaming world have actually appeared in reality. Isn't that a bit crazy? Dear audience, I believe some of you have already recognized this aircraft. I can responsibly tell you that this aircraft comes from the military's Pacific Rim. And I can also responsibly announce that I represent the military to award Mr. Lin Fei the title of Chief Designer, following a decision from the higher-ups. This aircraft will be named the LF-01 fighter jet. Wow. As the soldier at the exhibition podium spoke, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Although many had already guessed the origin of this aircraft, no one expected the military to acknowledge it so directly. Furthermore, the announcement of awarding Lin Fei the title of Chief Designer took everyone by surprise. In an instant, netizens, streamers, and journalists present were left speechless by this news. Not only was a brand new fighter jet revealed at the aerospace exhibition, but now an honorary title was being awarded to someone who makes games. This news is truly explosive. Everyone can foresee that it won't be long before this little piece of news tops the trending searches, even making headlines. Wow. Is it really necessary to be this competitive? Dude, you're just a game developer, and now you're starting to take away jobs in aerospace? I don't believe it. It must be a scam. Old Lin is going against the odds. Haha, you guys are overthinking it. Old Lin is actually just a plane maker. He only dabbles in game development as a hobby. As more and more visitors gathered, some brave souls even shouted directly at Lin Fei. Old Lin, you're so amazing. How about making a mech? We don't want the mech from the game. We want real mechs that can fly in the sky. Don't worry. We'll buy it no matter the cost. If not, we can pool money together. MMP, these guys really dare to say anything. Hearing the calls from netizens, Lin Fei felt speechless. However, while their ISNTA mech, there is a model in the military's warehouse. At this moment, Lin Fei thought of that huge thing he saw in the military experimental warehouse and couldn't help but wonder if it could actually move in the future. It might just shock the entire world. But for now, it's just a thought. After all, the power technology from the Pacific Rim isn't something that can be understood overnight. As for real mechs, let us forget it. I can satisfy you in the game. Looking at the group of netizens below, Lin Fei joked, by that time, I can put mechs up for sale in the VR community. I'm just afraid you won't be able to afford them. Haha. Old Lin, are you planning to pull a trick on us like that? Is it that you're out of money? Trying to cash in? You scammer. The sensory pods from the last sale haven't even been delivered yet. You want to trick me out of my money? No way. Lin Fei's interactions with netizens never feel like a normal exchange between a boss and players. His words are always laced with sarcasm and disdain. With such a tone of voice, it might sound a bit like a teasing friend to outsiders. Perhaps this is just the way people communicate. As soon as someone mentioned the issue with the motion experience pods, Lin Fei immediately raised his hands. Hold on, everyone. We are currently at an air show, not a gaming expo. As for the motion experience pods, I can only apologize. After all, the last-minute upgrade was my personal decision. However, I assure you that the motion experience pods will be ready for shipment the day after tomorrow. By then, you will have a perfect experience. He was definitely setting the tone. Listening to Lin Fei's shout, the military host beside the booth looked helpless. Turning an air show into a gaming expo could only be done by someone like him. Perhaps sensing the host's frustration, Lin Fei then realized that he was just supposed to make a brief appearance and had inadvertently taken center stage. With no choice but to show a look of apology, he said, everyone, this is an air show, so let us not mess around. Chapter 229. While others bring models to the exhibition, you bring the real deal. Alright, we won't cause any trouble, but you have to demonstrate and let this aircraft fly. Although the online commenters said to let Lin Fei off, in reality, they had no intention of doing so. A crowd was clamoring for the plane on display to take to the skies. Come on guys, can we not enjoy this properly? Lin Fei said helplessly. The onlookers, seeing his expression, felt a sense of satisfaction. It was as if they came to the exhibition just to make things difficult for him. Rarely had they seen Lin Fei like this, and they had no intention of letting him off the hook. Yes, hurry up and show us. If not, at least open the door so we can take a look. Yeah, let us, the uninformed, see what high-tech aircraft look like inside. In previous years, the equipment displayed at aerospace exhibitions was mostly just shell models. Anyone who had attended such an exhibition would know this fact. However, no one was willing to speak up about it, as it concerned the reputation of the exhibitors. But this year, it was clear that the crowd was not going to let Lin Fei off easy. Seeing this, the elder Sue wanted to explain, but someone else jumped in first. The temporary host, a sergeant, picked up the microphone and said, Dear friends, this new type of fighter jet can indeed take off. As he spoke, the sergeant walked over to the aircraft's boarding ladder and continued, This LF-01 fighter jet not only can take off, but it also features the world's most advanced turbocharging technology. And in terms of power, listening to the sergeant's introduction, the audience's eyes widened and their hearts raced. Their first thought was, this guy is just bragging. The aircraft looked impressive and high-tech, but to say it could take off vertically? Were they really underestimating the knowledge of the online commenters from Huagua? Start it up. We don't believe it. Yeah, we don't believe it. Unless you can start it. In an instant, the crowd began to cheer. To them, this aircraft was nothing more than a concept model. Or to put it bluntly, it might just be a giant model. Expecting a model to start up? That's a joke. Who knows if there are even buttons inside the cockpit? The sergeant looked at the raucous audience, his expression slightly uneasy. To be honest, he didn't even know if the aircraft could be started. He had received orders yesterday to act as a temporary host, and was just reciting from a script. What the actual situation was, who knows? But now that the atmosphere had been built up to this point, if they didn't give it a try, it might be hard to wrap things up. Start it up, start it up, start it up. The audience urged excitedly. The sergeant shot Lin Fei a helpless look, as if to say, you caused this, you handle it. How about you try to start it? Noticing the gaze upon him, Lin Fei hesitated slightly before speaking. Wow, you really dare to say that? The officer murmured. So what do we do? Lin Fei rolled his eyes inwardly and said, let us give it a try. A couple of days ago, I saw some things in the warehouse that could be activated. Maybe this plane can be started too. All right. Hearing his persuasion, the officer reluctantly turned his gaze to his superior nearby. When the superior noticed the officer's questioning look, he appeared much calmer. He nodded slightly. Go ahead and start it. With the superior's order, the officer no longer hesitated. At this point, the atmosphere had built up so much that it would be hard to proceed without attempting to start it. Following the instructions, the officer immediately climbed onto the plane. In front of everyone, he pulled open the cockpit with a whoosh. Wow, so advanced. When the officer saw the various instruments, dials, and buttons inside the cockpit, he was momentarily stunned. He was an airman and a pilot, familiar with domestic fighter jets, and had relevant flight experience. However, despite having flown many fighter jets, he had never seen one like this. The entire cockpit was filled with a sense of technology, and surprisingly, there was an enormous LCD screen in front of the pilot's seat. How to put it? Yes. It felt like what was in front of him was not a plane, but a high-tech electric vehicle. Hurry up and start it. Yeah. Why isn't it moving yet? It can't be empty inside, right? Oh no. It seems like we've been fooled again. The audience, seeing the officer dazed in front of the cockpit, immediately started shouting. The officer wanted to argue, but after opening his mouth, he closed it again. Some things, no matter how much you explain, are useless. It's better to let the results speak for themselves. With that in mind, the officer decisively sat in the cockpit and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, without hesitation, pressed the green button that indicated activation. Haha, I told you it was fake. Wow, that startled me. I thought it could really start. Who says it's not? Turns out it's just for show. As the officer pressed the start button, the online viewers saw no reaction and immediately began to mock. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sound entered everyone's ears. Before anyone could react, an electronic synthesized voice announced, warning, warning, all living beings, please retreat to a safe distance. After clearance. What is going on? Why did the system activate? Yeah, what is with this broadcast? A group of spectators, listening to the alarm, stared wide-eyed at the fighter jet. It was only then that the officer in the cockpit realized, looking at the flashing red dots on the control panel screen and the range circle indicating safety distance. In an instant, the officer understood. It wasn't that he hadn't activated it, but that the fighter jet beneath him had detected living beings nearby. Well, Mr. Su, you are currently in a danger zone, and the aircraft has safety procedures in place, the officer said to Mr. Su and others below. Is there also a biological monitoring function? Mr. Su felt it was somewhat unbelievable upon hearing this. As he spoke, he and the others retreated to a safe distance. Seeing this, the officer pressed the activation button again. Buzz. In an instant, an extremely terrifying and intense roar erupted, leaving the spectators attending the airshow feeling a chill run down their spines. This sound was completely unlike that of any aircraft engine. It could even be described as some kind of sonic boom. Wow, this sound wave is incredible. My goodness, can this thing really be activated? What the heck? That startled me. Where's the person who said it was just a model? Come out. I swear I won't let you off easily. All the spectators present were stunned as they listened to the thunderous sound effects. Where's the so-called model? Where's the supposed empty shell? How did it actually activate? Chapter 230, is this thing meant for the dead? Buzz. Buzz. The intense roar of the engine echoed throughout the venue. At this moment, everyone knew that what was in front of them was not a model at all. It was, in fact, the real deal. The appearance could be faked, but that roar, that sound effect, that texture, was definitely not fake. Onlookers, with their eyes wide open, were filled with disbelief. In previous years, models were used for airshows. What was going on this year? All right. Quickly make it stop. This place is not suitable for takeoff. After a considerable amount of time, Mr. Su finally snapped out of his shock and instructed his assistant beside him. Then, noticing Lin Fei next to him, Mr. Su's face revealed a look of appreciation as he raised his hand and gave Lin Fei's shoulder a solid pat, saying, good job. With young people like you in our country, how can we not look forward to a strong future? Lin Fei felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. He hadn't done anything, just made 2 games for the military. How did he end up being praised? Even with a thick skin, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel his face burn with embarrassment, and he quickly said, Mr. Su, I really didn't do much. It's just making a game. Making games is good. Making games leads to success. Mr. Su pinched Lin Fei's shoulder firmly and said, next time, I'll let my grandson work with you on games. Don't. Hearing this, Lin Fei nearly stumbled. Letting the grandson of a major figure in the aerospace field work on games with him? This old man really dared to think big. You must be joking. I'm just messing around. Upon hearing Lin Fei's response, Mr. Su shook his head, seemingly not having taken it in. Due to the nature of the exhibition, the aircraft could only be started briefly for the audience to see. Actually taking to the skies? That was absolutely impossible. After all, this was an exhibition center, not an international or military airport. Although it was somewhat regrettable not to see the LF-01 fighter take off, the explosive sound of the engine still excited many online viewers. The video of the new fighter jet appearing at the airshow had spread throughout the internet in the country over time. It had even topped the trending search list. Moreover, some users had uploaded the video to international video sharing platforms. It could be said that news of the new fighter jet was flying everywhere. In the past, this would have prompted an official response, or those videos would have been taken down. But this time, there was no action at all. Not only that, even the experts who usually debunk rumors had become unusually silent. Just when everyone found it strange, the host of the official press conference suddenly started a live stream. Hello everyone, I am the host Zhang Zhitiao. Today can be said to be an exhilarating day for all in our country. We have not only developed fighter jets using our own technology, but have also entered production. I can responsibly tell everyone here that the model you see at the airshow has officially entered production. In the future, our country will take this as the main force. And I hope that by this time next year, we will. Please rest assured, our nation will continue to advance and grow stronger. Soon, the research department will develop. Seeing the official host breaking the norm, netizens were all stunned. Is this still the host we know? Host, when we listen to you, we feel uneasy, don't we? Indeed. You might as well say that all those videos online are fake. We seek the truth. Is our country preparing to take action? What action? I believe this is real. After all, we have endured for so many years, and it's time to rise. The rise of our nation. How majestic. No. I need to go out and buy some firecrackers. It's been years since I heard such uplifting news. Yes, the last time I heard something like this was when a certain individual confronted foreigners. Hearing news that the official sources do not refute, but directly acknowledge. Netizens were all energized. In our country, there has never been a shortage of patriotic youth. When the game developed by Lin Fei was not sold abroad, foreign netizens were in a frenzy, and they felt proud. Now, through this airshow, the official announcement brings all the netizens from our nation a sense of pride in being from this land. This is the country they trust, the country they live in. They have waited too long for this day. Finally, they can see a day of pride and dignity. Excited netizens made the entire internet buzz with excitement. The mastermind behind all this has returned to the metropolis, looking at the report in hand with a satisfied smile. Boss, our motion sensing warehouse has been debugged, and the first batch has already started shipping. Local netizens will receive our equipment tonight. Standing beside as an assistant, Jia Shanshan displayed a relieved expression. It's no wonder she feels this way. The netizens were just too crazy. According to the normal procedure, the motion sensing warehouse should have reached the players 3 days ago. But due to Lin Fei's last-minute decision, it was delayed by 3 days. In fact, a product being shipped 3 days late isn't a big deal. However, the fans of the gaming realm are not like those patient aunties waiting for their online shopping. If the situation hadn't changed, some netizens even wanted to drive over to pick up their goods. Fortunately, everything was resolved satisfactorily. How can these folks not understand my feelings? A hint of helplessness appeared on Lin Fei's face, followed by a sly smile. Hee, but I believe that once those folks try the motion sensing warehouse, they will definitely thank me. Thinking about the features he added to the warehouse, he couldn't help but feel proud. He believed that his design would surely provide players with a wonderful and unforgettable experience. At 8:30 p.m., during this time slot, various popular game streamers on the platform typically start their broadcasts. However, today, it was surprisingly devoid of any gaming content. All the streamers were engaged in DIY projects. What they were assembling was the motion sensing pod they had just received today. Wow, I really didn't expect that this thing required such strong hands-on skills. Luckily, I had some practice before. Teacher Ma wiped the sweat from his brow while admiring his creation, nodding in satisfaction. He turned to the audience in the live stream and said, "Dear friends, as expected, our equipment is complete." As he spoke, Teacher Ma opened the pod's door and glanced inside. To be honest, this thing gave me the feeling that it was prepared for the deceased. I'll go wash up first. And then we'll get started. Chapter 231. It's increasingly feeling like a coffin. Time to wash up and sleep. This is a popular internet phrase. At this moment, the teacher was truly living up to it. Haha, I never thought I, a certain someone, would someday lie down to play games. As he spoke, the teacher sat inside the sensory chamber, looking around at the protective walls, and once again complained, damn it, why do I feel more and more like this thing is a coffin? Although sensory chamber devices had long appeared in this world, for various reasons, they had not been applied to gaming. As one of the first users, sitting inside the chamber made the teacher feel quite uncomfortable. However, even though he felt a bit uneasy, he still couldn't help but want to give it a try. Brothers, I'm going to sleep. Do as you please. With that, the teacher connected the live streaming equipment to the sensory chamber, and as the live stream screen changed, the viewers saw him lying down in the experience chamber. With the press of the start button, the protective cover closed automatically. Whoa, this scene. Why do I feel like I'm paying my respects? Safe travels, teacher. A bow. The family response. Watching the teacher lying in the sensory chamber, the online users couldn't help but tease. Damn, the teacher lying there is so speechless. Before he could say anything, two external bone-sensing devices popped out from the sides of the head support pillow. As the devices attached to the sides of the teacher's head, the transparent protective cover in front of him vanished, replaced by another scene. The sudden change made people slightly nervous. A black screen flashed before them, and the words natural disaster appeared. Following that, the words Player Nation floated by. At the same time, the live stream screen transformed into the teacher's first-person perspective. As the text disappeared, what came into view was pitch black, a vast universe. In the dark universe, countless stars twinkled. Everyone knew that those shining stars were individual suns. Meanwhile, a magnetic voice resonated. At first, we didn't pay attention to these disasters. But when everything caught humanity's attention, it was all too late. Accompanied by the narration, the dark view rapidly expanded, a twinkling star quickly magnifying in the video, until this star transformed into a water-blue planet. The perspective continued to enlarge rapidly. It wasn't until the scene before everyone showed a vast mountain range on this planet that the pace began to slow down. Wow, can you believe it? Just now, I actually felt a weightlessness like being on a roller coaster. So exhilarating. At this moment, the teacher finally lowered his arm that was blocking his view. The feeling of weightlessness from the rapid change in perspective was incredibly strong. Strong enough to make one think they were really falling from the universe onto a planet. The visuals and textures here are far superior to VR. Indeed, just those few seconds at the opening are incredibly shocking. And look at the trees around the teacher. The texture of the trunks and leaves looks absolutely real. If no one mentioned this was a game, I might even think the teacher was filming a nature documentary. It's truly stunning. The master of surprises never fails to amaze us. A whole bunch of viewers, looking at the incredibly realistic live broadcast, were all unable to remain calm. Meanwhile, standing at the edge of the forest, the teacher gazed at the towering trees and the primeval forest, feeling utterly small in comparison. Just as he was lost in thought, a message popped up on the screen in front of him. What is this? After reading the information carefully, the teacher learned about his current identity. He was a forest ranger in his 30s, and it was autumn, a peak season for wildfires, with his task being patrolling the mountains. Oh my guys, I'm just a ranger who has to patrol these mountains on foot. This is going to be life-threatening. After realizing his identity, the teacher checked his gear, only to sadly find that he had no more than a few basic survival tools, no supplies at all, and not even a means of transportation. And just moments ago, he saw on the map that his patrol route was over 140 kilometers long, all on mountain paths. Given the intensity of the master, that 140 kilometers might actually feel like 140 kilometers. How am I supposed to manage this? Haha, just be grateful you can play at all. We can't even get into the game. Who said otherwise? It's easy to talk when you're not the one doing the walking. Come on, let us get moving. In response to the teacher's complaints, the viewers didn't buy it and urged him to walk around. Great. I really am a hardworking soul. The teacher rolled his eyes and instinctively started walking along the forest path. Honestly, I have to say, playing with the motion sensing pod is much easier than using VR equipment. You can't even imagine how it feels to move just by thinking about it. To be honest, this feeling makes it a bit hard to distinguish which one is really me. As he continued forward, the teacher gradually became familiar with the game mechanics of the motion sensing pod. Controlling the game character with the pod isn't as difficult as I imagined. He tried running and jumping, discovering that to control the character, he just needed to think about it, and it was nowhere near as exhausting as wearing VR equipment. How should I put it? It feels like I'm dreaming. I'm telling you, playing with the motion sensing pod, I could go on without logging off. I really don't feel tired at all. Full of energy, the teacher pulled out an electronic map from his backpack after walking a few kilometers. Brothers, to be honest, I'm a bit scared staying alone in a place like this at night. Fortunately, there's a village not far ahead, and I've decided to go there to find a place to stay for the night. After checking the electronic map for the village's location, the teacher set off towards it without delay. By the time he went online, it was already afternoon, and after a long journey, the sun was setting. As the sun went down, the forest became pitch black. Once it quieted down, the sounds of various wild animals and insects were amplified. Alone in the wilderness, the teacher felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. The terror created by this atmosphere was even more oppressive than encountering zombies. Luckily, as he continued forward, he spotted some lights in the distance. Finally seeing the lights, the teacher couldn't help but quicken his pace. Huh, why do I feel like the teacher is a bit spooked? Yeah, teacher, why are you walking so fast? The brothers haven't had enough of the scenery here yet. Chapter 232, It's Going to Rain. What a dark and desolate place. There might be plenty of wild beasts around. Seeing the barrage of comments from the unscrupulous viewers in the live stream, Teacher Ma rolled his eyes internally. He hurriedly made his way to the mountain village. Perhaps due to the arrival of an outsider, the sound of barking dogs suddenly filled the village. As the barking echoed, a light turned on in the courtyard of a house at the village entrance. Upon seeing this, Teacher Ma stopped in his tracks. The next moment, the courtyard door opened, and an old man with a hunched back came out holding an oil lamp. Upon seeing Teacher Ma, the old man was momentarily taken aback. Little Ma, are you out on a patrol? Looking at the old man with a face like gnarled tree bark, to be honest, if it weren't for his previous encounters with zombies, Teacher Ma might have mistaken him for a ghost. It seemed that the old man recognized him, which saved Teacher Ma a lot of trouble. He immediately smiled at the old man and said, Hee hee, old man, I'm just patrolling the mountains, and it's too dark. I'd like to stay in our village for the night. What are you being so polite for, kid? The old man replied as he turned to walk back into the courtyard. Come in. Haven't had dinner yet, right? There are some leftovers in the pot. I'll heat them up for you. Eating something warm before sleeping will help you rest better. Listening to the old man's words, Teacher Ma felt a bit uncomfortable. He couldn't quite put his finger on why, but perhaps it was the old man's serious and wrinkled face that made him feel a bit restrained. However, once he entered the old man's home and saw him actually heating up food for him, Teacher Ma's heart was slightly touched. What a simple and kind old man from the village. Yes, when I first saw him, I thought it was a horror movie. What horror? Didn't I see that the theme was natural disaster? Perhaps it was the after effects of playing a survival horror game. When the viewers saw the old man, they couldn't help but think the story would take a thrilling turn. But after the old man brought out the hot food, nothing unusual happened, and the viewers felt utterly embarrassed. A simple meal from the countryside, although not as delicious as gourmet dishes, was still very satisfying for Teacher Ma. He even discovered that because of the sensory chamber, the food in the game tasted just like real food. This discovery amazed him, unsure if he was genuinely tired or if it was due to the game's plot requirements. After eating, Teacher Ma lay down on the big Kong and instantly fell into a dream. Until the next morning when he got up and walked out of the house. Wow, is this the village from yesterday? No way. This is too. Standing in front of the door, looking at the breathtaking scenery before him, Teacher Ma and his livestream friends were all stunned. Every flower, every blade of grass, every tree was breathtakingly beautiful, especially the mountains shrouded in morning mist, which gave a surreal feeling of being in a fairyland. Since it was dark when they arrived last night, they hadn't seen the surrounding scenery at all. Early this morning, when the teacher opened the door, everyone was captivated by the beautiful scenery before them. The audience held their breath in awe. It was truly hard to believe. It felt like a paradise on earth. Oh, how I long for this pastoral life in my dreams. Unfortunately, this is just a game world. If it were real, I'd definitely build a small countryside house. Alas, I lack education and can only exclaim in wonder. Wow, it's so beautiful. Watching the live stream, netizens were thrilled. After a quick transition from dining to witnessing the morning beauty, only a minute had passed. This abrupt shift made it difficult for anyone to connect the stunning view to the previously dark, remote village. Such exquisite visuals are hard to achieve, even in movies or with special effects. It's astonishing that a scene like this, usually only seen in dreams, was now unfolding before their eyes. This live broadcast was worth every moment. One day, I truly want to settle down in a place like this. It's incredible to think that someone could design such a beautiful landscape. The teacher in the game stood in awe for a long time before finally uttering a phrase. Just then, a sound came from the cow shed nearby. The teacher instinctively turned and saw an elderly man feeding the cows. In the daylight, the old man didn't seem as eerie as last night. Looking at the weathered face of the elderly man, the teacher suddenly realized and without hesitation walked over to the cow shed, snatched the bundle of grass from his hands, and said, "Let me handle this." Without caring about the dirt, he jumped into the cow shed to feed the cows. Feeding cows was something the teacher had done at his grandfather's house as a child. Although he had forgotten most of it over the years, he still understood the basics of feeding. The old man, seeing this, didn't try to take it back and happily accepted, saying, "All right, while you're at it, feed the chickens and ducks too. I'll go make breakfast." I have to feed chickens and ducks too? The teacher was taken aback, not expecting the old man to be so straightforward. However, he didn't take it to heart. He opened the bundle of grass and placed it into the feeding trough, then found the old man to ask what the chickens and ducks ate. Following that, he began his daily task of feeding them. After breakfast, he also voluntarily helped the old man with some farm work. At the same time, he met other villagers. The entire village had a small population, and with most young people working elsewhere, only about 20 elderly, a few village women, and children remained. Altogether, there were fewer than 40 people. He didn't know much about the villagers, but they were quite familiar with him as a forest ranger and were very welcoming. Upon learning that he had stayed overnight after patrolling the mountains, the village elders eagerly invited him to their homes as a guest. At first, the teacher Ma refused, saying he still had tasks to complete. However, unexpectedly, before noon and before he could leave, an elderly villager had already killed a chicken to treat him. This made teacher Ma, who initially planned to continue his tasks, have to stay. Throughout that day, he helped the elderly villagers with their work. By the time he finished stacking firewood for the last elderly person, it was already dark. After refusing to stay overnight at the last elder's home, teacher Ma, feeling exhausted, returned to the home of an elderly man at the village entrance. He chuckled, retracting his earlier statement, saying that playing games with the device didn't make him feel tired. He just hadn't reached that level yet. Now, he truly wanted to lie down and sleep for a while. Back at the elderly man's home, teacher Ma complained to the live stream audience, then collapsed onto the Kong, a traditional heated bed. As night gradually fell, the rural village became quiet and leisurely, exuding a sense of peace. Throughout the day, teacher Ma felt a lot and was deeply attracted by the simplicity of the rural farmers. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on his face. Listening to the croaking of frogs in the fields and the chirping of insects, he was lost in thought. Moo! Suddenly, a cow in the pen bellowed, followed by the sound of its bell jingling as it shook its neck. A cool breeze wafted through the window. The next moment, a loud rumble echoed through the mountain village. Is it going to rain? Chapter 233, Mudslide. Sudden eruption. Earlier, the villagers were sitting in their courtyards, fanning themselves and enjoying the coolness. But now, a chilling wind swept through, and dark clouds began to gather. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, abruptly shattering the evening tranquility of this small mountain village. The sky was engulfed at an alarming speed by the eerie dark clouds, turning pitch black in an instant. The bright moon and stars were quickly swallowed by this inky darkness. In a flash, the entire village was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. The villagers were thrown into chaos. What on earth? The weather was fine just a moment ago. How could it turn so gloomy? Before the villagers enjoying the coolness in the courtyard could react, suddenly, a torrential rain began to pour down. Raindrops fell with a loud patter, and the villagers, unable to even gather their cups from the tea table, were caught off guard by the sudden downpour. The fierce rain battered the crops in the fields, bending them low. Those yellow cattle that hadn't made it into the barn, yet were mooing loudly as they were pelted by the heavy raindrops. Everyone hurriedly ran home, clutching their heads in panic. It can be said that this sudden rain left everyone unprepared. Little Ma, it's raining in the mountains. The roads are going to be bad. I think we should skip the patrol. Old Lou, sitting on the edge of the Kong, said while puffing on his tobacco. Anyway, once it rains, it gets really damp in the mountains, and the dead branches and leaves can't be ignited even with matches, let alone spontaneous combustion. Just wait and see. If the roads are bad tomorrow, I'll head back to the logging site. Teacher Ma glanced at the rain pouring outside, feeling a bit worried. If it continued like this, not only would patrolling be impossible, but even coming down the mountain would be a problem. Teacher Ma and old Lou sat in the warm room, listening to the sound of the rain outside. For a moment, Teacher Ma fell silent, a look of enjoyment on his face. This sudden rain came quickly, showing no signs of stopping. On the contrary, it only grew heavier. By midnight, the raindrops had become the size of beans, and through the dim yellow glass window, one could faintly see small streams forming in the courtyard. This rain probably wasn't a good sign. Old Lou, who also couldn't sleep, took a flashlight and checked the situation in the yard through the window. Hearing this, Teacher Ma turned his head to look, seeing the worry etched in old Lou's murky eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he tried to reassure him. It should be fine, right? Besides, isn't our village on the mountain? Even if there's flooding, we shouldn't be affected, right? Old Lou didn't respond to Teacher Ma's comfort. His gaze remained fixed outside, still filled with concern. Unable to understand the elder's worries, Teacher Ma could only turn back to the window and silently pray. He prayed for the rain to pass quickly. However, unexpectedly, not only did the rain not stop, but it continued for 3 days straight. During these 3 days, the rain didn't lessen at all. It was as if the heavens had opened up. For 3 consecutive days, heavy rain instantly caused disaster in the village. Not to mention the distant areas, just at the home of the elder Lou, where Teacher Ma had stayed. The cow Penny had visited a few days earlier collapsed on the night of the second day of rain. Fortunately, it was just the cow shed that caved in, and the old cow inside was unharmed. Otherwise, Elder Lou would have suffered significant losses. That evening, Teacher Ma helped Elder Lou move the yellow cattle into the house. Initially, they thought the rain would last no more than 3 days, but to everyone's surprise, when the 4th day dawned, the sky remained overcast. The amount of rainfall had likely exceeded normal levels. Even at Elder Lou's home, water had accumulated on the floor to ankle height. What was even more concerning was that water stains had appeared on the walls. Teacher Ma knew this was a sign of prolonged water exposure, which could lead to serious structural issues. Such signs were not good omens at all. The heavy rain continued without pause, and the remaining villagers in the small mountain village were filled with worry. Some villagers, braving the downpour and rolling up their pants, began filling sandbags in an attempt to block the entrances to their homes. Watching the elderly and women bustling about in the rain, Teacher Ma felt deeply moved. Without regard for the pouring rain, he rushed out to help the villagers rescue those affected by the disaster. Boom! Just as everyone was busy with rescue efforts, a muffled sound came from the mountain behind the village. Hearing this sound, the faces of all the villagers changed dramatically. Oh no! The dam in the mountains has breached. Run! The dam has broken. Quickly save the children! Save the children! In an instant, the entire village was thrown into chaos. Teacher Ma was taken aback. However, his shock didn't last long as he heard the sound of trees snapping in the forest. Even the sound of rain could not drown out this spine-chilling noise. Teacher Ma instinctively looked up the mountain, and in a moment, he was frozen in place. Just like Teacher Ma, the friends in the live stream also witnessed